Chapter 5, Sale of the Empire to Didius Julianus. Part 1. Public sale of the empire to Didius Julianus by the Praetorian Guards. Clodius Albinus in Britain, Pescennius Niger in Syria, and Septimius Severus in Pannonia declare against the murderers of Pertinax, civil wars and victory of Severus over his three rivals, relaxation of discipline, new maxims of government. The power of the sword is more sensibly felt in an extensive monarchy than in a small community. It has been calculated by the ablest politicians that no state, without being soon exhausted, can maintain above the 100th part of its members in arms and idleness. But although this relative proportion may be uniform, the influence of the army over the rest of society will vary according to the degree of its positive strength. The advantages of military science and discipline cannot be exerted unless a proper number of soldiers are united into one body and actuated by one soul. With a handful of men, such a union would be ineffectual. With an unwieldy host, it would be impracticable, and the powers of the machine would be alike destroyed by the extreme minuteness or the excessive weight of its springs. To illustrate this observation, we need only reflect that there is no superiority of natural strength, artificial weapons, or acquired skill, which could enable one man to keep in constant subjection 100 of his fellow creatures. The tyrant of a single town or a small district would soon discover that 100 armed followers were a weak defense against 10,000 peasants or citizens. But 100,000 well-disciplined soldiers will command, with despotic sway, 10 millions of subjects, and a body of 10 or 15,000 guards will strike terror into the most numerous populace that ever crowded the streets of an immense capital. The Praetorian bands, whose licentious fury was the first symptom and cause of the decline of the Roman Empire, scarcely amounted to the last-mentioned number. One, they derived their institution from Augustus Weech, that crafty tyrant, sensible that laws might color, but that arms alone could maintain his usurped dominion, had gradually formed this powerful body of guards in constant readiness to protect his person, to awe the Senate, and either to prevent or to crush the first motions of rebellion. He distinguished these favored troops by a double pay and superior privileges, but, as their formidable aspect would at once have alarmed and irritated the Roman people, 3 cohorts only were stationed in the capital, whilst the remainder was dispersed in the adjacent towns of Italy. 2. But after 50 years of peace and servitude, Tiberius ventured on a decisive measure, which forever riveted the fetters of his country. Under the fair pretenses of relieving Italy from the heavy burden of military quarters and of introducing a stricter discipline among the guards, he assembled them at Rome in a permanent camp, 3 which was fortified with skillful care, 4 and placed on a commanding situation. 5.1. Return. They were originally 9 or 10,000 men, for Tacitus and Son are not agreed upon the subject, divided into as many cohorts. Vitellius increased them to 16,000, and as far as we can learn from inscriptions, they never afterwards sunk much below that number. In the civil war between Vitellius and Vespasian, the Praetorian camp was attacked and defended with all the machines used in the siege of the best fortified cities. Tacit, Hist, Iphor. The 5 returned close to the walls of the city, on the broad summit of the Quirinal and Viminal hills. See Nardini Roma Antica, p. 17.4, Donatus de Roma Antiqua, p. 46. Note, not on both these hills, neither Donatus nor Nardini justify this position. Whitaker's Review, p. 13. At the northern extremity of this hill, the Viminal, are some considerable remains of a walled enclosure which bears all the appearance of a Roman camp, and therefore is generally thought to correspond with the Castra Praetoria. Kramer's Italy 390 to the throne of despotism. By thus introducing the Praetorian Guards, as it were, into the palace and the Senate, the emperors taught them to perceive their own strength and the weakness of the civil government, to view the vices of their masters with familiar contempt, and to lay aside that reverential awe which distance only and mystery can preserve towards an imaginary power. In the luxurious idleness of an opulent city, their pride was nourished by the sense of their irresistible weight. Nor was it possible to conceal from them that the person of the sovereign, the authority of the Senate, the public treasure, and the seat of empire were all in their hands. To divert the Praetorian bands from these dangerous reflections, the firmest and best established princes were obliged to mix blandishments with commands, rewards with punishments, to flatter their pride, indulge their pleasures, connive at their irregularities, and to purchase their precarious faith by a liberal donative, which, since the elevation of Claudius, was enacted as a legal claim, on the accession of every new emperor. 6 the returns Claudius raised by the soldiers to the empire was the first who gave a donative. He gave quina, dana, 20 sueton. In Claude, Ceton, when Marcus with his colleague Lucius Versus took quiet possession of the throne, he gave vicina, 6 to each of the guards, Hist, August, P25, Idion, LLX 6 1231. We may form some idea of the amount of these sums by Hadrian's complaint that the promotion of a Caesar had cost him termillies, 2.5 millions sterling. The advocate of the gods endeavored to justify by arguments the power which they asserted by arms, and to maintain that, according to the purest principles of the constitution, their consent was essentially necessary in the appointment of an emperor. The election of consuls, of generals, and of magistrates, however it had been recently usurped by the Senate, was the ancient and undoubted right of the Roman people. 7. But where was the Roman people to be found? Not surely amongst the mixed multitude of slaves and strangers that filled the streets of Rome, a servile populace, as devoid of spirit as destitute of property. The defenders of the state, selected from the flower of the Italian youth, ate and trained in the exercise of arms and virtue, were the genuine representatives of the people, and the best entitled to elect the military chief of the republic. These assertions, however defective in reason, became unanswerable when the fierce Praetorians increased their weight by throwing, like the barbarian conqueror of Rome, their swords into the scale. 9-7. Return first the Cicero de Legibus, II. 3. The first book of Livy and the second of Dionysius of Halicarnassus show the authority of the people, even in the election of the kings. 8. Return. They were originally recruited in Latium, Etruria, and the old colonies. Uf. If. The emperor also compliments their vanity with the flattering titles of Italia. Alumni return. See Livy, v. 48, Plutarch, in Camille, p. 43. The Praetorians had violated the sanctity of the throne by the atrocious murder of Pertinax. They dishonored the majesty of it by their subsequent conduct. The camp was without a leader, for even the prefect Latus, who had excited the tempest, prudently declined the public indignation. Amidst the wild disorder, Sulpicianus, the emperor's father-in-law and governor of the city, who had been sent to the camp on the first alarm of mutiny, was endeavoring to calm the fury of the multitude, when he was silenced by the clamorous return of the murderers, bearing on a lance the head of Pertinax. Though history has accustomed us to observe every principle and every passion yielding to the imperious dictates of ambition, it is scarcely credible that, in these moments of horror, Sulpicianus should have aspired to ascend a throne polluted with the recent blood of so near a relation and so excellent a prince. He had already begun to use the only effectual argument and to treat for the imperial dignity, but the more prudent of the Praetorians, apprehensive that in this private contract they should not obtain a just price for so valuable a commodity, ran out upon the ramparts and, with a loud voice, proclaimed that the Roman world was to be disposed of to the best bidder by public auction. 10-10. Though the three historians agree that it was in fact an auction, Herodian alone affirms that it was proclaimed as such by the soldiers. This infamous offer, the most insolent excess of military license, diffused a universal grief, shame, and indignation throughout the city. It reached at length the ears of Didius Julianus, a wealthy senator, who, regardless of the public calamities, was indulging himself in the luxury of the table. 11. His wife and his daughter, his freedmen and his parasites, easily convinced him that he deserved the throne, and earnestly conjured him to embrace so fortunate an opportunity. The vain old man hastened to the Praetorian camp, where Sulpicianus was still in treaty with the guards, and began to bid against him from the foot of the rampart. The unworthy negotiation was transacted by faithful emissaries, who passed alternately from one candidate to the other, and acquainted each of them with the offers of his rival. Sulpicianus had already promised a donative of 5,000 drachms, above £160 to each soldier, when Julian, eager for the prize, rose at once to the sum of 6,250 drachms, or upwards of £200 sterling. The gates of the camp were instantly thrown open to the purchaser. He was declared emperor and received an oath of allegiance from the soldiers, who retained humanity enough to stipulate that he should pardon and forget the competition of Sulpicianus. 111. Return. Spartianus softens the most odious parts of the character and elevation of Julian. 111. Return. One of the principal causes of the preference of Julianus by the soldiers was the dexterity with which he reminded them that Sulpicianus would not fail to revenge on them the death of his son-in-law. See Dion, p. 2024, 2234. C. 11. Herod. It 1. E. 6. It was now incumbent on the Praetorians to fulfill the conditions of the sale. They placed their new sovereign, whom they served and despised, in the center of their ranks, surrounded him on every side with their shields, and conducted him in close order of battle through the deserted streets of the city. The Senate was commanded to assemble, and those who had been the distinguished friends of Pertinax, or the personal enemies of Julian, found it necessary to effect a more than common share of satisfaction at this happy revolution. 12. After Julian had filled the Senate house with armed soldiers, he expatiated on the freedom of his election, his own eminent virtues, and his full assurance of the affections of the Senate. The obsequious assembly congratulated their own, and the public felicity, engaged their allegiance, and conferred on him all the several branches of the imperial power. 13. From the Senate Julian was conducted, by the same military procession, to take possession of the palace. The first objects that struck his eyes were the abandoned trunk of Pertinax, and the frugal entertainment prepared for his supper. A magnificent feast was prepared by his order, and he amused himself till a very late hour with dice and the performances of Pylades, a celebrated dancer. Yet it was observed that after the crowd of flatterers dispersed and left him to darkness, solitude, and terrible reflection, he passed a sleepless night, revolving most probably in his mind his own rash folly, the fate of his virtuous predecessor, and the doubtful and dangerous tenure of an empire which had not been acquired by merit, but purchased by money. 1412. Return. Dion Cassius, at that time praetor, had been a personal enemy to Julian. I lux xiae, p. 1213. Return. Hi il, tertinian, hist. August. p. 61. We learn from thence one curious circumstance, that the new emperor, whatever had been his birth, was immediately aggregated to the number of freshnal secles. Note, a new fragment of Dion shows some shrewdness in the character of Julian. When the Senate voted him a golden statue, he preferred one of brass, as more lasting. He had always observed, he said, that the statues of former emperors were soon destroyed. Those of brass alone remained. The indignant historian adds that he was wrong. The virtue of sovereigns alone preserves their images. The brazen statue of Julian was broken to pieces at his death. Mai, Fragum, Vatican, p. 226, m. 2014. Return Dion, LLXXI, p. 2035. Hist. August, Pol 13.235. Hist. August, Pol 35. I have endeavored to blend into one consistent story the seeming contradictions of the two writers. M. Jold, the contradiction as M. Guizot observed, is irreconcilable. He quotes both passagery. In the one, he refuses to eat till the body of Pertinax has been buried. In the other, he gluts himself with every luxury almost in the sight of his headless remains. M. He had reason to tremble. On the throne of the world he found himself without a friend, and even without an adherent. The gods themselves were ashamed of the prince whom their avarice had persuaded them to accept, nor was there a citizen who did not consider his elevation with horror, as the last insult on the Roman name. The nobility, whose conspicuous station and ample possessions exacted the strictest caution, dissembled their sentiments and met the affected civility of the emperor with smiles of complacency and professions of duty. But the people, secure in their numbers and obscurity, gave a free vent to their passions. The enraged multitude affronted the person of Julian, rejected his liberality, and, conscious of the impotence of their own resentment, they called aloud on the legions of the frontiers to assert the violated majesty of the Roman Empire. The public discontent was soon diffused from the center to the frontiers of the empire. The armies of Britain, of Syria, and of Illyricum lamented the death of Pertinax, in whose company, or under whose command, they had so often fought and conquered. They received with surprise, with indignation, and perhaps with envy, the extraordinary intelligence that the Praetorians had disposed of the empire by public auction, and they sternly refused to ratify the ignominious bargain. Their immediate and unanimous revolt was fatal to Julian, but it was fatal at the same time to the public peace, as the generals of the respective armies, Clodius Albinus, Pisanius Niger, and Septimius Severus, were still more anxious to succeed than to revenge the murdered Pertinax. Their forces were exactly balanced. Each of them was at the head of 3 legions, 15 with a numerous train of auxiliaries, and however different in their characters, they were all soldiers of experience and capacity. 15. Return. ILLLLXXI. P. 1235 to Clodius Albinus, governor of Britain, surpassed both his competitors in the nobility of his extraction, which he derived from some of the most illustrious names of the old republic. 16. But the branch from which he claimed his descent was true character. Under the philosophic cloak of austerity, he stands accused of concealing most of the vices which degrade human nature. 17. But his accusers are those venal writers who adored the fortune of Severus and trampled on the ashes of an unsuccessful rival. Virtue, or the appearances of virtue, recommended Albinus to the confidence and good opinion of Marcus, and his preserving with the son the same interest which he had acquired with the father is a proof at least that he was possessed of a very flexible disposition. The favor of a tyrant does not always suppose a want of merit in the object of it. He may, without intending it, reward a man of worth and ability, or he may find such a man useful to his own service. It does not appear that Albinus served the son of Marcus, either as the minister of his cruelties, or even as the associate of his pleasures. He was employed in a distant, honorable command, when he received a confidential letter from the emperor, acquainting him of the treasonable designs of some discontented generals, and authorizing him to declare himself the guardian and successor of the throne, by assuming the title and ensigns of Caesar. 18. The governor of Britain wisely declined the dangerous honor which would have marked him for the jealousy or involved him in the approaching ruin of Commodus. He courted power by nobler, or at least by more specious arts. On a premature report of the death of the emperor, he assembled his troops, and, in an eloquent discourse, deplored the inevitable mischiefs of despotism, described the happiness and commanders. This popular harangue was answered by the loud acclamations of the British legions, and received at Rome with a secret murmur of applause. safe in the possession of his little world, and in the command of an army less distinguished indeed for discipline than for numbers and valor, 19 Albinus braved the menaces of Commodus, maintained towards Pertinax a stately ambiguous reserve, and instantly declared against the usurpation of Julian. The convulsions of the capital added new weight to his sentiments, or rather to his professions of patriotism. A regard to decency induced him to decline the lofty titles of Augustus and Emperor, and he imitated perhaps the example of Galba, who on a similar occasion had styled himself the lieutenant of the Senate and people. 16 Return, the Postumian and the Seonian, the former of whom was raised to the consulship in the 5th year after its institution. 17 Return, Spartianus, in his undigested collections, mixes up all the virtues and all the vices that enter into the human composition, and bestows them on the same object. Such, indeed, are many of the characters in the Augustan history. C. Many-Eid Return, History. 18 Return. Hist. August. Pertinax, who governed Britain a few years before, had been left for dead in a mutiny of the soldiers. Hist. August. p. 54. Yet they loved and regretted him, admirantibus im virtutem quae iura sebantur. 20. 10. Personal merit alone had raised Pescennius Niger from an obscure birth and station to the government of Syria, a lucrative and important command, which in times of civil confusion gave him a near prospect of the throne. Yet his part seemed to have been better suited to the second than to the first rank. He was an unequal rival, though he might have approved himself an excellent lieutenant, to Severus, who afterwards displayed the greatness of his mind by adopting several useful institutions from a vanquished enemy. 21. In his government, Niger acquired the esteem of the soldiers and the love of the provincials. His rigid discipline fortified the valor and confirmed the obedience of the former, whilst the voluptuous Syrians were less delighted with the mild firmness of his administration than with the affability of his manners and the apparent pleasure with which he attended their frequent and pompous festivals. 22. As soon as the intelligence of the atrocious murder of Pertinax had reached Antioch, the wishes of Asia invited Niger to assume the imperial purple and revenge his death. The legions of the eastern frontier embraced his cause. The opulent but unarmed provinces, from the frontiers of Ethiopia to the Hadriatic, cheerfully submitted to his power, and the kings beyond the Tigris and the Euphrates congratulated his election and offered him their homage and services. The mind of Niger was not capable of receiving this sudden tide of fortune. He flattered himself that his accession would be undisturbed by competition and unstained by civil blood, and whilst he enjoyed the vain pomp of triumph, he neglected to secure the means of victory. Instead of entering into an effectual negotiation with the powerful armies of the West, whose resolution might decide, or at least must balance, the mighty contest, instead of advancing without delay towards Rome and Italy, where his presence was impatiently expected, 24 Niger trifled away in the luxury of Antioch, those irretrievable moments which were diligently improved by the decisive activity of Severus. 25-21 Return a Hist. August, p. 76 to return Herod al-II, p. 68. The Chronicle of John Malala of Antioch shows the zealous attachment of his countrymen to these festivals, which at once gratified their superstition and their love of pleasure. 23 Return. A king of Thebes in Egypt is mentioned in the Augustan history as an ally and indeed as a personal friend of Niger. If Spartianus is not, as I strongly suspect, mistaken, he has brought to light a dynasty of tributary princes totally unknown to history. 24 Return. Dion, L. L-L-X-Xi, p. 1238, Herod, L-I-I, p. 67. Averse to the general opinion of the three rivals, Optimus est to Niger, fuscus, which preserves the quantity, mas aversimas alabus. Hist. 71. The country of Pannonia and Dalmatia, which occupied the space between the Danube and the Hadriatic, was one of the last and most difficult conquests of the Romans. In the defense of national freedom, 200,000 of these barbarians at once appeared in the field, alarmed the declining age of Augustus, and exercised the vigilant prudence of Tiberius at the head of the collected force of the empire. 26. The Pannonians yielded at length to the arms and institutions of Rome. Their recent subjection, however, the neighborhood and even the mixture of the unconquered tribes, and perhaps the climate, adapted as it has been observed to the production of great bodies and slow minds, 27, all contributed to preserve some remains of their original ferocity, and under the tame and uniform countenance of Roman provincials, the hardy features of the natives were still to be discerned. Their warlike youth afforded an inexhaustible supply of recruits to the legions stationed on the banks of the Danube, and which, from a perpetual warfare against the Germans and Sarmazans, were deservedly esteemed the best troops in the service. 26. The return. See an account of that memorable war in Velleius Paterculus, is 110, and c. who served in the army of Tiberius. 27. Return. Such is the reflection of Herodian, Lii. p. 74. Will the modern Austrians allow the influence? The Pannonian army was at this time commanded by Septimius Severus, a native of Africa, who in the gradual ascent of private honors had concealed his daring ambition, which was never diverted from its steady course by the allurements of pleasure, the apprehension of danger, or the feelings of humanity. 28. On the first news of the murder of Pertinax, he assembled his troops, painted in the most lively colors the crime, the insolence, and the weakness of the Praetorian guards, and animated the legions to arms and to revenge. He concluded, and the peroration was thought extremely eloquent, with promising every soldier about 400 pounds, an honorable donative, double in value to the infamous bribe with which Julian had purchased the empire. 29. The acclamations of the army immediately saluted Severus with the names of Augustus, Pertinax, and Emperor, and he thus attained the lofty station to which he was invited, by conscious merit and a long train of dreams and omens, the fruitful offsprings either of his superstition or policy. 3028. Return. In the letter to Albinus already mentioned, Commodus accuses Severus as one of the ambitious generals who censured his conduct and wished to occupy his place. Hist. August. p. 80-29. Return. Pannonia was too poor to supply such a sum. It was probably promised in the camp and paid at Rome after the victory. In fixing the sum, I have adopted the conjecture of Casaubon. See Hist. August. p. 66. Comment. p. 115. 30. Return in Texta 30. Return in Lii. P. Severus was declared emperor on the banks of the Danube, either at Carnuntum, according to Spartianus, Hist. August, p. 65, or else at Sabaria, according to Victor. Mr. Fine. Hume, in supposing that the birth and dignity of Severus were too much inferior to the imperial crown, and that he marched into Italy as general only, has not considered this transaction with his usual accuracy. Essay on the original contract. Note: Carnuntum, opposite to the mouth of the Mohava. Its position is doubtful, either Petronell or Heimburg. A little intermediate village seems to indicate by its name Altenburg, the site of an old town. Danville Geogra. Anx Sabalia, now Savar. G. Compare Note 37. Empered the peculiar advantage of his situation. His province extended to the Julian Alps, which gave an easy access into Italy, and he remembered the saying of Augustus that a Pannonian army might in 10 days appear in sight of Rome. 31. By a celerity proportioned to the greatness of the occasion, he might reasonably hope to revenge Pertinax, punish Julian, and receive the homage of the Senate and people as their lawful emperor, before his competitors, separated from Italy by an immense tract of sea and land, were apprised of his success, or even of his election. During the whole expedition, he scarcely allowed himself any moments for sleep or food. Marching on foot and in complete armor at the head of his columns, he insinuated himself into the confidence and affection of his troops, pressed their diligence, revived their spirits, animated their hopes, and was well satisfied to share the hardships of the meanest soldier, whilst he kept in view the infinite superiority of his reward. 31. Return mea return Orvelius. We must reckon the march from the nearest verge of Pannonia and extend the site of the city as far as 200 miles. The wretched Julian had expected, and thought himself prepared, to dispute the empire with the governor of Syria, but in the invincible and rapid approach of the Pannonian legions he saw his inevitable ruin. The hasty arrival of every messenger increased his just apprehensions. He was successively informed that Severus had passed the Alps, that the Italian cities, unwilling or unable to oppose his progress, had received him with the warmest professions of joy and duty, that the important place of Ravenna had surrendered without resistance, and that the Hadriatic fleet was in the hands of the conqueror. The enemy was now within 250 miles of Rome, and every moment diminished the narrow span of life and empire allotted to Julian. He attempted, however, to prevent, or at least to protract, his ruin. He implored the venal faith of the Praetorians, filled the city with unavailing preparations for war, drew lines round the suburbs, and even strengthened the fortifications of the palace, as if those last entrenchments could be defended, without hope of relief against a victorious invader. Fear and shame prevented the guards from deserting his standard, but they trembled at the name of the Pannonian legions, commanded by an experienced general, and accustomed to vanquish the barbarians on the frozen Danube. 32. They quitted with a sigh the pleasures of the baths and theatres, to put on arms, whose use they had almost forgotten, and beneath the weight of which they were oppressed. The unpractised elephants, whose uncouth appearance it was hoped would strike terror into the army of the north, through their unskilful riders, and the awkward evolutions of the marines drawn from the fleet of Misenum, were an object of ridicule to the populace, whilst the Senate enjoyed with secret pleasure the distress and weakness of the usurper. 33-32. Return. This is not a puerile figure of rhetoric, but an allusion to a real fact recorded by Dion, LLXXC. PE 1181. It probably happened more than once. 33. The return to Dion, LLXXCE. P1233. Herodian, LNPEEEI. P81. There is no surer proof of the military skill of the Romans than their first surmounting the idle terror and afterwards disdaining the dangerous use of elephants in war. Note the scope. Note 33. The returned. He insisted that Severus should be declared a public enemy by the Senate. He entreated that the Pannonian general might be associated to the empire. He sent public ambassadors of consular rank to negotiate with his rival. He dispatched private assassins to take away his life. He designed that the Vestal Virgins and all the colleges of priests, in their sacerdotal habits, and bearing before them the sacred pledges of the Roman religion, should advance in solemn procession to meet the Pannonian legions, and at the same time he vainly tried to interrogate or to appease the fates by magic ceremonies and unlawful sacrifices. 34. For return. Hoist ordered. Hist. August. Pra. 62. 62, 62, 62, 62, Faieri in quaes, 32 to wit. This seems to have been a practice somewhat similar to that of which our recent Egyptian travellers relate such extraordinary circumstances. See also Apuleius Orat, de Magia. M. Chapter 5, Sale of the Empire to Didius Julianus. Part 2. Severus, who dreaded neither his arms nor his enchantments, guarded himself from the only danger of secret conspiracy by the faithful attendance of 600 chosen men, who never quitted his person or their cuirasses, either by night or by day, during the whole march. Advancing with a steady and rapid course, he passed without difficulty the defiles of the Apennine, received into his party the troops and ambassadors sent to retard his progress, and made a short halt at Interamia, about 70 miles from Rome. His victory was already secure, but the despair of the Praetorians might have rendered it bloody, and Severus had the laudable ambition of ascending the throne without drawing the sword. 35. His emissaries, dispersed in the capital, assured the guards that provided they would abandon their worthless prince and the perpetrators of the murder of Pertinax to the justice of the conqueror, he would no longer consider that melancholy event as the act of the whole body. The faithless Praetorians, whose resistance was supported only by sullen obstinacy, gladly complied with the easy conditions, seized the greatest part of the assassins, and signified to the Senate that they no longer defended the cause of Julian. That assembly, convoked by the consul, unanimously acknowledged Severus as lawful emperor, decreed divine honors to Pertinax, and pronounced a sentence of deposition and death against his unfortunate successor. Julian was conducted into a private apartment of the baths of the palace and beheaded as a common criminal, after having purchased, with an immense treasure, an anxious and precarious reign of only 66 days. 36. The almost incredible expedition of Severus, who, in so short a space of time, conducted a numerous army from the banks of the Danube to those of the Tiber, proves at once the plenty of provisions produced by agriculture and commerce, the goodness of the roads, the discipline of the legions, and the indolent, subdued temper of the provinces. 37. 17. Mention a combat near the Milvian bridge, the Ponte Molle, unknown to the better and more ancient writers. 36. Return. N. Dion, LLXXEI, p. 1240, Herodian LII, p. 83, Hist, August, p. 6337. Return. From these 66 days we must first deduct 16, as Pertinax was murdered on the 28th of March, and Severus most probably elected on the 13th of April, see Hist, August, p. 65, and Tillemont Hist, des Empereurs, Tom. EI, p. 393, note 7. We cannot allow less than 10 days after his election to put a numerous army in motion. 40 days remain for this rapid march, and as we may compute about 800 miles from Rome to the neighborhood of Vienna, the army of Severus marched 20 miles every day, without halt or intermission. The first cares of Severus were bestowed on two measures, the one dictated by policy, the other by decency, the revenge and the honors due to the memory of Pertinax. Before the new emperor entered Rome, he issued his commands to the Praetorian guards, directing them to wait his arrival on a large plain near the city without arms, but in the habits of ceremony in which they were accustomed to attend their sovereign. He was obeyed by those haughty troops whose contrition was the effect of their just terrors. A chosen part of the Illyrian army encompassed them with levelled spears. Incapable of flight or resistance, they expected their fate in silent consternation. Severus mounted the tribunal, sternly reproached them with perfidy and cowardice, dismissed them with ignominy from the trust which they had betrayed, despoiled them of their splendid ornaments, and banished them, on pain of death, to the distance of 100 miles from the capital. During the transaction, another detachment had been sent to seize their arms, occupy their camp, and prevent the hasty consequences of their despair. 39. The Senate, with a melancholy pleasure, performed the last rites to that excellent prince, whom they had loved and still regretted. The concern of his successor was probably less sincere. He esteemed the virtues of Pertinax, but those virtues would forever have confined his ambition to a private station. Severus pronounced his funeral oration with studied eloquence, inward satisfaction, and well-acted sorrow, and by this pious regard to his memory, convinced the credulous multitude that he alone was worthy to supply his place. Sensible, however, that arms, not ceremonies, must assert his claim to the empire, he left Rome at the end of 30 days, and without suffering himself to be elated by this easy victory, prepared to encounter his more formidable rivals. 39. LLLXXIV, PA2 2044, who assisted at the ceremony as a senator, gives a most pompous description of it. The uncommon abilities and fortune of Severus have induced an elegant historians. 40. The parallel is, at least, imperfect. Where shall we find, in the character of Severus, the commanding superiority of soul, the generous clemency, and the various genius which could reconcile and unite the love of pleasure, the thirst of knowledge, and the fire of ambition? 41. In that age, the art of fortification and the principles of tactics were well. The Severus was their motions, and the constant superiority of Severus was that of an artist who uses the same instruments with Maro's reputation and ability, and defeated numerous armies provided with weapons and discipline equal to his own. In that age, the art of fortification and the principles of tactics were well understood by all the Roman generals, and the constant superiority of Severus was that of an artist who uses the same industry than his rivals. I shall not, however, enter into a minute narrative of these military operations, but as the two civil wars against Niger and against Albinus were almost the same in their conduct, event, and consequences, I shall collect into one point of view the most striking circumstances tending to develop the character of the conqueror and the state of the empire. The burlesque panegyric. Though it is not, most assuredly, the intention of Lucan to exalt the character of Caesar, in the 10th book of the Pharsalia, where he describes him, at the same time making love to Cleopatra, sustaining a siege against the power of Egypt, in conversing with the sages of the country, is in reality the noblest panegyric. Note: Lord Byron wrote, no doubt, from a reminiscence of that passage. It is possible to be a very great man and to be still very inferior to Julius Caesar, the most complete character, so Lord Bacon thought, of all antiquity. Nature seems incapable of such extraordinary combinations as composed his versatile capacity, which was the wonder even of the Romans themselves. The first general, the only triumphant politician, inferior to none in point of eloquence, comparable to any in the attainments of wisdom, in an age made up of the greatest commanders, statesmen, orators, and philosophers that ever appeared in the world, an author who composed a perfect specimen of military annals in his travelling carriage, at one time in a controversy with Cato, at another writing a treatise on punioring and collecting a set of good sayings, fighting and making love at the same moment, and willing to abandon both his empire and his mistress for a sight of the fountains of the Nile. Such did Julius Caesar appear to his contemporaries, and to those of the subsequent ages who were the most inclined to deplore and execrate his fatal genius. Note 47 to Canto Review of Childe Harold. M42 Return. Reckoning from his election, April 13, 1903, to the death of Albinus, February 1, 1915. See Tillemont's chronology. Falsehood and insincerity, unsuitable as they seem to the dignity of public transactions, offend us with a less degrading idea of meanness than when they are found in the intercourse of private life. In the latter, they discover a want of courage; in the other, only a defect of power. And, as it is impossible for the most able statesman to subdue millions of followers and enemies by their own personal strength, the world, under the name of policy, seems to have granted them a very liberal indulgence of craft and dissimulation. Yet the arts of Severus cannot be justified by the most ample privileges of state reason. He promised only to betray, he flattered only to ruin, and however he might occasionally bind himself by oaths and treaties, his conscience, obsequious to his interest, always released him from the inconvenient obligation. 4343 Return, a Herodian, L.I. P85 While quos, if his two competitors, reconciled by their common danger, had advanced upon him without delay, perhaps Severus would have sunk under their united effort. Had they even attacked him at the same time, with separate views and separate armies, the contest might have been long and doubtful. But they fell, singly and successively, an easy prey to the arts as well as arms of their subtle enemy, lulled into security by the moderation of his professions, and overwhelmed by the rapidity of his action. He first marched against Niger, whose reputation and power he the most dreaded, but he declined any hostile declarations, suppressed the name of his antagonist, and only signified to the Senate and people his intention of regulating the eastern provinces. In private he spoke of Niger, his old friend and intended successor, 44, with the most affectionate regard, and highly applauded his generous design of revenging the murder of Pertinax. To punish the vile usurper of the throne was the duty of every Roman general. To persevere in arms and to resist a lawful emperor acknowledged by the Senate would alone render him criminal. 45. The sons of Niger had fallen into his hands among the children of the provincial governors, detained at Rome as pledges for the loyalty of their parents. 46. As long as the power of Niger inspired terror or even respect, they were educated with the most tender care with the children of Severus himself, but they were soon involved in their father's ruin and removed first by exile and afterwards by death from the eye of public compassion. 47-44 Return. Whilst Severus was very dangerously ill, it was industriously given out that he intended to appoint Niger and Albinus his successors. As he could not be sincere with respect to both, he might not be so with regard to either. Yet Severus carried his hypocrisy so far as to profess that intention in the memoirs of his own life. To 45 Return. Hist. August. p. 65-46. Return. This practice, invented by Commodus, proved very useful to Severus. He found at Rome the children of many of the principal adherents of his rivals, and he employed them more than once to intimidate or seduce the parents. 47 Return. Herodian, Liee, p. 95. Hist. August, p. 67-68. While Severus was engaged in his Eastern war, he had reason to apprehend that the governor of Britain might pass the sea and the Alps, occupy the vacant seat of empire, and oppose his return with the authority of the Senate and the forces of the West. The ambiguous conduct of Albinus, in not assuming the imperial title, left room for negotiation. Forgetting at once his professions of patriotism and the jealousy of sovereign power, he accepted the precarious rank of Caesar as a reward for his fatal neutrality. Till the first contest was destruction, with every mark of esteem and regard. Even in the letter in which he announced his victory over Niger, he styles Albinus the brother of his soul and empire, sends him the affectionate salutations of his wife Julia and his young family, and entreats him to preserve the armies and the republic faithful to their common interest. The messengers charged with this letter were instructed to accost the Caesar with respect, to desire a private audience, and to plunge their daggers into his heart. 2 engagements, 481, the one near the Hellespont, the other in the narrow defiles of Cilicia, decided the fate of his Syrian competitor, and the troops of Europe asserted their usual ascendant over the effeminate natives of Asia. 49. The Battle of Lyons, where 150,000 Romans 50 were engaged, was equally fatal to Albinus. The valor of the British army maintained, indeed, a sharp and doubtful contest with the hardy discipline of the Illyrian legions. The fame and person of Severus appeared, during a few moments, irrecoverably lost, till that warlike prince rallied his fainting troops and led them on to a decisive victory. 51. The war was finished by that memorable day. 51-1 Return and Return. There were 3 actions, one near Nice, in Bithynia, the third near the Issus, in Desian, Lysiv. 2-4 W. Herodian represents the second battle as of less importance than Dion. M49 Return. Consult the 3rd book of Herodian and the 74th book of Dion Cassius. 50 Return LELLXXV. P1265T 1265T226. P1265. P26 Hist. August P11 Hist. August. P68. The battle was fought in the plain of Trevoux, 3 or 4 leagues from Lyons. See Tillemont 18:511. Return in 511 in Return in B2. According to Herodian, it was his lieutenant, Latus, who led back the troops to the battle and gained the day, which tributes to Latus a great share in the victory. Severus afterwards bew a Numbrestian, married the 60 bew has for 11. According to the former, Laetus appeared with his own army in Tyre, which he was suspected of having designedly kept disengaged when the battle was still doubtful, or rather after the rout of Severus. Dion says that he did not move till Severus had won the victory. M. The civil wars of modern Europe have been distinguished not only by the fierce animosity, but likewise by the obstinate perseverance of the contending factions. They have generally been justified by some principle, or, at least, colored by some pretext of religion, freedom, or loyalty. The leaders were nobles of independent property and hereditary influence. The troops fought like men interested in the decision of the quarrel, and as military spirit and party zeal were strongly diffused throughout the whole community, a vanquished chief was immediately supplied with new adherents eager to shed their blood in the same cause. But the Romans, after the fall of the Republic, combated only for the choice of masters. Under the standard of a popular candidate for empire, a few enlisted from affection, some from fear, many from interest, none from principle. The legions, uninflamed by party zeal, were allured into civil war by liberal donatives and still more liberal promises. A defeat, by disabling the chief from the performance of his engagements, dissolved the mercenary allegiance of his followers and left them to consult their own safety by a timely desertion of an unsuccessful cause. It was of little moment to the provinces, under whose name they were oppressed or governed. They were driven by the impulsion of the present power, and as soon as that power yielded to a superior force, they hastened to implore the clemency of the conqueror, who, as he had an immense debt to discharge, was obliged to sacrifice the most guilty countries to the avarice of his soldiers. In the vast extent of the Roman Empire, there were few fortified cities capable of protecting a routed army, nor was there any person, or family, or order of men, whose natural interest, unsupported by the powers of government, was capable of restoring the cause of a sinking party. 52. Considération, surveiller. Yet, in the contest between Niger and Severan, a single city deserves an honorable exception. As Byzantium was one of the greatest passages from Europe into Asia, it had been provided with a strong garrison, and a fleet of 500 vessels was anchored in the harbor. 53. The impetuosity of Severus disappointed this prudent scheme of defense. He left to his generals the siege of Byzantium, forced the less guarded passage of the Hellespont, and, impatient of a meaner enemy, pressed forward to encounter his rival. Byzantium, attacked by a numerous and increasing army, and afterwards by the whole naval power of the empire, sustained a siege of 3 years and remained faithful to the name and memory of Niger. The citizens and soldiers, we know not from what cause, were animated with equal fury. Several of the principal officers of Niger, who despaired of, or who disdained, a pardon, had thrown themselves into this last refuge. The fortifications were esteemed impregnable, and in the defense of the place, a celebrated engineer displayed all the mechanic powers known to the ancients. 54. Byzantium at length surrendered to famine. The magistrates and soldiers were put to the sword, the walls demolished, the privileges suppressed, and the destined capital of the East subsisted only as an open village, subject to the insulting jurisdiction of Perinthus. The historian Dion, who had admired the flourishing and lamented the desolate state of Byzantium, accused the revenge of Severus for depriving the Roman people of the strongest bulwark against the barbarians of Pontus and Asia 55. The truth of this observation was but too well justified in the succeeding age, when the Gothic fleets covered the Euxine and passed through the undefined Bosphorus into the center of the Mediterranean. 53. In Genderentron, most of these, as may be supposed, were small open vessels. Some, however, were galleys of 2 and a few of 3 ranks of oars. 54. Return. The engineer's name was Priscus. His skill saved his life, and he was taken into the service of the conqueror. For the particular facts of the siege, consult Dion, Cassius ILLLXXVB, 225 VIB in N. 76. 55 Return. Notwithstanding the authority of Spartianus and some modern Greeks, we may be assured from Dion and Herodian that Byzantium, many years after the death of Severus, lay in ruins. There is no contradiction between the relation of Dion and that of Spartianus and the modern Greeks. Dion does not say that Severus destroyed Byzantium, but that he deprived it of its franchises and privileges, stripped the inhabitants of their property, razed the fortifications, and subjected the city to the jurisdiction of Perinthus. Therefore, when Spartian, Suidas, Cedrinus say that Severus and his son Antoninus restored to Byzantium its rights and franchises, ordered temples to be built, and c. This is easily reconciled with the relation of Dion. Perhaps the lost is past us. As to Herodian, his expressions are evidently exaggerated, and he has been guilty of so many inaccuracies in the history of Severus that we have a right to suppose one in his passage. G. from W. Wenck and M. Guizot have omitted to cite Zosimus, who mentions a particular portico built by Severus and called apparently by his name, Zosim, Hist, EI, CXXXX E51, 53, edit. Heaney. M. Both Niger and Albinus were discovered and put to death in their field of battle. Their fate excited neither surprise nor compassion. They had staked their lives against the chance of empire, and suffered what they would have inflicted, nor did Severus claim the arrogant superiority of suffering his rivals to live in a private station, but his unforgiving temper, stimulated by avarice, indulged a spirit of revenge where there was no room for apprehension. The most considerable of the provincials, who, without any dislike to the fortunate candidate, had obeyed the governor under whose authority they were accidentally placed, were punished by death, exile, and especially by the confiscation of their estates. Many cities of the East were stripped of their ancient honors and obliged to pay into the treasury of Severus 4 times the amount of the sums contributed by them for the service of Niger. 56 Font return in Jur. LL Alex Exiv P 1250.Chintu till the final decision of the war. The cruelty of Severus was, in some measure, restrained by the uncertainty of the event and his pretended reverence for the Senate. The head of Albinus, accompanied with a menacing letter, announced to the Romans that he was resolved to spare none of the adherents of his unfortunate competitors. He was irritated by the just auspicion that he had never possessed the affections of the Senate, and he concealed his old malevolence under the recent discovery of some treasonable correspondences. 35 senators, however, accused of having favored the party of Albinus, he freely pardoned and, by his subsequent behavior, endeavored to convince them that he had forgotten, as well as forgiven, their supposed offenses. But, at the same time, he condemned 4157 other senators whose names history has recorded. Their wives, children, and clients attended them in death. 57 and the noblest provincials of Spain and Gaul were involved in the same ruin. 5572. Such rigid justice, for so he termed it, was, in the opinion of Severus, the only conduct capable of ensuring peace to the people or stability to the prince, and he condescended slightly to lament that to be mild it was necessary that he should first be cruel. 58, 57, return, Nile, LLLXXV, P. 264, only 29 senators are mentioned by him, but 41 are named in the Augustan history, p. 69, among whom were 6 of the name of Pescennius. Herodian, now Ikaio, p. 70, Severus to Sphiphorus to Virus to Phiphorus to Suphiphorus to this massacre of the wives of the senators. He adds that only the children and relatives of Niger and Albinus were put to death. This is true of the family of Albinus, who were sent into exile, but afterwards put to death. Among the partisans of Albinus who were put to death were many women of rank, motai, faeminae illustres, Lamprid in Sever. Mayor 572 return during this contest of Rome during this contest. All pretended to be on the side of Severus, but their secret sentiments were often betrayed by a change of countenance on the arrival of some sudden report. Some were detected by overacting their loyalty. Mai, Fragment, Vatican. p. 227. Severus told the Senate he would rather have their hearts than their votes. Ebed M5d8 returned Aurelius Victor. The true interest of an absolute monarch generally coincides with that of his people. Their numbers, their wealth, their order, and their security are the best and only foundations of his real greatness, and would dictate the same rule of conduct. Severus considered the Roman Empire as his property, and had no sooner secured the possession than he bestowed his care on the cultivation and improvement of so valuable an acquisition. Salutary laws, executed with inflexible firmness, soon corrected most of the abuses with which, since the death of Marcus, every part of the government had been infected. In the administration of justice, the judgments of the emperor were characterized by attention, discernment, and impartiality, and whenever he deviated from the strict line of equity, it was generally in favor of the poor and oppressed, not so much indeed from any sense of humanity, as from the natural propensity of a despot to humble the pride of greatness, and to sink all his subjects to the same common level of absolute dependence. His expensive taste for building, magnificent shows, and above all, a constant and liberal distribution of corn and provisions were the surest means of captivating the affection of the Roman people. 59. The misfortunes of civil discord were obliterated. The calm of peace and prosperity was once more experienced in the provinces, and many cities, restored by the munificence of Severus, assumed the title of his colonies and attested by public monuments their gratitude and felicity. 60. The fame of the Roman arms was revived by that warlike and successful emperor, 61, and he boasted, with a just pride, that, having received the empire oppressed with foreign and domestic wars, he left it established in profound, universal, and honorable peace. 62, 52, 502. Hist. August, p. 67. Severus celebrated the secular games with extraordinary magnificence, and he left in the public granaries a provision of corn for 7 years at the rate of 75,000 modii, or about 2,000 hundred quarters per day. I am persuaded that the granaries of Severus were supplied for a long term, but I am not less persuaded that policy on one hand and admiration on the other magnified the hoard far beyond its true contents. 60. Return. See Spanheim's treatise of ancient medals, the inscriptions, and our learned travellers Spon and Wheeler, Shaw, Pocock, and C., who in Africa, Greece, and Asia have found more monuments of Severus than of any other Roman emperor whatsoever. 61. Return. He carried his victorious arms to Seleucia and Sixtiphon, the capitals of the Parthian monarchy. I shall have occasion to mention this war in its proper place. The 62 return, etiam in Britannis, was his own just and emphatic expression. Hist. August. 73. Although the wounds of civil war appeared completely healed, its mortal poison still lurked in the vitals of the constitution. Severus possessed a considerable share of vigor and ability, but the daring soul of the first Caesar or the deep policy of Augustus were scarcely equal to the task of curbing the insolence of the victorious legions. By gratitude, by misguided policy, by seeming necessity, Severus was reduced to relax the nerves of discipline. 63. The vanity of his soldiers was flattered with the honor of wearing gold rings. Their ease was indulged in the permission of quarters. He increased their pay beyond the example of former times, and taught them to expect, and soon to claim, extraordinary donatives on every public occasion of danger or festivity. Elated by success, enervated by luxury, and raised above the level of subjects by their dangerous privileges, 64, they soon became incapable of military fatigue, oppressive to the country, and impatient of a just subordination. Their officers asserted the superiority of rank by a more profuse and elegant luxury. There is still extant a letter of Severus, lamenting the licentious stage of the army, 64-1, and exhorting one of his generals to begin the necessary reformation from the tribunes themselves, since, as he justly observes, the officer who has forfeited the esteem will never command the obedience of his soldiers. 65. Had the emperor pursued the train of reflection, he would have discovered that the primary cause of this general corruption might be ascribed, not indeed to the example, but to the pernicious indulgence, however, of the commander-in-chief. 63. Return Herodian, Hel Eti, p. 115. Hist. August, p. 68. 68. St. 3. For return and the privileges of the soldier, the 16th satire, falsely ascribed to Juvenal, may be consulted. The style and circumstances of it would induce me to believe that it was composed under the reign of Severus or that of his son, 641, return, not of the army but of the troops in Gaul. The contents of this letter seem to prove that Severus was really anxious to restore discipline. Herodian is the only historian mentions his increase of the pays. Mayam 65 returned to Hist. 73. The Praetorians who murdered their emperor and sold the empire had received the just punishment of their treason, but the necessary, though dangerous, institution of guards was soon restored on a new model by Severus and increased to 4 times the ancient number, 66. Formerly these troops had been recruited in Italy, and as the adjacent provinces gradually imbibed the softer manners of Rome, the levies were extended to Macedonia, Noricum, and Spain. In the room of these elegant troops, better adapted to the pomp of courts than to the uses of war, it was established by Severus that from all the legions of the frontiers, the soldiers most distinguished for strength, valor, and fidelity should be occasionally drafted and promoted as an honor and reward into the more eligible service of the guards. 67. By this new institution, the Italian youth were diverted from the exercise of arms, and the capital was terrified by the strange aspect and manners of a multitude of barbarians. But Severus flattered himself that the legions would consider these chosen praetorians as the representatives of the whole military order, and that the present aid of 50,000 men, superior in arms and appointments to any force that could be brought into the field against them, would forever crush the hopes of rebellion and secure the empire to himself and his posterity. 66. Return Herodian, Lii, p. 31. Min 67. Return, in 60 min section, min section, nin section, nin section, min section, min section. As the government degenerated into military despotism, the Praetorian prefect, who in his origin had been a simple captain of the guards, 601, was placed not only at the head of the army, but of the finances, and even of the law. In every department of administration, he represented the person and exercised the authority of the emperor. The first prefect who enjoyed and abused this immense power was Plautianus, the favorite minister of Severus. His reign lasted above 10 years, till the marriage of his daughter with the eldest son of the emperor, which seemed to assure his fortune, proved the occasion of his ruin. 68. The animosities of the palace, by irritating the ambition and alarming the fears of Plautianus, 681 threatened to produce a revolution, to consent with reluctance to his death. 69. After the fall of Plautianus, an eminent lawyer, the celebrated Papinian, was appointed to execute the motley office of Praetorian Prefect. 6071 Return. The Praetorian Prefect had never been a simple captain of the guards. From the first creation of this office, under Augustus, it possessed great power. That emperor, therefore, decreed that there should be always 2 Praetorian Prefects, who could only be taken from the equestrian order. Tiberius first departed from the former clause of this edict. Alexander Severus violated the second by naming senators prefects. It appears that it was under Commodus that the Praetorian prefects obtained the province of civil jurisdiction. It extended only to Italy, with the exception of Rome and its district. As to the control of the finances and the levying of taxes, it was not entrusted to them till after the great change that Constantine I made in the organization of the empire at least. I know no passage which assigns it to them before that time, and Drachenbauer, who has treated this question in his Dissertation de Officiale Praefectorum Praetorio B, does not quote 1. W68 return, one of his most daring and wanton acts of power, was the castration of 100 free Romans, some of them married men and even fathers of families, merely that his daughter, on her marriage with the young emperor, might be attended by a train of eunuchs worthy of an Eastern queen. Dion, LLXXV, 271, 2C8 1, return. Plautianus was compatriot, relative, and the old friend of Severus. He had so completely shut up all access to the emperor that the latter was ignorant how far he abused his powers. At length, being informed of it, he began to limit his authority. The marriage of Plautilla with Caracalla was unfortunate, and the prince who had been forced to consent to it menaced the father and the daughter with death when he should come to the throne. It was feared after that Plautianus would avail himself of the power which he still possessed against the imperial family, and Severus caused him to be assassinated in his presence upon the pretext of a conspiracy, which Dion considers fictitious. This note is not perhaps very necessary and does not contain the whole facts. Dion considers the conspiracy the invention of Caracalla, by whose command, almost by whose hand, Plautianus was slain in the presence of Severus. M69 return Mal LLXXV P 12074. Herodian LII P 122-129. The grammarian of Alexander seems, as is not unusual, much better acquainted with this mysterious transaction, and more assured of the guilt of Plautianus than the Roman senator ventures to be. Till the reign of Severus, the virtue and even the good sense of the emperors had been distinguished by their zeal or affected reverence for the Senate, and by a tender regard to the nice frame of civil policy instituted by Augustus. But the youth of Severus had been trained in the implicit obedience of camps, and his riper years spent in the despotism of military command. His haughty and inflexible spirit could not discover, or would not acknowledge, the advantage of preserving an intermediate power, however imaginary, between the emperor and the army. He disdained to profess himself the servant of an assembly that detested his person and trembled at his frown. He issued his commands where his requests would have proved as effectual, assumed the conduct and style of a sovereign and a conqueror, and exercised, without disguise, the whole legislative as well as the executive power. The victory over the Senate was easy and inglorious. Every eye and every passion were directed to the supreme magistrate, who possessed the arms and treasure of the state, whilst the Senate, neither elected by the people, nor guarded by military force, nor animated by public spirit, rested its declining authority on the frail and crumbling basis of ancient opinion. The fine theory of a republic insensibly vanished, and made way for the more natural and substantial feelings of monarchy. As the freedom and honors of Rome were successively communicated to the provinces in which the old government had been either unknown or was remembered with abhorrence, the tradition of republican maxims was gradually obliterated. The Greek historians of the age of the Antonine 70 observe, with a malicious pleasure, that although the sovereign of Rome, in compliance with an obsolete prejudice, abstained from the name of king, he possessed the full measure of regal power. In the reign of Severus, the Senate was filled with polished and eloquent slaves from the eastern provinces who justified personal flattery by speculative principles of servitude. These new advocates of prerogative were heard with pleasure by the court and with patience by the people when they inculcated the duty of passive obedience and descanted on the inevitable mischiefs of freedom. The lawyers and historians concurred in teaching that the imperial authority was held not by the delegated commission, but by the irrevocable resignation of the Senate, that the emperor was freed from the restraint of civil laws, could command by his arbitrary will the lives and fortunes of his subjects, and might dispose of the empire as of his private patrimony. 71. The most eminent of the civil lawyers, and particularly Papinian, Paulus, and Ulpian, flourished under the house of Severus, and the Roman jurisprudence, having closely united itself with the system of monarchy, was supposed to have attained its full majority and perfection. 70. Return. Appian in prime, G80, Appian in prime, GTATN, GTATE. Dion Cassius seems to have written with no other view than to form these opinions into an historical system, the Pandeia's will, how assiduously the lawyers, on their side, the contemporaries of Severus in the enjoyment of the peace and glory of his reign, forgave the cruelties by which it had been introduced. Posterity, who experienced the fatal effects of his maxims and example, justly considered him as the principal author of the decline of the Roman Empire. Chapter 6. Death of Severus, Tyranny of Caracalla, Usurpation of Marcinus. Part 1. The death of Severus, Tyranny of Caracalla, Usurpation on Conticala. The ascent to greatness, however steep and dangerous, may entertain an active spirit with the consciousness and exercise of its own powers, but the possession of a throne could never yet afford a lasting satisfaction to an ambitious mind. This melancholy truth was felt and acknowledged by Severus. Fortune and merit had, from an humble station, elevated him to the first place among mankind. He had been all things, as he said himself, and all was of little value. 1284. Like most of the Africans, Severus was passionately addicted to the vain studies of magic and divination, deeply versed in the interpretation of dreams and omens, and perfectly acquainted with the science of judicial astrology, which, in almost every age except the present, has maintained its dominion over the mind of man. He had lost his first wife while he was governor of the Lyonese Gaul. 3. In the choice of a second, he sought only to connect himself with some favorite of fortune, and as soon as he had discovered that the young lady of Emissa in Syria had a royal nativity, he solicited and obtained her hand. 4. Julia Domna, for that was her name, deserved all that the stars could promise her. She possessed, even in advanced age, the attractions of beauty. 5. And united to a lively imagination, a firmness of mind. Her amiable qualities never made any deep impression on the dark and jealous temper of her husband. But in her son's reign, she administered the principal affairs of the empire with a prudence that supported his authority, and with a moderation that sometimes corrected his wild extravagancies. 6. Julia applied herself to letters and philosophy, with some success, and with the most splendid reputation. She was the patroness of every art and the friend of every man of genius. 7. The grateful flattery of the learned has celebrated her virtues, but, if we may credit the scandal of ancient history, chastity was very far from being the most conspicuous virtue of the Empress Julia. 8.3. Neperted. About the year 1806. Member des. De Tillemont is miserably embarrassed with a passage of Dion, in which the Empress Faustina, who died in the year 75, is introduced as having contributed to the marriage of Severus and Julia, LLXXiv. p. 1243. The learned compiler forgot that Dion is relating not a real fact, but a dream of Severus, and dreams are circumscribed to no limits of time or space. Did M. de Tillemont imagine that marriages were consummated in the temple of Venus at Rome? Hist. Does Emperors. 20 return. Hist. August. p. 65. Fifi 5. 2 Adusnus Hist. August. Fifi 4 L. 7 return 4 13 5 returner. See a dissertation of Menage at the end of his edition of D. Albau Gexvi, p. 42 Old return. The fond hopes of the father and of the Roman world were soon disappointed by these vain youths, who displayed the indolent security of hereditary princes, and a presumption that fortune would supply the place of merit and abdication. Without any emulation of virtue or talents, they discovered, almost from their infancy, a fixed and implacable antipathy for each other. 9. Return. Bassianus was his first name, as it had been that of his maternal grandfather. During his reign he assumed the appellation of Antoninus, which is employed by lawyers and ancient historians. After his death, the public indignation loaded him with the nicknames of Tarantus and Caracalla. The first was borrowed from a celebrated gladiator, the second from a long Gallic gown which he distributed to the people of Rome. Their aversion, confirmed by years and fomented by the arts of their interested favorites, broke out in childish and gradually in more serious competitions and, at length, divided the theatre, the circus, and the court into two factions, actuated by the hopes and fears of their respective leaders. The prudent emperor endeavored by every expedient of advice and authority to allay this growing animosity. The unhappy discord of his sons clouded all his prospects and threatened to overturn a throne raised with so much labor, cemented with so much blood, and guarded with every defense of arms and treasure. With an impartial hand he maintained between them an exact balance of favor, conferred on both the rank of Augustus with the revered name of Antoninus, and for the first time the Roman world beheld three emperors. 10. Yet even this equal conduct served only to inflame the contest, whilst the fierce Caracalla asserted the right of primogeniture, and the milder Geta courted the affections of the people and the soldiers. In the anguish of a disappointed father, Severus foretold that the weaker of his sons would fall a sacrifice to the stronger, who, in his turn, would be ruined by his own vices. 1110 return. The elevation of Caracalla is fixed by the accurate M. de Tillemont to the year 1908. The association of Geta to the year 2821. In return, Hilordian. The lives of Caracalla and Geta in the Augustan history. In these circumstances, the intelligence of a war in Britain and of an invasion of the province by the barbarians of the north was received with pleasure by Severus. Though the vigilance of his lieutenants might have been sufficient to repel the distant enemy, he resolved to embrace the honorable pretext of withdrawing his sons from the luxury of Rome, which enervated their minds and irritated their passions, and of inuring their youth to the toils of war and government. Notwithstanding his advanced age, for he was above 80, and his gout, which obliged him to be carried in a litter, he transported himself in person into that remote island, attended by his 2 sons, his whole court, and a formidable army. He immediately passed the walls of Hadrian and Antoninus, and entered the enemy's country, with the design of completing the long-attempted conquest of Britain. He penetrated to the northern extremity of the island without meeting an enemy. But the concealed ambuscades of the Caledonians, who hung unseen on the rear and flanks of his army, the coldness of the climate, and the severity of a winter march across the hills and morasses of Scotland, are reported to have cost the Romans above 50,000 men. The Caledonians at length yielded to the powerful and obstinate attack, sued for peace, and surrendered a part of their arms and a large tract of territory. But their apparent submission lasted no longer than the present terror. As soon as the Roman legions had retired, they resumed their hostile independence. Their restless spirit provoked Severus to send a new army into Caledonia, with the most bloody orders not to subdue, but to extirpate the natives. They were saved by the death of their haughty enemy. 1212 return. A. LLLXXV. P. 1280, NC Herodian, LEIE. P. 32, and C. This Caledonian War, neither marked by decisive events nor attended with any important consequences, would ill deserve our attention, but it is supposed, not without a considerable degree of probability, that the invasion of Severus is connected with the most shining period of the British history or fable. Fingal, whose fame with that of his heroes and bards has been revived in our language by a recent publication, is said to have commanded the Caledonians in that memorable juncture, to have eluded the power of Severus, and to have obtained a signal victory on the banks of the Karun, in which the son of the king of the world, Caracul, fled from his arms along the fields of his pride. 13. Something of a doubtful mist still hangs over these Highland traditions, nor can it be entirely dispelled by the most ingenious researches of modern criticism. 14. But if we could, with safety, indulge the pleasing supposition that Fingal lived and that Ossian sung, the striking contrast of the situation and manners of the contending nations might amuse a philosophic mind. The parallel would be little to the advantage of the more civilized people if we compare the unrelenting revenge of Severus with the generous clemency of Fingal, the timid and brutal cruelty of Caracalla with the bravery, the tenderness, the elegant genius of Ossian, the mercenary chiefs who, from motives of fear or interest, served under the imperial standard, with the freeborn warriors who started to arms at the voice of the King of Morven. If, in a word, we contemplated the untutored Caledonians glowing with the warm virtues of nature, and the degenerate Romans polluted with the mean vices of wealth and slavery. 13. Return. Quote, Ossian's poems, Volume Ronicon Return. That the Caracol of Ossian is the Caracalla of the Roman history is, perhaps, the untipple Caledonians with the descendantist. Whitaker are of the same opinion, and yet the opinion is not without difficulty. In the Caledonian War, the son of Severus was known only by the appellation of Antoninus, and it may seem strange that the Highland bard should describe him by a nickname, invented 4 years afterwards, scarcely used by the Romans till after the death of that emperor, and seldom employed by the most ancient historians. See Dion, LLXXVI, p. 30 Storian 7, Hist, August, p. 89, Aurel, Victor, Euseb, in Cron, Ad Ann, 214. Note, the historical authority of Macpherson's Ossian has not increased since Gibbon wrote. We may, indeed, consider it exploded. Mr. Whitaker, in a letter to Gibbon Misc, Works, Vol. I, in attempts not very successfully to weaken this objection of the historian, M.D.O. Val. Impatient of any delay or division of empire, he attempted more than once to shorten the small remainder of his father's days, and endeavored, but without success, to excite a mutiny among the troops. 115. The old emperor had often censured the misguided lenity of Marcus, who, by a single act of justice, might have saved the Romans from the tyranny of his worthless son. Placed in the same situation, he experienced how easily the rigor of a judge dissolves away in the tenderness of a parent. He deliberated, he threatened, but he could not punish, and this last and only instance of mercy was more fatal to the empire than a long series of cruelty. 16. The disorder of his mind irritated the pains of his body. He wished impatiently for death, and his impatience, he expired at York in the 65th year of his life, and in the 18th of Amanius. In his last moments he recommended concord to his sons, and his sons to the army. The salutary advice never reached the heart or even the understanding of the impetuous youths, but the more obedient troops, mindful of their oath of allegiance and of the authority of their deceased master, resisted the solicitations of Caracalla and proclaimed both brothers emperors of Rome. The new princes soon left the Caledonians in peace, returned to the capital, celebrated their father's funeral with divine honors, and were cheerfully acknowledged as lawful sovereigns by the Senate, the people, and the provinces. Some preeminence of rank seems to have been allowed to the elder brother, but they both administered the empire with equal and independent power. 1715 Return, Dion LLXXV, P2 28-2. Hist, August, Puntiachu 28-3. Hist, August, Puntiachu 28-3. 89, 17. Return. 17, Dion, LLXXV. P. 1284. Herodian, LXXV. Such a divided form of government would have proved a source of discord between the most affectionate brothers. It was impossible that it could long subsist between two implacable enemies, who neither desired nor could trust a reconciliation. It was visible that one only could reign, and that the other must fall, and each of them, judging of his rival's designs by his own, guarded his life with the most jealous vigilance from the repeated attacks of poison or the sword. Their rapid journey through Gaul and Italy, during which they never ate at the same table or slept in the same house, displayed to the provinces the odious spectacle of fraternal discord. On their arrival at Rome, they immediately divided the vast extent of the imperial palace. 18. No communication was allowed between their apartments. The doors and passages were diligently fortified, and guards posted and relieved with the same strictness as in a besieged place. The emperors met only in public, in the presence of their afflicted mother, and each surrounded by a numerous train of armed followers. Even on these occasions of ceremony, the dissimulation of courts could ill disguise the rancor of their hearts. 19 and 18 Return. Mr. Hume is justly surprised at a passage of Herodian, LNW diff the C9, who on this occasion represents the imperial palace as equal in extent to the rest of Rome. The whole region of the Palatine Mount, on which it was built, occupied at most a circumference of 11 or 12,000 feet. See the Nuncitia and Victa in Nardini's Roma Antica. But we should recollect that the opulent senators had almost surrounded the city with their extensive gardens and suburb palaces, the greatest part of which had been gradually confiscated by the emperors. If Geta resided in the gardens that bore his name on the Janiculum, and if Caracalla inhabited the gardens of Maecenas on the Esquiline, the rival brothers were separated from each other by the distance of several miles, and yet the intermediate space was filled by the imperial gardens of Sallust, of Lucullus, of Agrippa, of Domitian, of Caius, and C, all skirting round the city, and all connected with each other, and with the palace, by bridges thrown over the Tiber and the streets. But this explanation of Herodian would require, though it ill deserves, a particular dissertation, illustrated by a map of ancient Rome. Hume, Essay on Populousness of Ancient Nations. 19 Return. Herodian, LIV. 13:9. This latent civil war already distracted the whole government when a scheme was suggested that seemed of mutual benefit to the hostile brothers. It was proposed that since it was impossible to reconcile their minds, they should separate their interest and divide the empire between them. The conditions of the treaty were already drawn with some accuracy. It was agreed that Caracalla, as the elder brother, should remain in possession of Europe and the Western Africa, and that he should relinquish the sovereignty of Asia and Egypt to Geta, who might fix his residence at Alexandria or Antioch, cities little inferior to Rome itself in wealth and greatness. That numerous armies should be constantly encamped on either side of the Thracian Bosphorus to guard the frontiers of the rival monarchies, and that the senators of European extraction should acknowledge the sovereign of Rome, whilst the natives of Asia followed the emperor of the East. The tears of the Empress Julia interrupted the negotiation, the first idea of which had filled every Roman breast with surprise and indignation. The mighty mass of conquest was so intimately united by the hand of time and policy that it required the most forcible violence to rend it asunder. The Romans had reason to dread that the disjointed members would soon be reduced by a civil war under the dominion of one master, but if the separation was permanent, the division of the provinces must terminate in the dissolution of an empire whose unity had hitherto remained inviolate. 2020 Return. Herodian, LEVP. 144. Had the treaty been carried into execution, the sovereign of Europe might soon have been the conqueror of Asia. But Caracalla obtained an easier, though a more guilty victory. He artfully listened to his mother's entreaties and consented to meet his brother in her apartment on terms of peace and reconciliation. In the midst of their conversation, some centurions who had contrived to conceal themselves rushed with drawn swords upon the unfortunate Geta. His distracted mother strove to protect him in her arms, but in the unavailing struggle she was wounded in the hand and covered with the blood of her younger son, while she saw the elder animating and assisting 21, the fury of the assassins. As soon as the deed was perpetrated, Caracalla, with hasty steps and horror in his countenance, ran towards the praetorian camp, as his only refuge and threw himself on the ground before the statues of the tutelar deities. 22. The soldiers attempted to raise and comfort him. In broken and disordered words he informed them of his imminent danger and fortunate escape, insinuating that he had prevented the designs of his enemy, and declared his resolution to live and die with his faithful troops. Geta had been the favorite of the soldiers, but complaint was jealous, and they still reverenced the son of Severus. Their discontent died away in idle murmurs, and Caracalla soon convinced them of the justice of his cause by distributing in one lavish donative the accumulated treasures of his father's reign. 2-3. The real sentiments of the soldiers alone were of importance to his power or safety. Their declaration in his favor commanded the dutiful professions of the Senate. The obsequious assembly was always prepared to ratify the decision of fortune 2-3-1. But as Caracalla wished to assuage the first emotions of public indignation, the name of Geta was mentioned with decency, and he received the funeral honors of a Roman emperor. 24. Posterity, in pity to his misfortune, has cast a veil over his vices. We consider that young prince as the innocent victim of his revenge and wonder without an inclination to consummate the same attempts of without presented temptation. 241-21 Return. Caracalla consecrated in the temple of Serapis the sword with which, as he boasted, he had slain his brother Geta. Dion, LLXXVIP, 1307, Inchu Return. In every Roman camp there was a small chapel near the headquarters, in which the statues of the tutelar deities were preserved and adored, and we may remark that the eagles and other military ensigns were in the first rank of these deities, an excellent institution which confirmed discipline by the sanction of religion. See Lipsius de Militia Romana, IFIF 5223. Return Herodian, LIV 5228. Ion, LIV 4089. Ensign 231, Affair Live. Return Affair Live Ian, varies in some degree from this statement, 1-27. It adds that the next morning in the Senate, Antoninus requested their indulgence, not because he had killed his brother, but because he was hoarse and could not address them. Mai, Fragamen, P. 2288 Right 1. 2-4 Return. Geta was placed among the gods. Sit divus, dum non. Sit vivus, said his brother. Hist. August. P91. Some marks of Geta's consecration are still found upon medals. 214, which history has given of Geta, is not founded solely on a feeling of pity. It is supported by the testimony of contemporary historians. He was too fond of the pleasures of the table, and showed great mistrust of his brother. But he was humane, well instructed. He often endeavored to mitigate the rigorous decrees of Severus and Caracalla. Herod Ivive, said a W. Neither business, nor pleasure, nor flattery could defend Caracalla from the stings of a guilty conscience, and he confessed, in the anguish of a tortured mind, that his disordered fancy often beheld the angry forms of his father and his brother rising into life to threaten and upbraid him. 25. The consciousness of his crime should have induced him to convince mankind, by the virtues of his reign, that the bloody deed had been the involuntary effect of fatal necessity. But the repentance of Caracalla only prompted him to remove from the world whatever could remind him of his guilt or recall the memory of his murdered brother. On his return from the Senate to the palace, he found his mother in the company of several noble matrons, weeping over the untimely fate of her younger son. The jealous emperor threatened them with instant death. The sentence was executed against Fadilla, the last remaining daughter of the Emperor Marcus, 251, and even the afflicted Julia was obliged to silence her lamentations, to suppress her sighs, and to receive the assassin with smiles of joy and approbation. It was computed that, under the vague appellation of the friends of Geta, above 20,000 persons of both sexes suffered death. His guards and freedmen, the ministers of his serious business, and the companions of his looser hours, those who by his interest had been promoted to any commands in the army or provinces, with the long connected chain of their dependents, were included in the proscription, which endeavored to reach every one who had maintained the smallest correspondence with Geta, who lamented his death. 26 Helvius Pertinax, son to the prince of that name, lost his life by an unseasonable witticism. 27. It was a sufficient crime of Thracia Priscus to be descended from a family in which the love of liberty seemed an hereditary quality. 28. The particular causes of calumny and suspicion were at length exhausted, and when a senator was accused of being a secret enemy to the government, the emperor was satisfied with the general proof that he was a man of property and virtue. From this well-grounded principle, he frequently drew the most bloody inferences. 28.1 Return. Dion LLXXV. p. 1307 on return our return. The most valuable paragraph of Dion, which the industry of M. Manas recovered, relates to this daughter of Marcus. Heard how when commanded to choose the kind of death she was to suffer, she burst into womanish tears, but remembering her father Marcus, she thus spoke: O my hapless soul, I, Animula, now imprisoned in the body, burst forth. Be free. Show them, however reluctant to believe it, that thou art the daughter of Marcus. She then laid aside all her ornaments, and preparing herself for death, ordered her veins to be opened. Mai. Fragum. Vatican. I. P220. IP220. Me. 220. Me. 2222. Me. Ni il. Arodian L.I.V. P. 1P2. Juju 1988 says that the comic poets no longer durst employ the name of Geta in their plays, and that the estates of those who mentioned it in their testaments were confiscated. Dotton 2-2-19-19-2-19-229e. Caracalla had assumed the names of several conquered nations. Bresch Pertinax observed that the name of Geticus had obtained some advantage over the Goths, or Getae, would be a proper addition to Parthius, Alemannicus, and c. Hist. August. p. 89, 228. Return to Dion, LLXXV, p. 2291. He was probably descended from Helvidius Priscus and Thracia Pietus, those patriots whose firm but useless and unseasonable virtue has been immortalized by Tacitus. Note, Mem. Guizot is indignant at this cold observation of Gibbon on the noble character of Thracia, but he admits that his virtue was useless to the public and unseasonable amidst the vices of his age. M2OT81 returned Tasti81 reproached all those who demanded no favors of him. It is clear that if you make me no requests, you do not trust me. If you do not trust me, you suspect me, you suspect me, you fear me, you fear me, you hate me. And forthwith he condemned them as conspirators, a good specimen of the Sorites in a tyrant's logic. Suffragum. Vatican P. Me. Chapter 6 Death of Severus, Tyranny of Caracalla, Usurpation of Marcinus. Part 2. The execution of so many innocent citizens was bewailed by the secret tears of their friends and families. 282. During the last 7 years of Severus, he had exercised the most important offices of the state, and, by his salutary influence, guided the emperor's steps in the paths of justice and moderation. In full assurance of his virtue and abilities, Severus, on his deathbed, had conjured him to watch over the prosperity and union of the imperial family. 29. The honest labors of Papinian served only to inflame the hatred which Caracalla had already conceived against his father's minister. After the murder of Geta, the prefect was commanded to exert the powers of his skill and eloquence in a studied apology for that atrocious deed. The philosophic Seneca had condescended to compose a similar epistle to the Senate, in the name of the son and assassin of Agrippina. 30. That it was easier to commit than to justify a parricide was the glorious reply of Papinian, 31, who did not hesitate between the loss of life and that of honor. Such intrepid virtue, which had escaped pure and unsullied from the intrigues of courts, the habits of business, and the arts of his profession, reflects more luster on the memory of Papinian than all his great employments, his numerous writings, and the superior reputation as a lawyer, which he has preserved through every age of the Roman jurisprudence. 32:28-2. Return. Papinian was no longer Praetorian Prefect. Caracalla had deprived him of that office immediately after the death of Severus. Such is the statement of Dion, and the testimony of Spartian, who gives Papinian the Praetorian Prefecture till his death, is of little weight opposed to that of a senator then living at Rome. W29. Return. It is said that Papinian was himself a relation of the Empress Julia. The 30 return to Tacit. Anno. XCV 2. The 31. Return Hist. August. P. 88. The 32 return to with regard to Papinian. See Heinicius's Historia Juris Romani, L. 330, and Z. XCU. It had hitherto been the peculiar felicity of the Romans, and in the worst of times the consolation, that the virtue of the emperors was active and their vice indolent. Augustus, Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus visited their extensive dominions in person, and their progress was marked by acts of wisdom and benignity. The tyranny of Tiberius, Nero, and Domitian, who resided almost constantly at Rome or in the adjacent, was confined to the senatorial and equestrian orders. 33. But Caracalla was the common enemy of mankind. He left the capital, and he never returned to it about a year after the murder of Geta. The rest of his reign was spent in the several provinces of the empire, particularly those of the east, and every province was by turns the scene of his rapine and cruelty. The senators, compelled by fear to attend his capricious motions, were obliged to provide daily entertainments at an immense expense, which he abandoned with contempt to his guards, and to erect in every city magnificent palaces and theatres, which he either disdained to visit or ordered immediately thrown down. The most wealthy families were ruined by partial fines and confiscations, and the great body of his subjects oppressed by ingenious and aggravated taxes. 34. In the midst of peace, and upon the slightest provocation, he issued his commands at Alexandria, in Egypt, for a general massacre. From a secure post in the temple of Serapis, he viewed and directed the slaughter of many thousand citizens as well as strangers, without distinguishing the number or the crime of the sufferers, since, as he coolly informed the Senate, all the Alexandrians, those who had perished and those who had escaped, were alike guilty. 35-33 Deced. Returned Tiberius and Domitian never moved from the neighborhood of Rome. Nero made a short journey into Greece. Elaudatorum praximum usus a qualified dissentifi. Sembi dissentua hide. 1294. 3-5 Return and Dion. LLXXV. P. 30A7. Herodian L.Ev. LXXV. The former represents it as a cruel massacre, the latter as a perfidious one too. It seems probable that the Alexandrians has irritated the tyrant by their railleries, and perhaps by their tumults. Note, after these massacres, Caracalla also deprived the Alexandrians of their spectacles and public feasts. He divided the city into 2 parts by a wall with towers at intervals, to prevent the peaceful communications of the citizens. Thus was treated the unhappy Alexandria, says Dion, by the savage beast of Ausonia. This, in fact, was the epithet which the oracle had applied to him. It is said, indeed, that he was much pleased with the 1307. The wise instructions of Severus never made any lasting impression on the mind of his son, who, although not destitute of imagination and eloquence, was equally devoid of judgment and humanity. 36. One dangerous maxim worthy of a tyrant was remembered and abused by Caracalla: to secure the affections of the army and to esteem the rest of his subjects as of little moment. 37. But the liberality of the father had been restrained by prudence, and his indulgence to the troops was tempered by firmness and authority. The careless profusion of the sun was the policy of one reign, and the inevitable ruin both of the army and of the empire. The vigor of the soldiers, instead of being confirmed by the severe discipline of camps, melted away in the luxury of cities. The excessive increase of their pay and donatives, 38, exhausted the state to enrich the military order, whose modesty in peace and service in war is best secured by an honorable poverty. The demeanor of Caracalla was haughty and full of pride, but with the troops he forgot even the proper dignity of his rank, encouraged their insolent familiarity, and, neglecting the essential duties of a general, affected to imitate the dress and manners of a common soldier. 36 Trinin, LLLXV9, LTU Nel 9LXV9, 199 LLXV9, XV9 LXV9, LLXV9, LLXV9, LLLXV9, suspects that this maxim was invented by Caracalla himself and attributed to his father, to the TU'd, LLXV9. 1343 informs us that the extraordinary gifts of Caracalla to the army amounted annually to 70 millions of drachmae, about £2,350,000. There is another passage in Dion concerning the military pay, infinitely curious, were it not obscure, imperfect, and probably corrupt. The best sense seems to be that the Praetorian Guards received 1,250 drachmae, £40 a year, Dion LLXXVI. P. 1307, under the reign of Augustus, they were paid at the rate of 2 drachmae, or denarii, per day, 720 a year, 8 to sit. Annauli B17, Domitian, who increased the soldiers' pay 1/4, must have raised the Praetorians to 960 drachmae, Chronoviu de Pecunia Veteri, LLEEI Dion. We have seen the Praetorians alone increased from 10,000 to 50,000 men. Note, Valois and Raymar have explained in a very simple and probable manner this passage of Dion, which Gibbon seems to me not to have understood. He ordered that the soldiers should receive, as the reward of their services, the Praetorians 1,250 drachms, the other 5,000 drachms. Valois thinks that the numbers have been transposed, and that Caracalla added 5,000 drachms to the donations made to the Praetorians, 1,250 to those of the legionaries. The Praetorians, in fact, always received more than the others. The error of Gibbon arose from his considering that this referred to the annual pay of the soldiers, while it relates to the sum they received as a reward for their services on their discharge. Donatives means recompense for service. Augustus had settled that the Praetorians, after 16 campaigns, should receive 5,000 drachms. The legionaries received only 3,000 after 20 years. Caracalla added 5,000 drachms to the donative of the Praetorians, 1,250 to that of the legionaries. Gibbon appears to have been mistaken both in confounding this donative on discharge with the annual pay, and in not paying attention to the remark of Valois on the transposition of the numbers in the text. G.E. It was impossible that such a character and such conduct as that of Caracalla could inspire either love or esteem, but as long as his vices were beneficial to the armies, he was secure from the danger of rebellion. A secret conspiracy provoked by his own jealousy was fatal to the tyrant. The Praetorian prefecture was divided between 2 ministers. The military department was entrusted to Adventus, an experienced rather than able soldier, and the civil affairs were transacted by Opilius Macrinus, who, by his dexterity in business, had raised himself with a fair character to that high office. But his favor varied with the caprice of the emperor, and his life might depend on the slightest suspicion or the most casual circumstance. Malice or fanaticism had suggested to an African, deeply skilled in the knowledge of futurity, a very dangerous prediction that Macrinus and his son were destined to reign over the empire. The report was soon diffused through the province, and when the man was sent in chains to Rome, he still asserted, in the presence of the prefect of the city, the faith of his prophecy. That magistrate who had received the most pressing instructions to inform himself of the successes of Caracalla immediately communicated the examination of the African to the imperial court, which at that time resided in Syria. But, notwithstanding the diligence of the public messengers, a friend of Macrinus found means to apprise him of the approaching danger. The emperor received the letters from Rome, and as he was then engaged in the conduct of a chariot race, he delivered them unopened to the praetorian prefect, directing him to dispatch the ordinary affairs, and to report the more important business that might be contained in them. Macrinus read his fate and resolved to prevent it. He inflamed the discontents of some inferior officers and employed the hand of Martialis, a desperate soldier who had been refused the rank of centurion. The devotion of Caracalla prompted him to make a pilgrimage from Edessa to the celebrated temple of the moon at Carrhae. 381. He was attended by a body of cavalry, but having stopped on the road for some necessary occasion, his guards preserved a respectful distance, and Martialis, approaching his person under a presence of duty, stabbed him with a dagger. The bold assassin was instantly killed by a Scythian archer of the imperial guard. Such was the end of a monster whose life disgraced human nature and whose reign accused the patience of the Romans. 39. The grateful soldiers forgot his vices, remembered only his partial liberality, and obliged the Senate to prostitute their own dignity and that of religion, by granting him a place among the gods. Whilst he was upon earth his admiration, he assumed the name and ensigns of Alexander, formed a Macedonian phalanx of guards, persecuted the disciples of Aristotle, and displayed with a puerile enthusiasm the only sentiment by which he discovered any regard for virtue or glory. We can easily conceive that after the Battle of Narva and the conquest of Poland, Charles III, though he still wanted the more elegant accomplishments of the son of Philip, might boast of having rivaled his valor and magnanimity, but in no one action of his life did Caracalla express the faintest resemblance of the Macedonian hero, except in the murder of a great number of his own and of his father's friends. 40-30-81 returned Carrhae, now Harran, between Edessan and Nisibis, famous for the defeat of Crassus, the Harran from whence Abraham set out for the land of Canaan. This city has always been remarkable for its attachment to Sabaism. Go2n, return LLLXXVIE, P32-2, Herodian LF, P15-8 Mistinats, oneness of Caracalla for the name and ensigns of Alexander is still preserved on the medals of that emperor. See Spanheim, De usu numismatum, dissertat. Schio, Herodian LF. P15-4 had seen very ridiculous pictures in which a figure was drawn with one side of the face like Alexander and the other like Caracalla. After the extinction of the house of Severus, the Roman world remained 3 days without a master. The choice of the army for the authority of a distant and feeble senate was little regarded, hung in anxious suspense as no candidate presented himself for years after the suffrages. The decisive weight of the praetorian guards elevated the hopes of their prefects, and these powerful ministers began to assert their legal claim to fill the vacancy of the imperial throne. Adventus, however, the senior prefect, conscious of his age and infirmities, of his small reputation and his smaller abilities, resigned the dangerous honor to the crafty ambition of his colleague Macrinus, whose well-dissembled grief removed all suspicion of his being accessory to his master's death. 41. The troops neither loved nor esteemed his character. They cast their eyes around in search of a competitor, and at last yielded with reluctance to his promises of unbounded liberality and indulgence. A short time after his accession, he conferred on his son Diadumenianus, at the age of only 10 years, the imperial title and the popular name of Antoninus. The beautiful figure of the youth, assisted by an additional donative for which the ceremony furnished a pretext, might attract, it was hoped, the favor of the army and secure the doubtful throne of Macrinus. 41. Return. Herodian, LNAVP, 169, Hist, August, p. 94. The authority of the new sovereign had been ratified by the cheerful submission of the Senate and provinces. They exulted in their unexpected deliverance from a hated tyrant, and it seemed of little consequence to examine into the virtues of the successor of Caracalla. But as soon as the first transports of joy and surprise had subsided, they began to scrutinize the merits of Macrinus with a critical severity, and to arraign the nasty choice of the army. It had hitherto been considered as a fundamental maxim of the constitution that the emperor must be always chosen in the Senate, and the sovereign power, no longer exercised by the whole body, was always delegated to one of its members. But Macrinus was not a senator. 42. The sudden elevation of the praetorian prefects betrayed the meanness of their origin, and the equestrian order was still in possession of that great office, which commanded with arbitrary sway the lives and fortunes of the Senate. A murmur of indignation was heard that a man whose obscure 43 extraction had never been illustrated by any signal service should dare to invest himself with the purple, instead of bestowing it on some distinguished senator, equal in birth and dignity to the splendor of the imperial station. As soon as the character of Macrinus was surveyed by the sharp eye of discontent, some vices and many defects were easily discovered. The choice of his ministers was in many instances justly censured, and the dissatisfied people, with their usual candor, accused at once his indolent tameness and his excessive severity. 4440 to return. Necen nel, LLLXXVII. p. 1350. Elagabalus reproached his predecessor with daring to seat himself on the throne, though, as praetorian prefect, he could not have been admitted into the Senate after the voice of the crier had cleared the house. The personal favor of Protianus and Sejanus had broke through the established rule. They rose, indeed, from the equestrian order, but they preserved the prefecture with the rank of senator and even with the annulship. 43. Return. He was a native of Caesarea in Numidia, and began his fortune by serving in the household of Plautian, from whose ruin he narrowly escaped. His enemies asserted that he was born a slave, and had exercised, among other infamous professions, that of gladiator. The fashion of aspersing the birth and condition of an adversary seems to have lasted from the time of the Greek orators to the learned grammarians of the last age. 244. Return. Both Dion and Herodian speak of the virtues and vices of Macrinus with candor and impartiality, but the author of his life, in the Augustan history, seems to have implicitly copied some of the venal writers employed by Elagabalus to blacken the memory of his predecessor. His rash ambition had climbed a height where it was difficult to stand with firmness and impossible to fall without instant destruction. Trained in the arts of courts and the forms of civil business, he trembled in the presence of the fierce and undisciplined multitude over whom he had assumed the command. His military talents were despised and his personal courage suspected. A whisper that circulated in the camp disclosed the fatal secret of the conspiracy against the late emperor, aggravated the guilt of murder by the baseness of hypocrisy, and heightened contempt by detestation. To alienate the soldiers and to provoke inevitable ruin, the character of a reformer was only wanting, and such was the peculiar hardship of his fate that Macrinus was compelled to exercise that invidious office. The prodigality of Caracalla had left behind it a long train of ruin and disorder, and if that worthless tyrant had been capable of reflecting on the sure consequences of his own conduct, he would perhaps have enjoyed the dark prospect of the distress and calamities which he bequeathed to his successors. In the management of this necessary reformation, Macrinus proceeded with a cautious prudence which would have restored health and vigor to the Roman army in an easy and almost imperceptible manner. To the soldiers already engaged in the service, he was constrained to leave the dangerous privileges and extravagant pay given by Caracalla, but the new recruits were received on the more moderate though liberal establishment of Severus, and gradually formed to modesty and obedience. 45. One fatal error destroyed the salutary effects of this judicious plan. The numerous army assembled in the east by the late emperor instead of being immediately dispersed by Macrinus through the several provinces, was suffered to remain united in Syria during the winter that followed his elevation. In the luxurious idleness of their quarters, the troops viewed their strength and numbers, communicated their complaints, and revolved in their minds the advantages of another revolution. The veterans, instead of being flattered by the advantageous distinction, were alarmed by the first steps of the emperor, which they considered as the presage of his future intentions. The recruits, with sullen reluctance, entered on a service whose labors were increased while its rewards were diminished by a covetous and unwarlike sovereign. The murmurs of the army swelled with impunity into seditious clamors, and the partial mutinies betrayed a spirit of discontent and disaffection that waited only for the slightest occasion to break out on every side into a general rebellion. To minds thus disposed, the occasion soon presented itself. 45 return. ATEN LLXXXE p. 3036. The sense of the author is as the intention of the emperor, but Mr. Wotton has mistaken both by understanding the distinction not of veterans and recruits, but of old and new legions. History of Rome, p. 334-7. The Empress Julia had experienced all the vicissitudes of fortune. From an humble station she had been raised to greatness of an exalted rank. She was doomed to wit and Mestacostas. The cruel fate of Caracalla, though her good sense must have long taught her to expect it, awakened the feelings of a mother and of an empress. Notwithstanding the respectful civility expressed by the usurper towards the widow of Severus, she descended with a painful struggle into the condition of a subject, and soon withdrew herself, by a voluntary death, from the anxious and humiliating dependence. 46-461. Julia Maesa, her sister, was ordered to leave the court in Antioch. She retired to Emesa with an immense fortune, the fruit of 20 years' failure, accompanied by her 2 daughters, Soaemias and Mamai, each of whom was a widow, and each had an only son. Bassianus, 4624, that was the name of the son of Soaemias, was consecrated to the honorable ministry of High Priest of the Sun, and this holy vocation, embraced either from prudence or superstition, contributed to raise the Syrian youth to the empire of Rome. A numerous body of troops was stationed at Emesa, and as the severe discipline of Macrinus had constrained them to pass the winter encamped, they were eager to revenge the cruelty of such unaccustomed hardships. The soldiers, who resorted in crowds to the Temple of the Sun, beheld with veneration and delight the elegant dress and figure of the young pontiff. They recognized, or they thought that they recognized, the features of Caracalla, whose memory they now adored. The Afro Maesa saw and cherished their rising partiality, and readily sacrificing her daughter's reputation to the fortune of her grandson, she insinuated that Bassianus was the natural son of their murdered sovereign. The sums distributed by her emissaries with a lavish hand silenced every objection, and the profusion sufficiently proved the affinity, or at least the resemblance, of Bassianus with the great original. The young Antoninus, for he had assumed and polluted that respectable name, was declared emperor by the troops of Emesa, asserted his hereditary right, and called aloud on the armies to follow the standard of a young and liberal prince who had taken up arms to revenge his father's death and the oppression of the military order. 47-46 return. Etian LLLXXVI. The abridgment of Cephalin, though less particular, is in this place clearer than the original. 461 return. As soon as this princess heard of the death of Caracalla, she wished to starve herself to death. The respect shown to her by Macrinus, in making no change in her attendants or her court, induced her to prolong her life. But it appears, as far as the mutilated text of Dion and the imperfect epitome of Cephalin permit us to judge, that she conceived projects of ambition and endeavored to raise herself to the empire. She wished to tread in the steps of Semiramis and Nitocris, whose country bordered on her own. Macrinus sent her an order immediately to leave Antioch, and to retire wherever she chose. She returned to her former purpose and starved herself to death. G. 462 return. He inherited this name from his great-grandfather of the mother's side, Bassianus, father of Julia Maesa, his grandmother, and of Julia Domna, wife of Severus. Victor, in his Epitome, is perhaps the only historian who has given the key to this genealogy when speaking of Caracalla. His Bassianus ex avi materni nomine dictus. Caracalla, Elagabalus, and Alexander Severus bore successively this name. G. 47 return. According to Lampridius Histis, August, p. 1305, Alexander Severus lived 29 years, 3 months, and 7 days. As he was killed March 19, 2035, he was born December 12, 25, and was consequently about this time 13 years old, as his elder cover says for Herodian, Exter. 81, who represents them as 3 years younger, whilst by an opposite error of chronology, he lengthens the reign of Elagabalus 2 years beyond its real duration. For the particulars of the conspiracy, see Dion, LLXXVI, p. 1339, Herodian, LV, p. 1804. Whilst a conspiracy of women and eunuchs was concerted with prudence and conducted with rapid vigor, Macrinus, who, by a decisive motion, might have crushed his infant enemy, floated between the opposite extremes of terror and security, which alike fixed him inactive at Antioch. A spirit of rebellion diffused itself through all the camps and garrisons of Syria. Successive detachments murdered their officers. 48 and joined the party of the rebels was imputed to the acknowledged weakness of Huquawam. At length he marched out of Antioch to meet the increasing and zealous army of the young pretender. His own troops seemed to take the field with faintness and reluctance, but, in the heat of the battle, 49, the Praetorian Guards, almost by an involuntary impulse, asserted the superiority of their valor and discipline. The rebel ranks were broken when the mother and grandmother of the Syrian prince who, according to their eastern custom, had attended the army, threw themselves from their covered chariots, and, by exciting the compassion of the soldiers, endeavored to animate their drooping courage. Antoninus himself, who, in the rest of his life, never acted like a man, in this important crisis of his fate, approved himself a hero, mounted his horse, and, at the head of his rallied troops, charged sword in hand among the thickest of the enemy, whilst the eunuch Gannis, 491, whose occupations had been confined to female cares and the soft luxury of Asia, displayed the talents of an able and experienced general. The battle still raged with doubtful violence, and Macrinus might have obtained the victory, had he not betrayed his own cause by a shameful and precipitate flight. His cowardice served only to protract his life a few days, and to stamp deserved ignominy on his misfortunes. It is scarcely necessary to add that his son Diadumenianus was involved in the same fate. As soon as the stubborn Praetorians could be convinced that they fought for a prince who had basely deserted them, they surrendered to the conqueror. The contending parties of the Roman army, mingling tears of joy and tenderness, united under the banners of the imagined son of Caracalla, and the East acknowledged with pleasure the first emperor of Asiatic extraction. 48 return. By a most dangerous proclamation of the pretended Antoninus, every soldier who brought in his officer's head became entitled to his private estate, as well as to his military commission. 49 return. LLLXXVI, p. 1445, Herodian, LV 86. The battle was fought near the village of Imea, about 2055 Coulon. Under 35, W. The letters of Macrinus had condescended to inform the Senate of the slight disturbance occasioned by an impostor in Syria, and a decree immediately passed declaring the rebel and his family public enemies, with a promise of pardon, however, to such of his deluded adherents as should merit it by an immediate return to their duty. During the 20 days that elapsed from the declaration of the victory of Antoninus, for in so short an interval was the fate of the Roman world decided. The capital and the provinces, more especially those of the east, were distracted with hopes and fears, agitated with tumult, and stained with a useless effusion of civil blood, since whosoever of the rivals prevailed in Syria must reign over the empire. The specious letters in which the young conqueror announced his victory to the obedient Senate were filled with professions of virtue and moderation, the shining examples of Marcus and Augustus he should ever consider as the great rule of his administration, and he affected to dwell with pride on the striking resemblance of his own age and fortunes with those of Augustus, who in the earliest youth had revenged, by a successful war, the murder of his father. By adopting the style of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, son of Antoninus and grandson of Severus, he tacitly asserted his hereditary claim to the empire, but, by assuming the tribunician and proconsular powers before they had been conferred on him by a decree of the Senate, he offended the delicacy of Roman prejudice. This new and injudicious violation of the constitution was probably dictated either by the ignorance of his Syrian courtiers or the fierce disdain of his military followers. 50-50 returned Dayon LLXXX P 4353. As the attention of the new emperor was diverted by the most trifling amusements, he wasted many months in his luxurious progress from Syria to Italy, passed at Nicomedia his first winter after his victory, and deferred till the ensuing summer his triumphal entry into the capital. A faithful picture, however, which preceded his arrival, and was placed by his immediate order over the altar of victory in the Senate house, conveyed to the Romans the just but unworthy resemblance of his person and manners. He was drawn in his sacerdotal robes of silk and gold, after the loose flowing fashion of the Medes and Phoenicians. His head was covered with a lofty tiara, his numerous collars and bracelets were adorned with gems of an inestimable value. His eyebrows were tinged with black and his cheeks painted with an artificial red and white. 51. The grave senators confessed with a sigh that, after having long experienced the stern tyranny of their own countrymen, Rome was at length humbled beneath the effeminate luxury of oriental despotism. 51. Returned Dayon LLXXX P 3063. Herodian LVP 89. The sun was worshipped at Emesa under the name of Elagabalus 52 and under the form of a black conical stone, which, as it was universally believed, had fallen from heaven on that sacred paxture. The display of superstitious gratitude was the only serious business of his reign. The triumph of the god of Emesa over all the religions of the earth was the great object of his zeal and vanity, and the appellation of Elagabalus, for he presumed as pontiff and favorite to adopt that sacred name, was dearer to him than all the titles of imperial greatness. In a solemn procession through the streets of Rome, the way was strewed with gold dust. The black stone, set in precious gems, was placed on a chariot drawn by 6 milk-white horses richly caparisoned. The pious emperor held the reins and, supported by his ministers, moved slowly backwards, that he might perpetually enjoy the felicity of the divine presence. In a magnificent temple raised on the Palatine Mount, the sacrifices of the god Elagabalus were celebrated with every circumstance of cost and solemnity. The richest wines, the most extraordinary victims, and the rarest aromatics were profusely consumed on his altar. Around the altar, a chorus of Syrian damsels performed their lascivious dances to the sound of barbarian music, whilst the gravest personages of the state and army, clothed in long Phoenician tunics, officiated in the meanest functions, with affected zeal and secret indignation. 53-52 to return. This name is derived by the learned from 2 Syrian words, Ela a god, and Gabal to form, the forming or plastic god, a proper and even happy epithet for the sun. Wotton's History of Rome, p. 378 note. The name of Elagabalus has been disfigured in various ways. Herodian calls him Elagabalus, but Elagabalus was the true name as it appears on the medal. There. 250. As to its etymology, that which Gibbon adduces is given by Bochart, Chen. II. 5, but Salmasius, on better grounds, not, in Lamprid, in Elegab, derives the name of Elagabalus from the idol of that god, represented by Herodian, and the medals in the form of a mountain, Jibal in Hebrew, or great stone cut to a point, with marks which represent the sun, as it was not permitted at Hierapolis in Syria to make statues of the sun and moon, because, it was said, they are themselves sufficiently visible. The sun was represented at Emesa in the form of a great stone, which, as it appeared, had fallen from heaven. Spanheim, Caesar, notes p. 46. G. The name of Elagabalus in Namis Rarius Legetur, Rache, Lex, Univ, Refnami, Caracalla, Hira Supation, of Marcinus. Part 3 on Old Luff. To this temple, as to the common center of religious worship, the imperial fanatic attempted to remove the ancilia, the palladium, 54, and all the sacred pledges of the faith of Numa. A crowd of inferior deities attended in various stations the majesty of the god of Emesa, but his court was still imperfect, till a female of distinguished rank was admitted to his bed. Pallas had been first chosen for his consort, but as it was dreaded lest her warlike terrors might affright the soft delicacy of a Syrian deity, the moon, adored by the Africans under the name of Astarte, was deemed a more suitable companion for the sun. Her image, with the rich offerings of her temple as a marriage portion, was transported with solemn pomp from Carthage to Rome, and the day of these mystic nuptials was a general festival in the capital and Phaeacian. 55 for return. He broke into the sanctuary of Vesta, and carried away a statue, which he supposed to be the Palladium, but the Vestals boasted that, by a pious fraud, they had imposed a counterfeit image on the profane intruder. Hist. August. P. Number 3. 5 return tree. Number the T. H.W. 5th. Number the T. 6. P. 1360. Herodian. L.V. P. 1903. The subjects of the empire were obliged to make liberal presents to the new married couple, and whatever they had promised during the life of Elagabalus was carefully exacted under the administration of Mamaea. A rational voluptuary adheres with invariable respect to the temperate dictates of nature, and improves the gratifications of sense by social intercourse. But Elagabalus, I speak of the emperor of that name, corrupted by his youth, his country, and his fortune, abandoned himself to the grossest pleasures with ungoverned fury, and soon found disgust and satiety in the midst of his enjoyments. The inflammatory powers of art were summoned to his aid, the confused multitude of women, of wines, and of dishes, and the studied variety of attitude and sauces, served to revive his languid appetites. New terms and new inventions in these sciences, the only ones cultivated and patronized by the monarch. 56 signalized his reign, and transmitted his infamy to succeeding times. A capricious prodigality supplied the want of taste and elegance, and whilst Elagabalus lavished away the treasures of his people in the wildest extravagance, his own voice and that of his flatterers of magnificence unknown to the tameness of the stopping twice. To confound the order of seasons and climates, 57 to sport with the passions and prejudices of his subjects, and to subvert every law of nature and decency, were in the number of his most delicious amusements. A long train of concubines, and a rapid succession of wives, among whom was a Vestal virgin, ravished by force from her sacred asylum, 58 were insufficient to satisfy the impotence of his passions. The master of the Roman world affected to copy the dress and manners of the female sex, preferred the distaff to the scepter, and dishonored the principal dignities of the empire by distributing them among his numerous lovers, one of whom was publicly invested with the title and authority of the emperor's, or, as he more properly styled himself, of the empress's husband. 59-56. Return. The invention of a new sauce was liberally rewarded, but if it was not relished, the inventor was confined to eat of nothing else till he had discovered another, more agreeable to the imperial palate. Hist. had he not contrived to innovate the powers of his rival, who, being found on trial unequal to his reputation, was driven with ignominy Phimenial LLXXX, P13588, Herodian LLVC, P39 Reta. LVC pre-9, with the Phime 6x had he not contrived by one Zovi 6x, was driven with eternal baits had he non retas, he non avid the palace. A dancer was made prefect of the city, a charioteer prefect of the watch, a barber prefect of the provisions. These 3 ministers with many inferior officers were all recommended in normitate membrorum. Hist. August. P. 1025. It may seem probable the vices and follies of Elagabalus have been adorned by fancy and blackened by prejudice. 60. Yet, confining ourselves to the public scenes displayed before the Roman people and attested by grave and contemporary historians, their inexpressible infamy surpasses that of any other age or country. The license of an Eastern monarch is secluded from the eye of curiosity by the inaccessible walls of his seraglio. The sentiments of honor and gallantry have introduced a refinement of pleasure, a regard for decency, and a respect for the public opinion into the modern courts of Europe. 601. But the corrupt and opulent nobles of Rome gratified every vice that could be collected from the mighty conflux of nations and manners. Secure of impunity, careless of censure, they lived without restraint in the patient and humble society of their slaves and parasites. The emperor, in his turn, viewing every rank of his subjects with the same contemptuous indifference, asserted without control his sovereign privilege of lust and luxury. 60 Return. Even the credulous compiler of his life, in the Augustan history P. Elite Fine and Living in Tenant, is inclined to suspect that his vices may have been exaggerated. 600 and should. In the most savage times and the most corrupt courts, since the introduction of Christianity, there have been no Neros or Domitians, no Commodus or Elagabalus. M. The most worthless of mankind are not afraid to condemn in others the same disorders which they allow in themselves, and can readily discover some nice difference of age, character, or station to justify the partial distinction. The licentious soldiers who had raised to the throne the dissolute son of Caracalla blushed at their ignominious choice and turned with disgust from that monster to contemplate with pleasure the opening virtues of his cousin Alexander, the son of Mamaea. The crafty Mesa, sensible that her grandson Elagabalus must inevitably destroy himself by his own vices, had provided another and surer support of her family. Embracing a favorable moment of fondness and devotion, she had persuaded the young emperor to adopt Alexander and to invest him with the title of Caesar, that his own divine occupations might be no longer interrupted by the care of the earth. In the second rank, that amiable prince soon acquired the affections of the public and excited the tyrant's jealousy, who resolved to terminate the dangerous competition either by corrupting the manners or by taking away the life of his rival. His arts proved unsuccessful. His vain designs were constantly discovered by his own loquacious folly, and disappointed by those virtuous and faithful servants whom the prudence of Mamaea had placed about the person of her son. In a hasty sally of passion, Elagabalus resolved to execute by force what he had been unable to compass by fraud, and by a despotic sentence from the rank and honors of Caesar. The message was received in the Senate with silence, and in the camp with fury. The Praetorian Guards swore to protect Alexander and to revenge the dishonored majesty of the throne. The tears and promises of the trembling Elagabalus, who only begged them to spare his life and to leave him in the possession of his beloved Hierocles, diverted their just indignation, and they contented themselves with empowering their prefects to watch over the safety of Alexander and the conduct of the emperor. 61. Return. LLLXXC. P. 303061. LV 5. Hist. August. P. Comitiave. The Cumpanon 5. The Lagabalus Cump, which is in Prede in the Sive 5 of the Safe. or the second Bitur reverted their result from his re-5 sentence equide at 6 Lacabalus. He soon attempted, by a dangerous experiment, to try the temper of the soldiers. The report of the death of Alexander, and the natural suspicion that he had been murdered, inflamed their passions into fury, and the tempest of the camp could only be appeased by the presence and authority of the popular youth. Provoked at this new instance of their affection for his cousin, and their contempt for his person, the emperor ventured to punish some of the leaders of the mutiny. His unseasonable severity proved instantly fatal to his minions, his mother, and himself. Elagabalus was massacred by the indignant praetorians, his mutilated corpse dragged through the streets of the city and thrown into the Tiber. His memory was branded with eternal infamy by the Senate, the justice of whose decree has been ratified by posterity. 62 Return. The era of the death of Elagabalus and of the accession of Alexander has employed the learning and ingenuity of Pagi, Tilemont, Valsecchi, Vignoli, and Torre, Bishop of Adria. The question is most assuredly intricate, but I still adhere to the authority of Dion, the truth of whose calculations is undeniable, and the purity of whose text is justified by the agreement of Xiphilin, Zonaras, and Cedrinus. Elagabalus reigned 3 years, 9 months, and 4 days from his victory over Macrinus, and was killed March 10, 222. But what shall we reply to the medals, undoubtedly genuine, which reckon the 5th year of his tribunician power? We shall reply with the learned Valsecchi that the usurpation of Macrinus was annihilated, and that the son of Caracalla dated his reign from his father's death. After resolving this great difficulty, the smaller knots of this question may be easily untied or cut asunder. Note: this opinion of Valsecchi has been triumphantly contested by Eckel, who has shown the impossibility of reconciling it with the medals of Elagabalus, and has given the most satisfactory explanation of the 5 tribunates of that emperor. He ascended the throne and received the tribunician power the 16th of May, in the year of Rome 971, and on the 1st January of the next year, 972, he began a new tribunate, according to the custom established by preceding emperors. During the years 972, 973, 972, he enjoyed the tribunate, and commenced his 5th in the year 975, during which he was killed on the 10th March. Eckel deduct, num vi 430 NC, guards. His relation to the family of Severus, whose name he assumed, was the same as that of his predecessor. His virtue and his danger had already endeared him to the Romans, and the eager liberality of the Senate conferred upon him, in one day, the various titles and powers of the imperial dignity. 63. But as Alexander was a modest and dutiful youth of only 17 years of age, the reins of government were in the hands of 2 women, of his mother, Mamaea, and of Maesa, his grandmother. After the death of the latter, who survived but a short time the elevation of Alexander, Mamaea remained the sole regent of her son and of the empire. 63. De return, hist. August. P. 1114. By this unusual precipitation, the Senate meant to confound the hopes of pretenders and prevent the factions of the armies. In every age and country, the wiser, or at least the stronger of the 2 sexes, has usurped the powers of the state and confined the other to the cares and pleasures of domestic life. In hereditary monarchies, however, and especially in those of modern Europe, the gallant spirit of chivalry and the law of succession have accustomed us to allow a singular exception, and a woman is often acknowledged the absolute sovereign of a great kingdom, in which she would be deemed incapable of exercising the smallest employment, civil or military. But as the Roman emperors were still considered as the generals and magistrates of the Republic, their wives and mothers, although distinguished by the name of Augusta, were never associated to their personal honors, and a female reign would have appeared an inexpiable prodigy in the eyes of those primitive Romans who married without love or loved without delicacy and respect. 64. The haughty Agrippina aspired indeed to share the honors of the empire which he had conferred on her son. But her mad ambition, detested by every citizen who felt for the dignity of Rome, was disappointed by the artful firmness of Seneca and Burrhus. 65. The good sense, or the indifference of succeeding princes, restrained them from offending the prejudices of their subjects, and it was reserved for the profligate Elagabalus to discharge the acts of the Senate with the name of his mother Soamias, who was placed by the side of the consuls and subscribed, as a regular member, the decrees of the legislative assembly. Her more prudent sister, Mamaia, declined the useless and odious prerogative, and a solemn law was enacted, excluding women forever from the Senate, and devoting to the infernal gods the head of the wretch by whom this sanction should be violated. 66. The substance, not the pageantry of power, was the object of Mamaia's manly ambition. She maintained an absolute and lasting empire over the mind of her son, and in his affection the mother could not brook a rival. Alexander, with her consent, married the daughter of a patrician, but his respect for his father-in-law and love for the empress were inconsistent with the tenderness of interest of Mamaia. The patrician was executed on the ready accusation of treason, and the wife of Alexander driven with ignominy from the palace and banished into Africa. 67-64. Return Metellus Numidicus, the censor, acknowledged to the Roman people in a public oration that had kind nature allowed us to exist without the help of women, we should be delivered from a very troublesome companion, and he could recommend matrimony only as the sacrifice of private pleasure to public duty. Aulus Gellius, I6 Desti5 return. To 60, Onal XD6 to return. Hist. August. To 60-66, Hist. August. Herodian represents the patrician as innocent. The Augustan history on the authority of Dexippus condemns him as guilty of a conspiracy against the life of Alexander. It is impossible to pronounce between them, but Dion is an irreproachable witness of the jealousy and cruelty of Mamaia towards the young empress, whose hard fate Alexander lamented but durst not oppose. Notwithstanding this act of jealous cruelty, as well as some instances of avarice with which Mamaia is charged, the general tenor of her administration was equally for the benefit of her son and of the empire. With the approbation of the Senate, she chose 16 of the wisest and most virtuous senators as a perpetual council of state, before whom every public business of moment was debated and determined. The celebrated Ulpian, equally distinguished by his knowledge of and his respect for the laws of Rome, was at their head, and the prudent firmness of this aristocracy restored order and authority to the government. As soon as they had purged the city from foreign superstition and luxury, the remains of the capricious tyranny of Elagabalus, they applied themselves to remove his worthless creatures from every department of the public administration, and to supply their places with men of virtue and ability. Learning and the love of justice became the only recommendations for civil offices, valor, and the love of discipline, the only qualifications for military employments. 68. Return. Herodian, LVP 203. Hist. August. The latter insinuates that when any law was to be passed, the council was assisted by a number of able lawyers and experienced senators, whose opinions were separately given and taken down in writing. But the most important care of Mamaia and her wise counselors was to form the character of the young emperor, on whose personal qualities the happiness or misery of the Roman world must ultimately depend. The fortunate soil assisted and even prevented the hand of cultivation. An excellent understanding soon convinced Alexander of the advantages of virtue, the pleasure of knowledge, and the necessity of labor. A natural mildness and moderation of temper preserved him from the assaults of passion and the allurements of vice. His unalterable regard for his mother and his esteem for the poison of flattery, 51501 return, Alexander received into his chapel all the religions which prevailed in the empire. He admitted Jesus Christ, Abraham, Orpheus, Apollonius of Tyana, and c. It was almost certain that his mother Mamaea had instructed him in the morality of Christianity. Historians in general agree in calling her a Christian. There is reason to believe that she had begun to have a taste for the principles of Christianity. See Tillemont, Alexander Severus. Gibbon has not noticed this circumstance. He appears to have wished to lower the character of this empress. He has throughout followed the narrative of Herodian, who, by the acknowledgement of Capitolinus himself, detested Alexander. Without believing the exaggerated praises of Lampridius, he ought not to have followed the unjust severity of Herodian, and, above all, not to have forgotten to say that the virtuous Alexander Severus had ensured to the Jews the preservation of their privileges and permitted the exercise of Christianity. Hist. Arga. p. 21. The Christians had established their worship in a public place, of which the victuallers Cauponari claimed, not the property, but possession by custom. Alexander answered that it was better that the place should be used for the service of God in any form than for victuallers. G. I have scrupled to omit this note, as it contains some points worthy of notice, but it is very unjust to Gibbon, who mentions almost all the circumstances which he is a Cauponari. XB Emprid. The simple journal of his ordinary occupations exhibits a pleasing picture of an accomplished emperor, 6-9, and, with some allowance for the difference of manners, might well deserve the imitation of modern princes. Alexander rose early. The first moments of the day were consecrated to private devotion, and his domestic chapel was filled with the images of those heroes who, by improving or reforming human life, had deserved the grateful reverence of posterity. But as he deemed the service of mankind the most acceptable worship of the gods, the greatest part of his morning hours was employed in his council, where he discussed public affairs and determined private causes with a patience and discretion above his years. The dryness of business was relieved by the charms of literature, and a portion of time was always set apart for his favorite studies of poetry, history, and Nais. The works of Virgil and Horace, the republics of Plato and Cicero, formed his taste, enlarged his understanding, and gave him the noblest ideas of man and government. The exercises of the body succeeded to those of the mind, and Alexander, who was tall, active, and robust, surpassed most of his equals in the gymnastic arts. Refreshed by the use of the bath and a slight dinner, he resumed with new vigor the business of the day, and, till the hour of supper, the principal meal of the Romans, he was attended by his secretaries, with whom he read and answered the multitude of letters, memorials, and petitions that must have been addressed to the master of the greatest part of the world. His table was served with the most frugal simplicity, and whenever he was at liberty to consult his own inclination, the company consisted of a few select friends, men of learning and virtue, amongst whom Ulpian was constantly invited. Their conversation was familiar and instructive, and the pauses were occasionally enlivened by the recital of some pleasing composition, which supplied the place of the dancers, comedians, and even gladiators, so frequently summoned to the tables of the rich and luxurious Romans. 70. The dress of Alexander was plain and modest, his demeanor courteous and affable. At the proper hours his palace was open to all his subjects, but the voice of a crier was heard, as in the Eleusinian mysteries, pronouncing the same salutary admonition, "Let none enter these holy walls, unless he is conscious of a pure and innocent mind." 7169. Return. See his life in the Augustan history. The undistinguishing compiler has buried these interesting anecdotes under a load of trivial, unmeaning circumstances. 70. Return nadit return. See the 13th satire of Juvenal. 71. Return naditine. Such a uniform tenor of life, which left not a moment for vice or folly, is a better proof of the wisdom and justice of Alexander's government than all the trifling details preserved in the compilation of Lampridius. Since the accession of Commodus, the Roman world had experienced, during the term of 40 years, the successive and various vices of 4 tyrants. From the death of Elagabalus, it enjoyed an auspicious calm of 13 years. 701. The provinces, relieved from the oppressive taxes invented by Caracalla and his pretended son, flourished in peace and prosperity, under the administration of magistrates who were convinced by experience that to deserve the love of the subjects was their best and only method of obtaining the favor of their sovereign. While some gentle restraints were imposed on the innocent luxury of the Roman people, the price of provisions and the interest of money were reduced by the paternal care of Alexander, whose prudent liberality, without distressing the industrious, supplied the wants and amusements of the populace. The dignity, the freedom, the authority of the Senate was restored, and every virtuous senator might approach the person of the emperor without a fear and without a blush. 711. Return observes that Gibbon, enchanted with the virtue of Alexander, has heightened, particularly in this sentence, its effect on the state of the world. His own account, which follows of the insurrections and foreign wars, is not in harmony with this beautiful picture. The name of Antoninus, ennobled by the virtues of Pius and Marcus, had been communicated by adoption to the dissolute Verus, and by descent to the cruel Commodus. It became the honorable appellation of the sons of Severus, was bestowed on young Diadomenianus, and at length prostituted to the infamy of the high priest of Emissar. Alexander, though pressed by the studied and perhaps sincere importunity of the Senate, nobly refused the borrowed lustre of a name, whilst in his whole conduct he labored to restore the glories and felicity of the age of the genuine Antonines. 72. Return. See in the Hist. August, v. A. 1116 A. 117. The whole contest between Alexander and the Senate, extracted from the journals of that assembly. It happened on the 6th of March, probably of the year 223, when the Romans had enjoyed, almost a 12-month, the blessings of his reign. Before the appellation of Antoninus was offered him as a title of honor, the Senate waited to see whether Alexander would not assume it as a family name. In the civil administration of Alexander, wisdom was enforced by power, and the people, sensible of the public felicity, repaid their benefactor with their love and gratitude. There still remained a greater, a more necessary, but a more difficult enterprise: the reformation of the military order, whose interest and temper, confirmed by long impunity, rendered them impatient of the restraints of discipline, and careless of the blessings of public tranquillity. In the execution of his design, the emperor affected to display his love and to conceal his fear of the army. The most rigid economy in every other branch of the administration supplied a fund of gold and silver for the ordinary pay and the extraordinary rewards of the troops. In their marches, he relaxed the severe obligation of carrying 17 days' provision on their shoulders. Ample magazines were formed along the public roads, and as soon as they entered the enemy's country, a numerous train of mules and camels waited on their haughty laziness. As Alexander despaired of correcting the luxury of his soldiers, he attempted at least to direct it to objects of martial pomp and ornament, fine horses, splendid armor, and shields enriched with silver and gold. He shared whatever fatigues he was obliged to impose, visited in person the sick and wounded, preserved an exact register of their services and his own gratitude, and expressed on every occasion the warmest regard for a body of men, whose welfare, as he affected to declare, was so closely connected with that of the state. 73. By the most gentle arts he labored to inspire the fierce multitude with a sense of duty, and to restore at least a faint image of that discipline to which the Romans owed their empire over so many other nations, as warlike and more powerful than themselves. But his prudence was vain, his courage fatal, and the attempt towards a reformation served only to inflame the ills it was meant to cure. 73. Return. It was a favorite saying of the emperors, se milites magis servare, quam sepsum, quod salus publica in his Essay, Hist. Aug. Peter 30. The Praetorian Guards were attached to the youth of Alexander. They loved him as a tender pupil whom they had saved from a tyrant's fury, and placed on the imperial throne. That amiable prince was sensible of the obligation, But as his gratitude was restrained within the limits of reason and justice, they soon were more dissatisfied with the virtues of Alexander than they had ever been with the vices of Elagabalus. Their prefect, the wise Ulpian, was the friend of the laws and of the people. Why? Some trifling accident blew up their discontent into a furious mutiny, and the civil war raged during 3 days in Rome, whilst the life of that excellent minister was defended by the grateful people. Terrified, at length, by the sight of some houses in flames, and by the threats of a general conflagration, the people yielded with a sigh, and left the virtuous but unfortunate Ulpian to his fate. He was pursued into the imperial palace and massacred at the feet of his master, who vainly strove to cover him with the purple and to obtain his pardon from the inexorable soldiers. 731. Such was the deplorable weakness of government that the emperor was unable to revenge his murdered friend and his insulted dignity without stooping to the arts of patience and dissimulation. Epagathus, the principal leader of the mutiny, was removed from Rome by the honorable employment of prefect of Egypt. From that high rank he was gently degraded to the government of Crete, and when at length his popularity among the guards was effaced by time and absence, Alexander ventured to inflict the tardy but deserved punishment of his crimes. 74. Under the reign of a just and virtuous prince, the tyranny of the army threatened with instant death his most faithful ministers, who were suspected of an intention to correct their intolerable disorders. The historian Dion Cassius had commanded the Pannonian legions with the spirit of ancient discipline. Their brethren of Rome, embracing the common cause of military license, demanded the head of the reformer. Alexander, however, instead of yielding to their seditious clamors, showed a just sense of his merit and services by appointing him his colleague in the consulship, and defraying from his own treasury the expense of that vain dignity, but as was justly apprehended, that if the soldiers beheld him with the ensigns of his office, they would revenge the insult in his blood, the nominal first magistrate of the state retired, by the emperor's advice, from the city, and spent the greatest part of his consulship at his villas in Campania. 75. 731. Returned on Gurbent. Gibbon has confounded two events altogether different: the quarrel of the people with the Praetorians, which lasted 3 days, and the assassination of Ulpian by the latter. Dion relates first the death of Ulpian. Afterwards, reverting back according to a manner which is usual with him, he says that during the life of Ulpian there had been a war of 3 days between the Praetorians and the people. But Ulpian was not the cause. Dion says, on the contrary, that it was occasioned by some unimportant circumstance, whilst he assigns a weighty reason for the murder of Ulpian, the judgment by which that Praetorian prefect had condemned his predecessors, Chrestus and Flavian, to death, whom the soldiers wished to revenge. Zosimus, LL1, C. Xi, attributes this sentence to Mamyra. But, even then, the troops might have imputed it to Ulpian, who had reaped all the advantage and was otherwise odious to them. W74 returned. Though the author of the Life of Alexander Hista, 1822, mentions the sedition raised against Ulpian by the soldiers, he conceals the catastrophe as it might discover a weakness in the administration of his hero. From this designed omission we may judge of the weight and candor of that author. For an account of Ulpian's fate and his own danger, see the mutilated conclusion of Dion's History, LLLXX, P.E. 1371 to Return, 9 for 71. Return 9 possessed no estates in Campania, and was not rich. He only says that the emperor advised him to reside during his consulate in some place out of Rome, that he returned to Rome after the end of his consulate, and had an interview with the emperor in Campania. He asked and obtained leave to pass the rest of his life in his native city, Nice, in Bithynia. It was there that he finished his history, which closes with his second consulship. W. Chapter 6, Death of Severus, Tyranny of Caracalla, Usurpation of Marcinus. Part 4. The lenity of the emperor confirmed the insolence of the troops. The legions imitated the example of the guards and defended their prerogative of licentiousness with the same furious obstinacy. The administration of Alexander was an unavailing struggle against the corruption of his age. In Illyricum, in Mauritania, in Armenia, in Mesopotamia, in Germany, fresh mutinies perpetually broke out, his officers were murdered, his authority was insulted, and his life at last sacrificed to the fierce discontents of the army. 76. One particular fact well deserves to be recorded, as it illustrates the manners of the troops and exhibits a singular instance of their return to a sense of duty and obedience. Whilst the emperor lay at Antioch in his Persian expedition, the particulars of which we shall hereafter relate, the punishment of some soldiers who had been discovered in the baths of women excited a sedition in the legion to which they belonged. Alexander ascended his tribunal, and with a modest firmness represented to the armed multitude the absolute necessity, as well as his inflexible resolution, of correcting the vices introduced by his impure predecessor, and of maintaining the discipline which could not be relaxed without the ruin of the Roman name and empire. Their clamours interrupted his mild expostulation. "Reserve your shout," said the undaunted emperor, "till you take the field against the Persians, the Germans, and the Sarmatians. Be silent in the presence of your sovereign and benefactor, who bestows upon you the corn, the clothing, and the money of the provinces. Be silent, or I shall no longer style you soldiers, but citizens." 77. If those indeed who disclaim the laws of Rome deserve to be ranked among the meanest of the people. His menaces inflamed the fury of the legion, and their brandished arms already threatened his person. "Your courage," resumed the intrepid Alexander, "would be more nobly displayed in the field of battle. Me you may destroy, you cannot intimidate, and the severe justice of the Republic would punish your crime and revenge my death." The legion still persisted in clamorous sedition, when the emperor pronounced with a loud voice the decisive sentence, "Citizens, lay down your arms and depart in peace to your respective habitations." The tempest was instantly appeased. The soldiers, filled with grief and shame, silently confessed the justice of their punishment and the power of discipline, yielded up their arms and military ensigns, and retired in confusion, not to their camp, but to the several inns of the city. Alexander enjoyed during 30 days the edifying spectacle of their repentance, nor did he restore them to their former rank in the army, till he had punished with death those tribunes whose connivance had occasioned the mutiny. The grateful legion served the emperor whilst living, and revenged him when dead. 78-76. Return. Rema. Ad Dion Cassius, LLL, XXX, p. 1369. The 77 return. Julius Caesar had appeased a sedition with the same word, quirites, which, thus opposed to soldiers, was used in a sense of contempt, and reduced the offenders to the less honourable condition of mere citizens. Tacit, Anno. I 43-78 who return. Hist, August, who. The resolutions of the multitude generally depend on a moment, and the caprice of into his breast, or to plunge them into his breast. Perhaps, if this singular transaction had been investigated by the penetration of a philosopher, we should discover the secret causes which on that occasion authorized the boldness of the prince, and commanded the obedience of the troops. And perhaps, if it had been related by a judicious historian, we should find this action worthy of Caesar himself, reduced nearer to the level of probability and the common standard of the character of Alexander Severus. The abilities of that amiable prince seem to have been inadequate to the difficulties of his situation, the firmness of his conduct inferior to the purity of his intentions. His virtues, as well as the vices of Elagabalus, contracted a tincture of weakness and effeminacy from the soft climate of Syria, of which he was a native, though he blushed at his foreign origin, and listened with a vain complacency to the flattering genealogists who derived his race from the ancient stock of Roman nobility. 79. The pride and avarice of his mother cast a shade on the glories of his reign, and by exacting from his riper years the same dutiful obedience which she had justly claimed from his unexperienced youth, Mamaea exposed to public ridicule both her son's character and her own. 80. The fatigues of the Persian War irritated the military discontent. The unsuccessful event 801 degraded the reputation of the emperor as a general and even as a soldier. Every cause prepared and every circumstance hastened a revolution which distracted the Roman Empire with a long series of intestine calamities. 79. Return from the Metelli. Hist. August. p. 119. The choice was judicious. In one short period of 12 years, the Metelli could reckon 7 consulships and 5 triumphs. Sibelius Paterculus, i.e., 11, and the Fasti e. A return. The life of Alexander in the Augustan history is the mere idea of a perfect prince, an awkward imitation of the Cyropedia. The account of his reign, as given by Herodian, is rational and moderate, consistent with the general history of the age, and in some of the most invidious petulas, confirmed by the decisive fragments of Dion. Your account of the Celis, which confirmed by the modern writers of views heavy recontent firm. From the opposite prejudice, the Emperor Julian in Caesarib. p. 315 dwells with a visible satisfaction on the effeminate weakness of the Syrian and the ridiculous avarice of his mother. E81 Return. Historians are divided as to the success of the campaign against the Persians. Herodian alone speaks of defeat. Lampridius, Eutropius, Victor, and others say that it was very glorious to Alexander, that he beat Artaxerxes in a great battle, and repelled him from the frontiers of the empire. This much is certain, that Alexander, on his return to Rome, Lamp. Hist. Org. c. 56, 33, 34, received the honors of a triumph, and that he said in his oration to the people, Quirites visimus persas milites divites reduximus vobis congerium polisma. Alexander, says Eckel, had too much modesty and wisdom to permit himself to receive honors which ought only to be the reward of victory. If he had not deserved them, he would have contented himself with dissembling his losses. Eckel, Doct. Num. Vet. Vi. 276. The medals represent him as in triumph. One, among others, displays him crowned by victory between 2 rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris. PMTR. P. Ishai, Cos, II. PP. Imperator, Paludatus, D. Hastum. S. Parazonium, stat inter duos fluvios humi jacentes et ab accidente retro victoria coronatur. II. Max. Mod. Mus. Regi. Gaul. Although Gibbon treats this question more in detail when he speaks of the Persian monarchy, I have thought fit to place here what contradicts his opinion. G. The dissolute tyranny of Commodus, the civil wars occasioned by his death, and the new maxims of policy introduced by the house of Severus had all contributed to increase the dangerous power of the army and to obliterate the faint image of laws and liberty that was still impressed on the minds of the Romans. The internal change, which undermined the foundations of the empire, we have endeavored to explain with some degree of order and perspicuity. The personal characters of the emperors, their victories, laws, follies, and fortunes can interest us no farther than as they are connected with the general history of the decline and fall of the monarchy. Our constant attention to that great object will not suffer us to overlook a most important edict of Antoninus Caracalla, which communicated to all the free inhabitants of the empire the name and privileges of Roman citizens. His unbounded liberality flowed not, however, from the sentiments of a generous mind. It was the sordid result of avarice, and will naturally be illustrated by some observations on the finances of that state, from the victorious ages of the Commonwealth to the reign of Alexander Severus. The siege of Veii in Tuscany, the first considerable enterprise of the Romans, was protracted to the 10th year, much less by the strength of the place than by the unskillfulness of the besiegers. The unaccustomed hardships of so many winter campaigns, at the distance of near 20 miles from home, 81 required more than common encouragements, and the Senate wisely prevented the clamors of the people by the institution of a regular pay for the soldiers, which was levied by a general tribute assessed according to an equitable proportion on the property of the citizens. 82. During more than 200 years after the conquest of Veii, the victories of the Republic added less to the wealth than to the power of Rome. The states of Italy paid their tribute in military service only, and the vast force, both by sea and land, which was exerted in the Punic Wars, was maintained at the expense of the Romans themselves. That high-spirited people, such as often the generous enthusiasm of freedom, cheerfully submitted to the most excessive but voluntary burdens, in the just confidence that they should speedily enjoy the rich harvest of their labors. Their expectations were not disappointed. In the course of a few years, the riches of Syracuse, of Carthage, of Macedonia, and of Asia were brought in triumph to Rome. The treasures of Perseus alone amounted to near 2 millions sterling, and the Roman people, the sovereign of so many nations, was forever delivered from the weight of taxes. 83. The increasing revenue of the provinces was found sufficient to defray the ordinary establishment of war and government, and the superfluous mass of gold and silver was deposited in the temple of Saturn and reserved for any unforeseen emergency of the state. 84-81. Returned to the more accurate Dionysius, the city itself was only 100 stadia, or 12 miles and a half from Rome, though some outposts might be advanced farther on the side of Etruria. Nardini, in a professed treatise, has combated the popular opinion and the authority of 2 popes, and has removed Veii from Civita Castellana to a little spot called Isola, in the midway between Rome and the Lake Bresciano. Note, see the interesting account of the site and ruins of Veii in Sir W. Gell's Topography of Rome and its vicinity. VII. p. 33. m. 82. Return. See the 4th and 5th books of Livy. In the Roman census, property, power, and taxation were commensurate with each other. 83. Nardine 2. P.E. 275. 84. Return, dequition of this accumulated wealth of ages in farce. Lee. V. 55 and C. Astri has never, perhaps, suffered a greater or more irreparable injury than in the loss of the curious register, 84-1 bequeathed by Augustus to the Senate, in which that experienced prince so accurately balanced the revenues and expenses of the Roman Empire. 85. Deprived of this clear and comprehensive estimate, we are reduced to collect a few imperfect hints from such of the ancients as have accidentally turned aside from the splendid to the more useful parts of history. We are informed that, by the conquests of Pompey, the tributes of Asia were raised from 50 to 135 millions of drachms, or about 4 millions and a half sterling. 86-86-1. Under the last and most indolent of the Ptolemies, the revenue of Egypt is said to have amounted to 12,500 talents, a sum equivalent to more than 2 millions and a half of our money, but which was afterwards considerably improved by the more exact economy of the Romans, and the increase of the trade of Ethiopia and India. 87. Gaul was enriched by rapine, as Egypt was by commerce, and the tributes of those 2 great provinces have been compared as nearly equal to each other in value. 88. The 10,000 Euboic or Phoenician talents, about 4 millions sterling, 89, which vanquished Carthage was condemned to pay within the term of 50 years, were a slight acknowledgment of the superiority of Rome. 90, and cannot bear the least proportion with the taxes afterwards raised both on the lands and on the persons of the inhabitants, when the fertile coast of Africa was reduced into a province. 91. 80-41 return. See Rationarium Imperii. Compare besides Tacitus, Suet, Org, C. Alt, Dion, p. 80-32. Other emperors kept and published similar registers. See a dissertation of Dr. Woolley de Rationario Imperii Rome, Leipzig, 1773. The last book of Appian also contained the statistics of the Roman Empire, but it is lost. W85 return tocket to turn top. Plutarch in Pompeo. Hutak in Pompeo. 642-8061 return. Return the PPN's version of Plutarch, and supposes that Pompey only raised the revenue from 50,000 of drachms, but the text of Plutarch seems clearly to mean that his conquests added 85 PN miles tals to the ordinary revenue. When cads, Plutarch says in another part that Antony made Asia pay, at one time 200,000 talents, that is to say 38,075,000 L sterling. But Appian explains this by saying that it was the revenue of 10 years, which brings the annual revenue at the time of Antony to 3,000 L sterling. M. 87 Strebo L. Gevici return, Strebo 98, 88 return Develius Paterculus LBUC. Cistern. It is very probable that the same talent was carried from Tyre to Carthage. 90 return Burlebe L. XVC 291 return Poinis, Appian in Punices, P84. Spain, by a very singular fatality, was the Peru and Mexico of the Old World. The discovery of the rich western continent by the Phoenicians and the oppression of the simple natives, who were compelled to labor in their own mines for the benefit of strangers, form an exact type of the more recent history of Spanish America. 92. The Phoenicians were acquainted only with the seacoast of Spain. Avarice, as well as ambition, carried the arms of Rome and Carthage into the heart of the country, and almost every part of the soil was found pregnant with copper, silver, and gold. 25,000 drachmans of silver, or about 300,000 pounds a year. 20,000 pound weight of gold was annually received from the provinces of Asturia, Galicia, and Lusitania. 94-92 return. Diodorus Siculus, L5. Odys was built by the Phoenicians a little more than 1,000 years before Christ. See Vel. Bartar I2E92 find. Return. Compare Heron's researches Vol. I Part E. P93. Return the Strabo LEE. P4894 returned TNT far. PENT. PE. Cax XXXXE. P&D used to far. Herius is silver mine in Dalmatia that yielded every day 50 pounds to the state. Myodes was built by the 5 Vespasian Rhedoros. Some notion, however, may be formed of the revenue of the provinces where considerable wealth had been deposited by nature or collected by man, if we observe the severe attention that was directed to the abodes of solitude and sterility. Augustus once received a petition from the inhabitants of Gyarus, humbly praying that they might be relieved from 1/3 of their excessive impositions. Their whole tax amounted indeed to no more than 150 drachms, or about 5 pounds, but Gyarus was a little island, or rather a rock, of the Aegean Sea, destitute of fresh water and every necessary of life, and inhabited only by a few wretched fishermen. 95-95 return. Strabo LXP 485. Tacit, Annal, IU 69 and IV 4. C. 24 Voyages, Au Levant. Lettre VI, a very lively picture of the actual misery of Gyarus. From the faint glimmerings of such doubtful and scattered lights we should be inclined to believe, first, that with every fair allowance for the differences of times and circumstances, the general income of the Roman provinces could seldom amount to less than 15 or 20 millions of our money. 96, and towardly, that so ample a revenue must have been fully adequate to all the expenses of the moderate government instituted by Augustus, whose court was the modest family of a private senator, and whose military establishment was calculated for the defense of the frontiers, without any aspiring views of conquest, or any serious apprehension of a foreign invasion. 96. Au return. Lipsius de Magnitudine. Free computes the revenue at 150 millions of gold crowns, but his whole book, though learned and ingenious, betrays a very heated imagination. Note, If Justus Lipsius has exaggerated the revenue of the Roman Empire, Gibbon, on the other hand, has underrated it. He fixes it at 15 or 20 millions of our money. But if we take only on a moderate calculation the taxes in the provinces which he has already cited, they will amount, considering the augmentations made by Augustus, to nearly that sum. There remain also the provinces of Italy, of Raetia, of Noricum, Pannonia, and Greece and sea. Let us pay attention, besides, to the prodigious expenditure of some emperors. Suet. Ves Paus 16, we shall see that such a revenue could not be sufficient. The authors of the Universal History, Part XI, assigned 40 millions sterling as the sum to about which the public revenue might amount. G. from W. Notwithstanding the seeming probability of both these conclusions, the latter of them at least is positively disowned by the language and conduct of Augustus. It is not easy to determine whether on this occasion he acted as the common father of the Roman world, or as the oppressor of liberty, whether he wished to relieve the provinces, or to impoverish the Senate and the equestrian order. But no sooner had he assumed the reins of government than he frequently intimated the insufficiency of the tributes, and the necessity of throwing an equitable proportion of the public burden upon Rome and Italy. 961. In the prosecution of this unpopular design, he advanced, however, by cautious and well-weighed steps. The introduction of customs was followed by the establishment of an excise, and the scheme of taxation was completed by an artful assessment on the real and personal property of the Roman citizens, who had been exempted from any kind of contribution above a century and a half. 961 return. It is not astonishing that Augustus held this language. The Senate declared also under Nero that the state could not exist without the imposts as well augmented as founded by Augustus. Tac ECCC 50. After the abolition of the different tributes paid by Italy, an abolition which took place AU 646, 694, and 695, the state derived no revenues from that great country, but the 20th part of the manumissions. Vicissima manumissionum, and Siero laments this in many places. In a great empire like that of Rome, a natural balance of money must have gradually established itself. It has been already observed that as the wealth of the provinces was attracted to the capital by the strong hand of conquest and power, so a considerable part of it was restored to the industrious provinces by the gentle influence of commerce and arts. In the reign of Augustus and his successors, duties were imposed on every kind of merchandise, which through 1,000 channels flowed to the great center of opulence and luxury, and in whatsoever manner the law was expressed, it was the Roman purchaser, and not the provincial merchant, who paid the tax. 97. The rate of the customs varied from the 8th to the 40th part of the value of the commodity, and we have a right to suppose that the variation was directed by the unalterable maxims of policy, that a higher duty was fixed on the articles of luxury than on those of necessity, and that the productions raised or manufactured by the labor of the subjects of the empire were treated with more indulgence than was shown to the pernicious, or at least the unpopular, commerce of Arabia and India. 98. There is still extant a long but imperfect catalogue of Eastern commodities, which about the time of Alexander Severus was subject to the payment of duties: cinnamon, myrrh, pepper, ginger, and the whole tribe of aromatics, a great variety of precious stones, among which the diamond was the most remarkable for its price, and the emerald for its beauty, 99 Parthian and Babylonian leather, cottons, silks, both raw and manufactured, ebony, ivory, and eunuchs. 18. His observation that the Indian commodities were sold at Rome at 100 times their original price may give us some notion of the produce of the customs, since that original price amounted to more than £800,000. 99 return. The ancients were unacquainted with the art of cutting diamonds. 100 return. Bouchot, in his treatise de l'impôt chez les Romains, has transcribed this catalogue from the Digest, and attempts to illustrate it by a very prolix commentary. In note, in the Pandex L39 T14 to Publican, compare Cicero in Verum, c. 72274. W1 Shu. The excise introduced by Augustus after the civil wars was extremely moderate, but it was general. It seldom exceeded 1%, but it comprehended whatever was sold in the markets or by public auction, from the most considerable purchases of lands and houses to those minute objects which can only derive a value from their infinite multitude and daily consumption. Such a tax, as it affects the body of the people, has ever been the occasion of clamor and discontent. An emperor well acquainted with the wants and resources of the state was obliged to declare, by a public edict, that the support of the army depended in a great measure on the produce of the excise. 15. Tacit, Annal, I-78. 2 years afterwards, the reduction of the poor kingdom of Cappadocia gave Tiberius a pretense for diminishing the excise of 1/2. When Augustus resolved to establish a permanent military force for the defense of his government against foreign and domestic enemies, he instituted a peculiar treasury for the pay of the soldiers, the rewards of the veterans, and the extraordinary expenses of war. The ample revenue of the excise, though peculiarly appropriated to those uses, was found inadequate. To supply the deficiency, the emperor suggested a new tax of 5% on all legacies and inheritances. But the nobles of Rome were more tenacious of property than of freedom. Their indignant murmurs were received by Augustus with his usual temper. He candidly referred the whole business to the Senate, and exhorted them to provide for the public service by some other expedient of a less odious nature. They were divided and perplexed. He insinuated to them that their obstinacy would oblige him to propose for the tension. They acquiesced in silence. Mono 2, the new imposition on legacies and inheritances, was, however, mitigated by some restrictions. It did not take place unless the object was of a certain value, most probably of 50 or 100 pieces of gold, Mono 2-3, nor could it be exacted from the nearest of kin on the father's side, Mono 2-4. When the rights of nature and poverty were thus secured, it seemed reasonable that a stranger or a distant relation who acquired an unexpected accession of fortune should cheerfully resign a 20th part of it for the benefit of the state. Mono 2-3, return, Dion Cassius, LEVP, 794, LEVP, Mono DN neither mentions this proposition nor the capitation. He only says that the emperor imposed a tax upon landed property and sent every where men employed each was to pay. The senators then preferred giving the tax on legacies and inheritances. W103 return. The sum is only fixed by conjecture. W4 return. As the Roman law subsisted for many ages, the cognati, or relations on the mother's side, were not called to the succession. This harsh institution was gradually undermined by humanity and finally abolished by Justinian. W5 return. Panegyric. C37. Such a tax, plentiful as it must prove in every wealthy community, was most happily suited to the situation of the Romans, who could frame their arbitrary wills according to the dictates of reason or caprice, without any restraint from the modern fetters of entails and settlements. From various causes, the partiality of paternal affection often lost its influence over the stern patriots of the Commonwealth and the dissolute nobles of the empire. And if the father bequeathed to his son the 4th part of his estate, he removed all ground of legal complaint. But a rich, childish old man was a domestic tyrant, and his power increased with his years and infirmities. A servile crowd, in which he frequently reckoned praetors and consuls, courted his smiles, pampered his avarice, applauded his follies, served his passions, and waited with impatience for his death. The arts of attendance and flattery were formed into a most lucrative science. Those who professed it acquired a peculiar appellation, and the whole city, according to the lively descriptions of satire, was divided between 2 parties. 10-7. Yet, while so many unjust and extravagant wills were every day dictated by cunning and subscribed by folly, a few were the result of rational esteem and virtuous gratitude. Cicero, who had so often defended the lives and fortunes of his fellow citizens, was rewarded with legacies to the amount of £170,000. 10:8, nor do the friends of the younger Pliny seem to have been less generous to that amiable orator. 10:9. Whatever was the motive of the testator, the treasury claimed, without distinction, the 20th part of his estate, and in the course of 2 or 3 generations, the whole property of the state must have gradually passed through the coffers of the state. Tene sicis in the antiquit, juris Romani, L.E. Tene 7, ab return, R.E. Shet, V.A. Potron, Shete, Captio. 16 to 11 return, 219 new 9 return, each see his epistles, every such will gave him an occasion of displaying his reverence to the dead and his justice to the living. He reconciled both in his behavior to a son who had been disinherited by his mother in the first and golden years of the reign of Nero. That prince, from a desire of popularity and perhaps from a blind impulse of benevolence, conceived the wish of abolishing the oppression of the customs and excise. The wisest senators applauded his magnanimity, but they diverted him from the execution of a design which would have dissolved the strength and resources of the republic. In under 10. Had it indeed been possible to realize this dream of fancy, such princes as Trajan and the Antonines would surely have embraced with ardor the glorious opportunity of conferring so signal an obligation on mankind. Satisfied, however, with alleviating the public burden, they attempted not to remove it. The mildness and precision of their laws ascertained the rule and measure of taxation, and protected the subject of every rank against arbitrary interpretations, antiquated claims, and the insolent vexation of the farmers of the revenue. Elewin 1. For it is somewhat singular that in every age the best and wisest of the Roman governors persevered in this pernicious method of collecting the principal branches at least of the excise and customs. Ella 1 Sefta, Enna 1 Return, Tacit, Annal, G. Fifta, Esprit des Lois, LGE. See Pliny's Panegyric, see Pliny's Panegyric, the Augustan History, and Berman de Vectigal, Passim, Timon 12, Return. The tributes, properly so called, were not farmed, since the good princes often remitted many millions of arrears. The sentiments, and indeed the situation of Caracalla, were very different from those of the Antonines. Inattentive, or rather averse, to the welfare of his people, he found himself under the necessity of gratifying the insatiate avarice which he had excited in the army. Of the several impositions introduced by Augustus, the 20th on inheritances and legacies was the most fruitful, as well as the most comprehensive. As its influence was not confined to Rome or Italy, the produce continually increased with the gradual extension of the Roman city. The new citizens, though charged, on equal terms, I5-1, with the payment of new taxes which had not affected them as subjects, derived an ample compensation from the rank they obtained, the privileges they acquired, and the fair prospect of honors and fortune that was thrown open to their ambition. But the favor which implied a distinction was lost in the prodigality of Caracalla, and the reluctant provincials were compelled to assume the vain title and the real obligations of Roman citizens. 1131. Nor was the rapacious son of Severus contented with such a measure of taxation as had appeared sufficient to his moderate predecessors. Instead of a 20th, he exacted a 10th of all legacies and inheritances, and during his reign, for the ancient proportion was restored after his death, he crushed alike every idea hide. 11:4, 11:13, Return. The situation of the new citizens is minutely described by Pliny, Panegyric, c. 37, 38, 39. Trajan published a law very much in their favor. Mari 1131, Return, has adopted the opinion of Spanheim and of Berman, which attributes to Caracalla this edict, which gave the right of the city to all the inhabitants of the provinces. This opinion may be disputed. Several passages of Spartianus, of Aurelius Victor, and of Aristides attribute this edict to Mark Aurelius. See a learned essay entitled Jobi, Pimach de Machte Univo au en Antonino Constitutionis de Civitate Univers da Halai, 1772, auch daher. Archanfa doher holi, which released the provincials from some of the charges in person teneti no huech do hoku rio hoku huon. Caracalla annulled these modifications. W. Wannen and Fortin return. LL, LL, X5 Dine, Dine LL 6-5. Penor the provincials became liable to the peculiar impositions of Roman citizens. They seemed to acquire a legal exemption from the tributes which they had paid in their former condition of subjects. Such were not the maxims of government adopted by Caracalla and his pretended son. The old as well as the new taxes were, at the same time, levied in the provinces. It was reserved for the virtue of Alexander to relieve them in a great measure from this intolerable grievance, by reducing the tributes to a 13th part of the sum exacted at the time of his accession. It's impossible to conjecture the motive that engaged him to spare so trifling a remnant of the public evil, but the noxious weed which had not been totally eradicated again sprang up with the most luxuriant growth, and in the succeeding age darkened the Roman world with its deadly shade. In the course of this history we shall be too often summoned to explain the land tax, the capitation, and the heavy contributions of corn, wine, oil, and meat, which were exacted from the provinces for the use of the court, the army, and the capital. In 15 return, he who paid 10 auri, the usual tribute, was charged with no more than the 3rd part of an aurius, and proportional pieces of gold were coined by Alexander's order. Hist. August. p. 27, with the commentary of Salmasius. As long as Rome and Italy were respected as the center of government, a national spirit was preserved by the ancient and insensibly imbibed by the adopted citizens. The principal commands of the army were filled by men who had received a liberal education, were well instructed in the advantages of laws and letters, and who had risen by equal steps through the regular succession of civil and military honors. 116. To their influence and example, we may partly ascribe the modest obedience of the legions during the 2 first centuries of the imperial history. 116 return, see the lives of Agricola, Vespasian, Trajan, Severus, and his 3 competitors, and indeed of all the eminent men of those times. But when the lasting closure of the Roman constitution was trampled down by Caracalla, the separation of professions gradually succeeded to the distinction of ranks. The more polished citizens of the internal provinces were alone qualified to act as lawyers and magistrates. The rougher trade of arms was abandoned to the peasants and barbarians of the frontiers, who knew no country but their camp, no science but that of war, no civil laws, and scarcely those of military discipline. With bloody hands, savage manners, and desperate resolutions, they sometimes guarded, but much oftener subverted, the throne of the emperors. Chapter 7. Tyranny of Maximin. The elevation and tyranny of Maximin, rebellion in Africa and Italy under the authority of the Senate, civil wars and seditions, violent deaths of Maximin and his son, of Maximus and Balbinus, and of the 3 Gordians, usurpation and secular games, of Philip, of the various forms of government which have prevailed in the world, an hereditary monarchy seems to present the fairest scope for ridicule. Is it possible to relate without an indignant smile that, on the father's decease, the property of a nation, like that of a drove of oxen, descends to his infant son, as yet unknown to mankind and to himself, and that the bravest warriors and the wisest statesmen, relinquishing their natural right to empire, approach the royal cradle with bended knees and protestations of inviolable fidelity? Satire and declamation may paint these obvious topics in the most dazzling colors, but our more serious thoughts will respect a useful prejudice, that establishes a rule of succession independent of the passions of mankind, and we shall cheerfully acquiesce in any expedient which deprives the multitude of the dangerous, and indeed the ideal, power of giving themselves a master. In the cool shade of retirement we may easily devise imaginary forms of government, in which the sceptre shall be constantly bestowed on the most worthy, by the free and incorrupt suffrage of the whole community. Experience overturns these airy fabrics, and teaches us that in a large society the election of a monarch can never devolve to the wisest or to the most numerous part of the people. The army is the only order of men sufficiently united to concur in the same sentiments, and powerful enough to impose them on the rest of their fellow citizens, but the temper of soldiers, habituated at once to violence and to slavery, renders them very unfit guardians of a legal or even a civil constitution. Justice, humanity, or political wisdom are qualities they are too little acquainted with in themselves to appreciate them in others. Valor will acquire their esteem, and liberality will purchase their suffrage, but the first of these merits is often lodged in the most savage breasts. The latter can only exert itself at the expense of the public, and both may be turned against the possessor of the throne by the ambition of a daring rival. The superior prerogative of birth, when it has obtained the sanction of time and popular opinion, is the plainest and least invidious of all distinctions among mankind. The acknowledged right extinguishes the hopes of faction, and the conscious security disarms the cruelty of the monarch. To the firm establishment of this idea we owe the peaceful succession and mild administration of European monarchies. To the defect of it we must attribute the frequent civil wars, through which an Asiatic despot is obliged to cut his way to the throne of his fathers. Yet, even in the East, the sphere of contention is usually limited to the princes of the reigning house, and as soon as the more fortunate competitor has removed his brethren by the sword and the bowstring, he no longer entertains any jealousy of his meaner subjects. But the Roman Empire, after the authority of the Senate had sunk into contempt, was a vast scene of confusion. The royal and even noble families of the provinces had long since been led in triumph before the car of the haughty republicans. The ancient families of Rome had successively fallen beneath the tyranny of the Caesars, and whilst those princes were shackled by the forms of a commonwealth and disappointed by the repeated failure of their posterity, it was impossible that any idea of hereditary succession should have taken root in the minds of their subjects. The right to the throne, which none could claim from birth, everyone assumed from merit. The daring hopes of ambition were set loose from the salutary restraints of law and prejudice, and the meanest of mankind might, without folly, entertain a hope of being raised by valor and fortune to a rank in the army, in which a single crime would enable him to wrest the scepter of the world from his feeble and unpopular master. After the murder of Alexander Severus and the elevation of Maximin, no emperor could think himself safe upon the throne, and every barbarian peasant of the frontier might aspire to that august but dangerous station. There had been no example of 3 successive generations on the throne, only 3 instances of sons who succeeded their fathers. The marriages of the Caesars, notwithstanding the permission and the frequent practice of divorces, were generally unfruitful. About 32 years before that event, the Emperor Severus, returning from an eastern expedition, halted in Thrace to celebrate, with military games, the birthday of his younger son Geta. The country flocked in crowds to behold their sovereign, and a young barbarian of gigantic stature earnestly solicited, in his rude dialect, that he might be allowed to contend for the prize of wrestling. As the pride of discipline would have been disgraced in the overthrow of a Roman soldier by a Thracian peasant, he was matched with the stoutest followers of the camp, 16 of whom he successively laid on the ground. His victory was rewarded by some trifling gifts, and a permission to enlist in the troops. The next day the happy barbarian was distinguished above a crowd of recruits, dancing and exulting after the fashion of his country. As soon as he perceived that he had attracted the emperor's notice, he instantly ran up to his horse and followed him on foot, without the least appearance of fatigue, in a long and rapid career. Thracian, said Severus with astonishment. "Art thou disposed to wrestle after thy race?" "Most willingly, sir," replied the unwearied youth, and, almost in a breath, overthrew 7 of the strongest soldiers in the army. A gold collar was the prize of his matchless vigor and activity, and he was immediately appointed to serve in the horse guards who always attended on the person of the sovereign. To return to Hist. August p. 50138. His father was a Goth, and his mother of the nation of the Alani. He displayed on every occasion a valor equal to his strength, and his native fierceness was soon tempered or disguised by the knowledge of the world. Under the reign of Severus and his son, he obtained the rank of centurion, with the favor and esteem of both those princes, the former of whom was an excellent judge of merit. Gratitude forbade Maximin to serve under the assassin of Caracalla. Honor taught him to decline the effeminate insults of Elagabalus. On the accession of Alexander, he returned to court, and was placed by that prince in a station useful to the service and honorable to himself. The 4th Legion, to which he was appointed tribune, soon became under his care the best disciplined of the whole army. With the general applause of the soldiers who bestowed on their favorite hero the names of Ajax and Hercules, he was successively promoted to the first military command, 3. And had not he still retained too much of his savage origin, the emperor might perhaps have given his own sister in marriage to the son of Maximin. 4-3. The Return, Hist. August. p. 423. Herodian, L.V. p. 2023. Aurelius Victor. By comparing these authors, it should seem that Maximin had the particular command of the Trebellian horse, with the general commission of disciplining the recruits of the whole army. His biographer ought to have marked with more care his exploits and the successive steps of his military promotions. For return, see the original letter of Alexander Severus, Hist. August. 49. Instead of securing his fidelity, these favors served only to inflame the ambition of the Thracian peasant, who deemed his fortune inadequate to his merit, as long as he was constrained to acknowledge a superior. Though a stranger to real wisdom, he was not devoid of a selfish cunning, which showed him that the emperor had lost the affection of the army, and taught him to improve their discontent to his own advantage. It is easy for faction and calumny to shed their poison on the administration of the best of princes, and to accuse even their virtues by artfully confounding them with those vices to which they bear the nearest affinity. The troops listened with pleasure to the emissaries of Maximin. They blushed at their own ignominious patience, which, during 13 years, had supported the vexatious discipline imposed by an effeminate Syrian, the timid slave of his mother and of the Senate. It was time, they cried, to cast away that useless phantom of the civil power, and to elect for their prince and general a real soldier, educated in camps, exercised in war, who would assert the glory and distribute among his companions the treasures of the empire. A great army was at that time assembled on the banks of the Rhine, under the command of the emperor himself, who almost immediately after his return from the Persian War had been obliged to march against the barbarians of Germany. The important care of training and reviewing the new levies was entrusted to Maximin. One day, as he entered the field of exercise, the troops, either from a sudden impulse or a formed conspiracy, saluted him emperor, silenced by their loud acclamations his obstinate refusal, and hastened to consummate their rebellion by the murder of Alexander Severus. The circumstances of his death are variously related. The writers who suppose that he died in ignorance of the ingratitude and ambition of Maximin affirm that, after taking a frugal repast in the sight of the army, he retired to sleep, and that, about the 7th hour of the day, a part of his own guards broke into the imperial tent, and, with many wounds, assassinated their virtuous and unsuspecting prince. Fourth, if we credit another, and indeed a more probable account, Maximin was invested with the purple by a numerous detachment at the distance of several miles from the headquarters, and he trusted for success rather to the secret wishes than to the public declarations of the great army. Alexander had sufficient time to awaken a faint sense of loyalty among the troops, but their reluctant professions of fidelity quickly vanished on the appearance of Maximin, who declared himself the friend and advocate of the military order, and was unanimously acknowledged Emperor of the Romans by the applauding legions. The son of Mamaea, betrayed and deserted, withdrew into his tent, desirous at least to conceal his approaching fate from the insults of the multitude. He was soon followed by a tribune and some centurions, the ministers of death, but instead of receiving with manly resolution the inevitable stroke, his unavailing cries and entreaties disgraced the last moments of his life, and converted into contempt some portion of the just pity which his innocence and misfortunes must inspire. His mother, Mamaea, whose pride and avarice he loudly accused of the cause of his ruin, perished with her son. The most faithful of his friends were sacrificed to the first fury of the soldiers, others were reserved for the more deliberate cruelty of the usurper, and those who experienced the mildest treatment were stripped of their employments and ignominiously driven from the court and army. 6-5 returned to Hist. August. P. Fond Fauve. I have softened some of the most improbable circumstances of this wretched biographer. From his ill-worded narration it should seem that the prince's buffoon having accidentally entered the tent and awakened the slumbering monarch, the fear of punishment urged him to persuade the disaffected soldiers to commit the murder. Alvae the 223, 223, 227. The former tyrants, Caligula and Nero, Commodus and Caracalla, were all dissolute and unexperienced youths, 7 educated in the purple, and corrupted by the pride of empire, the luxury of Rome, and the perfidious voice of flattery. The cruelty of Maximin was derived from a different source, the fear of contempt. Though he depended on the attachment of the soldiers who loved him for virtues like their own, he was conscious that his mean and barbarian origin, his savage appearance, and his total ignorance of the arts and institutions of civil life, formed a very unfavorable contrast with the amiable manners of the unhappy Alexander. He remembered that, in his humbler fortune, he had often waited before the door of the haughty nobles of Rome, and had been denied admittance by the insolence of their slaves. He recollected, too, the friendship of a few who had relieved his poverty and assisted his rising hopes. But those who had spurned and those who had protected the Thracian were guilty of the same crime, the knowledge of his original obscurity. For this crime many were put to death, and by the execution of several of his benefactors, Maximin published in characters of blood the indelible history of his baseness and ingratitude. 9-7 return. Caligula, the eldest of the 4, was only 25 years of age when he ascended the throne. Caracalla was 23, Commodus 19, and Nero no more than 17. And yet return. It appears that he was totally ignorant of the Greek language, which, from its universal use in conversation and letters, was an essential part of every liberal education. 9 return. Hist. August. P. 40-43-7. Herodian. Lav is. P. 23-7. The latter of these historians has been most unjustly censured for sparing the vices of Maximin. The dark and sanguinary soul of the tyrant was open to every suspicion against those of Baco the Inqued. Whenever he was alarmed with the sound of treason, his cruelty was unbounded and unrelenting. A conspiracy against his life was either discovered or imagined, and Magnus, a consular senator, was named as the principal author of it. Without a witness, without a trial, and without an opportunity of defense, Magnus, with 4,000 of his supposed accomplices, was put to death. Italy and the whole empire were infested with innumerable spies and informers. On the slightest accusation, the first of the Roman nobles who had governed provinces, commanded armies, and been adorned with the consular and triumphal ornaments were chained on the public carriages and hurried away to the emperor's presence. Confiscation, exile, or simple death were esteemed uncommon instances of his lenity. Some of the unfortunate sufferers he ordered to be sewed up in the hides of slaughtered animals, others to be exposed to wild beasts, others again to be beaten to death with clubs. During the 3 years of his reign, he disdained to visit either Rome or Italy. His camp, occasionally removed from the banks of the Rhine to those of the Danube, was the seat of his stern despotism, which trampled on every principle of law and justice, and was supported by the avowed power of the sword. 10. No man of noble birth, elegant accomplishments, or knowledge of civil business was suffered near his person, and the court of a Roman emperor revived the idea of those ancient chiefs of slaves and gladiators, whose savage power had left a deep impression of terror and detestation. 1110. Return, the wife of Maximin, by insinuating wise counsels with female gentleness, sometimes brought back the tyrant to the way of truth and humanity. See Ammianus Marcellinus L. Sheave, C.L., where he alludes to the fact which he had more fully related under the reign of the Gordians. We may collect from the medals that Paulina was the name of this benevolent empress, and from the title of Diva that she died before Maximin. Velicius ad loc. C.E. Ammian. Spanhim de U. et P. N. Tom, i.e. p. 300. Note, if we may believe Circellus and Zenaras, in was Maximin himself who ordered her death. G. Ye 11 then return, he was compared to Spartacus and Athenio. Hist. August P. Chi, 41. As long as the cruelty of Maximin was confined to the illustrious senators, or even to the bold adventurers who in the court or army exposed themselves to the caprice of fortune, the body of the people viewed their sufferings with indifference or perhaps with pleasure. But the tyrant's avarice, stimulated by the insatiate desires of the soldiers, at length attacked the public property. Every city of the empire was possessed of an independent revenue, destined to purchase corn for the multitude and to supply the expenses of the games and entertainments. By a single act of authority, the whole mass of wealth was at once confiscated for the use of the imperial treasury. The temples were stripped of their most valuable offerings of gold and silver, and the statues of gods, heroes, and emperors were melted down and coined into money. These impious orders could not be executed without tumults and massacres, as in many places the people chose rather to die in the defense of their altars than to behold in the midst of peace their cities exposed to the rapine and cruelty of war. The soldiers themselves, among whom this sacrilegious plunder was distributed, received it with a blush, and hardened as they were in acts of violence, they dreaded the just reproaches of their friends and relations. Throughout the Roman world a general cry of indignation was heard, imploring vengeance on the common enemy of humankind, and at length, by an act of private oppression, a peaceful and unarmed province was driven into rebellion against him. 1212 Return Herodian, LVE, p. 238. Zosim, LE, p. 15. The procurator of Africa was a servant worthy of such a master, who considered the fines and confiscations of the rich as one of the most fruitful branches of the imperial revenue. An iniquitous sentence had been pronounced against some opulent youths of that country, the execution of which would have stripped them of far the greater part of their patrimony. In this extremity, a resolution that must either complete or prevent their ruin was dictated by despair. A respite of 3 days, obtained with difficulty from the rapacious treasurer, was employed in collecting from their estates a great number of slaves and peasants blindly devoted to the commands of their lords, and armed with the rustic weapons of clubs and axes. The leaders of the conspiracy, as they were admitted to the audience of the procurator, stabbed him with the daggers concealed under their garments, and, by the assistance of their tumultuary train, seized on the little town of Phistrus, 13, and erected the standard of rebellion against the sovereign of the Roman Empire. They rested their hopes on the hatred of mankind against Maximin, and they judiciously resolved to oppose to that detested tyrant an emperor whose mild virtues had already acquired the love and esteem of the Romans, and whose authority over the province would give weight and stability to the enterprise. Gordianus, their proconsul and the object of their choice, refused with unfeigned reluctance the dangerous honor, and begged with tears that they would suffer him to terminate in peace a long and innocent life, without staining his feeble age with civil blood. Their menaces compelled him to accept the imperial purple, his only refuge indeed against the jealous cruelty of Maximin, since, according to the reasoning of tyrants, those who have been esteemed worthy of the throne deserve death, and those who deliberate have already rebelled. 1413 Return. In the fertile territory of Byzantium, 150 miles to the south of Carthage. This city was decorated probably by the Gordians with the title of colony and with a fine amphitheatre, which is still in a very perfect state. See Itinerary. Westling, p. 59, and Shaw's Travels, p. 1 and 17, 1439, 1 vi ip. 239, Hist. August, p. 553. The family of Gordianus was one of the most illustrious of the Roman Senate, on his mother's from the Emperor Trajan. A great estate enabled him to support the dignity of his birth, and in the enjoyment of it he displayed an elegant taste and beneficent disposition. The palace in Rome, formerly inhabited by the great Pompey, had been, during several generations, in the possession of Gordian's family. 15. It was distinguished by ancient trophies of naval victories and decorated with the works of modern painting. His villa on the road to Praenest was celebrated for baths of singular beauty and extent, for 3 stately rooms of 100 feet in length, and for a magnificent portico, supported by 200 columns of the 4 most curious and costly sorts of marble. 16. The public shows exhibited at his expense, and in which the people were entertained with many hundreds of wild beasts and gladiators. 17 seemed to surpass the fortune of a subject, and whilst the liberality of other magistrates was confined to a few solemn festivals at Rome, the magnificence of Gordian was repeated, when he was edile, every month in the year, and extended, during his consulship, to the principal cities of Italy. He was twice elevated to the last-mentioned dignity, by Caracalla and by Alexander, for he possessed the uncommon talent of acquiring the esteem of virtuous princes, without alarming the jealousy of tyrants. His long life was innocently spent in the study of letters and the peaceful honors of Rome, and, till he was named proconsul of Africa by the voice of the Senate and the approbation of Alexander 18, he appears prudently to have declined the command of armies and the government of provinces. His manners were less pure, but his character was equally amiable with that of his father. 22 acknowledged concubines and a library of 62,000 volumes attested the variety of his inclinations, and from the productions which he left behind him, it appears that the former as well as the latter were designed for use rather than for ostentation. 19. The Roman people acknowledged in the features of the younger Gordian the resemblance of Scipio Africanus, 19:1 recollected with pleasure that his mother was the granddaughter of Antoninus Pius, and rested the public hope on those latent virtues which had hitherto, as they fondly imagined, lain concealed in the luxurious indolence of private life. 15. Return to Hist. Ogre. The Emperor Trajan allowed and even encouraged the rich senators to purchase those magnificent and useless places, Plin, Panegyric, c. 50, and it may seem probable that on this occasion Pompey's house came into the possession of Gordian's great-grandfather. 16 Return, the Claudian, the Numidian, the Carystian, and the Senadian. The colors of Roman marbles have been faintly described and imperfectly distinguished. It appears, however, that the Carystian was a sea green, and that the marble of Senada was white mixed with oval spots of purple. See Salmasius ad Hist. August, p. 64, 117 Return Hist. August, p. 50 Furies. He sometimes gave 500 pair of gladiators, never less than 150. He once gave for the use of the circus 100 Sicilian, and as many Capician Quadian. The animals designed for hunting were chiefly bears, bulls, stags, elks, wild asses, and sea elephants and lions seem to have been appropriated to imperial magnificence. Number 18. Return. See the original letter in the Augustan History, p. 52, which at once shows Alexander's respect for the authority of the Senate and his esteem for the proconsul appointed by that assembly. Number 81, return. Alebardine expressly says that he had administered many provinces, lib bi. Number W1, non-return. By each of his concubines, the younger Gordian left 3 or 4 children. His literary productions, though less numerous, were by no means contemptible. Not the personal likeness, but the family descent from the Scipiod. Number returned to Jumbo-Hodalians. They removed their court to Carthage, began to Ponton. They were received with the acclamations of the Africans, who honored their virtues, and who, since the visit of Hadrian, had never beheld the majesty of a Roman emperor. But these vain acclamations neither strengthened nor confirmed the title of the Gordians. They were induced by principle, as well as interest, to solicit the approbation of the Senate, and a deputation of the noblest provincials was sent without delay to Rome, to relate and justify the conduct of their countrymen, who, having long suffered with patience, were at length resolved to act with vigor. The letters of the new princes were modest and respectful, excusing the necessity which had obliged them to accept the imperial title, but submitting their election and their fate to the supreme judgment of the Senate. 2020, I return. Herodian, I return, returnio. 144. The inclinations of the Senate were neither doubtful nor divided. The birth and noble alliances of the Gordians had intimately connected them with the most illustrious houses of Rome. Their fortune had created many dependents in that assembly, their merit had acquired many friends. Their mild administration opened the flattering prospect of the restoration, not only of the civil, but even of the republican government. The terror of military violence, which had first obliged the Senate to forget the murder of Alexander and to ratify the election of a barbarian peasant, 21 now produced a contrary effect and provoked them to assert the injured rights of freedom and humanity. The hatred of Maximin towards the Senate was declared and implacable. The tamest submission had not appeased his fury. The most cautious innocence would not remove his suspicions, and even the care of their own safety urged them to share the fortune of an enterprise, of which, if unsuccessful, they were sure to be the first victims. These considerations, and perhaps others of a more private nature, were debated in a previous conference of the consuls and the magistrates. As soon as their resolution was decided, they convoked in the temple of Castor the whole body of the Senate, according to an ancient form of secrecy, 22 calculated to awaken their attention and to conceal their decrees. Conscript fathers, said the consul Silenus, the 2 Gordians, both of consular dignity, the one your proconsul, the other your lieutenant, have been declared emperors by the general Pecha. Let us return thanks, he boldly continued, to the youth of Thysdrus. Let us return thanks to the faithful people of Carthage, our generous deliverers from a horrid monster. Why do you hear me thus coolly, thus timidly? Why do you cast those anxious looks on each other? Why hesitate? Maximin is a public enemy. May his enmity soon expire with him, and may we long enjoy the prudence and felicity of Gordian the father, the valor and constancy of Gordian the son. 23. The noble ardor of the consul revived the languid spirit of the Senate. By a unanimous decree, the election of the Gordians was ratified. Maximin his son and his adherents were pronounced enemies of their country, and liberal rewards were offered to whomsoever had the courage and good fortune to destroy them. 21. Return. Could be. Tamen patres dum periculosum existiment inimes armato esistere approbaverunt. Aurelius Victor, 22. Return. Even the servants of the house, the scribes and see, were excluded, and their office was filled by the senators themselves. We are obliged to the Augustan history, p. 59, for preserving this curious example of the old discipline of the Commonwealth. 23. Return. This spirited speech, translated from the Augustan historian, p. 556, seems transcribed by him from the original registers of the Senate. During the emperor's absence, a detachment of the Praetorian Guards remained at Rome to protect, or rather to command, the capital. The prefect Vitalianus had signalized his fidelity to Maximin by the alacrity with which he had obeyed and even prevented the cruel mandates of the tyrant. His death alone could rescue the authority of the Senate and the lives of the senators from a state of danger and suspense. Before their resolves had transpired, a quaestor and some tribunes were commissioned to take his devoted life. They executed the order with equal boldness and success, and, with their bloody daggers in their hands, ran through the streets, proclaiming to the people and the soldiers the news of the happy revolution. The enthusiasm of liberty was seconded by the promise of a large donative in lands and money. The statues of Maximin were thrown down, the capital of the empire acknowledged, with transport, the authority of the two Gordians and the Senate. 24, and the example of Rome was followed by the rest of Italy. 24. Might return. A new spirit had arisen in that assembly, whose long patience had been insulted by wanton despotism and military license. The Senate assumed the reins of government, and, with a calm intrepidity, prepared to vindicate by arms the cause of freedom. Among the consular senators recommended by their merit and services to the favor of the Emperor Alexander, it was easy to select 20 not unequal to the command of an army and the conduct of a war. To these was the defense of Italy entrusted. Each was appointed to act in his respective department, authorized to enroll and discipline the Italian youth, and instructed to fortify the ports and highways against the impending invasion of Maximin. A number of deputies, chosen from the most illustrious of the senatorian and equestrian orders, were dispatched at the same time to the governors of the several provinces, earnestly conjuring them to fly to the assistance of their country, and to remind the nations of their ancient ties of friendship with the Roman Senate and people. The general respect with which these deputies were received, and the zeal of Italy and the provinces in favor of the Senate, sufficiently prove that the subjects of Maximin were reduced to that uncommon distress, in which the body of the people has more to fear from oppression than from resistance. The consciousness of that melancholy truth inspires a degree of persevering fury, seldom to be found in those civil wars which are artificially supported for the benefit of a few factious and designing leaders. 2525 to return. Herodian, L.V. P247, LVE, P277. Hist. August, P561078. For while the cause of the Gordians was embraced with such diffusive ardor, the Gordians themselves were no more. The feeble court of Carthage was alarmed by the rapid approach of Capellianus, governor of Mauritania, who, with a small band of veterans and a fierce host of barbarians, attacked a faithful but unwarlike province. The younger Gordians sallied out to meet the enemy at the head of a few guards, and a numerous undisciplined multitude, educated in the peaceful luxury of Carthage. His useless valor served only to procure him an honorable death on the field of battle. His aged father, whose reign had not exceeded 36 days, put an end to his life on the first news of the defeat. Carthage, destitute of defense, opened her gates to the conqueror, and Africa was exposed to the rapacious cruelty of a slave, obliged to satisfy his unrelenting master with a large account of blood and treasure. 26-2060. We may observe that 1 month and 6 days for the reign of Gordium is a just correction of Casaubon and Panvinius, instead of the absurd reading of 1 year and 6 months. See Commentar. P. 1933. Zosimus relates, lip 17, that the two Gordians perished by a tempest in the midst of their navigation. The strange ignorance of history, or a strange abuse of metaphors. The fate of the Gordians filled Rome with just but unexpected terror. The Senate, convoked in the Temple of Concord, affected to transact the common business of the day, and seemed to decline with trembling anxiety the consideration of their own and the public danger. A silent consternation prevailed in the assembly, till a senator of the name and family of Trajan awakened his brethren from their fatal lethargy. He represented to them that the choice of cautious dilatory measures had been long since out of their power, that Maximin, implacable by nature and exasperated by injuries, was advancing towards Italy at the head of the military force of the empire, and that their only remaining alternative was either to meet him bravely in the field or tamely to expect the tortures and ignominious death reserved for unsuccessful rebellion. We have lost, continued he, two excellent princes, but unless we desert ourselves, the hopes of the Republic have not perished with the Gordians. Many are the senators whose virtues have deserved and whose abilities would sustain the imperial dignity. Let us elect two emperors, one of whom may conduct the war against the public enemy, whilst his colleague remains at Rome to direct the civil administration. I cheerfully expose myself to the danger and envy of the nomination, and give my vote in favor of Maximus and Balbinus. Ratify my choice, conscript fathers, or appoint in their place others more worthy of the empire. The general apprehension silenced the whispers of jealousy. The merit of the candidates was universally acknowledged, and the house resounded with the sincere acclamations of long life and victory to the emperors, Maximus and Balbinus. You are happy in the judgment of the Senate. May the Republic be happy under your administration. 27. I return. See the Augustan History, p. 1 Sistine History, pu 66, from the registers of the Senate. The date is confessedly faulty, but the coincidence of the Apollination Games enable Van Maximin, Part 2. The virtues and the reputation of the new emperors justified the most sanguine hopes of the Romans. The various nature of their talents seemed to appropriate to each his peculiar department of peace and war, without leaving room for jealous emulation. Balbinus was an admired orator, a poet of distinguished fame, and a wise magistrate who had exercised with innocence and applause the civil jurisdiction in almost all the interior provinces of the empire. His birth was noble, 28. His fortune affluent, his manners liberal and affable. In him the love of pleasure was corrected by a sense of dignity, nor had the habits of ease deprived him of the capacity for business. The mind of Maximus was formed in a rougher mould. By his valor and abilities he had raised himself from the meanest origin to the first employments of the state and army. His victories over the Sarmatians and the Germans, the austerity of his life, and the rigid impartiality of his justice, while he was a prefect of the city, commanded the esteem of a people whose affections were engaged in favor of the more amiable Balbinus. The two colleagues had both been consuls. Balbinus had twice enjoyed that honorable office. Both had been named among the 20 lieutenants of the Senate, and since the one was 60 and the other 74 years old, 29, they had both attained the full maturity of age and experience. To Antronidius Balbus, a noble Spaniard, and the adopted son of Theophanes, the Greek historian. Balbus obtained the freedom of Rome by the favor of Pompey and preserved it by the eloquence of Cicero. See Orat. Pro Cornell. Balbo, the friendship of Caesar, to whom he rendered the most important secret services in the civil war, raised him to the consulship and the pontificate, honors never yet possessed by a stranger. The nephew of this Balbus triumphed over the Garamantes. See Dictionnaire de Bale, or Mod Balbus, where he distinguishes the several persons of that name and rectifies with his usual accuracy the mistakes of former writers concerning them. 29. Return. Zonaras L. Shi, p. 622. But little dependence is to be had on the authority of a modern Greek so grossly ignorant of the history of the 3rd century that he creates several imaginary emperors and confounds those who really existed. After the Senate had conferred on Maximus and Balbinus an equal portion of the consular and tribunician powers, the title of fathers of their country, and the joint office of supreme pontiff, they ascended to the Capitol to return thanks to the gods, protectors of Rome. 30. The solemn rites of sacrifice were disturbed by a sedition of the people. The licentious multitude neither loved the rigid Maximus, nor did they sufficiently fear the mild and humane Balbinus. Their increasing numbers surrounded the temple of Jupiter. With obstinate clamors they asserted their inherent right of consenting to the election of their sovereign, and demanded, with an apparent moderation, that, besides the two emperors chosen by the Senate, A third should be added of the family of the Gordians, as a just return of gratitude to those princes who had sacrificed their lives for the Republic. At the head of the city guards and the youth of the equestrian order, Maximus and Balbinus attempted to cut their way through the seditious multitude. The multitude, armed with sticks and stones, drove them back into the capital. It is prudent to yield when the contest, whatever may be the issue of it, must be fatal to both parties. A boy, only 13 years of age, the grandson of the elder and nephew 31 of the younger Gordian, was produced to the people, invested with the ornaments and title of Caesar. The tumult was appeased by this easy condescension, and the two emperors, as soon as they had been peaceably acknowledged in Rome, prepared to defend Italy against the common enemy. 30. The Nies return Ren. Elviis return, Elviis. p. 256 supposes that the Senate was at first convoked in the capital, and is very eloquent on the occasion. The Augusta history P.E. 1 Ren 16 seems much more authentic. The 9 return. According to some, the son, g. Whilst in Rome and Africa, revolutions succeeded each other with such amazing was agitated by the most furious passion, boor. He is said to have received the news of the rebellion of the Gordians, and of the decree of the Senate against him, not with the temper of a man, but the rage of a wild beast, which, as it could not discharge itself on the distant Senate, threatened the life of his son, of his friends, and of all who ventured to approach his person. The grateful intelligence of the death of the Gordians was quickly followed by the assurance that the Senate, laying aside all hopes of pardon or accommodation, had substituted in their room 2 emperors with whose merit he could not be unacquainted. Revenge was the only consolation left to Maximin, and revenge could only be obtained by arms. The strength of the legions had been assembled by Alexander from all parts of the empire. 3 successful campaigns against the Germans and the Sarmatians had raised their fame, confirmed their discipline, and even increased their numbers by filling the ranks with the flower of the barbarian youth. The life of Maximin had been spent in war, and the candid severity of history cannot refuse him the valor of a soldier, or even the abilities of an experienced general. 31. It might naturally be expected that a prince of such a character, instead of suffering the rebellion to gain stability by delay, should immediately have marched from the banks of the Danube to those of the Tiber, and that his victorious army, instigated by contempt for the Senate and eager to gather the spoils of Italy, should have burned with impatience to finish the easy and lucrative conquest. Yet as far as we can trust to the obscure chronology of that period, 32 it appears that the operations of some foreign war deferred the Italian expedition till the ensuing spring. From the prudent conduct of Maximin, we may learn that the savage features of his character have been exaggerated by the pencil of party, that his passions, however impetuous, submitted to the force of reason, and that the barbarian possessed something of the generous spirit of Sylla, who subdued the enemies of Rome before he suffered himself to revenge his private injuries. 3031. In Herodian, LAVE, p. 249. I know none of the rebellion of Maximin to his army. On the rebellion of Africa and Rome, M. de Tillemont has binondo cominonoron gelonon. 799 per d2 return. The carelessness of the writers of that age leaves us in a singular perplexity. 1. We know that Maximus and Balbinus were killed during the Capitoline Games. Herodian, LVI, p. 285, the authority of Censorinus de Dii Natali, c. 18, enables us to fix those games with certainty to the year 238, but leaves us in ignorance of the month or day. 2. The election of Gordian by the Senate is fixed with equal certainty to the 27th of May, but we are at a loss to discover whether it was in the same or the preceding year. Tillemont and Muratori, who maintain the 2 opposite opinions, bring into the field a desultory troop of authorities, conjectures, and probabilities. The one seems to draw out, the other to contract the series of events between them senity. Note, Eckel has more recently treated these chronological questions with a perspicuity which gives great probability to his conclusions. Setting aside all the historians whose contradictions are irreconcilable, he has only consulted the medals and has arranged the events before us in the following order. Maximin AU 990, after having conquered the Germans, re-enters Pannonia, establishes his winter quarters at Sirmium, and prepares himself to make war against the people of the north. In the year 991, in the cal ends of January, commences his fourth tribunate. The Gordians are chosen emperors in Africa, probably at the beginning of the month of March. The Senate confirms this election with joy and declares Maximin the enemy of Rome. 5 days after he had heard of this revolt, Maximin sets out from Sirmium on his march to Italy. These events took place about the beginning of April, a little after. The Gordians are slain in Africa by Capellianus, procurator of Mauritania. The Senate, in its alarm, names as emperors Balbus and Maximus Pupianus, and entrusts the latter with the war against Maximin. Maximin is stopped on his road near Aquileia by the want of provisions, and by the melting of the snows he begins the siege of Aquileia at the end of April. Pupianus assembles his army at Ravenna. Maximin and his son are assassinated by the soldiers enraged at the resistance of Aquileia, and this was probably in the middle of May. Pupianus returns to Rome and assumes the government with Balbinus. They are assassinated towards the end of July. Gordiana, the younger, ascends the throne. Eckel dedoct. Vol V 295. Genrius 4. The President Montesquieu, in his dialogue between Sylla and Eucrates, expresses the sentiments of the dictator in a spirited and even a sublime manner. When the troops of Maximin, advancing in excellent order, arrived at the foot of the Julian Alps, they were terrified by the silence and desolation that reigned on the frontiers of Italy. The villages and open towns had been abandoned on their approach by the inhabitants. The cattle was driven away, the provisions removed or destroyed, the bridges broken down, nor was anything left which could afford either shelter or subsistence to an invader. Such had been the wise orders of the generals of the Senate, whose design was to protract the war, to ruin the army of Maximin by the slow operation of famine, and to consume his strength in the sieges of the principal cities of Italy, which they had plentifully stored with men and provisions from the deserted country. Aquileia received and withstood the first shock of the invasion. The streams that issue from the head of the Hadriatic Gulf, swelled by the melting of the winter snows, 34 opposed an unexpected obstacle to the arms of Maximin. At length, on a singular bridge, constructed with art and difficulty of large hogsheads, he transported his army to the opposite bank, rooted up the beautiful vineyards in the neighborhood of Aquileia, demolished the suburbs, and employed the timber of the buildings in the engines and towers, with which on every side he attacked the city. The walls, fallen to decay during the security of a long peace, had been hastily repaired on this sudden emergency, but the firmest defense of Aquileia consisted in the constancy of the citizens, all ranks of whom, instead of being dismayed, were animated by the extreme danger and their knowledge of the tyrant's unrelenting temper. Their courage was supported and directed by Crispinus and Menophilus, 2 of the 20 lieutenants of the Senate, who, with a small body of regular troops, had thrown themselves into the besieged place. The army of Maximin was repulsed in repeated attacks, his machines destroyed by showers of artificial fire, and the generous enthusiasm of the Aquileians was exalted into a confidence of success by the opinion that Belenus, their tutelar deity, combated in person in the defense of his distressed worshippers. 35-34. The Annali d'Italia. 294. Thinks the melting of the snows suits better with the months of June or July than with those of February. The opinion of a man who passed his life between the Alps and the Apennines is undoubtedly of great weight, yet I observe, 1. That the long winter, of which Muratori takes advantage, is to be found only in the Latin version, and not in the Greek text of Herodian. 2. That the vicissitudes of suns and rains, to which the soldiers of Maximin were exposed, Herodian, LVI, p. 277 denote the spring rather than the summer. We may observe likewise that these several streams, as they melted into one, composed the Timavus so poetically in every sense of the word described by Virgil. They are about 12 miles to the east of Aquileia. See Cluver, in Aurelian LVI. The Celtic deity was supposed to be Apollo and received under that name the thanks of the Senate. A temple was likewise built to Venus the Bald, in honor of the women of Aquileia, who had given up their hair to make ropes for the military engines. The Emperor Maximus, who had advanced as far as Ravenna to secure that important place and to hasten the military preparations, beheld the event of the war in the more faithful mirror of reason and policy. He was too sensible that a single town could not resist the persevering efforts of a great army, and he dreaded lest the enemy, tired with the obstinate resistance of Aquileia, should on a sudden relinquish the fruitless siege and march directly towards Rome. The fate of the empire and the cause of freedom must then be committed to the chance of a battle, and what arms could he oppose to the veteran legions of the Rhine and Danube? Some troops newly levied among the generous but enervated youth of Italy, and a body of German auxiliaries on whose firmness in the hour of trial it was dangerous to depend. In the midst of these just alarms, the stroke of domestic conspiracy punished the crimes of Maximin and delivered Rome and the Senate from the calamities that would surely have attended the victory of an enraged barbarian. The people of Aquileia had scarcely experienced any of the common miseries of a siege. Their magazines were plentifully supplied, and several fountains within the walls assured them of an inexhaustible resource of fresh water. The soldiers of Maximin were, on the contrary, exposed to the inclemency of the season, the contagion of disease, and the horrors of famine. The open country was ruined, the rivers filled with the slain and polluted with blood. A spirit of despair and disaffection began to diffuse itself among the troops, and as they were cut off from all intelligence, they easily believed that the whole empire had embraced the cause of the Senate, and that they were left as devoted victims to perish under the impregnable walls of Aquileia. The fierce temper of the tyrant was exasperated by disappointments, which he imputed to the cowardice of his army, and his wanton and ill-timed cruelty, instead of striking terror, inspired hatred and a just desire of revenge. A party of Praetorian guards who trembled for their wives and children in the camp of Alba near Rome executed the sentence of the Senate. Maximin, abandoned by his guards, was slain in his tent with his son, whom he had associated to the honors of the purple, Anulinus the praefect, and the principal ministers of his tyranny. 36. The sight of their heads, borne on the point of spears, convinced the citizens of Aquileia that the siege was at an end. The gates of the city were thrown open, a liberal market was provided for the hungry troops of Maximin, and the whole army joined in solemn protestations of fidelity to the Senate and the people of Rome, and to their lawful emperors Maximus and Balbinus. Such was the deserved fate of a brutal savage, destitute, as he has generally been represented, of every sentiment that distinguishes a civilized or even a human being. The body was suited to the soul. The stature of Maximin exceeded the measure of 8 feet, and circumstances almost incredible are related of his matchless strength and appetite. 37. Had he lived in a less enlightened age, tradition and poetry might well have described him as one of those monstrous giants whose supernatural power was constantly exerted for the destruction of mankind. 36. Return to 30. Herodian LVI. p. 2079. Hist. August p. 146. The duration of Maximin's reign has not been defined with much accuracy, except by Eutropius, who allows him 3 years and a few days el. X1. We may depend on the integrity of the text, as the Latin original is checked by the Greek version of Pianius. 1 returned. 8 Roman feet, and 1/3, which are equal to above 8 English feet, as the two measures are to each other in the proportion of 967 to 1000 a 4. We are told that Maximin could drink in a day an amphora. He could move a loaded wagon, break a horse's leg with his fist, crumble stones in his hand, and tear up small trees by the roots. See his life in the Augustan history. It is easier to conceive than to describe the universal joy of the Roman world on the fall of the tyrant, the news of which is said to have been carried in 4 days from Aquileia to Rome. The return of Maximus was a triumphal procession. His colleague and young Gordian went out to meet him, and the 3 princes made their entry into the capital, attended by the ambassadors of almost all the cities of Italy, saluted with the splendid offerings of gratitude and superstition, and received with the unfeigned acclamations of the Senate and people, who persuaded themselves that a golden age would succeed to an age of iron. 38. The conduct of the 2 emperors corresponded with these expectations. They administered justice in person, and the rigor of the one was tempered by the other's clemency. The oppressive taxes with which Maximin had loaded the rights of inheritance and succession were repealed or at least moderated. Discipline was revived, and with the advice of the Senate many wise laws were enacted by their imperial ministers, who endeavored to restore a civil constitution on the ruins of military tyranny. What reward may we expect for delivering Rome from a monster? Was the question asked by Maximus in a moment of freedom and confidence. Balbinus answered it without hesitation: the love of the Senate, of the people, and of all mankind. Alas, replied his more penetrating colleague, alas, I dread the hatred of the soldiers and the fatal effects of their resentment. 39. His apprehensions were but too well justified by the event. 38. Return. See the congratulatory letter of Claudius Julianus, the consul to the 2 emperors, in the Augustan history. The 39 return hist. August. p. 71. Whilst Maximus was preparing to defend Italy against the common foe, Balbinus, who remained at Rome, had been engaged in scenes of blood and intestine discord. Distrust and jealousy reigned in the Senate, and even in the temples where they assembled, every senator carried either open or concealed arms. In the midst of their deliberations, 2 veterans of the guards, actuated either by curiosity or a sinister motive, audaciously thrust themselves into the house and advanced by degrees beyond the altar of victory. Gallicanus, a consular, and Maecenas, a praetorian senator, viewed with indignation their insolent intrusion. Drawing their daggers, they laid the spies, for such they deemed them, dead at the foot of the altar, and then, advancing to the door of the Senate, imprudently exhorted the multitude to massacre the praetorians as the secret adherents of the tyrant. Those who escaped the first fury of the tumult took refuge in the camp, which they defended with superior advantage against the reiterated attacks of the people, assisted by the numerous bands of gladiators, the property of opulent nobles. The civil war lasted many days, with infinite loss and confusion on both sides. When the pipes were broken that supplied the camp with water, the praetorians were reduced to intolerable distress. But in their turn they made desperate sallies into the city, set fire to a great number of houses, and filled the streets with the blood of the inhabitants. The Emperor Balbinus attempted, by ineffectual edicts and precarious truces, to reconcile the factions at Rome. But their animosity, though smothered for a while, burnt with redoubled violence. The soldiers, detesting the Senate and the people, despised the weakness of a prince who wanted either the spirit or the power to command the obedience of his subjects. 4040 return. Herodian, LVI. p. 258-25. After the tyrant's death, his formidable army had acknowledged, from necessity rather than from choice, the authority of Maximus without delay to the camp before Aquileius. As soon as he had received their oath of fidelity, he addressed them in terms full of mildness and moderation, lamented rather than arraigned the wild disorders of the times, and assured the soldiers that of all their past conduct the Senate would remember only their generous desertion of the tyrant and their voluntary return to their duty. Maximus enforced his exhortations by a liberal donative, purified the camp by a solemn sacrifice of expiation, and then dismissed the legions to their several provinces, impressed, as he hoped, with a lively sense of gratitude and obedience. 41. But nothing could reconcile the haughty spirit of the Praetorians. They attended the emperors on the memorable day of their public entry into Rome, but amidst the general acclamations, the sullen, dejected countenance of the guards sufficiently declared that they considered themselves as the object rather than the partners of the triumph. When the whole body was united in their camp, those who had served under Maximin and those who had remained at Rome insensibly communicated to each other their complaints and apprehensions. The emperors chosen by the army had perished with ignominy. Those elected by the Senate were seated on the throne. 42. The long discord between the civil and military powers was decided by a war, in which the former had obtained a complete victory. The soldiers must now learn a new doctrine of submission to the Senate, and whatever clemency was affected by that politic assembly, they dreaded a slow revenge, colored by the name of discipline, and justified by fair pretenses of the public good. But their fate was still in their own hands, and if they had courage to despise the vain terrors of an impotent republic, it was easy to convince the world that those who were masters of the arms were masters of the authority of the state. 41. Return. LVI. p. 213 to 42. Return. The observation had been made imprudently enough in the acclamations of the Senate, and with regard to the soldiers it carried the appearance of a wanton insult. Hist. August. p. 70. When the Senate elected 2 princes, it is probable that, besides the declared reason of providing for the various emergencies of peace and war, they were actuated by the secret desire of weakening by division the despotism of the supreme magistrate. Their policy was effectual, but it proved fatal both to their emperors and to themselves. The jealousy of power was soon exasperated by the difference of character. Maximus despised Balbinus as a luxurious noble, and was in his turn disdained by his colleague as an obscure soldier. Their silent discord was understood rather than seen. 43. But the mutual consciousness prevented them from uniting in any vigorous measures of defense against their common enemies of the Praetorian camp. The whole city was employed in the Capitoline games, and the emperors were left almost alone in the vision. On a sudden they were alarmed by the approach of a troop of desperate assassins. Ignorant of each other's situation or designs, for they already occupied very distant apartments, afraid to give or to receive assistance, they wasted the important moments in idle debates and fruitless recriminations. The arrival of the guards put an end to the vain strife. They seized on these emperors of the Senate, for such they called them with malicious contempt, stripped them of their garments, and dragged them in insolent triumph through the streets of Rome, with the design of inflicting a slow and cruel death on these unfortunate princes. The fear of a rescue from the faithful Germans of the imperial guards shortened their tortures, and their bodies, mangled with 1,000 wounds, were left exposed to the insults or to the pity of the populace. 44-43 Return dodiae tacitae et quae intelligerentur potius, quam viderentur. Hist. Augusta. p. 70. This well-chosen expression is probably stolen from some better writer. 44 Return Elodii, LVI. p. 287-288. In the space of a few months, 6 princes had been cut off by the sword. Gordian, who had already received the title of Caesar, was the only person that occurred to the soldiers as proper to fill the vacant throne. 45. They carried him to the camp and unanimously saluted him, Augustus and Emperor. His name was dear to the Senate and people. His tender age promised a long impunity of military license, and the submission of Rome and the provinces to the choice of the Praetorian Guards saved the Republic, at the expense indeed of its freedom and dignity, from the horrors of a new civil war in the heart of the capital. 46-45 Return. Quia non alias aeratin praesenti is the expression of the Augustan history. 46 Return Quintus Curtius LXC9 pays an elegant compliment to the emperor of the day, for having by his happy accession extinguished so many firebrands, sheathed so many swords, and put an end to the evils of a divided government. After weighing with attention every word of the passage, I am of opinion that it suits better with the elevation of Gordian than with any other period of the Roman history. In that case, it may serve to decide the age of Quintus Curtius. Those who place him under the first Caesars argue from the purity of his style, but are embarrassed by the silence of Quintilian in his accurate list of Roman historians. Note, this conjecture of Gibbon is without foundation. Thus, in speaking of the Parthians, he says, Hinc in Parthicum perventum est tunc ignobilem gentem, nunc caput omnium, quipos Euphrateum et Tigrim amniciti rubro, vari terminantur. The Parthian Empire had this extent only in the first age of the Vulgar era. To that age, therefore, must be assigned the date of Quintus Curtius. Although the critics Orses and Decentcroy have multiplied conjectures on this subject, most of them have ended by adopting the opinion which places Quintus Curtius under the reign of Claudius. See Just, Lips, ad an. Tac, i.e., 20, Michel Letellier Prafi, in Curt. Tillemont Hist. Des Imp. I.P. Tu porti 52 assi, tu albosci storia della, let, Jar 49, exam, crit, des extorians d'Alexandra tu assenta. Guizot is a strong one, except that Parthian is often used by later writers for Persian. Kunzius, in his preface to an edition published at Helmstadt 1802, maintains the opinion of Bagnolo, which assigns Q. Curtius to the time of Constantine the Great. Schmieder, in his edit. Gotting, 1803, sums up in this sentence, Aetatem Curtii ignorari palam est. M. Yes. The third Gordian was only 19 years of age at the time of his death. The history of his life, were it known to us with greater accuracy than it really is, would contain little more than the account of his education and the conduct of the ministers who by turns abused or guided the simplicity of his unexperienced youth. Immediately after his accession, he fell into the hands of his mother's eunuchs, had infested the Roman palace. By the artful conspiracy of these wretches, an impenetrable veil was drawn between an innocent prince and his oppressed subjects. The virtuous disposition of Gordian was deceived, and the honors of the empire sold without his knowledge, though in a very public manner, to the most worthless of mankind. We are ignorant by what fortunate accident the emperor escaped from this ignominious slavery, and devolved his confidence on a minister whose wise counsels had no object except the glory of his sovereign and the happiness of the people. It should seem that love and learning introduced Misitheus to the favor of Gordian. The young prince married the daughter of his master of rhetoric and promoted his father-in-law to the first offices of the empire. 2 admirable letters that passed between them are still extant. The minister, with the conscious dignity of virtue, congratulates Gordian that he is delivered from the tyranny of the eunuchs, 47, and still more, that he is sensible of his deliverance. The emperor acknowledges with an amiable confusion the errors of his past conduct, and laments with singular propriety the misfortune of a monarch from whom a venal tribe of courtiers perpetually labor to conceal the truth. 48-47, Return. Hist. August. p. 61. From some hints in the 2 letters, I should expect that the eunuchs were not expelled the palace without some degree of gentle violence, and that the young Gordian rather approved of than consented to their disgrace. Like return. Ducit uxorim filiam Mesithi, quem causa eloquentiae, dignum parentela sua putavit, et praefectum, statim fecit, postquod, non puerile jam et contemptibile videbatur imperium. The life of Mesitheus had been spent in the profession of letters, not of arms, yet such was the versatile genius of that great man that, when he was appointed praetorian praefect, he discharged the military duties of his place with vigor and ability. The Persians had invaded Mesopotamia and threatened Antioch. By the persuasion of his father-in-law, the young emperor quitted the luxury of Rome, opened for the last time recorded in history the temple of Janus, and marched in person into the east. On his approach with a great army, the Persians withdrew their garrisons from the cities which they had already taken, and retired from the Euphrates to the Tigris. Gordian enjoyed the pleasure of announcing to the Senate the first success of his arms, which he ascribed, with a becoming modesty and gratitude, to the wisdom of his father and prefect. During the whole expedition, Misitheus watched over the safety and discipline of the army, whilst he prevented their dangerous murmurs by maintaining a regular plenty in the camp, and by establishing ample magazines of vinegar, bacon, straw, barley, and wheat in all the cities of the frontier. 49. But the prosperity of Gordian expired with Misitheus, who died of a flux not without very strong suspicions of poison. Philip, his successor in the prefecture, was an Arab by birth, and consequently, in the earlier part of his life, a robber by profession. His rise from so obscure a station to the first dignities of the empire seems to prove that he was a bold and able leader. But his boldness prompted him to aspire to the throne, and his abilities were employed to supplant, not to serve, his indulgent master. The minds of the soldiers were irritated by an artificial scarcity created by his contrivance in the camp, and the distress of the army was attributed to the youth and incapacity of the prince. It is not in our power to trace the successive steps of the secret conspiracy and open sedition. A sepulchral monument was erected to his memory on the spot 50 where he was killed, near the conflux of the Euphrates with the little river Abourus. 51. The fortunate Philip, raised to the empire by the votes of the soldiers, found a ready obedience from the Senate and the provinces. 52-49. Return hist. August, p. 62. Aurelius Victor, Porphyrius invit Plotin, apt perpertium biblioth. Graecici liv. c. 36. The philosopher Plotinus accompanied the army, prompted by the love of knowledge and by the hope of penetrating as far as India. 50 return about 20 miles from the little town of Socesium on the frontier of the two empires. See note, Noke, now Caucasia, placed in the angle formed by the juncture of the Chaboras with the Euphrates. This situation appeared advantageous to Diocletian, that he raised fortifications to make it the buttwork of the empire on the side of Mesopotamia. Danville, Georg, Ankh, II, 96, which is, it is the Carchemish of the Old Testament, 2 Chron, XXXXX, 20, Lear, XLV, 2, M41 return. The inscription, which contained a very singular pun, was erased by the order of Licinius, who claimed some degree of relationship to Philip. Hist. August, p. 66, but the tumulus or mound of earth which formed the sepulchre still subsisted in the time of Julian. See Ammian Marcellin, XXCI, 5, 52, return, Aurelius Victor, Eutrop, X, 2, Orosius, VI, 2I, Physis, Propia, was a native of Bostra, was about 40 years of age, Shonon, not, now Bosra. It was once the metropolis of a province named Arabia, and the chief city of Aranitis, of which the name is preserved in Bilid Hauran, the limits of which meet the desert. D. Augi. And Cid 8. According to Victor, in Caesar, Philip was a native of Trachonitis, another province of Arabia. G. We cannot forbear transcribing the ingenious though somewhat fanciful description which a celebrated writer of our own times has traced of the military government of the Roman Empire. What in that age was called the Roman Empire was only an irregular republic, not unlike the aristocracy 53 of Algiers, 54 where the militia, possessed of the sovereignty, creates and deposes a magistrate who is styled a D. Perhaps indeed it may be laid down as a general rule that a military government is in some respects more republican than monarchical. Nor can it be said that the soldiers only partook of the government by their disobedience and rebellions. The speeches made to them by the emperors were they not at length of the same nature as those formerly pronounced to the people by the consuls and the tribunes? and although the armies had no regular place or forms of assembly, though their debates were short, their actions sudden, and their resolves seldom the result of cool reflection, did they not dispose with absolute sway of the public fortune? What was the emperor, except the minister of a violent government, elected for the private benefit of the soldiers? 53. To return. Can the epithet of aristocracy be applied, with any propriety, to the government of Algiers? Every military government floats between two extremes of absolute monarchy and wild democracy. 54. Return. De Montesquieu, see Considérations sur la grandeur et la décadence des Romains. See succeeds, a juster and more noble parallel. When the army had elected Philip, who was Praetorian Prefect to the third Gordian, the latter demanded that he might remain sole emperor. He was unable to obtain it. He requested that the power might be equally divided between them. The army would not listen to his speech. He consented to be degraded to the rank of Caesar. The favor was refused him. He desired, at least, he might be appointed Praetorian Prefect. His prayer was rejected. Finally, he pleaded for his life. The army, in these several judgments, exercised the supreme magistracy. According to the historian, whose doubtful narrative the President de Montesquieu has adopted, Philip, who during the whole transaction had preserved a sullen silence, was inclined to spare the innocent life of his benefactor, till, recollecting that his innocence might excite a dangerous compassion in the Roman world, he commanded, without regard to his suppliant cries, that he should be seized, stripped, and led away to instant death. After a moment's pause, the inhuman sentence was executed. 55, 55, 63, 63, 63, 64, 64 cannot in this instance be reconciled with itself or with probability. How could Philip condemn his predecessor, and yet consecrate his memory? How could he order his death senate, exculpate himself from the guilt of his benerator? Philip, though an ambitious usurper, was by no means a mad tyrant. Some chronological difficulties have likewise been discovered by the nice eyes of Tillemont and Muratori in this supposed association of Philip to the empire. Note, Wenck endeavors to reconcile these discrepancies. He supposes that Gordian was led away and died a natural death in prison. This is directly contrary to the statement of Capitolinus and of Zosimus, whom he adduces in support of his theory. He is more successful in his precedence of usurpers deifying the victims of their ambition. Sit divus, domodo, nor sit vivus, Ems chapter 7, Tyranny of Maximin, Rebellion, Civil Wars, Death of Maximin. Part 3. On his return from the east to Rome, Philip, desirous of obliterating the memory of his crimes and of captivating the affections of the people. Since their institution or revival by Augustus, 56 they had been celebrated by Claudius, by Domitian, and by Severus, and were now renewed the 5th time, on the accomplishment of the full period of 1,000 years from the foundation of Rome. Every circumstance of the secular games was skillfully adapted to inspire the superstitious mind with deep and solemn reverence. The long interval between them, 57, exceeded the term of human life, and as none of the spectators had already seen them, none could flatter themselves with the expectation of beholding them a second time. The mystic sacrifices were performed during 3 nights on the banks of the Tiber, and the Campus Martius resounded with music and dances, and was illuminated with innumerable lamps and torches. Slaves and strangers were excluded from any participation in these national ceremonies. A chorus of 27 youths, and as many virgins of noble families and whose parents were both alive, implored the propitious gods in favor of the present, and for the hope of the rising generation, requesting in religious hymns that according to the faith of their ancient oracles, they would still maintain the virtue, the felicity, and the empire of the Roman people. The magnificence of Philip's shows and entertainments dazzled the eyes of the multitude. The devout were employed in the rites of superstition, whilst the reflecting few revolved in their anxious minds the past history and the future fate of the empire. 5856. The return. The account of the last supposed celebration, though in an enlightened period of history, was so very doubtful and obscure that the alternative seems not doubtful. When the Popish Jubilees, the copy of the secular games, were invented by Boniface VII, the crafty Pope pretended that he only revived an ancient institution. C. M. Le Chez, Lettres sur les Jubilés. Double Vine returned, either of 100 or 110 years. Varro and Livy adopted the former opinion, but the infallible authority of the Sibyl consecrated the latter, Censorinus de Natal. C. 17. The emperors Claudius and Philip, however, did not treat the oracle with implicit respect. Double Vine return, double vine, double line. The idea of the secular games is best understood from the poem of Horace and the description of Zosimus, one double line, li. P. 67 and c. Since Romulus, with a small band of shepherds and outlaws, fortified himself on the hills near the Tiber. 59. During the 4 first ages, the Romans, in the laborious school of poverty, had acquired the virtues of war and government. By the vigorous exertion of those virtues, and by the assistance of fortune, they had obtained, in the course of the 3 succeeding centuries, an absolute empire over many countries of Europe, Asia, and Africa. The last 300 years had been consumed in apparent prosperity and internal decline. The nation of soldiers, magistrates, and legislators who composed the 35 tribes of the Roman people were dissolved into the common mass of mankind and confounded with the millions of servile provincials who had received the name without adopting the spirit of Romans. A mercenary army, levied among the subjects and barbarians of the frontier, was the only order of men who preserved and abused their independence. By their tumultuary election, a Syrian, a Goth, or an Arab was exalted to the throne of Rome and invested with despotic power over the conquests and over the country of the Scipios. 59. Return. The received calculation of Varro assigns to the foundation of Rome an era that corresponds with the 754th year before Christ. But so little is the chronology of Rome to be depended on in the more early ages that Sir Isaac Newton has brought the same event as low as the year 627. Compare Niebuhr, Vol. IP 271. M. Thus, the limits of the Roman Empire still extended from the Western Ocean to the Tigris, and from Mount Atlas to the Rhine and the Danube. To the undiscerning eye of the vulgar, Philip appeared a monarch no less powerful than Hadrian or Augustus had formerly been. The industry of the people was discouraged and exhausted by a long series of oppression. The discipline of the legions, which alone, after the extinction of every other virtue, had propped the greatness of the state, was corrupted by the ambition or relaxed by the weakness of the emperors. The strength of the frontiers, which had always consisted in arms rather than in fortifications, was insensibly undermined, and the fairest provinces were left exposed to the rapaciousness or ambition of the barbarians, who soon discovered the decline of the Roman Empire. Chapter 8. State of Persia and Restoration of the Monarchy. Part 1. Of the State of Persia. After the restoration of the monarchy by Artaxerxes. Whenever Tacitus indulges himself in those beautiful episodes in which he relates some domestic transaction of the Germans or of the Parthians, his principal object is to relieve the attention of the reader from a uniform scene of vice and misery. From the reign of Augustus to the time of Alexander Severus, the enemies of Rome were in her bosom. The tyrants and the soldiers and her prosperity had a very distant and feeble interest in the revolutions that might happen beyond the Rhine and the Euphrates. But when the military order had levelled, in wild anarchy, the power of the prince, the laws of the Senate, and even the discipline of the camp, the barbarians of the north and of the east, who had long hovered on the frontier, boldly attacked the provinces of a declining monarchy. Their vexatious inroads were changed into formidable eruptions, and, after a long vicissitude of mutual calamities, many tribes of the victorious invaders established themselves in the provinces of the Roman Empire. To obtain a clearer knowledge of these great events, we shall endeavor to form a previous idea of the character, forces, and designs of those nations who avenged the cause of Hannibal and Mithridates. In the more early ages of the world, whilst the forest that covered Europe afforded a retreat to a few wandering savages, the inhabitants of Asia were already collected into populous cities and reduced under extensive empires, the seat of the arts, of luxury, and of despotism. The Assyrians reigned over the east, won till the scepter of Ninus and Semiramis dropped from the hands of their enervated successors. The Medes and the Babylonians divided their power, and were themselves swallowed up in the monarchy of the Persians, whose arms could not be confined within the narrow limits of Asia. Followed, as it is said, by 2 millions of men, Xerxes, the descendant of Cyrus, invaded Greece. 30,000 soldiers, under the command of Alexander, the son of Philip, who was entrusted by the Greeks with their glory and revenge, were sufficient to subdue Persia. The princes of the house of Seleucus usurped and lost the Macedonian command over the east. About the same time that, by an ignominious treaty, they resigned to the Romans the country on this side Mount Taurus, they were driven by the Parthians, 1001, an obscure horde of Scythian origin, from all the provinces of Upper Asia. The formidable power of the Parthians, which spread from India to the frontiers of Syria, was in its turn subverted by Ardshir, or Artaxerxes, the founder of a new dynasty, which, under the name of Sassanides, governed Persia till the invasion of the Arabs. This great revolution, whose fatal influence was soon experienced by the Romans, happened in the 4th year of Alexander Severus, 226 years after the Christian era. 2:2-1. One return. An ancient chronologist, quoted by Valerius Paterculus, ILIC 6, observes that the Assyrians, the Medes, the Persians, and the Macedonians reigned over Asia 1,995 years, from the accession of Ninus to the defeat of Antiochus by the Romans. As the latter of these great events happened 289 years before Christ, the former may be placed 2894 years before the same Arabs. The astronomical observations found at Babylon by Alexander went 50 years higher. The 10,001 return. The Parthians were a tribe of the Indo-Germanic branch which dwelt on the southeast of the Caspian and belonged to the same race as the Getae, the Massagetae, and other nations confounded by the ancients under the vague denomination of Scythians. Klaproth, Tableau Hist. Delazy p. 40. Strabo p. 747 calls the Parthians Carducci, i.e. the inhabitants of Kurdistan. To return in the 538th year of the era of Seleucus. See Agathias. Lai teach. P. Stevlutz. This callousness of the Orientals is placed by Eutychius as high as the reign of Philip. Ambath Sister Den. 6. His ancient materials, which are indeed very good, that he describes the family of the Arsacides as still seated on the Persian throne in the middle of the 4th century. 2001. Return. The Persian history, if the poetry of the Shah Nameh, the Book of Kings, may deserve that name, mentions 4 dynasties from the earliest ages to the invasion of the Saracens. The Shahnameh was composed with the view of perpetuating the remains of the original Persian records or traditions which had survived the Saracenic invasion. The task was undertaken by the poet Dukiki, and afterwards, under the patronage of Mahmud of Ghazni, completed by Ferdowsi. The first of these dynasties is that of Kayomors, as Sir W. 1. Jones observes, the dark and fabulous period. The second, that of the Chionian, the heroic and poetical, in which the learned have discovered some curious and imagined some fanciful analogies with the Jewish, the Greek, and the Roman accounts of the Eastern world. See on the Shah Nameh, translation by Gers, with von Hammer's review, Vienna Jahrbuch von Litt, 1775-7t. Malcolm's Persia, 8vo. ed. I. 553. Markan's preface to his critical edition of the Shahnameh. On the early Persian history, a very sensible abstract of various opinions in Malcolm's Hist. of Persian, Artaxerxes had served with great reputation in the armies of Artaban, the last king of the Parthians, and it appears that he was driven into exile and rebellion. His birth was obscure, and the obscurity equally gave room to the aspersions of his enemies and the flattery of his adherents. If we credit the scandal of the former, Artaxerxes sprang from the illegitimate commerce of a tanner's wife with a common soldier. 3. The latter represent him as descended from a branch of the ancient kings of Persian, though time and misfortune had gradually reduced his ancestors to the humble station of private citizens. 4. As the lineal heir of the monarchy, he asserted his right to the throne and challenged the noble task of delivering the Persians from the oppression under which they groaned above 5 centuries since the death of Darius. The Parthians were defeated in 3 great battles. 401, in the last of these their king Artaban was slain, and the spirit of the nation was forever broken. 5. The authority of Artaxerxes was solemnly acknowledged in a great assembly held at Balkh in Khorasan. Overly to admonish him of his duty, and to inflame in his soul the ambition of restoring in their full splendor, Cyrus portrayed in the title to the youth he enjoyed when sure, than oppressed titles instead of gratifying the vanity of the Persian, served only to admonish him of his duty, and to invoke train of the style, and towards the inflamed of force of Armenia for Cyrus. The tanner's name was Babek. The soldiers, Sasan, from the former Artaxerxes obtained the surname of Babagan. From the latter all his descendants have been styled Sassanids. 4. Return. De Herbelot Bibliothèque Orientale, Adshir. 401. Return. In the plain of Hormuz, the son of Babek was hailed in the field with the proud title of Shahan Shah, King of Kings, a name ever since assumed by the sovereigns of Persia. Malcolm I 71, Me. 5. Return, Etsex, Herodian LVRP, 271. Abul Faragin's Dynasty, p. 80. 501. Return C. Mermel D6 Babagan in Malcolm L D9. Me 66571. Etsi de Nietzsche Servestichu under the Macedonian, and the Parthian yoke, the Nietzsche Sinde return. The Arsacides indeed practiced the worship of the Magi, but they disgraced and polluted it with a various mixture of foreign idolatry. 61. The memory of Zoroaster, the ancient prophet and philosopher of the Persians, 7 was still revered in the East, but the obsolete and mysterious language in which the Zendavesta was composed, 8 opened a field of dispute to 70 sects, who variously explained the fundamental doctrines of their religion, and were all indifferently divided by a crowd of infidels who rejected the divine mission and miracles of the prophet. To suppress the idolaters, reunite the schismatics, and confute the unbelievers by the infallible decision of a general council, the pious Artaxerxes summoned the Magi from all parts of his dominions. These priests, who had so long sighed in contempt and obscurity, obeyed the welcome summons, and, on the appointed day, appeared to the number of about 80,000. But as the debates of so tumultuous an assembly could not have been directed by the authority of reason or influenced by the art of policy, the Persian synod was reduced by successive operations to 40,000, to 4,000, to 400, to 400, to 40, and at last to 7 magi, the most respected for their learning and piety. One of these, Erdevirath, a young but holy prelate, received from the hands of his brethren 3 cups of soporiferous wine. He drank them off, and instantly fell into a long and profound sleep. As soon as he waked, he related to the king and to the believing multitude his journey to heaven and his intimate conferences with the deity. Every doubt was silenced by this supernatural evidence, and the articles of the faith of Zoroaster were fixed with equal authority and precision. 9. A short delineation of that celebrated system will be found useful not only to display the character of the Persian nation, but to illustrate many of their most important transactions both in peace and war with the Roman Empire. 1061 Return Sylvestre de Sacchi, Antiquity de la Perse, had proved the neglect of the Zoroastrian religion under the Parthian kings. M17, in return, Hyde and Prideaux, working up the Persian legends and their own conjectures into a very agreeable story, represents Zoroaster as a contemporary of Darius Hystaspes, but it is sufficient to observe that the Greek writers who lived almost in the age of Zoroaster many hundred or even thousand years before their own time, the judicious criticisms of Mr. Moyle perceived and maintained against his uncle, Dr. Prideaux, the antiquity of the Persian prophet. See his work, Volume I. Note, there are three leading theories concerning the age of Zoroaster. 1. That which assigns him to an age of great and almost indefinite antiquity. It is that of Moyle, adopted by Gibbon, Volney, Recherche sur l'histoire, EI. 2. Rode also, Di Heilige Sage, and C., in a very ingenious and ably developed theory, throws the Bactrian prophet far back into antiquity. Jude, Mem, de la Car, Exixviae, 2 Defi 3, Tixon, in Gom, Sugo, II, 1120 and II. 4 Yai Liges, do a Persian methodological history with Sayak Sazanin. Mem Gazo considers this opinion most prophet foremost Piso, Hyde, Prideaux, Inquiétude du Perron, Klöcker, Herder, Geherbouf, von Hammer, Wien, Jalbouf, Vol. X, Malcolm, E. de Guignon, Religue de l'Antique, to depart Vol. E. Klaproth, Tableau de l'Asie, p. 21, Megustasp, Darius Hystaspes, and Zoroaster his contemporary. The silence of Herodotus appears the great objection to this theory. Some writers, as Mef Fouché observes, on the doubtful authority of Pliny, make more than one Zoroaster, and so attempt to reconcile the conflicting theories. Aid return, that ancient idiom was called the Zend. The language of the commentary, the Pelvi, though much more modern, has ceased many ages ago to be a living tongue. This fact alone, if it is allowed as authentic, sufficiently warrants the antiquity of the French. Note, Zend signifies life, living. The word means either the collection of the canonical books of the followers of Zoroaster, or the language itself in which they are written. They are the books that contain the word of life, whether the language was originally called Zend, or whether it was so called from the contents of the books. Avesta means word, oracle, revelation. This term is not the title of a particular work, but of the collection of the books of Zoroaster as the revelation of Ormuzd. This collection is sometimes called Zend-Avesta, sometimes briefly Zend. The Zend was the ancient language of Media, as is proved by its affinity with the dialects of Armenia and Georgia. It was already a dead language under the Arsacides in the country, which was the scene of the events recorded in the Zend-Avesta. Some critics, among others Richardson and Sir W. Jones, have called in question the antiquity of these books. The former pretended that Zend had never been a written or spoken language, but had been invented in the later times by the Magi for the purposes of their art. But Klöcker, in the dissertations which he added to those of Anquetil and the Abbé Fouché, has proved that the Zend was a living and spoken language. Sir W. Jones appears to have abandoned his doubts on discovering the affinity between the Zend and the Sanskrit. Since the time of Klöcker, this question has been investigated by many learned scholars. Sir W. Jones, Leiden, Aget, Research, X283, and Mr. Erskine, Bombay Trans, i.e. 299, consider it a derivative from the Sanskrit. The antiquity of the Zend-Avesta has likewise been asserted by Rask, the great Danish linguist who, according to Malcolm, brought back from the East fresh transcripts and additions to those published by Anquetil. According to Rask, the Zend and Sanskrit are sister dialects, the one the parent of the Persian, the other of the Indian family of languages. G and M. But the subject is more satisfactorily illustrated in Bopp's comparative grammar of the Sanskrit, Zend, Greek, Latin, Lithuanian, Gothic, and German languages. Berlin, 1833-5. According to Bopp, the Zend is in some respects of a more remarkable structure than the Sanskrit. Parts of the Zendavesta have been published in the original by M. Bourneuf at Paris and M. O'All, Schausen in Hamburg. M. Pelvi was the language of the countries bordering on Assyria, and these the Incapiti in Zendavesta would find the Zendavesta. Pelvi signifies valor, heroism. The Pelvi therefore was the language of the ancient heroes and kings of Persia, the valiant. Mr. Erskine prefers the derivation from Pella, a border. M. It contains a number of Aramaic roots. Anquetil considered it formed from the Zend. Cloker does not adopt this opinion. The Pelvi, he says, is much more flowing and less overcharged with vowels than the Zend. The books of Zoroaster, first written in Zend, were afterwards translated into Pelvi and Parsi. The Pelvi had fallen into disuse under the dynasty of the Sassanids, but the learned still wrote it. The Parsi, the dialect of Pars or Faristan, was then prevailing dialect. Cloker, on Hong Zum Zend Vesta, 2 II, Part I to Pre 58, Part I, E31. Erskine, Bombay Transactions, considers the existing Zendavesta to have been compiled in the time of Ardashir Babegan. M9, Return, Hyde de Religione Veterum Pers, C220 Yuan, Pers. I have principally drawn this account from the Zendavesta of M. d'Anquetil and the Sada, subjoined to Dr. Hyde's treatise. It must, however, be confessed that the studied obscurity of a prophet, the figurative style of the East, and the deceitful medium of a French or Latin version may have betrayed us into error and heresy in this abridgment of Persian theology. Chitain Chi. Note: it is to be regretted that Gibbon followed the post-Mahometan Sada of Hyde. Mas. The great and fundamental article of the system was the celebrated doctrine of the two principles, a bold and injudicious attempt of Eastern philosophy to reconcile the existence of moral and physical evil with the attributes of a beneficent creator and governor of the world. The first and original being, in whom or by whom the universe exists, is denominated in the writings of Zoroaster, Time Without Bounds, 1001 and 1. But it must be confessed that this infinite substance seems rather a metaphysical abstraction of the mind than a real object endowed with self-consciousness, or possessed in Peter witching the 100 of the third of the self-facts, from either the blind or the intelligent operation of this infinite time, which bears but too near an affinity with the chaos of the Greeks. The two secondary but active principles of the universe were from all eternity produced, Ormuzd and Achaman, each of them possessed of the powers of creation, but each disposed, by his invariable nature, to exercise them with different designs. 1002. The principle of good is eternally absorbed in light, the principle of evil eternally buried in darkness. The wise benevolence of Ormuzd formed man capable of virtue, and abundantly provided his fair habitation with the materials of happiness. By his vigilant providence, the motion of the planets, the order of the seasons, and the temperate mixture of the elements are preserved. But the malice of Achamanast's egg, or, in other words, has violated the harmony of his works. Since that fatal eruption, the most minute articles of good and evil are intimately intermingled and agitated together. The rankest poisons spring up amidst the most salutary plants. Deluges, earthquakes, and conflagrations attest the conflict of nature, and the little world of man is perpetually shaken by vice and misfortune. Whilst the rest of humankind are led away captives in the chains of their infernal enemy, the faithful Persian alone reserves his religious adoration for his friend and protector Ormuzd, and fights under his banner of light in the full confidence that he shall, in the last day, share the glory of his triumph. At that decisive period, the enlightened wisdom of goodness will render the power of Ormuzd superior to the furious malice of his rival. Ahman and his followers, disarmed and subdued, will sink into their native darkness, and virtue will maintain the eternal peace and harmony of the universe. 11 after Asta returned, ne Akranan, so translated by Anquetil and Klucker. There is a dissertation of Fouché on this subject, Mem. de l'acad, der Inskier, txxxx. According to Bolan, das alte Indien, it is the Sanskrit Savan Akarnam, the uncreated whole, or, according to Fred, Schlegel, Savan Akayam, the uncreate indivisible. M. Reckman was not forced by his invariable nature to do evil. Achman was not forced by his invariable nature to do Isechna, that he was born good, that in his origin he was light. Enviahman was light, and in tistury on testitis Olchamanan and Achmanan under Deuteratente to returned. See the abridgment of the doctrine of the ancient Persians by Anquetil C. II. Section 2, G. 11, Return. The modern Parsees, and in some degree the Satyr, exalt Ormuzd into the first and omnipotent cause, whilst they degrade Ahriman into an inferior but rebellious spirit. Their desire of pleasing the Mahometans may have contributed to refine their theological systems. 1101. Return. According to the Zendavesta, Ahriman will not be annihilated or precipitated forever into darkness. At the resurrection of the dead he will be entirely defeated by Ormuzd. His power will be destroyed, his kingdom overthrown to its foundations. He will himself be purified in torrents of melting metal. He will change his heart and his will, become holy, heavenly, establish in his dominions the law and word of Ormuzd, unite himself with him in everlasting friendship, and both will sing hymns in honor of the great eternal. See Anquetil's abridgment. Kruker, Unham, Part EI. p. 8536, and the Isechna, one of the books of the Zendavesta. According to the Salabun de Hesh, a more modern work, Ahriman is to be annihilated, but this is contrary to the text itself of the Zendavesta, and to the idea its author gives of the kingdom of eternity, after the 12,000 years assigned to the contest between good and evil. G. Chapter 8, State of Persia, and Restoration of the Monarchy. Part 2. The theology of Zoroaster was darkly comprehended by foreigners, and even by the far greater number of his disciples, but the most careless observers were struck with the philosophic simplicity of the Persian worship. That people, said Herodotus, 12 rejects the use of temples, of altars, and of statues, and smiles at the folly of those nations who imagine that the gods are sprung from, or bear any affinity with, the human nature. The tops of the highest mountains are the places chosen for sacrifices. Hymns and prayers are the principal worship. The supreme God, who fills the wide circle of heaven, is the object to whom they are addressed. Yet, at the same time, in the true spirit of a polytheist, he accuseth them of adoring earth, water, fire, the winds, and the sun and moon. But the Persians of every age have denied the charge, and explained the equivocal conduct which might appear to give a color to it. The elements, and more particularly fire, light, and the sun, whom they called Mithra, 1201, were the objects of their religious reverence because they considered them as the purest symbols, the noblest productions, and the most powerful agents of the divine power in nature. 1312 Return Herodotus Lic 31. But Dr. Prideaux thinks, with reason, that the use of temples was afterwards permitted in the Magian religion. Note, the Pyria, or fire temples of the Zoroastrians, observes Kruker, Persica, p. 16, were only to be found in Media or Azerbaijan, provinces into which Herodotus did not penetrate. M. 2001, Return. Among the Persians, Mithra is not the sun. Anquetil has contested and triumphantly refuted the opinion of those who confound them, and it is evidently contrary to the text of the Zendavesta. Mithra is the first of the genii, or Jazeds, created by Ormuzd. It is he who watches over all nature. Hence arose the misapprehension of some of the Greeks, who have said that Mithra was the summus deus of the Persians. He has 1,000 ears and 10,000 eyes. The Chaldeans appear to have assigned him a higher rank than the Persians. It is he who bestows upon the earth the light of the sun. Named Ka, brightness, is thus an inferior genius who, with many other genii, bears a part in the functions of Mithra. These assistant genii to another genius are called his Kamkas, but in the Zendavesta they are never confounded. On the days sacred to a particular genius, the Persian ought to recite not only the prayers addressed to him, but those also which are addressed to his Kamkars. Thus the hymn or Isht of Mithra is recited on the day of the sun, Ka, and vice versa. It is probably this which has sometimes caused them to be confounded, but Anquetil had himself exposed this error, which Klucker and all who have studied the Zendavesta have noticed. See Veid dis of Anquetil. Klucker's Anhang, Part Eidd 2. G. Mekizo is unquestionably right, according to the pure and original doctrine of the Zend. The Mithriac worship, which was so extensively propagated in the West, and in which Mithra and the sun were perpetually confounded, seems to have been formed from a fusion of Zoroastrianism and Chaldaism, or the Syrian worship of the sun. An excellent abstract of the question, with references to the works of the chief modern writers on his curious subject, de Sacchi, Klucker, von Holmer, and C., may be found in de Guignard's translation of Cruiser. Relige, d'Antiquit, notes vi. Ixt Bookii, volui 2, to part, page 728, MSEF 13, return Hederedige. Pers c8. Notwithstanding all their distinctions and protestations, which seem sincere enough, their tyrants, the Mahometans, have constantly stigmatized them as idolatrous worshippers of the fire. Every mode of religion, to make a deep and lasting impression on the human mind, must exercise our obedience by enjoining practices of devotion for which we can assign no reason, and must acquire our esteem by inculcating moral duties analogous to the dictates of our own hearts. The religion of Zoroaster was abundantly provided with the former, and possessed a sufficient portion of the latter. At the age of puberty, the faithful Persian was invested with a mysterious girdle, the badge of the divine protection, and from that moment all the actions of his life, even the most indifferent or the most necessary, were sanctified by their peculiar prayers, ejaculations, or genuflections, the omission of which, under any circumstances, was a grievous sin, not inferior in guilt to the violation of the moral duties. The moral duties, however, of justice, mercy, liberality, ansi, were in their turn required of the disciple of Zoroaster, who wished to escape the persecution of Ahriman and to live with almost in a blissful eternity, where the degree of felicity will be exactly proportioned to the degree of virtue and piety. 1414 Return. See the Sada, the smallest part of which consists of moral precepts. 15 genuflections, prayers, and C were required whenever the devout Persian cut his nails or made water, or as often as he put on the sacred girdle, Sada, art. 14, 50, 60. Note, Zoroaster exacted much less ceremonial observance than at a later period the priests of his doctrines. This is the progress of all religions. The worship, simple in its origin, is gradually overloaded with minute superstitions. The maxim of the Zendavesta on the relative merit of sowing the earth and of prayers, quoted below by Gibbon, proves that Zoroaster did not attach too much importance to these observances. Thus it is not from the Zendavesta that Gibbon derives the proof of his allegation, but from the Sada, a much later work. But there are some remarkable instances in which Zoroaster lays aside the prophet, assumes the legislator, and discovers a liberal concern for private and public happiness, seldom to be found among the grovelling or visionary schemes of superstition. Fasting and celibacy, the common means of purchasing the divine favor, he condemns with abhorrence as a criminal rejection of the best gifts of providence. The saint in the Magian religion is obliged to beget children, to plant useful trees, to destroy noxious animals, to convey water to the dry lands of Persia, and to work out his salvation by pursuing all the labors of agriculture. 1401. We know Baju is to beget child. He who sows the ground with care and diligence acquires a greater stock of religious merit than he could gain by the repetition of 10,000 prayers. 15. In the spring of every year a festival was celebrated, destined to represent the primitive equality and the present connection of mankind. The stately kings of Persia, exchanging their vain pomp for more genuine greatness, freely mingled with the humblest but most useful of their subjects. On that day the husbandmen were admitted, without distinction, to the table of the king and his satraps. The monarch accepted their petitions, inquired into their grievances, and conversed with them on the most equal terms. From your labors, was he accustomed to say, and to say with truth, if not with sincerity, from your labors we receive our subsistence, you derive your tranquillity from our vigilance. Since, therefore, we are mutually necessary to each other, let us live together like brothers in concord and love. 16. Such a festival must indeed have degenerated in a wealthy and despotic empire into a theatrical representation, but it was at least a comedy well worthy of a royal audience, and which might sometimes imprint a salutary lesson on the mind of a young prince. 1401. Return. See, on Zoroaster's encouragement of agriculture, the ingenious remarks of Severan, Ideen Volu G Siege p. 44984. Felix Sage, p. 14 return, Precis du Systeme de Zoroastra, tom, Idea Preligione Pesarum, Siegurum. 19. Had Zoroaster, in all his institutions, invariably supported this exalted character, his name would deserve a place with those of Numa and Confucius, and his system would be justly entitled to all the applause which it has pleased some of our divines, and even some of our philosophers, to bestow on it. But in that motley composition, dictated by reason and passion, by enthusiasm and by selfish motives, some useful and sublime truths were disgraced by a mixture of the most abject and dangerous superstition. The Magi, or sacerdotal order, were extremely numerous, since, as we have already seen, 80,000 of them were convened in a general council. Their forces were multiplied by discipline. A regular hierarchy was diffused through all the provinces of Persia, and the archimagus who resided at Balch was respected as the visible head of the church and the lawful successor of Zoroaster. 17. The property of the Magi was very considerable. Besides the less invidious possession of a large tract of the most fertile lands of Media, 18. They levied a general tax on the fortunes and the industry of the Persians. 19. Though your good works, says the interested prophet, exceed in number the leaves of the trees, the drops of rain, the stars in the heaven, or the sands on the seashore, they will all be unprofitable to you, unless they are accepted by the destur, or priest. To obtain the acceptation of this guide to salvation, you must faithfully pay him ectithes of all you possess, of your goods, of your lands, and of your money. If the destur be satisfied, your soul will escape hell tortures. You will secure praise in this world and happiness in the next, for the desturs are the teachers of religion. They know all things and they deliver all men. 2020 20 Passarum, 17 Return, Hyde de Religione Passarum, c. 28. Both Hyde and Prideaux affect to apply to the Magian the terms consecrated to the Christian hierarchy. The 18 Return 20 Return. Armian, Marcelin, XXIE. 6. He informs us, as far as we may credit him, of two curious particulars. 1. That the Magi derived some of their most secret doctrines from the Indian Brahmins, and 2. That they were a tribe or family as well as order. 19 Return. The divine institution of tithes exhibits a singular instance of conformity between the law of Zoroaster and that of Moses. Those who cannot otherwise account for it may suppose, if they please, that the Magi of the latter times inserted so useful an interpolation into the writings of their prophet. 20 Return. Asada, art. Viae. 2001. A return in the writing is not taken from the writings of Zoroaster, but from the Sada, a work, as has been before said, much later than the books which form the Zendavesta, and written by a magus for popular use. What it contains, therefore, cannot be attributed to Zoroaster. It is remarkable that Gibbon should fall into this error, for Hyde himself does not ascribe the Sada to Zoroaster. He remarks that it is written in verse, while Zoroaster always wrote in prose. Hyde, IP 27. whatever may be the case as to the latter assertion, for which there appears little foundation, it is unquestionable to date. The Abbé Fouché does not even believe it to be an extract from the works of Zoroaster. See his dis, before quoted. Mama de la Cad, de Ines, TXVE. G. Perhaps it is rash to speak of any part of the Zend-Avesta as the writing of Zoroaster, though it may be a genuine representation of his. As to the Sada, Hyde in Praef considered it not above 200 years old. It is manifestly post-Mahometan. See Art. XXV on fasting. M. These convenient maxims of reverence and implicit faith were doubtless imprinted with care on the tender minds of youth, since the Magi were the masters of education in Persia, and to their hands the children even of the royal family were entrusted. 21. The Persian priests, who were of a speculative genius, preserved and investigated the secrets of Oriental philosophy, and acquired, either by superior knowledge or superior art, the reputation of being well versed in some occult sciences, which have derived their appellation from the Magi. 22. Those of more active dispositions mixed with the world in courts and cities, and it is observed that the administration of Artaxerxes was in a great measure directed by the counsels of the sacerdotal order, whose dignity, either from policy or devotion, the prince restored to its ancient splendor. 23. 21. Trent returned. Plato, in Alcibiade. 22. Return. Pliny Hist. 22. Trent returned. Trentius returns, observes that magic held mankind by the triple chain of religion, of physic, and of astronomy. 34. The first counsel of the Magi was agreeable to the unsociable genius of their faith. 24. To the practice of ancient kings. 25. And even to the example of their legislator, who had fallen a victim to a religious war, excited by his own intolerant zeal. 26. By an edict of Artaxerxes, the exercise of every worship except that of Zoroaster was severely prohibited. The temples of the Parthians and the statues of their deified monarchs were thrown down with ignominy. 27. 27. The sword of Aristotle, such was the name given by the Orientals to the polytheism and philosophy of the Greeks, was easily broken. 20,000, nor didst the more stubborn Jews and Christians. 27. Times with the heretics of their own nation and religious. The majesty of Ormuzd, who was jealous of a rival, was seconded by the despotism of Artaxerxes, who could not suffer a rebel, and the schismatics within his vast empire were soon reduced to the inconsiderable number of 80,000. 30:31:1. This spirit of persecution reflects dishonor on the religion of Zoroaster, but as it was not productive of any civil commotion, it served to strengthen the new monarchy by uniting all the various inhabitants of Persia in the bands of religious zeal. 32:24 return. Mr. Hume, in the Natural History of Religion, sagaciously remarks that the most refined and philosophic sects are constantly the most intolerant. Note, Hume's comparison is rather between theism and polytheism. In India, in Greece, and in modern Europe, philosophic religion has looked down with contemptuous toleration on the superstitions of the vulgar. M25 return. De legibus, i.e. 10. Xerxes, by the advice of the Magi, destroyed the temples of Greece. 26. A return. Die. Persar. C2ND3-24. Der Bello, Bibliothek Orientalae, Zerdusht, Life of Zoroaster in Zend-Avesta. Zend-Aver, from return, compare Moses of Corine, LECC. Hereafter I shall make use of these passages. CC after I shall return, redavetel, returnuetai. Redone tenaindom return. Major nobasna, veli, viai, citorine. Cis 30 redene, as a besit first waters of redus redonede, amendi well as you are doing. 211. Return. It is incorrect to attribute these persecutions to Artaxerxes. The Jews were held in honor by him, and their schools flourished during his reign. Compare Jost, Geschichte der Israeliter, BXV 5 with Basnage. Sapor was forced by the people to temporary severities, but their real persecution did not begin till the reigns of Yezdigerd and Kobad. Hist of Jews i.e. 236, according to Sozomen, i.e., Sapor first persecuted the Christians. Manus was put to death by Varanus I, AD 277. Bosobra histe, de Manus, i.e. 29. In Post 32, a return in the Testament of Ardashe in Ferdusi, the poet assigns these sentiments to the dying king, as he addresses his son, never forget that as a king, when tel grost, when I to 7 form in Yaana 7. Artaxerxes, by his valor and conduct, had wrested the scepter of the East from the ancient royal family of Parthia. There still remained the more difficult task of establishing throughout the vast extent of Persia a uniform and vigorous administration. The weak indulgence of the Arsacides had resigned to their sons and brothers the principal provinces, and the greatest offices of the kingdom in the nature of hereditary possessions. The 18 most powerful satraps were permitted to assume the regal title, and the vain pride of the monarch was delighted with a nominal dominion over so many vassal kings. Even tribes of barbarians in their mountains, and the Greek cities of Upper Asia, 31 within their walls, scarcely acknowledged or seldom obeyed any superior, and the Parthian Empire exhibited, under other names, a lively image of the feudal system 32 which has since prevailed in Europe. But the active victor, at the head of a numerous and disciplined army, visited in person every province of Persia. The defeat of the boldest rebels and the reduction of the strongest fortifications, 33 diffused the terror of his arms, and prepared the way for the peaceful reception of his authority. An obstinate resistance was fatal to the chiefs, but their followers were treated with lenity. 34. The prudent Artaxerxes, suffering no person except himself to assume the title of king, abolished every intermediate power between the throne and the people. His kingdom, nearly equal in extent to modern Persia, was on every side bounded by the sea or by great rivers, by the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Araxes, the Oxus, and the Indus, by the Caspian Sea and the Gulf of Persia. 35. That country was computed to contain, in the last century, 554 cities, 60,000 villages, and about 40 millions of souls. 36. If we compare the administration of the House of Sassan with that of the House of Sefi, the political influence of the Magian with that of the Mahometan religion, we shall probably infer that the kingdom of Artaxerxes contained at least as great a number of cities, villages, and inhabitants. But it must likewise be confessed that in every age the want of harbours on the seacoast and the scarcity of fresh water in the inland provinces have been very unfavourable to the commerce and agriculture of the Persians, who, in the calculation of their numbers, seem to have indulged one of the meanest, though most common, artifices of national vanity. 31 Return. These colonies were extremely numerous. Seleucus Nicator founded 39 cities, all named from him Syriac. See Appian in Syriac. p. 24-4. The era of Seleucus still in use among the Eastern Christians appears as late as the year 58 of Christ Modena 6 on the medals of the Greek cities within the Parthian Empire. See Moyle's works Volume C and M. Ferret, Mem de l'Académie, Tom, X6 Bajek, Net, Vi 25-33. Return Eutychius Tom. IP 367, 371, 375, relates the siege of the island of Messene in the Tigris, with some circumstances not unlike the story of Nisus and Scylla. 34. Return Agathias, EI 64, and EV, p. 260. In the time of Alexander, and probably many ages afterwards, it was thinly inhabited by a savage people of ichthyophagi, or fishermen, who knew no arts, who acknowledged no master, and who were divided by inhospitable deserts from the rest of the world. See Arian de Reb. Indices. In the 12th century, the little town of Tyus, supposed by M. Danville to be the Thesa of Ptolemy, was peopled and enriched by the resort of the Arabian merchants. See Géographie Nubiens, p. 58, and Danville, Géographie Ancienne, tom. II, p. 283. In the last age, the whole country was divided between three princes, one Mahometan and two idolaters, who maintained their independence against the 36 return. Chardentine to Damvilles, i.e. C12. 3. As soon as the ambitious mind of Artaxerxes had triumphed over the resistance of his vassals, he began to threaten the neighboring states, who, during the long slumber of his predecessors, had insulted Persia with impunity. He obtained some easy victories over the wild Scythians and the effeminate Indians, but the Romans were an enemy who, by their past injuries and present power, deserved the utmost efforts of his arms. A 40 years' tranquility, the fruit of valor and moderation, had succeeded the victories of Trajan. During the period that elapsed from the accession of Marcus to the reign of Alexander, the Roman and the Parthian empires were twice engaged in war, and although the whole strength of the Arsacids contended with a part only of the forces of Rome, the event was most commonly in favor of the latter. Macrinus, indeed, prompted by his precarious situation and pusillanimous temper, purchased a peace at the expense of near 2 millions of our money, 37, but the generals of Marcus, the Emperor Severus, and his son erected many trophies in Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria. Among their exploits, the imperfect relation of which would have unseasonably interrupted the more important series of domestic revolutions, we shall only mention the repeated calamities of the two great cities of Seleucia and Ctesiphon. 37 return, in 3035, in 3035 ton Menia, in 3035 ton Kor. By 45 miles to the north of ancient Babylon, was the capital of the Macedonian conquests in Upper Asia. 38 many ages after the fall of their empire, Seleucia retained the Jon, Naen, Armenia Naen. The independent republic was governed by a senate of 300 nobles. The people consisted of 600,000 citizens. The walls were strong, and as long as concord prevailed among the several orders of the state, they viewed with contempt the power of the Parthian. But the madness of faction was sometimes provoked to implore the dangerous aid of the common enemy, who was posted almost at the gates of the colony. 39. The Parthian monarchs, like the Mughal sovereigns of Hindustan, delighted in the pastoral life of their Scythian ancestors, and the imperial camp was frequently pitched in the plain of Ctesiphon, on the eastern bank of the Tigris, at the distance of only 3 miles from Seleucia. 40. The innumerable attendants on luxury and despotism resorted to the court, and the little village of Ctesiphon insensibly swelled into a great city. 41. Under the reign of Marcus, the Roman generals penetrated as far as Ctesiphon and Seleucia. They were received as friends by the Greek colony. They attacked as enemies the seat of the Parthian kings, yet both cities experienced the same treatment. The sack and conflagration of Seleucia, with the massacre of 300,000 of the inhabitants, tarnished the glory of the Roman triumph. 42. Seleucia, already exhausted by the neighborhood of a too powerful rival, sunk under the fatal blow. But 73 years had sufficiently recovered its strength to maintain an obstinate siege against the Emperor Severus. The city was, however, taken by assault. The king, who defended it in person, escaped with precipitation. 100,000 captives and a rich booty rewarded the fatigues of the Roman soldiers. Ctesiphon succeeded to Babylon and to Seleucia as one of the great capitals of the East. In summer, the monarch of Persia enjoyed at Ecbatana the cool breezes of the mountains of Media, but the mildness of the climate engaged him to prefer Ctesiphon for his winter residence. 38. Return. For the precise situation of Babylon, Seleucia, Ctesiphon, Moine, and Baghdad, cities often confounded with each other, see an excellent geographical tract of M. Danville in Mem. de l'Académie, tom. XXX 10-9, Tretun, Tacitin, Annal. XE 42, Plin, Hist, Na, 5 Jew return. This may be inferred from Strabo, Eulead return. This may be inferred that most curious traveller, Bernia, who followed the camp of Aurangzeb from Delhi c5 5,000 men, that of infantry of John report thousands c5. It was computed that the camp contained 150,000 horses, mules, and elephants, 50,000 oxen, and between 300,000 and 400,000 persons. Almost all Delhi followed the court, whose magnificence supported its industry. 42. Return Astur return. Dion, LLXXV, T, 2038. Hist, August, P. 38. Eutrop, VI, 10 Euseb. In Chronic, Quadratus Troited in the Augustan history attempted to vindicate the Romans by alleging their Osasev, first forta divinta Dion, LLXXV, P. 20 Therio Richob, 23 Terion, his David Disenstashen. From these Teriod Bancho. The Romans derived in Dion known lex derived Chronic, Chrondrasto. That little state occupied the northern and most fertile part of Mesopotamia, between the Euphrates and the Tigris. Edessa, its capital, was situated about 20 miles beyond the former of those rivers, and the inhabitants, since the time of Alexander, were a mixed race of Greeks, Arabs, Syrians, and Armenians. 44. The feeble sovereigns of Osroene, placed on the dangerous verge of two contending empires, were attached from inclination to the Parthian cause. But the superior power of Rome exacted from them a reluctant homage, which is still attested by their medals. After the conclusion of the Parthian War under Marcus, it was judged prudent to secure some substantial pledges of their doubtful fidelity. Forts were constructed in several parts of the country, and a Roman garrison was fixed in the strong town of Nisibis. During the troubles that followed the death of Commodus, the princes of Osroene attempted to shake off the yoke, but the stern policy of Severus confirmed their dependence. 45 and the perfidy of Caracalla completed the easy conquest. Abgarus, the last king of Edessa, was sent in chains to Rome, his dominions reduced into a province, and his capital dignified with the rank of colony. And thus the Romans, about 10 years before the fall of the Parthian monarchy, obtained a firm and permanent establishment beyond the Euphrates. 46-44. To return. The polished citizens of Antioch called those of Edessa mixed barbarians. It was, however, some praise, that of the three dialects of the Syriac, the purest and most elegant, the Aramaean, was spoken as Edessa. This remark embia his Dessas. Per5 has returned to 2044, Benar Dessas, the Dandaba. Bayer has neglected to use this most important passage. 9-6 return. This kingdom, from Osros, who gave a new name to the country, to the last Abgaros, had lasted 35 years. See the learned work of M. Bayer, Historia Osroena et Edessina. Prudence, as well as glory, might have justified a war on the side of Artaxerxes, had his views been confined to the defense or acquisition of a useful frontier. But the ambitious Persian openly avowed a far more extensive design of conquest, and he thought himself able to support his lofty pretensions by the arms of reason as well as by those of power. Cyrus, he alleged, had first subdued, and his successors had for a long time possessed, the whole extent of Asia as far as the Propontis and the Aegean Sea. The provinces of Caria and Ionia, under their empire, had been governed by Persian satraps, and all Egypt to the confines of Ethiopia had acknowledged their sovereignty. 47. Their rights had been suspended, but not destroyed by a long usurpation, and as soon as he received the Persian diadem, which birth and successful valor had placed upon his head, the first great duty of his station called upon him to restore the ancient limits and splendor of the monarchy. The great king, therefore, such was the haughty style of his embassies to the Emperor Alexander, commanded the Romans instantly to depart from all the provinces of his ancestors, and, yielding to the Persians the empire of Asia, to content themselves with the undisturbed possession of Europe. This haughty mandate was delivered by 400 of the tallest and most beautiful of the Persians, who, by their fine horses, splendid arms, and rich apparel, displayed the pride and greatness of their master. 48. Such an embassy was much less an offer of negotiation than a declaration of war. Both Alexander Severus and Artaxerxes, collecting the military force of the Roman and Persian monarchies, resolved in this important contest to lead their armies in person. 47. The Cyropaedia gives a clear and magnificent idea of the extent of the empire of Cyrus. 79 NC enters into a curious and particular description of the 20 great satrapies into which the Persian Empire was divided by Darius Hystaspes. 48 Return Herodian, v. 2009-2000. If we credit what should seem the most authentic of all records, an narration, still extant and delivered by the emperor himself to the Senate, we must allow that the victory of Alexander Severus was not inferior to any of those formerly obtained over the Persians by the son of Philip. The army of the great king consisted of 120,000 horse, clothed in complete armor of steel, of 700 elephants, with towers filled with archers on their backs, and of 1,800 chariots armed with scythes. This formidable host, the like of which is not to be found in Eastern history, and has scarcely been imagined in Eastern romance, 49 was discomfited in a great battle, in which the Roman Alexander proved himself an intrepid soldier and a skillful general. The great king fled before his valor, an immense booty, and the conquest of Mesopotamia were the immediate fruits of this signal victory. Such are the circumstances of this ostentatious and improbable relation, dictated as it too plainly appears by the vanity of the monarch, adorned by the unblushing servility of his flatterers, and received without contradiction by a distant and obsequious senate. 50. Far from being inclined to believe that the arms of Alexander obtained any memorable advantage over the Persians, we are induced to suspect that all this blaze of imaginary glory. 49 Return. There were 200 scythed chariots at the battle of Arbela in the host of Darius. In the vast army of Tigranes, which was vanquished by Lucullus, 17,000 horse only were completely armed. Antiochus brought 54 elephants into the field against the Romans by his frequent wars and negotiations with the princes of India. He had once collected 150 of those great animals, but it may be questioned whether the most powerful monarch of Hindostan, Avicii, formed a line of battle of 700 elephants. Instead of 3,000 or 4,000 elephants, which the great Mogul was supposed to possess, Tavernier Voyages, Part E. LIP 1908 discovered, by a more accurate inquiry, that he had only 500 for his baggage, and 80 or 90 for the service of war. The Greeks have varied with regard to the number which Porus brought into the field, but Quintus Curtius, VIE. 13, in this instance, judicious and moderate, is contented with 85 elephants distinguished by their size and strength. In Siam, where these animals are the most numerous and the most esteemed, 18 elephants are allowed as a sufficient proportion for each of the 9 brigades into which a just army is divided. The whole number of 162 elephants of war may sometimes be doubled. Hist. Des Voyages, Tom. X the Bayes, 260. Note, compare Gibbon's note 10 to X the by IM. 50 R. Turn. Hist. August. PR2 6 the Baya. Note CM Guizot's note. P26 the Bayas. Invest the Bayai Alens are givens to Bayas. 71. Our suspicions are confirmed by the authority of a contemporary historian who mentions the virtues of Alexander with respect and his faults with candor. He describes the judicious plan which had been formed for the conduct of the war. 3 Roman armies were destined to invade Persia at the same time and by different roads. But the operations of the campaign, though wisely concerted, were not executed either with ability or success. The first of these armies, as soon as it had entered the marshy plains of Babylon towards the artificial conflux of the Euphrates and the Tigris, 51 was encompassed by the superior numbers and destroyed by the arrows of the enemy. The alliance of Chosroes, king of Armenia, 52 in the long tract of mountainous country, in which the Persian cavalry was of little service, equalled Disnopa and Anchifti to Destin. These brave troops laid waste the adjacent provinces, and by several successful actions against Artaxerxes gave a faint color to the emperor's vanity. But the retreat of this victorious army was imprudent, or at least unfortunate. In repassing the mountains, great numbers of soldiers perished by the badness of the roads and the severity of the winter season. It had been resolved that whilst these two great detachments penetrated into the opposite extremes of the Persian dominions, the main body, under the command of Alexander himself, should support their attack by invading the center of the kingdom. But the unexperienced youth, influenced by his mother's counsels, and perhaps by his own fears, deserted the bravest troops and the fairest prospect of victory. And after consuming in Mesopotamia an inactive and inglorious summer, he led back to Antioch an army diminished by sickness and provoked by disappointment. The behavior of Artaxerxes had been very different. Flying with rapidity from the hills of Media to the marshes of the Euphrates, he had everywhere opposed the invaders in person, and in either fortune had united with the ablest conduct the most undaunted resolution. But in several obstinate engagements against the veteran legions of Rome, the Persian monarch had lost the flower of his troops. Even his victories had weakened his power. The favorable opportunities of the absence of Alexander, and of the confusions that followed that emperor's death, presented themselves in vain to his ambition. Instead of expelling the Romans, as he pretended, from the continent of Asia, he found himself unable to wrest from their hands the little province of Mesopotamia. 53-51. Return armed de Tillemont has already observed that Herodian's geography is somewhat confused. 2. Moses of Corinne Hist. Amen. LIEC. 71 illustrates this invasion of Media by asserting that confines of India to feud him to the confines of India. The exploits of Chosroes have been magnified, and he acted as a dependent ally to the Romans, to 53 Tironi hand. The old abbreviators and modern compilers have blindly followed the Augustan history. The reign of Artaxerxes, which, from the last defeat of the Parthians, lasted only 14 years, forms a memorable era in the history of the East, and even in that of Rome. His character seems to have been marked by those bold and commanding features that generally distinguish the princes who conquer from those who inherit an empire. Till the last period of the Persian monarchy, his code of laws was respected as the groundwork of their civil and religious policy. 54. Several of his sayings are preserved. One of them in particular discovers a deep insight into the constitution of government. The authority of the prince, said Artaxerxes, must be defended by a military force. That force can only be maintained by taxes. All taxes must at last fall upon agriculture, and agriculture can never flourish except under the protection of justice and moderation. 55 Artaxerxes bequeathed his new empire and his ambitious designs against the Romans to Sapor, a son not unworthy of his great father, but those designs were too extensive for the power of Persia, and served only to involve both nations in a long series of destructive wars and reciprocal calamities. 54 Return, Eutychius, Tom, IIP 180, verse. Pocock. The great Chosroes Nushirwan sent the code of Artaxerxes to all his satraps as the invariable rule of their conduct. The Bibliothèque Orientale, or Mot Artaxerxes. We may observe that after an ancient period of fables and a long interval of darkness, the modern histories of Persia begin to assume an air of truth with the dynasty of Sassanides. Compare Malcolm, I-79. MEG 1992. The Persians, long since civilized and corrupted, were very far from possessing the martial independence and the intrepid hardiness, both of mind and body, which have rendered the northern barbarians masters of the world. The science of war, that constituted the more rational force of Greece and Rome, as it now does of Europe, never made any considerable progress in the East. Those disciplined evolutions which harmonize and animate a confused multitude were unknown to the Persians. They were equally unskilled in the arts of constructing, besieging, or defending regular fortifications. They trusted more to their numbers than to their courage, more to their courage than to their discipline. The infantry was a half-armed, spiritless crowd of peasants, levied in haste by the allurements of plunder, and as easily dispersed by a victory as by a defeat. The monarch and his nobles transported into the camp the pride and luxury of the seraglio. Their military operations were impeded by a useless train of women, eunuchs, horses, and camels, and in the midst of a successful campaign, the Persian host was often separated or destroyed by an unexpected famine. 56. Return. Herodian, LVP. 214. Ammianus Marcellinus, LXXII. Some differences may be observed between the two historians, the natural effects of the changes produced by a century and a half, but the nobles of Persia, in the bosom of luxury and despotism, preserved a strong sense of personal gallantry and national honor. From the age of 7 years they were taught to speak truth, to shoot with the bow, and to ride, and it was universally confessed that in the two last of these arts they had made a more than common proficiency. 57. The most distinguished youth were educated under the monarch's eye, practiced their exercises in the gate of his palace, and were severely trained up to the habits of temperance and obedience in their long and laborious parties of hunting. In every province, the satrap maintained a like school of military virtue. The Persian nobles, so natural is the idea of feudal tenures, received from the king's bounty lands and houses on the condition of their service in war. They were ready on the first summons to mount on horseback with a martial and splendid train of followers, and to join the numerous bodies of guards who were carefully selected from among the most robust slaves and the bravest adventurers of Asia. These armies, both of light and of heavy cavalry, equally formidable by the impetuosity of their charge and the rapidity of their motions, threatened, as an impending cloud, the eastern provinces of the declining empire of Rome. 58-57 Return. The Persians are still the most skillful horsemen, and their horses the finest in the East. 58 Return from Herodotus, Xenophon, Herodian, Ammianus, Chardin, and c. I have extracted such probable accounts of the Persian nobility as seem either common to every age or particular to that of the Sassanides. Chapter 9. State of Germany until the barbarians. Part 1. The state of Germany till the invasion of the barbarians. In the time of the Emperor Decius, the government and religion of Persia have deserved some notice from their connection with the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. We shall occasionally mention the Scythian or Sarmatian tribes, 101, which, with their arms and horses, their flocks and herds, their wives and families, wandered over the immense plains which spread the sea to the Vistula, from the confines of Persia. But the warlike Germans, who first resisted, then invaded, and at length overturned the Western monarchy of Rome, will occupy a much more important place in this history, and possess a stronger and, if we may use the expression, a more domestic claim to our attention and regard. The most civilized nations of modern Europe issued from the woods of Germany, and in the rude institutions of those barbarians we may still distinguish the original principles of our present laws and manners. In their primitive state of simplicity and independence, the Germans were surveyed by the discerning eye, and delineated by the masterly pencil of Tacitus, 102, the first of historians who applied the science of philosophy to the study of facts. The expressive conciseness of his descriptions has served to exercise the diligence of innumerable antiquarians and to excite the genius and penetration of the philosophic historians of our own times. The subject, however various and important, has already been so frequently so ably and so successfully discussed that it is now grown familiar to the reader and difficult to the writer. We shall therefore content ourselves with observing, and indeed with repeating, some of the most important circumstances of climate, of manners, and of institutions, which rendered the wild barbarians of Germany such formidable enemies to the Roman power. 110. The Scythians, even according to the ancients, are not Sarmatians. It may be doubted whether Gibbon intended to confound them. 110 South divided the barbarians into four great classes: the Celts, the Scythians, the Indians, and the Ethiopians. They called Celts all the inhabitants of Gaul. Scythia extended from the Baltic Sea to the Lake Aral. The people enclosed in the angle to the northeast, between Celtica and Scythia, were called Celto-Scythians, and the Sarmatians were placed in the southern part of that angle. But these names of Celts, of Scythians, of Celto-Scythians, and Sarmatians were invented, says Schlosser, by the profound cosmographical ignorance of the Greeks, and have no real ground. They are purely geographical divisions without any relation to the true affiliation of the different races. Thus, all the inhabitants of Gaul are called Celts by most of the ancient writers. Yet Gaul contained three totally distinct nations: the Belgae, the Aquitani, and the Gauls, properly so called. Hae omnes lingua institutis legibusque inter se differant. Caesar. Com. ci. It is thus the Turks call all Europeans Franks. Schlosser Allgemeine Nordische Geschichte, p. 289. 771. Baia de origine et pricis sedibus quistarum in opus custat, ephorus in quarto historiarum, libro orbum terrarum inter Scythas, Indos, Ethiopas et Celtas divisit. Fragmentum ejus loci, cosmas indicopalustes in topographia Christiana. F. 448, Ruforum, positus per certa capita distribuere. Et explicare qu'explicare vibus spatis adibuisse, nulla mala fraude et successu infelici. Nam omne quisbus quilico vori, igitur tot tamque diversae stirpis gentes non modo intra communem quandam regionem definitae, unum omnes decipherum nomen his auctoribus subierunt, sed etiam abi la regenis adbellatione in iandem nationem sunt conflatae. Sic simeliorum res cum Sicisis, Cicerum cum Sarmaticis, Rusicis, Hunicis, Tataricis commiscentur. G. 102 Return. The Germania of Tacitus has been a fruitful source of hypothesis to the ingenuity of modern writers who have endeavored to account for the form of the work and the views of the author. According to Luden, Geschichte des TVI 432, and note it contains the unfinished and disarranged for a larger work. An anonymous writer, supposed by Luden to be M. Becker, conceives that it was intended as an episo equius. Guizot, Tacite. Apporte les Germains et Rousseau les Sauvages dans un accès de Homère contre sa patrie. Son livre est une satire de mœurs romaines, l'éloquente boutade d'un patrio philosophique qui veut voir la verquala, où il ne rencontre pas la moléjo là, or ne rencontre pas la moléjo et la dépravation savante d'une vieille société. Hist. De la civilisation moderne est née, excluding from its independent limits the province westward of the Rhine, which had submitted to the Roman yoke, extended itself over a third part of Europe. 1. Almost the whole of modern Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Livonia, Prussia, and the greater part of Poland were peopled by the various tribes of one great nation, whose complexion, resemblance. On the west, ancient Germany was divided by the Rhine from the Gallic, and on the south by the Danube from the Illyrian, provinces of the empire. A ridge of hills rising from the Danube and called the Carpathian Mountains covered Germany on the side of Dacia or Hungary. The eastern frontier was faintly marked by the mutual fears of the Germans and the Sarmatians, and was often confounded by the mixture of warring and confederating tribes of the two nations. In the remote darkness of the north, The ancients imperfectly described a frozen ocean that lay beyond the Baltic Sea and beyond the peninsula or islands 1001 of Scandinavia. One return to Germany was not of such vast extent. It is from Caesar, and more particularly from Ptolemy, how 5 Script Creator. Germany, as changed by these wars, has been described by Strabo, Pliny, and Tacitus. Germany, properly so called, was bounded on the west by the Rhine, on the east by the Vistula, on the north by the southern point of Norway by Sweden and Estonia. On the south, the Main and the mountains to the north of Bohemia formed the limits. Before the time of Caesar, the country between the Main and the Danube was partly occupied by the Helvetians and other Gauls, partly by the Hercynian forest, but from the time of Caesar to the Great Migration, these boundaries were advanced as far as the Danube, or, what is the same thing, to the Swabian Alps. Although the Hercynian forest still occupied, from north to south, a space of 9 days' journey on both banks of the Danube. Gatterer. Versuch einer allgemeinen Weltgeschichte, p. 424. This vast country was far from being inhabited by a single nation divided into different tribes of the same origin. We may reckon 3 principal races very distinct in their language, their origin, and their customs. 1. To the east, the slaves or Vandals. 2. To the west, the Cimmerians or Cimbri. 3. Between the slaves and Cimbrians, the Germans, properly so called, the Suevi of Tacitus. The south was inhabited, before Julius Caesar, by nations of Gaulish origin, afterwards by the Suevi. G. On the position of these nations, the German antiquaries differ. The slaves, or Sclavonians or Wendish tribes, according to Schlosser, were originally settled in parts of Germany unknown to the Romans, Mecklenburg, Pomerania, Brandenburg, Upper Saxony, and Lusatia. According to Gatterer, they remained to the east of the 3rd century. The slaves, according to Procopius and Jornandes, formed 3 great divisions. 1. The Venedi, or Vandals, who took the latter name, the Wenden, having expelled the Vandals, properly so called, a Suevian race, the conquerors of Africa, from the country between the Memel and the Vistula. 2. The Antes, who inhabited between the Dniester and the Dnieper. 3. The Sclavonians, properly so called, in the north of Dacia. During the Great Migration, these races advanced into Germany as far as the Saale and the Elbe. The Sclavonian language is the stem from which have issued the Russian, the Polish, the Bohemian, and the dialects of Lusatia, of some parts of the Duchy of Lüneburg, of Carniola, Carinthia, and Styria and Sea, those of Croatia, Bosnia, and Bulgaria. Schlosser, Nordische Geschichte, Sette. This race had passed the Rhine before the time of Caesar, occupied Belgium, and are the Belgae of Caesar and Pliny. The Cimbrians also occupied the Isle of Jutland. The Cimbri of Wales and of Britain are of this race. Many tribes on the right bank of the Rhine, the Guthini in Jutland, the Usipeti in Westphalia, the Sigambri in the Duchy of Berg, were German Cimbrians. 3. The Suevi, known in very early times by the Romans, for they are mentioned by L. Korn. Sisenna, who lived 123 years before Christ, Nonius V. Lancia. This race, the real Germans, extended to the Vistula and from the Baltic to the Hercynian forest. The name of Suevi was sometimes confined to a single tribe, as by Caesar to the Catti. The name of the Suevi has been preserved in Suevia. These 3 were the principal races which inhabited Germany. They moved from Unmun take 3 years. But northern Europe, according to Schlosser, was not peopled by them alone. Other races of different origin and speaking different languages have inhabited and left descendants in these countries. The German tribes called themselves from very remote times by the generic name of Teutons, which Tacitus derives from that of one of their gods, Tuesco. It appears more probable that it means merely men, people. Many savage nations have given themselves no other name. Thus the Laplanders call themselves Almag, people, the Samoides, Nilits, Nisich men, and Siast. As to the name of Germans, Germani, Caesar found it in use in Gaul and adopted it as a word already known to the Romans. Many of the learned, from a passage of Tacitus, du mot germ, sia tual, have supposed that it was only applied to the Teutons after Caesar's time. The name of Germans is found in the Fasti Capitolini. See Gruter, Iscrip. 2899, in which the consul Marcellus, in the year of Rome 531, is said to have defeated the Gauls, the Insubrians, and the Germans, commanded by Werdemar. See Adelung Eilt. Geschichte der Deutsch P. Unfortu. Compressed from G. 201 our return, the modern philosophers of Sweden seem agreed that the waters of the Baltic gradually sink in a regular proportion, which they have ventured to estimate at half an inch every year. 20 centuries ago, the flat country of Scandinavia must have been covered by the sea, while the high lands rose above the waters, as so many islands of various forms and dimensions. Such indeed is the notion given us by Mela, Pliny, and Tacitus of the vast countries round the Baltic, a large abstract of Dahlon's history of Sweden, composed in the Swedish language. Note: modern geologists have rejected this theory of the depression of the Baltic, as inconsistent with recent observation. The considerable changes which have taken place on its shores, Mr. Lyell, from actual observation, now decidedly attributes to the regular and uniform elevation of the land. Lyell's Geology, B.IIC, 17 im. Some ingenious writers, too, have suspected that Europe was much colder formerly than it is at present, and the most ancient descriptions of the climate of Germany tend exceedingly to confirm their theory. The general complaints of intense frost and eternal winter are perhaps little to be regarded, since we have no method of reducing to the accurate standard of the thermometer the feelings or the expressions of an orator born in the happier regions of Greece or Asia. But I shall select two remarkable circumstances of a less equivocal nature. 1. The great rivers which covered the Roman provinces, the Rhine and the Danube, were frequently frozen over and capable of supporting the most enormous weights. The barbarians, who often chose that severe season for their inroads, transported, without apprehension or danger, their numerous armies, their cavalry, and their heavy wagons over a vast and solid bridge of ice. 3 modern ages have not presented an instance of a like phenomenon. 2. The reindeer, that useful animal, from whom the savage of the north derives the best comforts of his dreary life, is of a constitution that supports, and even requires, the most intense cold. He is found on the rock of Spitzberg, within 10 degrees of the pole. He seems to delight in the snows of Lapland and Siberia, but at present he cannot subsist, much less multiply, in any country to the south of the Baltic. 4. In the time of Caesar, the reindeer, as well as the elk and the wild bull, was a native of the Hessinian forest, which then overshadowed a great part of Germany and Poland. 5. The modern improvements sufficiently explain the causes of the diminution of the cold. These immense woods have been gradually cleared, which intercepted from the earth the rays of the sun. 6. The morasses have been drained, and, in proportion as the soil has been cultivated, the air has become more temperate. Canada, at this day, is an exact picture of ancient Germany. Although situated in the same parallel with the finest provinces of reindeer, the reindeer are very numerous, the ground is covered with deep and lasting snow, and the great river of St. Lawrence is regularly frozen, in a season when the waters of the Seine and the Thames are usually free from ice. 7. 2. Return. In particular, Mr. Hume, the Abbé Dubose, and M. Pelletier. Hist. Dexceltis, Tom. E3. Return of Diodorus Siculus, LVP 340. Edit. Wessel, Herodian, LV. P. 2021. John Andes, C55. On the banks of the Danube, the wine, when brought to table, was frequently frozen into great lumps. Frusta vini. Ovid. Epist. Ex Ponto, LV 7, 9, 10. Virgil. Georgic. L. in. 355. The fact is confirmed by a soldier and a philosopher who had experienced the impenses of Join de B. At Pist, the bridge is usually taken up, and the traffic and communication between the two banks carried on over the ice. The Rhine is likewise in many parts passable at least 2 years out of 5. Winter campaigns are so unusual in modern warfare that I recollect but one instance of an army crossing either river on the ice. In the 30 Years' War, 1635, Jan van Werth, an imperialist partisan, crossed the Rhine from Heidelberg on the ice with 5,000 men and surprised Spears. Pichegru's memorable campaign, Yen 799-94-5, when the freezing of the Musen Wall opened Holland to his conquests, and his cavalry and artillery attacked the ships frozen in on the Zuiderzee, was in a winter of unprecedented severity. Yen Thifornono, Neurowa, Yen Thiforno. Neurono Sidigrus Menta Frilichano. The most inquisitive of the Germans were ignorant of its utmost limits, although some of them had travelled in it more than 60 days' journey. De Mort, the passage of Caesar, Pavis Renonum Tegumentis utuntur, is obscure, observes Luden, Geschichte des Teutschen Volkes, and insufficient to prove the reindeer to have existed in Germany. It is supported, however, by a fragment of Salost. Germani intectum, renonibus corpus tegunt. M. It has been suggested to me that Caesar, as old Gesner supposed, meant the reindeer in the following description. Esbos servi figura cujus a media fronte inter aures unum cornu existit, excelsius magiscu directum divaricatum. Divaris sum molo sutu sum corpala, sicut palmae ramiquam le diffunduntur. Isesan. 47 investigates the small and scattered remains of the Hercynian wood. 7 return, Charlevoix, Histoire du Canada. It is difficult to ascertain and easy to exaggerate the influence of the climate of ancient Germany over the minds and bodies of the natives. Many writers have supposed, and most have allowed, though, as it should seem, without any adequate proof, that the rigorous cold of the north was favorable to long life and generative vigor, that the women were more fruitful and the human species more prolific than in warmer or more temperate climates. 8. We may assert with greater confidence that the keen air of Germany formed the large and masculine limbs of the natives, who were, in general, of a more lofty stature than the people of the south. 9 gave them a kind of strength better adapted to violent exertions than to patient labor, and inspired them with constitutional bravery, which is the result of nerves and spirits. The severity of a winter campaign that chilled the courage of the Roman troops was scarcely felt by these hardy children of the north, 10 who, in their turn, were unable to resist the summer heats, and dissolved away in languor and sickness under the beams of an Italian sun. 11-8 Return Chi. Olaus Rudbeck asserts that the Swedish women often bear 10 or 12 children, and not uncommonly 20 or 30. But the authority of Rudbeck is much to be suspected. 9 Return. In hos artus, in haec corpora, quae miramur, excrescunt. Taet Germania 3:20. Cruver. Lic 14, 1 Return to Plutarch, in Mario. The Cimbri, by way of amusement, often did down mountains of snow on their broad shields. 11 Return. The Romans made war in all climates, and by their excellent discipline were in a great measure preserved in health and vigor. It may be remarked that man is the only animal which can live and multiply in every country from the equator to the poles. The hog seems to approach the nearest to our species in that privilege. Part 2. There is not anywhere upon the globe a large tract of country which we have discovered destitute of inhabitants, or whose first population can be fixed with any degree of historical certainty. And yet, as the most philosophic minds can seldom refrain from investigating the infancy of great nations, our curiosity consumes itself in toilsome and disappointed efforts. When Tacitus considered the purity of the German blood and the forbidding aspect of the country, he was disposed to pronounce those barbarians indigenae, or natives of the soil. We may allow with safety, and perhaps with truth, that ancient Germany was not originally peopled by any foreign colonies already formed into a political society. 12. But that the name and nation received their existence from the gradual union of some wandering savages of the Hercynian woods. To assert those savages to have been the spontaneous production of the earth which they inhabited would be a rash inference, condemned by religion and unwarranted by reason. 12. Return. Facite. Germ. C3. The emigration of the Gauls followed the course of the Danube and discharged itself on Greece and Asia. Tacitus could discover only one inconsiderable tribe that retained any traces of a Gallic origin. Note, the Gothini, who must not be confounded with the Gothi, a Swabian tribe. In the time of Caesar, many other tribes of Gaulish origin dwelt along the course of the Danube, who could not long resist the attacks of the Suevi. The Helvetians, who dwelt on the borders of the Black Forest between the Main and the Danube, had been expelled long before the time of Caesar. He mentions also the Volci Tectosagi, who came from Languedoc and settled round the Black Forest. The Boii, who had penetrated into that forest and also have left traces of their name in Bohemia, were subdued in the 1st century by the Marcomanni. The Boii settled in Noricum, were mingled afterwards with the Lombards, and received the name of Boii or Ari, Bavaria, or Boiuvari, var in some German dialects appearing to mean remains, descendants. Compare Malta B.M., Geography, Volume A, p. 4010, edit 1832. M. Such rational doubt is but ill suited with the genius of popular vanity. Among the nations who have adopted the Mosaic history of the world, the Ark of Noah has been of the same use as was formerly to the Greeks and Romans the siege of Troy. On a narrow basis of acknowledged truth, an immense but rude superstructure of fable has been erected, and the wild Irishman, 13 as well as the wild Tartar, 14 could point out the individual son of Japhet, from whose loins his ancestors were lineally descended. The last century abounded with antiquarians of profound learning and easy faith, who, by the dim light of legends and traditions, of conjectures and etymologies, conducted the great-grandchildren of Noah from the Tower of Babel to the extremities of the globe. Of these judicious critics, one of the most entertaining was Olaus Rudbeck, professor in the University of Uppsala. 15. Which fond so considerable a zealous patriot ascribes to his country. From Sweden, which forms some 1/16 of that delightful region, for such it appeared to the eyes of a native, the Atlantis of Plato, the country of the Hyperboreans, the gardens of the Hesperides, the Fortunate Islands, and even the Elysian fields, were all but faint and imperfect transcripts. A clime so profusely favored by nature could not long remain desert after the flood. The learned Rudbeck allows the family of Noah a few years to multiply from 8 to about 20,000 persons. He then disperses them into small colonies to replenish the earth and to propagate the human species. The German or Swedish detachment, which marched, if I am not mistaken, under the command of Askenaz, the son of Gomer, the son of Japhet, distinguished itself by a more than common diligence in the prosecution of this great work. The northern hive cast its swarms over the greatest part of Europe, Africa, and Asia, and, to use the author's metaphor, the blood circulated from the extremities to the heart. 13 Return. According to Dr. Keating, History of Ireland, p. 13 for Tolanus, who was the son of Sarah, the son of Ezra, the son of Ezra, the son of Fromont, the son of Fremont, the son of Magog, the son of Japhet, the son of Noah, landed on the coast of Munster the 14th day of May, in the year of the world 1978. Though he succeeded in his great enterprise, the loose behavior of his wife rendered his domestic life very unhappy, and provoked him to such a degree that he killed her favorite greyhound. This, as the learned historian very properly observes, was the first instance of female falsehood and infidelity ever known in Ireland. The 14 Return, De Verna Signa Trapernadi, Genealogical History of the Tartars, by Abul Ghazi Bahadur Khan, even decoded in 15 Return 86, his work entitled Atlantica, is uncommonly scarce. Bailey has given 2 most curious extracts from it. République des Lettres 1 février, Any Thevrier, 1685. But all this well-labored system of German antiquities is annihilated by a single fact, too well attested to admit of any doubt, and of too decisive a nature to leave room for any reply. The Germans, in the age of Tacitus, were unacquainted with the use of letters, is the principal circumstance that distinguishes a civilized people from a herd of savages. Without that artificial help, the human memory soon dissipates or corrupts the ideas entrusted to her charge, and the nobler faculties of the mind, no longer supplied with models or with materials, gradually forget their powers, the judgment becomes feeble and lethargic, the imagination languid or irregular. Fully to apprehend this important truth, let us attempt in an improved society to calculate the immense distance between the man of learning and the illiterate peasant. The former, by reading and reflection, multiplies his own experience, and lives in distant ages and remote countries, whilst the latter, rooted to a single spot, and confined to a few years of existence, surpasses but very little his fellow laborer, the ox, in the exercise of his mental faculties. The same and even a greater difference will be found between nations than between individuals, and we may safely pronounce that without some species of writing, no people has ever preserved the faithful annals of their history, ever made any considerable progress in the abstract sciences, or ever possessed, in any tolerable degree of perfection, the useful and agreeable arts of life. 16. Return. Tacit. Germ. II. 19. Literarum secreta vili parita ac fuminae ignorant. We may rest contented with this decisive authority, without entering into the obscure disputes concerning the antiquity of the runic characters. The learned Celsius, a Swede, a scholar, and a philosopher, was of opinion that they were nothing more than the Roman letters, with the curves changed into straight lines for the ease of engraving. See Pelutice. We may add that the oldest runic inscriptions are supposed to be of the 3rd century, and the most ancient writer who mentions the runic characters is Venantius Frotenatus, Carm, Viei, Y18, who lived towards the end of the 6th century. Barbara Froxineus Pingatur Runa Tabelis. Note, the obscure subject of the runic characters has exercised the industry and ingenuity of the modern scholars of the North. There are 3 distinct theories. 1. Maintained by Schlosser, Nordische Geschichte, p. 481, and c., who considers their 16 letters to be a corruption of the Roman alphabet, post-Christian in their date, and Schlosser would attribute their introduction into the North to the Alemanni. The second, that of Friedrich Schlegel, Vorlesungen über alte und neue Literat, supposes that these characters were left on the coasts of the Mediterranean and northern seas by the Phoenicians, preserved by the priestly castes, and employed for purposes of magic. Their common origin from the Phoenician would account for air similarity to the Roman letters. The last, to which we incline, claims much higher and more venerable antiquity for the runic, and supposes them to have been the original characters of the Indo-Teutonic tribes, brought from the East and preserved among the different races of that stock. See Über Deutsche Runen von W. C. Grimm, 1821, a memoir by Dr. Legis. Von Gruben des Alten Nordens, Foreign Quarterly Review Vol. X, in M. Of these arts, the ancient Germans were wretchedly destitute. 16.1. They passed their lives in a state of ignorance and poverty, which it has pleased some declaimers to dignify with the appellation of virtuous simplicity. Modern Germany is said to contain about 2,300 walled towns. 17. In a much wider extent of country, the geographer Ptolemy could discover no more than 90 places which he decorates with the name of cities. 18, though, according to our ideas, they would but ill deserve that splendid title. We can only suppose them to have been rude fortifications, constructed in the center of the woods and designed to secure the women, children, and cattle, whilst the warriors of the tribe marched out to repel a sudden invasion. 19. But Tacitus asserts, as a well-known fact, that the Germans in his time had no cities, 20, and that they affected to despise the works of Roman industry as places of confinement rather than of security. 21. Their edifices were not even contiguous or formed into regular villas. 22. Each barbarian fixed his independent dwelling on the spot to which a plain, a wood, or a stream of fresh water had induced him to give the preference. Neither stone nor brick nor tiles were employed in these slight habitations. 23. They were indeed no more than low huts of a circular figure, built of rough timber, thatched with straw, and pierced at the top to leave a free passage for the smoke. In the most inclement winter, the hardy German was satisfied with a scanty garment made of the skin of some animal. The nations who dwelt towards the north clothed themselves in furs, and the women manufactured for their own use a coarse kind of linen. 24. The game of various sorts with which the forests of Germany were plentifully stocked supplied its inhabitants with food and exercise. 25. Their monstrous herds of cattle, less remarkable indeed for their beauty than for their utility, 26, formed the principal object of their wealth. A small quantity of corn was the only produce exacted from the earth. The use of orchards or artificial meadows was unknown to the Germans, nor can we expect any improvements in agriculture from a people whose prosperity every year experienced a general change by a new division of the arable lands, and who, in that strange operation, avoided disputes by suffering a great part of their territory to lie waste and without tillage. 27. One return. Luden, the author of the Geschichte des deutschen Volkes, has surpassed most writers in his patriotic enthusiasm for the virtues and noble manners of his ancestors. Even the cold of the climate and the want of vines and fruit trees, as well as the barbarism of the inhabitants, are calumnies of the luxurious Italians. M. Guizot, on the other side, in his Histoire de la Civilisation, Volume Almae, p. 2072 and c., has drawn a curious parallel between the Germans of Tacitus and the North American Indians. Almae 17, Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, tom. Almae, p. 228. The author of that very curious work is, if I am not misinformed, a German by birth, de Paul. Dupol. Imamabar, Bar is often criticized by the accurate Claverius. Dumamama himamamabar, see Caesar and the Lerma who quest, germ. 1521, return to, when the Germans commanded the Ubi of Cologne to cast off the Roman yoke, and with their new freedom to resume their ancient manners, they insisted on the immediate demolition of the walls of the colony. Monumenta servitiae, detrahatis, etiam fera anima limenta, so clausa tenias, virtutis obliviscuntur. Dutias, eti, is, viri 64, duci to return to the straggling villages of Silesia are several miles in length. See Cruvier, Li c. 42. 140 years after Tacitus, a few more regular structures were erected near the Rhine and Danube. Herodian Livi p2 24:4-24 to Tacit, Germ 5-27 return to Tacit, German to 24. Its barbarous inhabitants wanted both skill and patience to investigate those rich veins of silver, which have so liberally rewarded the attention of the princes of Brunswick and Saxony. Sweden, which now supplies Europe with iron, was equally ignorant of its own riches, and the appearance of the arms of the Germans furnished a sufficient proof how little iron they were able to bestow on what they must have deemed the noblest use of that metal. The various transactions of peace and war had introduced some Roman coins, chiefly silver, among the borderers of the Rhine and Danube, but the more distant tribes were absolutely unacquainted with the use of money, carried on their confined traffic by the exchange of commodities, and prized their rude earthen vessels as of equal value with the silver vases, the presents of Rome to their princes and ambassadors. To a mind capable of reflection, such leading facts convey more instruction than a tedious detail of subordinate circumstances. The value of money has been settled by general consent to express our wants and our property, as letters were invented to express our ideas, and both these institutions, by giving a more active energy to the powers and passions of human nature, have contributed to multiply the objects they were designed to represent. The use of gold and silver is in a great measure factitious, but it would be impossible to enumerate the important and various services which agriculture and all the arts have received from iron, when tempered and fashioned by the operation of fire and the dexterous hand of man. Money, in a word, is the most universal incitement, iron the most powerful instrument of human industry, and it is very difficult to conceive by what means a people, neither actuated by the one nor seconded by the other, could emerge from the grossest barbarism. 29-28. Return. 29-28. Return. It is said that the Mexicans and Peruvians, without the use of either money or iron, had made a very great progress in the arts. Those arts and the monuments they produced have been strangely magnified. See Recherches sur les Américains, tom. II, p. 53 and ch. If we contemplate a savage nation in any part of the globe, a supine indolence and a carelessness of futurity will be found to constitute their general character. In a civilized state, every faculty of man is expanded and embraces the several members of society. The most numerous portion of it is employed in constant and useful labor. The select few, placed by fortune above that necessity, can, however, fill up their time by the pursuits of interest or glory, by the improvement of their estate or of their understanding, by the duties, the pleasures, and even the follies of social life. The Germans were not possessed of these varied resources. The care of the house and family, the management of the land and cattle, were delegated to the old and the infirm, to women and slaves. The lazy warrior, destitute of every art that might employ his leisure hours, consumed his days and nights in the animal gratifications of sleep and food. And yet, by a wonderful diversity of nature, according to the remark of a writer who had pierced into its darkest recesses, the same barbarians are by turns the most indolent and the most restless of mankind. They delight in sloth, they detest tranquillity. 30. The languid soul, oppressed with its own weight, anxiously required some new and powerful sensation, and war and danger were the only amusements adequate to its fierce temper. The sound that summoned the German to arms was grateful to his ear. It roused him from his uncomfortable lethargy, gave him an active pursuit, and, by strong exercise of the body and violent emotions of the mind, restored him to a more lively sense of his existence. In the dull intervals of peace, these barbarians were immoderately addicted to deep gaming and excessive drinking, both of which by different means, the one by inflaming their passions, the other by extinguishing their reason, alike relieved them from the pain of thinking. They gloried in passing whole days and nights at table, and the blood of friends and relations often stained their numerous and drunken assemblies. 31. Their debts of honor, for in that light they have transmitted to us those of play, they discharged with the most romantic fidelity. The desperate gamester, who had staked his person and liberty on a last throw of the dice, patiently submitted to the decision of fortune, and suffered himself to be bound, chastised, and sold into remote slavery by his weaker but more lucky antagonist. 32-30. Return. Toss it. Germ. 1531. Return. Toss it. Germ. 22-23. 32. Return. Ed. 24. The Germans might borrow the arts of play from the Romans, but the passion is wonderfully inherent in the human species. Strong beer, a liquor extracted with very little art from wheat or barley, and corrupted, as it is strongly expressed by Tacitus, into a certain semblance of wine, was sufficient for the gross purposes of German debauchery. But those who had tasted the rich wines of Italy and afterwards of Gaul sighed for that more delicious species of intoxication. They attempted not, however, as has since been executed with so much success, to naturalize the vine on the banks of the Rhine and Danube, nor did they endeavor to procure by industry the materials of an advantageous commerce. To solicit by labor what might be ravished by arms was esteemed unworthy of the German spirit. The intemperate thirst of strong liquors often urged the barbarians to invade the provinces on which art or nature had bestowed those much envied presents. The Tuscan who betrayed his country to the Celtic nations attracted them into Italy by the prospect of the rich fruits and delicious wines, the productions of a happier climate. 34. And in the same manner the German auxiliaries, invited into France during the civil wars of the 16th century, were allured by the promise of plenteous quarters in the provinces of Champagne and Burgundy. 35. Drunkenness, the most illiberal, but not the most dangerous of our vices, was sometimes capable, in a less civilized state of mankind, of occasioning a battle, a war, or a revolution. 33. Return. Tacit. Germ. 1434. Return de Bluta. De Bose. Hist. De la Monarchie. François. Tome. 93. The climate of ancient Germany has been modified and the soil fertilized by the labor of 10 centuries from the time of Charlemagne. The same extent of ground which at present maintains, in ease and plenty, a million of husbandmen and artificers, was unable to supply 100,000 lazy warriors with the simple necessaries of life. 36. The Germans abandoned their immense forests to the exercise of hunting, employed in pasturage the most considerable part of their lands, bestowed on the small remainder a rude and careless cultivation, and then accused the scantiness and sterility of a country that refused to maintain the multitude of its inhabitants. When the return of famine severely admonished them of the importance of the arts, the national distress was sometimes alleviated by the emigration of a third, perhaps, or a fourth part of their youth. 37. The possession and the enjoyment of property are the pledges which bind a civilized people to an improved country. But the Germans, who carried with them what they most valued, their arms, their cattle, and their women, cheerfully abandoned the vast silence of their woods for the unbounded hopes of plunder and conquest. The innumerable swarms that issued, or seemed to issue, from the great storehouse of nations were multiplied by the fears of the vanquished and by the credulity of succeeding ages. And from facts thus exaggerated, an opinion was gradually established, and has been supported by writers of distinguished reputation, that in the age of Caesar and Tacitus the inhabitants of the north were far more numerous than they are in our days. 38. A more serious inquiry into the causes of population seems to have convinced modern philosophers of the falsehood, and indeed the impossibility, of the supposition. To the names of Mariana and of Machiavel, 39, we can oppose the equal names of Robertson and Hume. 4036 return. The Helvetian nation, which issued from a country called Switzerland, contained, of every age and sex, 68,000 persons. Caesar de Bell, Gal, I-29. At present, the number of people in the Pas de Vaux, a small district on the banks of the Leman Lake, much more distinguished for politeness than for industry, amounts to 112,591. See an excellent tract of Memoire in the Memoirs de la Société de Beaune. Machiavel, Davila, and the rest of Paul's followers represent these emigrations too much as regular and concerted measures. 38 return. Sir William Temple and Montesquieu have indulged, on this subject, the usual liveliness of their fancy. 39 return. Machiavel, Hist. Di Firenze, L.I. Mariana, Hist. Hispan. L.V. C. 140 return. Robertson's Charles V. Hume's Political Essays. Note, it is a wise observation of Malthus that these nations were not populous in proportion to the land they occupied, but to the food they produced. They were prolific from their pure morals and constitutions, but their institutions were not calculated to produce food for those whom they brought into being. M. 1845, a warlike nation, like the Germans, without either cities, letters, arts, or money. Their poverty secured their freedom, since our desires and our possessions are the strongest fetters of despotism. Among the Suiones, says Tacitus, riches are held in honor. They are therefore subject to an absolute monarch who, instead of entrusting his people with the free use of arms, as is practiced in the rest of Germany, commits them to the safe custody not of a citizen or even of a freedman, but of a slave. The neighbors of the Suiones, the Citones, are sunk even below servitude. They obey a woman. 41. In the mention of these exceptions, the great historian sufficiently acknowledges the general theory of government. We are only at a loss to conceive by what means riches and despotism could penetrate into a remote corner of the north and extinguish the generous flame that blazed with such fierceness on the frontier of the Roman provinces, or how the ancestors of those Danes and Norwegians, so distinguished in latter ages by their unconquered spirit, could thus tamely resign the great character of German liberty. 42. Some tribes, however, on the coast of the Baltic acknowledged the authority of kings, though without relinquishing the rights of men. 43. But in the far greater part of Germany, the form of government was a democracy, tempered indeed and controlled, not so much by general and positive laws as by the occasional ascendant of birth or valor, of eloquence or superstition. 44-45. Freinschemius, who dedicated his supplement to Libby to Christina of Sweden, thinks proper to be very angry with the Roman, who expressed so very little reverence for northern queens. Note, the Suenes and the Citones are the ancient inhabitants of Scandinavia. Their name may be traced in that of Sweden. They did not belong to the race of the Suevi, but that of the non-Suevi or Cimbri, whom the Suevi in very remote times drove back part to the west, part to the north. They were afterwards mingled with Suevian tribes, among others the Goths, who have traces of their name and power in the Isle of Gothland. G42 doth return. May we not suspect that superstition was the parent of despotism? The descendants of Odin, whose race was not extinct till the year 1060, are said to have reigned in Sweden above 1,000 years. The temple of Uppsala was the ancient seat of religion and empire. In the year 1153 I find a singular law, prohibiting the use and profession of arms to any except the king's guards. Is it not probable that it was colored by the pretense of reviving an old institution? See Dahlen's History of Sweden in the Bibliothek Raisonio Dom. Excel. And XLV Return Tossit. Germ. C43. 44 Return. I id. C. Cephalon 113 and C. Civil governments in their first institution are voluntary associations for mutual defense. To obtain the desired end, it is absolutely necessary that each individual should conceive himself obliged to submit his private opinions and actions to the judgment of the greater number of his associates. The German tribes were contented with this rude but liberal outline of political society. As soon as a youth, born of free parents, had attained the age of manhood, he was introduced into the general council of his countrymen, solemnly invested with a shield and spear, and adopted as an equal and worthy member of the military commonwealth. The assembly of the warriors of the tribe was convened at stated seasons or on sudden emergencies. The trial of public offences, the election of magistrates, and the great business of peace and war were determined by its independent voice. Sometimes, indeed, these important questions were previously considered and prepared in a more select council of the principal chieftains. 45. The magistrates might deliberate and persuade. The people only could resolve and execute, and the resolutions of the Germans were for the most part hasty and violent. Barbarians accustomed to place their freedom in gratifying the present passion, and their courage in overlooking all future consequences, turned away with indignant contempt from the remonstrances of justice and policy, and it was the practice to signify by a hollow murmur their dislike of such timid counsels. But whenever a more popular orator proposed to vindicate the meanest citizen from either foreign or domestic injury, whenever he called upon his fellow countrymen to assert the national honor, or to pursue some enterprise full of danger and glory, a loud clashing of shields and spears expressed the eager applause of the assembly. For the Germans always met in arms, and it was constantly to be dreaded, lest an irregular multitude, inflamed with faction and strong liquors, should use those arms to enforce, as well as to declare, their furious resolves. We may recollect how often the diets of Poland have been polluted with blood, and the more numerous party has been compelled to yield to the more violent and seditious. 46-45 Return. Grotius changes an expression of Tacitus, per tractantur, into pre tractantur. The correction is equally just and ingenious. 46 Return. Even in our ancient parliament, the barons often carried a question, not so much by the number of votes as by that of their armed followers. A general of the tribe was elected on occasions of danger, and if the danger was pressing and extensive, several tribes concurred in the choice of the same general. The bravest warrior was named to lead his countrymen into the field by his example rather than by his commands. But this power, however limited, was still invidious. It expired with the war, and in time of peace the German tribes acknowledged not any Mycene retirements. 47 princes were, however, appointed in the General Assembly to administer justice, or rather to compose differences, 48 in their respective districts. In the choice of these magistrates, as much regard was shown to birth as to merit. 49. To each was assigned by the public a guard and a council of 100 persons, and the first of the princes appears to have enjoyed a preeminence of rank and honor, which sometimes tempted the Romans to compliment him with the regal title. Caesar de Bell. Germ Caesar de Bell return. Minuant controversias is a very happy expression of Caesar's. To 49 return, mund return Caesar zex virtu true pause, germ Caesien. Caesien, Caesien. The disposal of the landed property within their district was absolutely vested in their hands, and they distributed it every year according to a new division. 51. At the same time, they were not authorized to punish with death, to imprison, or even to strike a private citizen. 52. A people thus jealous of their persons and careless of their possessions must have been totally destitute of industry and the arts, but animated with a high sense of honor and independence. 51. Caesar, vi. 22. Tacit germ, 26. 52, return 26, 50 German, 70 Germany, until the barbarians. Part 3, the Germans respected only those duties which they imposed on themselves. The most obscure soldier resisted with disdain the authority of the magistracy. To hers therewith sake property of the patients they rendered property. A noble emulation prevailed among the companions to obtain the first place in the esteem of their chief. Amongst the chiefs, to acquire the greatest number of valiant companions. To be ever surrounded by a band of select youths was the pride and strength of the chiefs, their ornament in peace, their defense in war. The glory of such distinguished heroes diffused itself beyond the narrow limits of their own tribe. Presents and embassies solicited their friendship, and the fame of their arms often ensured victory to the party which they espoused. In the hour of danger, it was shameful for the chief to be surpassed in valor by his companions, shameful for the companions not to equal the valor of their chief. To survive his fall in battle was indelible infamy. To protect his person and to adorn his glory with the trophies of their own exploits were the most sacred of their duties. The chiefs combated for victory, the companions for the chief. The noblest warriors, whenever their native country was sunk into the laziness of peace, maintained their numerous bands in some distant scene of action, to exercise their restless spirit, and to acquire renown by voluntary dangers. Gifts worthy of soldiers, the warlike steed, the bloody and ever victorious lance were the rewards which the companions claimed from the liberality of their chief. The rude plenty of his hospitable board was the only pay that he could bestow, or they would accept. War, rapine, and the free will offerings of his friends supplied the materials of this munificence. 53. This institution, however it might accidentally weaken the several republics, invigorated the general character of the Germans, and even ripened amongst them all the virtues of which barbarians are susceptible, the faith and valor, the hospitality and the courtesy, so conspicuous long afterwards in the ages of chivalry. The honorable gifts bestowed by the chief on his brave companions have been supposed, by an ingenious writer, to contain the first rudiments of the fiefs distributed after the conquest of the Roman provinces by the barbarian lords among their vassals, with a similar duty of homage and military service. 54. These conditions are, however, very repugnant to the maxims of the ancient Germans, who delighted in mutual presence, but without either imposing or accepting the weight of obligations. 55-43 Return Paisi, Germ, 13-14 and Poussoy, 1 Return Paisi 4 Return Paisi and Paisi. Esprit Stélois. The brilliant imagination of Montesquieu is corrected, however, by the dry, cold reason of the Abbé de Mably. Observations sur le choix de France, tome IP 356, place 50, imputant moneribus, sed nec data imputant, nec acceptis obligatur. Dacifar a chivalry. In the days of chivalry is a chivalry, or more properly of romance. All the men were brave and all the women were chaste, and prosent obliquus seal has all no usual as obliqua. Polygamy was not in use except among the princes, and among them only for the sake of multiplying their alliances. Divorces were prohibited by manners rather than by laws. Adulteries were punished as rare and inexpiable crimes, nor was seduction justified by example and fashion. 56. We may easily discover that Tacitus indulges an honest pleasure in the contrast of barbarian virtue with the dissolute conduct of the Roman ladies, yet there are some striking circumstances that give an air of truth, or at least probability, to the conjugal faith and chastity of the Germans. 56. The Return. The adulteress was whipped through the village. Neither wealth nor beauty could inspire compassion or procure her a second husband. 1819. Although the progress of civilization has undoubtedly contributed to assuage the fiercer passions of human nature, it seems to have been less favorable to the virtue of chastity, whose most dangerous enemy is the softness of the mind. The refinements of life corrupt while they polish the intercourse of the sexes. The gross appetite of love becomes most dangerous when it is elevated, or rather indeed disguised by sentimental passion. The elegance of dress, of motion, and of manners gives a lustre to beauty, and inflames the senses through the imagination. Luxurious entertainments, midnight dances, and licentious spectacles present at once temptation and opportunity to female frailty. The German huts, open on every side to the eye of indiscretion or jealousy, were a better safeguard of conjugal fidelity than the walls, the bolts, and the eunuchs of a Persian harem. To this reason another may be added, of a more honorable nature. The Germans treated their women with esteem and confidence, consulted them on every occasion of importance, and fondly believed that in their breasts resided a sanctity and wisdom more than human. Some of the interpreters of fate, such as Veleda in the Batavian War, governed in the name of the deity the fiercest nations of Germany. 58. The rest of the sex, without being adored as goddesses, were respected as the free and equal companions of soldiers, associated even by the marriage ceremony to a life of toil, of danger, and of glory. 59. In their great invasions, the camps of the barbarians were filled with a multitude of women who remained firm and undaunted amidst the sound of arms, the various forms of destruction, and the honorable wounds of their sons and husbands. 60 fainting armies of Germans have more than once been driven back upon the enemy by the generous despair of the women, who dreaded death much less than servitude. If the day was irrecoverably lost, they well knew how to deliver themselves and their children with their own hands from an insulting victor. 61 heroines of such a cast may claim our admiration, but they were most assuredly neither lovely nor very susceptible of love. Whilst they affected to emulate the stern virtues of man, they must have resigned that attractive softness in which principally consists the charm and weakness of woman. Conscious pride taught the German females to suppress every tender emotion that stood in competition with honor, and the first honor of the sex has ever been that of chastity. The sentiments and conduct of these high-spirited matrons may at once be considered as a cause, as an effect, and as a proof of the general character of the nation. Female courage, however, it may be raised by fanaticism or confirmed by habit, can be only a faint and imperfect imitation of the manly valor that distinguishes the age or country in which it may be found. Ovid employs 200 lines in the research of places the most favorable to love, above darded to collect the beauties of Rome and to melt them into tenderness and sensuality, 58 return, 22 down. 18. Tacitus is somewhat too florid on the subject. Chapter 60 return. The change of exegere into exegere is a most excellent correction. Before the wives of the Teutones destroyed themselves and their children, they had offered to surrender on condition that they should be received as the slaves of the Vestal Virgins. The religious system of the Germans, if the wild opinions of savages can deserve that name, was dictated by their wants, their fears, and their ignorance. 62. They adored the great visible objects and agents of nature, the sun and the moon, the fire and the earth, together with those imaginary deities who were supposed to preside over the most important occupations of human life. They were persuaded that, by some ridiculous arts of divination, they could discover the will of the superior beings, and that human sacrifices were the most precious and acceptable offering to their altars. Some applause has been hastily bestowed on the sublime notion, entertained by that people, of the deity, whom they neither confined within the walls of the temple, nor represented by any human figure. But when we recollect that the Germans were unskilled in architecture, and totally unacquainted with the art of sculpture, we shall readily assign the true reason of a scruple, which arose not so much from a superiority of reason as from a want of ingenuity. The only temples in Germany were dark and ancient groves, consecrated by the reverence of succeeding generations. Their secret gloom, the imagined residence of an invisible power, by presenting no distinct object of fear or worship, impressed the mind with a still deeper sense of religious horror. 63. And the priests, rude and illiterate as they were, had been taught by experience the use of every artifice that could preserve and fortify impressions so well suited to their own interest. 62 return. To Tacitus has employed a few lines, and Cluverius 124 pages, on this obscure subject. The former discovers in Germany the gods of Greece and Rome. The latter is positive that, under the emblems of the sun, the moon, and the fire, his pious ancestors worshipped the Trinity in unity. 63 return. The sacred wood, described with such cloning horror by Lucan. Note, the ancient Germans had shapeless idols, and when they began to build more settled habitations, they raised also temples, such as that to the goddess Teufana, who presided over divination. See Adelung, Hist. of Anne Germans, p. 296 gg. The same ignorance which renders barbarians incapable of conceiving or embracing the useful restraints of laws exposes them naked and unarmed to the blind terrors of superstition. The German priests, improving this favorable temper of their countrymen, had assumed a jurisdiction even in temporal concerns, which the magistrate could not venture to exercise, and the haughty warrior patiently submitted to the lash of correction when it was inflicted not by any human power, but by the immediate order of the god of war. 64. The jurisdiction of ecclesiastical authority. The latter was constantly exerted to maintain silence and decency in the popular assemblies, and was sometimes extended to a more enlarged concern for the national welfare. A solemn procession was occasionally celebrated in the present countries of Mecklenburg and Pomerania. The unknown symbol of the earth, covered with a thick veil, was placed on a carriage drawn by cows, and in this manner the goddess, whose common residence was in the Isles of Rugen, visited several adjacent tribes of her worshippers. During her progress the sound of war was hushed, quarrels were suspended, arms laid aside, and the restless Germans had an opportunity of tasting the blessings of peace and harmony. 65. The truce of God, so often and so ineffectually proclaimed by the clergy of the 11th century, was an obvious imitation of this ancient custom. 66. 60r. 65 return. Tacit. Germania C4066. Return. See Dr. Robertson's History of Charles V volume. I note 10. But the influence of religion was far more powerful to inflame than to moderate the fierce passions of the Germans. Interest and fanaticism often prompted its ministers to sanctify the most daring and the most unjust enterprises by the approbation of heaven and full assurances of success. The consecrated standards, long revered in the groves of superstition, were placed in the front of the battle, 67, and the hostile army was devoted with dire execrations to the gods of war and of thunder. 68. In the faith of soldiers, the most unpardonous is the most unpardonable of sins. A brave man was the worthy favorite of their martial deities. The wretch who had lost his shield was alike banished from the Antier. Some tribes of the north seem to have embraced the doctrine of transmigration. 69 others imagined a gross paradise of immortal drunkenness. 70. All agreed that a life spent in arms and a glorious death in battle were the best preparations for a happy futurity, either in this or in another world. 67. Return S7. These standards were only the heads of wild beasts. 68. Return. See an instance of this custom. Tassis. Annal. She. 57. 69. Return to Caesar Diodorus and Lucan seem to ascribe this doctrine to the Gauls. But M. Pelloutier, Histoire de Celtes, Lee, c. 18 labors, to reduce their expressions to a more orthodox sense. 70. Return Schuscros with alluring doctrine of the Edda, see Fable XX. In the curious version of that book, published by M. Broyce, The Mark of Fortune, Mallet, in his introduction to the history of Denmark, the immortality so vainly promised by the priests was in some degree conferred by the bards. That singular order of men has most deservedly attracted the notice of all who have attempted to investigate the antiquities of the Celts, the Scandinavians, and the Germans. Their genius and character, as well as the reverence paid to that important office, have been sufficiently illustrated. But we cannot so easily express or even conceive the enthusiasm of arms and glory which they kindled in the breast of their audience. Among a polished people, a taste for poetry is rather an amusement of the fancy than a passion of the soul. And yet, when in calm retirement we peruse the combats described by Homer or Tasso, we are insensibly seduced by the fiction and feel a momentary glow of martial ardor. But how faint, how cold is the sensation which a peaceful mind can receive from solitary study. It was in the hour of battle, or in the feast of victory, that the bards celebrated the glory of the heroes of ancient days, the ancestors of those warlike chieftains who listened with transport to their artless but animated strains. The view of arms and of danger heightened the effect of the military song, and the passions which it tended to excite, the desire of fame and the contempt of death, were the habitual sentiments of a German mind. 71. Return. See Tacit. Germ. C3. Diode. Sickle. L. V. Strabel. L. EV. 97. The classical reader may remember the rank of Demodocus in the Phaeacian court, and the ardor infused by Tyrtaeus in the Germans were the same people. Much learned trifling might be spared if our antiquarians would condescend to reflect that similar manners will naturally be produced by similar situations. 711. Return. Besides these battle songs, the Germans sang at their festival banquets, DT, DTAN, ET65, and around the bodies of their slain heroes. King Theodoric of the tribe of the Goths, killed in a battle against Attila, was honored by songs while he was borne from the field of battle. Gernandes, C41. The same honor was paid to the remains of Attila. Ebid, C49. According to some historians, the Germans had songs also at their weddings, but this appears to me inconsistent with their customs, in which marriage was no more than the purchase of a wife. Besides, there is but one instance of this, that of the Gothic king, Atulf, who sang himself the nuptial hymn when he espoused Placidia, sister of the emperors Arcadius and Honorius, Olympiodor. P8. But this marriage was celebrated according to the Roman rites, of which the nuptial songs formed a part. Adelum, p. 38-2. G. Charlemagne is said to have collected the national songs of the ancient Germans. Eginhard Wittikar, Mag. M. Such was the situation, and such were the manners of the ancient Germans. Their climate, their want of learning, of arts and of laws, their notions of honor, of gallantry, and of religion, their sense of freedom, impatience of peace, and thirst of enterprise, all contributed to form a people of military heroes. And yet we find that during more than 250 years that elapsed from the defeat of Varus to the reign of Decius, these formidable barbarians made few considerable attempts, and not any material impression on the luxurious and enslaved provinces of the empire. Their progress was checked by their want of arms and discipline, and their fury was diverted by the intestine divisions of ancient Germany. It has been observed with ingenuity and not without truth that the command of iron soon gives a nation the command of gold. But the rude tribes of Germany, alike destitute of both those valuable metals, were reduced slowly to acquire, by their unassisted strength, the possession of the one as well as the other. The face of a German army displayed their poverty of iron. Swords and the longer kind of lances they could seldom use. Their pramorame, as they called them in their own language, were long spears headed with a sharp but narrow iron point, and which, as occasion required, they either darted from a distance or pushed in close onset. With this spear and with a shield, their cavalry was contented. A multitude of darts, scattered 72 with incredible force, were an additional resource of the infantry. Their military dress, when they wore any, was nothing more than a loose mantle. A variety of colors was the only ornament of their wooden or osier shields. Few of the chiefs were distinguished by cuirasses, scarcely any by helmets. Though the horses of Germany were neither beautiful, swift, nor practiced in the skillful evolutions of the Roman manage, several of the nations obtained renown by their cavalry. But in general the principal strength of the Germans consisted in their infantry, 73, which was drawn up in several deep columns according to the distinction of tribes and families. Impatient of fatigue and delay, these half-armed warriors rushed to battle with dissonant shouts and disordered ranks, and sometimes, by the effort of native valor, prevailed over the constrained and more artificial bravery of the Roman mercenaries. But as the barbarians poured forth their whole souls on the first onset, they knew not how to rally or to retire. A repulse was a sure defeat, and a defeat was most commonly total destruction. When we recollect the complete armor of the Roman soldiers, their discipline, exercises, evolutions, fortified camps, and military engines, it appears a just matter of surprise how the naked and unassisted valor of the barbarians could dare to encounter, in the field, the strength of the legions and the various troops of the auxiliaries which seconded their operations. The contest was too unequal, till the introduction of luxury had enervated the vigor, and a spirit of disobedience and sedition had relaxed the discipline of the Roman armies. The introduction of barbarian auxiliaries into those armies was a measure attended with very obvious dangers, as it might gradually instruct the Germans in the arts of war and of policy. Although they were admitted in small numbers and with the strictest precaution, the example of Civilis was proper to convince the Romans that the danger was not imaginary, and that their precautions were not always sufficient. 74. During the civil wars that followed the death of Nero, that artful and intrepid Batavian, whom his enemies condescended to compare with Hannibal and Sertorius, 75 formed a great design of freedom and ambition. 8 Batavian cohorts renowned in the wars of Britain and Italy repaired to his standard. He introduced an army of Germans into Gaul, prevailed on the powerful cities of Treves and Langres to embrace his cause, defeated the legions, destroyed their fortified camps, and employed against the Romans the military knowledge which he had acquired in their service. When at length, after an obstinate struggle, he yielded to the power of the empire, Civilis secured himself and his country by an honorable treaty. The Batavians still continued to occupy the islands of the Rhine, 76, the allies, not the servants of the Roman monarchy. 72 return. Missilia spargunt, Tacit. Germ. C. 6. Either that historian used a vague expression, or he meant that they were thrown at random. G73 at return. It was their principal distinction from the Sarmatians, who generally fought on horseback. G74 return. The relation of this enterprise occupies a great part of the 4th and 5th books of the history of Tacitus, and is more remarkable for its eloquence than perspicuity. Sir Henry Savile has observed several inaccuracies to 75, return, to exchange, to relace. Like them, he had lost an eye. 76 return. It was contained between the two branches of the old Rhine, as they subsisted before the face of the country was changed by art and nature. See Clover German. Antique. Lee. E.E. C. 30-37. The strength of ancient Germany appears formidable when we consider the effects that might have been produced by its united effort. The wide extent of country might very possibly contain 1 million of warriors, as all who were of age to bear arms were of a temper to use them. But this fierce multitude, incapable of concerting or executing any plan of national greatness, was agitated by various and often hostile intentions. And, even in each state, the union of the several tribes was extremely loose and precarious. The barbarians were easily provoked. They knew not how to forgive an injury, much less an insult. Their resentments were bloody and implacable. The casual disputes that so frequently happened in their tumultuous parties of hunting or drinking were sufficient to inflame the minds of whole nations. The private feuds of any considerable chieftains diffused itself among their followers and allies. To chastise the insolent or to plunder the defenseless were alike causes of war. The most formidable states of Germany affected to encompass their territories with a wide frontier of solitude and devastation. The awful distance preserved by their neighbors attested the terror of their arms, and in some measure defended them from the danger of unexpected incursions. 77-77. Return. Caesar de Bell. Gao. 23. The Bructeri 70-71. It is Tacitus who now speaks, were totally exterminated by the neighboring tribes. 78. Provoked by their insolence, allured by the hopes of spoil, and perhaps inspired by the tutelar deities of the empire. Above 60,000 barbarians were destroyed, not by the Roman arms, but in our sight and for our entertainment. May the nations, enemies of Rome, ever preserve this enmity to each other. We have now attained the utmost verge of prosperity, 79, and have nothing left to demand of fortune except the discord of the barbarians. 80. These sentiments, less worthy of the humanity than of the patriotism of Tacitus, express the invariable maxims of the policy of his countrymen. They deemed it a much safer expedient to divide than to combat the barbarians, from whose defeat they could derive neither honor nor advantage. The money and negotiations of Rome insinuated themselves into the heart of Germany, and every art of seduction was used with dignity to conciliate those nations whom their proximity to the Rhine or Danube might render the most useful friends as well as the most troublesome enemies. Chiefs of renown and power were flattered by the most trifling presents, which they received either as marks of distinction or as the instruments of luxury. In civil dissensions, the weaker faction endeavored to strengthen its interest by entering into secret connections with the governors of the frontier provinces. Every quarrel among the Germans was fomented by the intrigues of Rome, and every plan of union and public good was defeated by the stronger bias of private jealousy and interest. 81-71. Return. The Bructeri were a non-Suevian tribe who dwelt below the duchies of Oldenburg and Lauenburg, on the borders of the Lippe and in the Harz Mountains. It was among them that the priestess Villeda obtained her renown. G78. Return. They are mentioned, however, in the 5th and 8th centuries by Nazarius, Ammianus, Claudian, and C. as a tribe of Franks. C. Cluver, Germ, Antique, Eletai, C. 13. 79. Return. Urgentibus is the common reading, with good sense Lipsius and some miss. Declare for Virgentibus to 80. Return. Tacit Germania, c. 33. The pious Abbé de la Blétahuie is very angry with Tacitus, talks of the devil, who was a murderer from the beginning, Ansi 81, return. Many traces of this policy may be discovered in Tacitus and Dion, and many more may be inferred from the principles of human nature. The general conspiracy which terrified the Romans under the reign of Marcus Antoninus comprehended almost all the nations of Germany, and even Sarmatia from the mouth of the Rhine to that of the Danube. 82. It is impossible for us to determine whether this hasty confederation was formed by necessity, by reason, or by passion, but we may rest assured that the barbarians were neither allured by the indolence nor provoked by the ambition of the Roman monarch. This dangerous invasion required all the firmness and vigilance of Marcus. He fixed generals of ability in the several stations of attack, and assumed in person the conduct of the most important province on the upper Danube. After a long and doubtful conflict, the spirit of the barbarians was subdued. The Quadi and the Marcomanni, 83 who had taken the lead in the war, were the most severely punished in its catastrophe. They were commanded to retire 5 miles 84 from their own banks of the Danube, and to deliver up the flower of the youth, who were immediately sent into Britain, a remote island where they might be secure as hostages and useful as soldiers. 85. On the frequent rebellions of the Quadi and Marcomanni, the irritated emperor resolved to reduce their country into the form of a province. His designs were disappointed by death. This formidable league, however, the only one that appears in the 2 first centuries of the imperial history, was entirely dissipated without leaving any traces behind in Germany. 82 return. Misters, Court, p. 31. Amiens, Marcelin, LXXXC, C5, Oral, Victor. The Emperor Marcus was reduced to sell the rich furniture of the palace and to enlist slaves and robbers. The Marcomanni, a colony, who from the banks of the Rhine occupied Bohemia and Moravia, had once erected a great and formidable monarchy under their king Maroboduus. C. Strabo, LVI, P290, Vel, Pat, EI, Teniti, Putu, Mistar, Eucrasis. Note: the Rhaetani, rather than a proper name of a part of the great Suevian or Teutonic race. His reasoning is specious but not conclusive. 5 miles was sufficient for a fortified barrier, 85 return, idiom, LLXEI, and LXEI. In the course of this introductory chapter, we have confined ourselves to the general outlines of the manners of Germany, without attempting to describe or to distinguish the various tribes which filled that great country in the time of Caesar, of Tacitus, or of Ptolemy. As the ancient or as new tribes successively present themselves in the series of this history, we shall concisely mention their origin, their situation, and their particular character. Modern nations are fixed and permanent societies, connected among themselves by laws and government, bound to their native soil by art and agriculture. The German tribes were voluntary and fluctuating associations of soldiers, almost of savages. The same territory often changed its inhabitants in the tide of conquest and emigration. The same communities, uniting in a plan of defense or invasion, bestowed a new title on their new confederacy. The dissolution of an ancient confederacy restored to the independent tribes their peculiar but long-forgotten appellation. A victorious state often communicated its own name to a vanquished people. Sometimes crowds of volunteers flocked from all parts to the standard of a favorite leader. His camp became their country, and some circumstance of the enterprise soon gave a common denomination to the mixed multitude. The distinctions of the ferocious invaders were perpetually varied by themselves and confounded by the astonished subjects of the Roman Empire. 86. Indices in origin and migrations of nations, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, XVI, p. 4871. It is seldom that the antiquarian and the philosopher are so happily blended. Wars and the administration of public affairs are the principal subjects of history, but the number of persons interested in these busy scenes is very different according to the different condition of mankind. In great monarchies, millions of obedient subjects pursue their useful occupations in peace and obscurity. The attention of the writer, as well as of the reader, is solely confined to a court, a capital, a regular army, and the districts which happen to be the occasional scene of military operations. But a state of freedom and barbarism, the season of civil commotions, or the situation of petty republics, 87 raises almost every member of the community into action, and consequently into notice. The irregular divisions and the restless motions of the people of Germany dazzle our imagination and seem to multiply their numbers. The profuse enumeration of kings, of warriors, of armies and nations inclines us to forget that the same objects are continually repeated under a variety of appellations, and that the most splendid appellations have been frequently lavished on the most inconsiderable objects. 87. Return. Should we suspect that Athens contained only 21,000 citizens and Sparta no more than 39,000? See Hume and Wallace on the number of mankind in ancient and modern times. End note. This number, though too positively stated, is probably not far wrong as an average estimate. On the subject of Athenian population, see St. Clair, Akar, Des Inscrip, Excelisi, Volu, Ifedi. The latter author estimates the citizens of Sparta at 33,000. Emperors Decius, Gallus, Aemilianus, Valerian, and Gallienus. Part 1. The emperors Decius, Gallus, Aemilianus, Valerian, and Gallienus, the general eruption of the barbarians. The general eruption of the barbarians, the 30 tyrants. From the great secular games celebrated by Philip to the death of the Emperor Gallienus, there elapsed 20 years of shame and misfortune. During that calamitous period, every province of the Roman world was afflicted by barbarous invaders and military tyrants, and the ruined empire seemed to approach the last and fatal moment of its dissolution. The confusion of the times and the scarcity of authentic memorials oppose equal difficulties to the historian, who attempts to preserve a clear and unbroken thread of narration. Surrounded with imperfect fragments, always concise, often obscure, and sometimes contradictory, he is reduced to collect, to compare, and to conjecture. And though he ought never to place his conjectures in the rank of facts, yet the knowledge of human nature and of the sure operation of its fierce and unrestrained passions might on some occasions supply the want of historical materials. There is not, for instance, any difficulty in conceiving that the successive murders of so many emperors had loosened all the ties of allegiance between the prince and people, that all the generals of Philip were disposed to imitate the example of their master, and that the caprice of armies, long since habituated to frequent and violent revolutions, might every day raise to the throne the most obscure of their fellow soldiers. History can only add that the rebellion against the Emperor Philip broke out in the summer of the year 249 among the legions of Maesia, and that a subaltern officer, one named Marinus, was the object of their seditious choice. Philip was alarmed. He dreaded lest the treason of the Maesian army should prove the first spark of a general conflagration. Distracted with the consciousness of his guilt and of his danger, he communicated the intelligence to the Senate. A gloomy silence prevailed, the effect of fear and perhaps of disaffection, till at length Decius, one of the assembly, assuming a spirit worthy of his noble extraction, ventured to discover more intrepidity than the emperor seemed to possess. He treated the whole business with contempt as a hasty and inconsiderate tumult, and Philip's rival as a phantom of royalty, who in a very few days would be destroyed by the same inconstancy that had created him. The speedy completion of the prophecy inspired Philip with a just esteem for so able a counselor, and Decius appeared to him the only person capable of restoring peace and discipline to an army whose tumultuous spirit did not immediately subside after the murder of Marinus. Decius, too, who long resisted his own nomination, seems to have insinuated the danger of presenting a leader of merit to the angry and apprehensive minds of the soldiers, and his prediction was again confirmed by the event. The legions of Maesia forced their judge to become their accomplice. They left him only the alternative of death or the purple. His subsequent conduct after that decisive measure was unavoidable. He conducted or followed his army to the confines of Italy, with a Philip collecting all his force to repel the formidable competitor whom he had raised up, advanced to meet him. The imperial troops were superior in number, but the rebels formed an army of veterans commanded by an able and experienced leader. Philip was either killed in the battle or put to death a few days afterwards at Verona. His son and associate in the empire was massacred at Rome by the Praetorian Guards, and the victorious Decius, with more favorable circumstances than the ambition of that age can usually plead, was universally acknowledged by the Senate and provinces. It is reported that, immediately after his reluctant acceptance of the title of Augustus, he had assured Philip by a private message of his innocence and loyalty, solemnly protesting that on his arrival on Italy he would resign the imperial ornaments and return to the condition of an obedient subject. His professions might be sincere, but in the situation where fortune had placed him, it was scarcely possible that he could either forgive or be forgiven. 3-1 Return. The expression used by Zosimus and Zonaras may signify that Marinus commanded a century, a cohort, or a legion. Toul return. His birth at Bubalia, a little village in Pannonia, Eutrop. Ix Victor. In Caesarib, et epitome. Seems to contradict unless it wants citri. 600 years had bestowed nobility on the Decii, but at the commencement of that period they were only plebeians of merit, and among the first who shared the consulship with the haughty patricians. Plebeian deciorum animae, and c. Juvenal, Sat. vi. 254. See the spirited speech of Decius in Livy. X 910 to NP3 Sorisimus. LIP 20, C20. Zonaras LZI. P 624, edit. Louvre. The Emperor Decius had employed a few months in the works of peace and the administration of justice when he was summoned to the banks of the Danube by the invasion of the Goths. This is the first considerable occasion in which history mentions that great people, who afterwards broke the Roman power, sacked the capital and reigned in Gaul, Spain, and Italy. So memorable was the part which they acted in the subversion of the Western Empire that the name of Goths is frequently but improperly used as a general appellation of rude and warlike barbarism. In the beginning of the 6th century, and after the conquest of Italy, the Goths, in possession of present greatness, very naturally indulged themselves in the prospect of past and of future glory. They wished to preserve the memory of their ancestors, and to transmit to posterity their own achievements. The principal minister of the court of Ravenna, the learned Cassiodorus, gratified the inclination of the conquerors in a Gothic history, which consisted of 12 books, now reduced to the imperfect abridgment of Jornandes. 4. These writers passed with the most artful conciseness over the misfortunes of the nation, celebrated its successful valor, and adorned the triumph with many Asiatic trophies that more properly belonged to the people of Scythia. On the faith of ancient songs, the uncertain, but the only memorials of barbarians, they deduced the first origin of the Goths from the vast island or peninsula of Scandinavia. 5th 51. That extreme country of the north was not unknown to the conquerors of Italy. The ties of ancient consanguinity had been strengthened by recent offices of friendship, and a Scandinavian king had cheerfully abdicated his savage greatness that he might pass the remainder of his days in the peaceful and polished court of Ravenna. 6 many vestiges, which cannot be ascribed to the arts of popular vanity, attest the ancient Rhinean consanguinity. From the time of the geographer Ptolemy, the southern part of Sweden seems to have continued in the possession of the less enterprising remnant of the nation, and a large territory is even at present divided into East and West Gothland. During the Middle Ages, from the 9th to the 12th century, whilst Christianity was advancing with a slow progress into the north, the Goths and the Swedes composed 2 distinct and sometimes hostile members of the same monarchy. 7. The latter of these 2 names has prevailed without extinguishing the former. The Swedes, who might well be satisfied with their own fame in arms, have in every age claimed the kindred glory of the Goths. In a moment of discontent against the court of Rome, Charles XII insinuated that his victorious troops were not degenerated from their brave ancestors who had already subdued the mistress of the world. Bait for return. See the prefaces of Cassiodorus and Jornandes. It is surprising that the latter should be omitted in the excellent edition published by Grotius of the Gothic writers. On the authority of Ablavius, Jornandes quotes some old Gothic chronicles in verse. De Reb, Geticis, c. 4. 5001 return. The Goths have inhabited Scandinavia, but it was not their original habitation. This great nation was anciently of the Suevian race. It occupied, in the time of Tacitus, and long before, Mecklenburg, Pomerania, southern Prussia, and the northwest of Poland. A little before the birth of J.C., and in the first years of that century, they belonged to the kingdom of Marbod, king of the Marcomanni, but Cutwalder, a young Gothic prince, delivered them from that tyranny, and established his own power over the kingdom of the Marcomanni, already much weakened by the victories of Tiberius. The power of the Goths at that time must have been great. It was probably from them that the Sinus Codanus, the Baltic, took this name, as it was afterwards called Mare Suevicum and Mare Venedicum, during the superiority of the proper Suevi and the Venedi. The epoch in which the Goths passed into Scandinavia is unknown. See Adelung, Hist. of Unquo, Germany, p. 200. Gatterer, Hist. Una v. 458, GBM. St. Martin observes that the Scandinavian descent of the Goths rests on the authority of Jornades. Yet the Goths are unquestionably the same with the Geti of the earlier historians. St. Martin, note on Le Beau, Hist. du Bas Empire, IEE. 32.4. The identity of the Geti and Goths is by no means generally admitted. On the whole, they seem to be one vast branch of the Indo-Teutonic race, who spread irregularly towards the north of Europe, and at different periods and in different regions came in contact with the more civilized nations of the south. At this period, there seems to have been a reflux of these Gothic tribes from the north. Maltebrun considers that there are strong grounds for receiving the islandic traditions commented by the Danish Varel M. Sume. From these, and the voyage of Pytheas, which Maltebrun considers genuine, the Goths were in possession of Scandinavia, a Gothland, 250 years before J.C., and of a tract on the continent, Ried Gothland, between the mouths of the Vistula and the Oder. In their southern migration, they followed the course of the Vistula, afterwards of the Dnieper. Maltebrun, Georga. IP 387 edit. 1832. Geiger, the historian of Sweden, ably maintains the Scandinavian origin of the Goths. The Gothic language, according to Bopp, is the link between the Sanskrit and the modern Teutonic dialects. I think that I am reading Sanskrit when I am reading Orphilas. Bopp Conjugation System de Sanskrit Sprache, Preface P. X. M. Sis Return, Jornandes, C37 Return. See in the Prolegomena of Grotius some large extracts from Adam of Bremen and Saxo Grammaticus. The former wrote in the year 2000 the tours X 1020. X loves the Pontinent. When the Austrians desired the aid of the court of Rome against Gustavus Adolphus, they always represented that conqueror as the lineal successor of Alaric. Harter's History of Gustavus, Volume Isi Stei. Till the end of the 11th century, a celebrated temple subsisted at Uppsala, the most considerable town of the Swedes and Goths. It was enriched with the gold which the Scandinavians had acquired in their piratical adventures, and sanctified by the uncouth representations of the three principal deities, the god of war, the goddess of generation, and the god of thunder. In the general festival that was solemnized every 9th year, 9 animals of every species, without excepting the human, were sacrificed and their bleeding bodies suspended in the sacred grove adjacent to the temple. 9. The only traces that now subsist of this barbaric superstition are contained in the Edda, 9 Sal 1, a system of mythology compiled in Iceland about the 13th century and studied by the learned of Denmark and Sweden as the most valuable remains of their ancient traditions. 9. Return. See Adam of Bremen in Grotiae Prolegomenus p. 5. The temple of Uppsala was destroyed by Ingo, king of Sweden, who began his reign in the year 1075, and about 80 years afterwards a Christian cathedral was erected on its ruins. See Dahlen's History of Sweden in the Bibliothek Resonid at 91. Return to the Eddas have at length been made accessible to European scholars by the completion of the publication of the Samundine Edda by the Arne Magnaean Commission in 3 vols. 4.2 with a copious lexicon of northern mythology. Notwithstanding the mysterious obscurity of the Edda, we can easily distinguish 2 persons confounded under the name of Odin, the god of war, and the great legislator of Scandinavia. The latter, the Mahomet of the north, instituted a religion adapted to the climate and to the people. Numerous tribes on either side of the Baltic were subdued by the invincible valor of Odin, by his persuasive eloquence, and by the fame which he acquired of a most skillful magician. The faith that he had propagated during a long and prosperous life, he confirmed by a voluntary death. Apprehensive of the ignominious approach of disease and infirmity, he resolved to expire as became a warrior. In a solemn assembly of the Swedes and Goths, he wounded himself in 9 mortal places, hastening away, as he asserted with his dying voice, to prepare the feast of heroes in the palace of the god of war. 10.10. Return. Mallet. Introduction. L'histoire du Danemark. The native and proper habitation of Odin is distinguished by the appellation of Asgard. The happy resemblance of that name with Asberg, or Azov, 11 words of a similar signification, has given rise to an historical system of so pleasing a contexture that we could almost wish to persuade ourselves of its truth. It is supposed that Odin was the chief of a tribe of barbarians which dwelt on the banks of the lake Maeotis till the fall of Mithridates and the arms of Pompey menaced the north with servitude. That Odin, yielding with indignant fury to a power he was unable to resist, conducted his tribe from the frontiers of the Asiatic Sarmatia into Sweden, with the great design of forming, in that inaccessible retreat of freedom, a religion and a people which, in some remote age, might be subservient to his immortal revenge, when his invincible Goths, armed with martial fanaticism, should issue in numerous swarms from the neighborhood of the polar circle to chastise the oppressors of mankind. 1211 Return Mallet, c. Ivin p. 55, has collected from Strabo, Pliny, Ptolemy, and Stephanus Byzantinus the vestiges of such a city and people. 12 Return out. This wonderful expedition of Odin, which by deducting the enmity of the Goths and Romans from so memorable a cause, cannot safely be received as authentic history. According to the obvious sense of the Edda, and the interpretation of the most skillful critics, Asgard, instead of denoting a real city of the Asiatic Sarmatia, is the fictitious appellation of the mystic abode of the gods, the Olympus of Scandinavia, from whence the prophet was supposed to descend when he announced his new religion to the Gothic nations, who were already seated in the southern parts of Sweden. Note: a curious letter may be consulted on this subject from the Swede, Icher, councillor in the Chancery of Uppsala, printed at Uppsala by Edman in 1772 and translated into German by M. Schwabser. Göttingen, printed for Dietrich, 1779. G. Gibbon, at a later period of his work, recanted his opinion of the truth of this expedition of Odin. The Asiatic origin of the Goths is almost certain from the affinity of their language to the Sanskrit and Persian, but their northern writers, when all mythology was reduced to hero worship. If so many successive generations of Goths were capable of preserving a faint tradition of their Scandinavian origin, we must not expect from such unlettered barbarians any distinct account of the time and circumstances of their emigration. To cross the Baltic was an easy and natural attempt. The inhabitants of Sweden were masters of a sufficient number of large vessels, with oars, 13, and the distance is little more than 100 miles from Karlskrona to the nearest ports of Pomerania and Prussia. Here, at length, we land on firm and historic ground. At least as early as the Christian era, 14, and as late as the age of the Antonines, 15, the Goths were established towards the mouth of the Vistula, and in that fertile province where the commercial cities of Thorn, Elbing, Königsberg, and Danzig were long afterwards founded. 16, westward of the Goths, the numerous tribes of the Vandals were spread along the banks of the Oder and the sea coast of Pomerania and Mecklenburg. A striking resemblance of manners, complexion, religion, and language seemed to indicate that the Vandals and the Goths were originally one great people. 17. The latter appear to have been subdivided into Ostrogoths, Visigoths, and Gepidai. 18. The distinction among the Vandals was more strongly marked by the independent names of Heruli, Burgundians, Lombards, and a variety of other petty states into powerful monarchies. 18:1-13 return to sit. Germania c14 return to sit. Annal, II, 62. If we could yield a firm assent to the navigations of Pythias of Marseille, we must allow that the Goths had passed the Baltic at least 300 years before Christ. To 17 return, to 17 return, to 17 return, to 17 return, by the German colonies who followed the arms of the Teutonic Knights. The conquest and conversion of Prussia were completed by those adventurers in the 13th century. To 17 return. Pliny Hist, Natur, Ivan 14, and Procopius, in Bell. Vandal. LLLIC. They agree in this opinion. They lived in distant ages and possessed different means of investigating the truth. De 17 Rendefren, the 18 return, and de 17 Rentine return. In all their future marches and settlements they preserved, with their names, the same relative situation. When they first departed from Sweden, the infant colony was contained in 3 vessels. The third, being a heavy sailor, lagged behind, and the crew, which afterwards swelled into a nation, received from that circumstance the appellation of Gepidai, or loiterers. Jornandis, c17. Note: it was not in Scandinavia that the Goths were divided into Ostrogoths and Visigoths. That division took place after their eruption into Dacia in the 3rd century. Those who came from Mecklenburg and Pomerania were called Visigoths. Those who came from the south of Prussia and the northwest of Poland called themselves Ostrogoths. Adelung, Hist, all, p. 202, Gatera, Hist, inivim probable. The Vandals and the Goths equally belonged to the great division of the Suevi, but the 2 tribes were very different. Those who have treated on this part of history appear to me to have neglected to remark that the ancients almost always gave the name of the dominant and conquering people to all the weaker and conquered races. So Pliny calls Vandals all the people of the northeast of Europe, because at that epoch the Vandals were doubtless the conquering tribe. Caesar, on the contrary, ranges under the name of Suevi many of the tribes whom Pliny reckons as Vandals, because the Suevi, properly so called, were then the most powerful tribe in Germany. When the Goths, become in their turn conquerors, had subjugated the nations whom they encountered on their way, these nations lost their name with their liberty, and became of Gothic origin. The Vandals themselves were then considered as Goths. The Heruli, the Gepidai, and suffered the same fate. A common origin was thus attributed to tribes who had only been united by the conquest of some dominant nation, and this confusion has given rise to a number of historical errors. G. M. St. Martin has a learned note to Lebeau v. 261 on the origin of the Vandals. The difficulty appears to be in rejecting the close analogy of the name with the Wend or Wendish race, who were of Sclavonian, not of Suevian or German. Origin. M. St. Martin has a learned note to Lebeau, v. 261. Martin supposes that the different races spread from the head of the Adriatic to the Baltic, and even the Veneti, on the shores of the Adriatic, the Vindelici, the tribes which gave their name to Vindobena, Vindoduna, Vindonici, who were branches of the same stock with the Sclavonian Venedi, who at one time gave their name to the Baltic, that they all spoke dialects of the Wendish language, which still prevails in Carinthia, Carniola, part of Bohemia, and Lusatia, and is hardly extinct in Mecklenburg and Pomerania. The Vandal race, once so fearfully celebrated in the annals of mankind, has so utterly perished from the face of the earth that we are not aware that any vestiges of their language can be traced, so as to throw light on the disputed question of their German, their Sclavonian, or independent origin. Compare on the Vandals, Malte Brun, 394, also Gibbon's note, cx Lie. In the age of the Antonines, the Goths were still seated in Prussia. About the reign of Alexander Severus, the Roman province of Dacia had already experienced their proximity by frequent and destructive inroads. 19. In this interval, therefore, of about 70 years, we must place the second migration of the Goths from the Baltic to the Euxine, but the cause that produced it lies concealed among the various motives which actuate the conduct of unsettled barbarians, either a pestilence or a famine, a victory or a defeat, an oracle of the gods or the eloquence of a daring leader, was sufficient to impel the Gothic arms on the milder climates of the south. Besides the influence of a martial religion, the numbers and spirit of the Goths were equal to the most dangerous adventures. The use of round bucklers and short swords rendered them formidable in a close engagement. The manly obedience which they yielded to hereditary kings gave uncommon union and stability to their councils. 20. And the renowned Amala, the hero of that age, and the 10th ancestor of Theodoric, king of Italy, enforced, by the ascendant of personal merit, the prerogative of his birth, which he derived from the Gothic nation, or demigods of the Gothic nation. 2119 in return. See a fragment of Peter Patricius in the Excerpta Legationum, and with regard to its probable date, see Tilemon, Histide Imperers, Ton. E. P. 34620 return. Omnium harum gentium insine, rotundus scuta, brevis gledi, et erga rages obsequium. 1314. The fame of a great enterprise excited the bravest warriors from all the Vandalic states of Germany, many of whom were seen a few years afterwards combating under the common standard of the Goths. 22. The first motions of the emigrants carried them to the banks of the Pripek, a river universally conceived by the ancients to be the southern branch of the Borysthenes. 23. The windings of that great stream through the plains of Poland and Russia gave a direction to their line of march and a constant supply of fresh water and pasturage to their numerous herds of cattle. They followed the unknown course of the river, confident in their valor and careless of whatever power might oppose their progress. The Bastarnae and the Venedi were the first who presented themselves, and the flower of their youth, either from choice or compulsion, increased the Gothic army. The Bastarnae dwelt on the northern side of the Carpathian Mountains. The immense tract of land that separated the Bastarnae from the savages of Finland was possessed, or rather wasted, by the Venedi. 24. We have some reason to believe that the first of these nations, which distinguished itself in the Macedonian War, 25, and was afterwards divided into the formidable tribes of the Pucini, the Borani, the Carpi, and Si, derived its origin from the Germans. 251. With better authority, a Sarmatian extraction may be assigned to the Venedi, who rendered themselves so famous in the Middle Ages. 26. But the confusion of blood and manners on that doubtful frontier often perplexed the most accurate observers. 27. As the Goths advanced near the Euxine Sea, they encountered a purer race of Sarmatians, the Jazgis, the Alani, 271, and the Roxolani, and they were probably the first Germans who saw the mouths of the Borysthenes and of the Tanais. If we inquire into the characteristic marks of the people of Germany and of Sarmatia, we shall discover that those two great portions of humankind were principally distinguished by fixed huts or movable tents, by a close dress or flowing garments, by the marriage of one or of several wives, by a military force, consisting for the most part either of infantry or cavalry, and above all by the use of the Teutonic, or of the Sclavonian language, the last of which has been diffused by conquest from the confines of Italy to the neighborhood of Japan. Teuto-Orogundi or Burgundy are particularly mentioned. D. A passage in the Augustan history, p. 28, seems to allude to this great emigration. The Marcomannic War was partly occasioned by the pressure of barbarous tribes who fled before the arms of more northern barbarians. In 23 return. Danville, Geographie Ancienne, and the third part of his incomparable map of Europe. In 24 return. In 24. Return 25 return 25. Return. Intrency. Pluver. Germ. And 23 Verd, 251 return. The Bastarnae cannot be considered original inhabitants of Germany. Strabo and Germans Ptolemy and Dion treat them as Scythians, a vague appellation at this period of history. Livy, Plutarch, and Diodorus Siculus, they are always found associated with other Gaulish tribes such as the Boel, the Taurisi, and not to the German tribes. The names of their chiefs or princes, Clonix, Clondicus, Delden, are not German names. Those who were settled in the island of Puce and the Danube took the name of Pucini. The Carpi appear in 237 as a Suevian tribe who had made an eruption into Maesia. Afterwards they reappear under the Ostrogoths, with whom they were probably blended. Adelung, p. 236, 278. G26 return. The Venedi, the Slavi, and the Antes were the three great tribes of the same people. Jornandes, 24. S. Note dagger. They formed the great Sclavonian nation. G27 on return 27 is a proof of his diligent inquiries. 271. Returned. Reineg supposed that he had found in the mountains of Caucasus some descendants of the Alani. The Tartars call them Edeki Alan. They speak a peculiar dialect of the ancient language of the Tartars of Caucasus. C. J. Reineg's Deska of Caucasus, p. 1113g. According to Klaproth, they are the Ossetis of the present day in Mount Caucasus and were the same with the Albanians of antiquity. Klaproth, Hist, de Lazi, p. 1890. M. Chapter 10, Emperors Decius, Gallus, Aemilianus, Valerian, and Gallienus. Part 2. The Goths were now in possession of the Ukraine, a country of considerable extent and uncommon fertility, intersected with navigable rivers, which from either side discharged themselves into the Borysthenes, and interspersed with large and lofty forests of Caucasus. The plenty of game and fish, the innumerable bee-hives deposited in the hollow of old trees and in the cavities of rocks, and forming even in that rude age a valuable branch of commerce, the size of the cattle, the temperature of the air, the aptness of the soil for every species of grain, and the luxuriancy of the vegetation, all displayed the liberality of nature and tempted the industry of man. 28. But the Goths withstood all these temptations and still adhered to a life of idleness, of poverty, and of rapine. 28 Redo. Trengeological History of the Tartars, p. 59-3, Mr. Bell, Volo. II. p. 379 Traverse to Constantinople. The modern face of the country is a just representation of the ancient, since in the hands of the Cossacks it still remains in a state of nature. The Scythian hordes, which towards the east bordered on the new settlements of the Goths, presented nothing to their arms except the doubtful chance of an unprofitable victory. But the prospect of the Roman territories was far more alluring, and the fields of Dacia were covered with rich harvests sown by the hands of an industrious and exposed to be gathered by those of a warlike people. It is probable that the conquests of Trajan, maintained by his successors, less for any real advantage than for ideal dignity, had contributed to weaken the empire on that side. The new and unsettled province of Dacia was neither strong enough to resist nor rich enough to satiate. The rapaciousness of the barbarians, As long as the remote banks of the Dniester were considered as the boundary of the Roman power, the fortifications of the lower Danube were more carelessly guarded, and the inhabitants of Mysia lived in supine security, fondly conceiving themselves at an inaccessible distance from any barbarian invaders. The eruptions of the Goths under the reign of Philip fatally convinced them of their mistake. The king, or leader, of that fierce nation traversed with contempt the province of Dacia, and passed both the Dniester and the Danube without encountering any opposition capable of retarding his progress. The relaxed discipline of the Roman troops betrayed the most important posts where they were stationed, and the fear of deserved punishment induced great numbers of them to enlist under the Gothic standard. The various multitude of barbarians appeared, at length, under the walls of Marcianopolis, a city built by Trajan in honor of his sister, and at that time the capital of the second Mysia. 29. The inhabitants consented to ransom their lives and property by the payment of a large sum of money, and the invaders retreated back into their deserts, animated rather than satisfied with the first success of their arms against an opulent but feeble country. Intelligence was soon transmitted to the Emperor Decius that Shniva, king of the Goths, had passed the Danube a second time, with more considerable forces, that his numerous detachments scattered devastation over the province of Mysia, whilst the main body of the army, consisting of 70,000 Germans and Sarmatians, a force equal to the most daring achievements, required the presence of these second power. 29. Return. In the 16th chapter of Jornandes, instead of secundum Mysiam, we may venture to substitute secundam, the second Mysia, of which Marcianopolis was certainly the capital. See Hierocles de Provinciis and Wesseling ad locum, p. 636. Itinerar. It is surprising how this palpable error of the scribe should escape the judicious correction of Grotius. Note: Luden has observed that Jornandes mentions 2 passages over the Danube. This relates to the second eruption into Mysia. Geschichte des T.V. is Pii. p. 448, m. Tolquist 1 Gaths 1 Sixtum before Nicopolis, one of the many monuments of Trajan's victories. 30 Anandes ma Masish, the siege of Philippopolis, a city of Thrace, founded by the father of Alexander, near the foot of Mona, Tine de Six finder per 6 sinks. 31 Decius followed them through a difficult country, and by forced marches, but when he imagined himself at a considerable distance from the rear of the Goths, Neva turned with a rapid fury on his pursuers. The camp of the Romans was surprised and pillaged, and for the first time the emperor fled in disorder before a troop of half-armed barbarians. After a long resistance, Philippopolis, destitute of succor, was taken by storm. 100,000 persons are reported to have been massacred in the sack of that great city. 32. Many prisoners of consequence became a valuable accession to the spoil, and Priscus, a brother of the late Emperor Philip, blushed not to assume the purple under the protection of the barbarous enemies of Rome. 33. The time, however, consumed in that tedious siege enabled Decius to revive the courage, restore the discipline, and recruit the numbers of his troops. He intercepted several parties of Carpi and other Germans who were hastening to share the victory of their countrymen. 34. Entrusted the passes of the mountains to officers of approved valor and fidelity. 35. Repaired and strengthened the fortifications of the Danube, and exerted his utmost vigilance to oppose either the progress or the retreat of the Goths. Encouraged by the return of fortune, he anxiously waited for an opportunity to retrieve, by a great and decisive blow, his own glory and that of the Roman arms. 36:30. A return. The place is still called Nicop. Danville, Géographie ancienne, tom. IP 37. The little stream on whose banks it stood falls into the Danube. De 31. Westling, Itinera. P. Westling, Eilen. Note: now Philippopolis or Philiba, its situation among the hills caused it to be also called Tremontium. De Anvil, Geog. N. Jai 295. G32, return Amiens, XXXI 533, returneral rel. Victor. C29 John Tri 29. 34 return John Tri. 293 the non-job return Sean Tri, C5 return Rason. Ya. Posted in the pass of Thermopylae with 200 Dardians, 100 well-armed recruits, 60 Cretan archers, and 100 recruits, see an original letter from the emperor to his officer in the Augustan history is Nondes, see Pre-Tudordries, and John Andes, Case don Drondes. In John Andes offer de police say the tonets on one trials to Sig. In carelessness alone they are alike. At the same time, when Decius was struggling with the violence of the tempest, his mind, calm and deliberate amidst the tumult of war, investigated the more general causes that, since the age of the Antonines, had so impetuously urged the decline of the Roman greatness. He soon discovered that it was impossible to replace that greatness on a permanent basis without restoring public virtue, ancient principles and manners, and the oppressed majesty of the laws. To execute this noble but arduous design, he first resolved to revive the obsolete office of censor, an office which, as long as it had subsisted in its pristine integrity, had so much contributed to the perpetuity of the state, 37 till it was usurped and gradually neglected by the Caesars. 38 conscious that the favor of the sovereign may confer power, but that the esteem of the people can alone bestow authority, he submitted the choice of the censor to the unbiased voice of the Senate. By their unanimous votes, or rather acclamations, Valerian, who was afterwards emperor, and who then served with distinction in the army of Decius, was declared the most worthy of that exalted honor. As soon as the decree of the Senate was transmitted to the emperor, he assembled a great council in his camp, and before the investiture of the censor-elect, he apprised him of the difficulty and importance of his great office. "Happy Valerian," said the prince to his distinguished subject, "happy in the general approbation of the Senate and of the Roman Republic. Accept the censorship of mankind, and judge of our manners. You will select those who deserve to continue members of the Senate. You will restore the equestrian order to its ancient splendor. You will improve the revenue, yet moderate the public burdens. You will distinguish into regular classes the various and infinite multitude of citizens, and accurately view the military strength, the wealth, the virtue, and the resources of Rome. Your decision shall obtain the force of laws. The army, the palace, the ministers of justice, and the great officers of the empire are all subject to your tribunal. None are exempted, excepting only the ordinary consuls, 39, the prefect of the city, the king of the sacrifices, and as long as she preserves her chastity inviolate, the eldest of the Vestal virgins. Even these few who may not dread the severity will anxiously solicit the esteem of the Roman censor. 4037 return Montesquieu, Grandeur et décadence des Romains Segeviae. He illustrates the nature and use of the censorship with his usual ingenuity and with uncommon precision. The 38 return the Tudehon. Vespasian and Titus were the last censors. Pliny hist. Natul viae. 49. Censor huinus dudi natali. The modesty of Trajan refused an honor which he deserved, and his example became a law to the Antonines. See Pliny's Panegyric, c. 45 and 60, the 39 return. Yet in spite of his exemption, Pompey appeared before that tribunal during his consulship. The occasion, indeed, was equally singular and honorable. P. 630, 73 to 74 to 74. A magistrate, invested with such extensive powers, would have appeared not so much the minister as the colleague of his sovereign. 41 Valerian justly dreaded an elevation so full of envy and of suspicion. He modestly argued the alarming greatness of the trust, his own insufficiency, and the incurable corruption of the times. He artfully insinuated that the office of censor was inseparable from the imperial dignity, and that the feeble hands of a subject were unequal to the support of such an immense weight of cares and of power. 42. The approaching event of war soon put an end to the prosecution of a project so specious but so impracticable, and whilst it preserved Valerian from the danger, saved the Emperor Decius from the disappointment which would most probably have attended it. It is impossible for such a magistrate to exert his authority with benefit, or even with effect, unless he is supported by a quick sense of honor and virtue in the minds of the people, by a decent reverence for the public opinion, and by a train of useful prejudices combating on the side of national manners. In a period when these principles are annihilated, the censorial jurisdiction must either sink into empty pageantry or be converted into a partial instrument of vexatious oppression. 43. It was easier to vanquish the Goths than to eradicate the public vices, yet even in the first of these enterprises Decius lost his army and his life. 41. Returned. Might deceive Zonaras, who supposes that Valerian was actually declared the colleague of Decius, Algi, p. 274. The emperor's reply is omitted. The 43 return, such as the attempts of Augustus towards a reformation of madness. Tacit. Annal. III 24. The Goths were now on every side surrounded and pursued by the Roman arms. The flower of their troops had perished in the long siege of Philippopolis, and the exhausted country could no longer afford subsistence for the remaining multitude of licentious barbarians. Reduced to this extremity, the Goths would gladly have purchased, by the surrender of all their booty and prisoners, the permission of an undisturbed retreat. But the emperor, confident of victory and resolving, by the chastisement of these invaders, to strike a salutary terror into the nations of the north, refused to listen to any terms of accommodation. The high-spirited barbarians perform in Terebronii. 44 was the scene of the battle. The Gothic army was drawn up in 3 lines, and either from choice or accident, the front of the 3rd line was covered by a morass. In the beginning of the action, the son of Decius, a youth of the fairest hopes and already associated to the honors of the purple, was slain by an arrow, in the sight of his afflicted father, who, summoning all his fortitude, admonished the dismayed troops that the loss of a single soldier was of little importance to the Republic. 45. The conflict was terrible. It was the combat of despair against grief and rage. The first line of the Goths at length gave way in disorder. The second, advancing to sustain it, shared its fate, and the third only remained entire, prepared to dispute the passage of the morass, which was imprudently attempted by the presumption of the enemy. Here the fortune of the day turned, and all things became adverse to the Romans, the place deep with ooze, sinking under those who stood, slippery to such as advanced, their armor heavy, the waters deep, nor could they wield, in that uneasy situation, their weighty javelins. The barbarians, on the contrary, were inured to encounter in the bogs, their persons tall, their spears long, such as could wound at a distance. As Zosimus and some of his followers mistake the Danube for the Tanais, they place the field of battle in the plains of Scythia. 45 return. Aurelius Victor allows 2 distinct actions for the deaths of the 2 Decii, but I have preferred the account of Jornandes, bought 46 the return. I have ventured to copy from Tacitus Annal, I 64 the picture of a similar engagement between a Roman army and a German tribe. 47 return. The Jornandes, c. 18, Zosimus, lip 22, c. 23, c. 23, 623, 623, 623, 48 return. The Decii were killed before the end of the year 251, since the new princes took possession of the consulship on the ensuing calends of January. 40 c. 223 gives them a very honorable place among the small number of good emperors who reigned between Augustus and Diocletian. This fatal blow humbled, for a very little time, the insolence of the legions. They appeared to have patiently expected, and submissively obeyed, the decree of the Senate which regulated the succession to the throne. From a just regard for the memory of Decius, the imperial title was conferred on Hostilianus, his only surviving son, but an equal rank, with more effectual power, was granted to Gallus, whose experience and ability seemed equal to the great trust of guardian to the young prince and the distressed empire. 50. The first care of the new emperor was to deliver the Illyrian provinces from the intolerable weight of the victorious Goths. He consented to leave in their hands the rich fruits of their invasion, an immense booty, and what was still more disgraceful, a great number of prisoners of the highest merit and quality. He plentifully supplied their camp with every conveniency that could assuage their angry spirits or facilitate their so much wished-for departure, and he even promised to pay them annually a large sum of gold, on condition they should never afterwards infest the Roman territories by their incursions. 51. 50e return. Hic iubi patres compirer. Discernunt. Victor inciseribus. 51. Return zonaris, Elysii. p. 628. In the age of the Scipios, the most opulent kings of the earth who courted the protection of the victorious commonwealth were gratified with such trifling presents as could only derive a value from the hand that bestowed them: an ivory chair, a coarse garment of purple, an inconsiderable piece of plate, or a quantity of copper coin. 52. After the wealth of nations had centered in Rome, the emperors displayed their greatness and even their policy by the regular exercise of a steady and moderate liberality towards the allies of the state. They relieved the poverty of the barbarians, honored their merit, and recompensed their fidelity. These voluntary marks of bounty were understood to flow, not from the fears but merely from the generosity or the gratitude of the Romans, and whilst presents and subsidies were liberally distributed among friends and suppliants, they were sternly refused to such as claimed them as a debt. 53. But this stipulation of an annual payment to a victorious enemy appeared without disguise in the light of an ignominious tribute. The minds of the Romans were not yet accustomed to accept such unequal laws from a tribe of barbarians, and the prince, who by a necessary concession had probably saved his country, became the object of the general contempt and aversion. The death of Hostilianus, though it happened in the midst of a raging pestilence, was interpreted as the personal crime of Gallus. 54, and even the defeat of the later emperor was ascribed by the voice of suspicion to the perfidious counsels of his hated successor. 55. The tranquility which the empire enjoyed during the first year of his administration, 56, served rather to inflame than to appease the public discontent, and as soon as the apprehensions of war were removed, the infamy of the peace was more deeply and more sensibly felt. 52. The return. And a golden patera of 5 pounds weight were accepted with joy and gratitude by the wealthy king of Egypt, Livy, ex Exviae. 4. Quina, milia ariches, a weight of copper, in value about 18 pounds sterling, was the usual present made to foreign ambassadors. 9. 5. The stree return. See the firmness of a Roman general so late as the time of Alexander Severus in the Excerpta Legatunum, p. 25, edit. Louvre. 5. The stee for return. For the plague. See Jornandes, c. 19, and Victor in Caesaribus. These improbable accusations are alleged by Zosimus, Lip 28, 24. Chief D6 return to 4T C6 return. Jornandes, c. 19. The Gothic writer at least observed the peace which his victorious countrymen had sworn to Gallus, but the Romans were irritated to a still higher degree when they discovered that they had not even secured their repose, though at the expense of their honor. The dangerous secret of the world which had been revealed to the world. New swarms of barbarians, encouraged by the success and not conceiving themselves bound by the obligation of their brethren, spread devastation through the Illyrian provinces and terror as far as the gates of Rome. The defense of the monarchy, which seemed abandoned by the pusillanimous emperor, was assumed by Aemilianus, governor of Pannonia and Maesia, who rallied the scattered forces and revived the fainting spirits of the troops. The barbarians were unexpectedly attacked, routed, chased, and pursued beyond the Danube. The victorious leader distributed as a donative the money collected for the tribute, and the acclamations of the soldiers proclaimed him emperor on the field of battle. 57 Gallus, who, careless of the general welfare, indulged himself in the pleasures of Italy, was almost in the same instant informed of the success of the rapid approach of his aspiring lieutenant. He advanced to meet him as far as the plains of Spoleto. When the armies came in sight of each other, the soldiers of Gallus compared the ignominious conduct of their sovereign with the glory of his rival. They admired the valor of Aemilianus. They were attracted by his liberality, for he offered a considerable increase of pay to all deserters. 58. The murder of Gallus and of his son Volusianus put an end to the civil war, and the Senate gave a legal sanction to the rights of conquest. The letters of Aemilianus to that assembly displayed a mixture of moderation and vanity. He assured them that he should resign to their wisdom the civil administration, and, contenting himself with the quality of their general, would in a short time assert the glory of Rome and deliver the empire from all the barbarians both of the north and of the east. 59. His pride was flattered by the applause of the Senate, and medals are still extant representing him with the name and attributes of Hercules the victor and Mars the avenger. 6057 Return. Zosimus, LIP 2526 course. Victor in Caesaribus. 59 Return Wittern, Zonaras, L. Shi. P 628. 60 Return. Banduri Numismata. P 94. If the new monarch possessed the abilities, he wanted the time necessary to fulfill these splendid promises. Less than 4 months intervened between his victory and his fall. 61. He had vanquished Gallus. He sunk under the weight of a competitor more formidable than Gallus. That unfortunate prince had sent Valerian, already distinguished by the aid. Valerian executed that commission with zeal and fidelity, and as he arrived too late to save his sovereign, he resolved to revenge him. The troops of Aemilianus, who still lay encamped in the plains of Spoleto, were awed by the sanctity of his character, but much more by the superior strength of his army, and as they were now become as incapable of personal attachment as they had always been of constitutional principle, they readily imbrued their hands in the blood of a prince who so lately had been the object of their partial choice. The guilt was theirs, 6-1, but the advantage of it was Valerian's, who obtained the possession of the throne by the means indeed of a civil war, but with a degree of innocence singular in that age of revolutions, since he owed neither gratitude nor allegiance to his predecessor, whom he dethroned. 621. Return points done. Aurelius Victor says that Aemilianus died of a natural disorder. Tropius, in speaking of his death, does not say that he was assassinated. G. Valerian was about 60 years of age, 63, when he was invested with the purple, not by the caprice of the populace or the clamors of the army, but by the unanimous voice of the Roman world. In his gradual ascent through the honors of the state, he had deserved the favor of virtuous princes, and had declared himself the enemy of tyrants. 64. His noble birth, his mild but unblemished manners, his learning, prudence, and experience were revered by the Senate and people, and if mankind, according to the observation of an ancient writer, had been left at liberty to choose a master, their choice would most assuredly have fallen on Valerian. 65. Perhaps the merit of this emperor was inadequate to his reputation. Perhaps his abilities, or at least his spirit, were affected by the languor and coldness of old age. The consciousness of his decline engaged him to share the throne with a younger and more active associate. 66. The emergency of the times demanded a general no less than a prince, and the experience of the Roman censor might have directed him where to bestow the imperial purple, as the reward of military merit. But instead of making a judicious choice which would have confirmed his reign and endeared his memory, Valerian, consulting only the dictates of affection or vanity, immediately invested with the supreme honors his son Gallienus, a youth whose effeminate vices had been hitherto concealed by the obscurity of a private station. The joint government of the father and the son subsisted about 7, and the sole administration of Gallienus continued about 8 years. But the whole period was one uninterrupted series of confusion and calamity. As the Roman Empire was at the same time, and on every side, attacked by the blind fury of foreign invaders and the wild ambition of domestic usurpers, we shall consult order and perspicuity by pursuing not so much the doubtful arrangement of dates as the more natural distribution of subjects. The most dangerous enemies of Rome during the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus were 1. The Franks, 2. The Alemanni, 3. The Goths, and 4. The Persians. Under these general appellations we may comprehend the adventures of less considerable tribes, whose obscure and uncouth names would only serve to oppress the memory and perplex the attention of the reader. 63. Return. He was about 70 at the time of his accession, or, as it is more probable, of his death. Hist. August. P. 73. Tillemont. Hist. Des Empereurs. Tom. IEE. P. 1893. Note 1. 64. Return Inimicus Tyrannorum. Hist. August. P. 73. In the glorious struggle of the Senate against Maximin, Valerian acted a very spirited part. Hist. August. P. 256. Return. According to the distinction of victor, he seems to have received the title of Imperator from the army and that of Augustus from the Senate. 256. Return to from victor and from the medals, Tillemont to Bourdon Point. Very justly infers that Gallienus was associated to the empire about the month of August of the year 253.53. As the posterity of the Franks composed one of the greatest and most enlightened nations of Europe, the powers of learning and ingenuity have been exhausted in the discovery of their unlettered ancestors. To the tales of credulity have succeeded the systems of fancy. Every passage has been sifted, every spot has been surveyed that might possibly reveal some faint traces of their origin. It has been supposed that Pannonia, 68, gave birth to that celebrated colony of warriors. At length the most rational critics, rejecting the fictitious emigrations of ideal conquerors, have acquiesced in a sentiment whose simplicity persuades us of its truth. 69. They suppose that about the year 240-70 a new confederacy was formed under the name of Franks by the old inhabitants of the Lower Rhine and the Weser. 701. The present circle of Westphalia, the Landgraviate of Hesse, and the duchies of Brunswick and Lüneburg were the ancient seat of the Chauci who, in their inaccessible morasses, defied the Roman arms, 71 of the Cherusci. Proud of the fame of Arminius, of the Catti, formidable by their firm and intrepid infantry, and of several other tribes of inferior power and renown. 70. The most pleasing to their ears of their area. The Wecos. They deserved, they assumed, they maintained the honorable epithet of Franks or freemen, which concealed, though it did not extinguish, the peculiar names of the several states of the Confederacy. 73. Tacit consent and mutual advantage dictated the first laws of the Union. It was gradually cemented by habit and experience. The League of the Franks may admit of some comparison with the Helvetic body, in which every canton, retaining its independent sovereignty, consults with its brethren in the common cause, without acknowledging the authority of any supreme head or representative assembly. 74. But the principle of the two confederacies was extremely different. A peace of 200 years has rewarded the wise and honest policy of the Swiss. An inconstant spirit, the thirst of rapine, and a disregard to the most solemn treaties, disgrace the character of the Franks. 67. Return prefaces have been formed to explain a difficult passage in Gregory of Tours, LIIC 9TC8, Return PFF of Ravenna, II11, by mentioning Moringania on the confines of Denmark, as the ancient seat of the Franks gave birth to an ingenious system of librids. G20 yen return, L idi, C Cluver, all idis C 220, M Ferret in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom, XVII. 17 return, from an accidental circumstance fully canvassed by Tillemont, Tom, III. P7010 Pantry, 11th century, the 9 return of Canfer, one of the Schwanzee, Thusho of the Humber, the Gisho, Sitio, of the Chamavii, the Gambrivii of Tassitua, who were established at the time of the Frankish Confederation in the country of the Bructili. 6 of the Catti in Hessia, G. The Salii and Shirasi are added. Greenwood's Hist of Germans I. 93. M71 return Plin. Hist. Najua. XV. L. The panegyrists frequently allude to the morasses of the Franks. 72 return to Tacit. Germania c. 30, 37, 73. Most of those old names are occasionally mentioned. See some vestiges of them in Cruva. Germ. Antique. Leee 74. Return Simla de Republica Helvet. Simla de Republica Helvet. Schumanianus, Valia Jan and Gallianus. Part 3. The Romans had long experienced the daring valor of the people of Luage. The union of their strength threatened Gaul with a more formidable invasion, and required the presence of Gallienus, the heir and colleague of imperial power. 75. Whilst that prince and his infant son Salonius displayed in the court of Treves the majesty of the empire, its armies were ably conducted by their general Postumus, who, though he afterwards betrayed the family of Valerian, was ever faithful to the great interests of the monarchy. The treacherous language of panegyrics and medals darkly announces a long series of victories. Trophies and titles attest, if such evidence can attest the fame of Postumus, who is repeatedly styled the conqueror of the Germans and the savior of Gaul. 7672. Zosimus, Alip 272. 76 Sex of Rhetor. Anon expects Awes. A series of the Augustan history from medals and inscriptions has been more than once planned and is still much wanted. Note, M. Eckel, keeper of the Cabinet of Medals and professor of antiquities at Vienna, lately deceased, has supplied this want by his excellent work, Doctrina Veterum Nomorum, Conscripta a Jos. Eckel. 8 volume. In 4-2 Vindobona, 1797. G. Captain Smith has likewise printed privately a valuable descriptive catalogue of a series of large brass medals of this period, 1834. M1 1845. But a single fact, the only one indeed of which we have any distinct knowledge, erases, in a great measure, these monuments of vanity and adulation. With an unseen forth into Novetrum, their rapid devastations stretched from the river to the foot of the Pyrenees, nor were they stopped by those mountains. Spain, which had never dreaded, was unable to resist the inroads of the Germans. During 12 years, the greatest part of the reign of Gallienus, that opulent country was the theatre of unequal and destructive hostilities. Tarragona, the flourishing capital of a peaceful province, was sacked and almost destroyed. 77, and so late as the days of Orosius, who wrote in the 5th century, wretched cottages, scattered amidst the ruins of magnificent cities, still recorded the rage of the barbarians. 78. When the exhausted country no longer supplied a variety of plunder, the Franks seized on some vessels in the ports of Spain, 79, and transported themselves into Mauritania. The distant province was astonished with the fury of these barbarians, who seemed to fall from a new world, as their name, manners, and complexion were equally unknown on the coast of Africa. 8077, return, L. Victor, c. 33. Instead of prune direpto, both the sense and the expression require dileto, though indeed for different reasons it is alike difficult to correct the text of the best and of the worst writers. 78 return. In the time of Ausonius, the end of the 4th century, Ilerda or Lerida was in a very ruinous state. Auson. Epist. XXX 58, which probably was the consequence of this invasion. Don't 79 return. Velasius is therefore mistaken in supposing that the Franks had invaded Spain by sea. Hechrop. XX Dishu Shishrop. In that part of Upper Saxony, beyond the Elbe, which is at present called the Marquisate of Lusace, there existed in ancient times a sacred wood, the awful seat of the superstition of the Suevi. None were permitted to enter the holy precincts without confessing by their servile bonds and suppliant posture the immediate presence of the sovereign deity. 81. Patriotism contributed, as well as devotion, to consecrate the Sonnenwald, or wood of the Semnons. 82. It was universally believed that the nation had received its first existence on that sacred spot. At stated periods, the numerous tribes who gloried in the Suevic blood resorted thither by their ambassadors, and the memory of their common extraction was perpetrated by barbaric rites and human sacrifices. The wide extended name of Suevi filled the interior countries of Germany, from the banks of the Holy Presening to the Obi. They were distinguished from the other Germans by their peculiar mode of dressing their long hair, which they gathered into a rude knot on the crown of the head, and they delighted in an ornament that showed their ranks more lofty and terrible in the eyes of the enemy. 83. Jealous as the Germans were of military renown, they all confessed the superior valor of the Suevi and the tribes of the Usipetes and Tenteri, who, with a vast army, encountered the dictator Caesar, declared that they esteemed it not a disgrace to have fled before a people to whose arms the immortal gods themselves were unequal. 84. In the reign of the Emperor Caracalla, an innumerable swarm of Suevi appeared on the banks of the Main and in the neighborhood of the Roman provinces in quest either of food, of plunder, or of glory. 85. The hasty army of volunteers gradually coalesced into a great and permanent nation and, as it was composed from so many different tribes, assumed the name of Alemanni 85-1 or Orman to denote at once their various lineage and their common bravery. 86. The latter was soon felt by the Romans in many a hostile inroad. The Alemanni fought chiefly on horseback, but their cavalry was rendered still more formidable by a mixture of light infantry, selected from the bravest and most active of the youth, whom frequent exercise had inured to accompany the horsemen in the longest march, the most rapid charge of return a victor in Caracal. P. 550 at W1 return. The nation of the Alemanni was not originally formed by the Suevi, properly so called. These have always preserved their own name. Shortly afterwards they made, AD 357, an eruption into Rhaetia, and it was not long after that they were reunited with the Alemanni. Still, they have always been a distinct people. At the present day, the people who inhabit the northwest of the Black Forest call themselves Schwabian, Swabians, Swavias, while those who inhabit near the Rhine, in Ortenau, the Brisgau, the Margraviate of Baden, do not consider themselves Swabians and are by origin Alemanni. The Tucteri and the Usipetai, inhabitants of the interior and of the north of Westphalia, formed, says Gatteria, the nucleus of the Alemannic nation. They occupied the country where the name of the Alemanni first appears, as conquered in 2010. They were well trained to fight on horseback, according to Tacitus, Germ. C32, and Aurelius Victor gives the same praise to the Alemanni. Finally, they never made part of the Frankish League. The Alemanni became subsequently a center round which gathered a multitude of German tribes, see Human. Panegera, C2, Amma. Mark, XVI, 2, XXX4, G. The question whether the Suevi was a generic name comprehending the clans which peopled central Germany is rather hastily decided by M. Guizot. Mr. Greenwood, who has studied the modern German writers on their own origin, supposes the Suevi, Alemanni, and Marcomanni, one people under different appellations. History of Germany, Fall I, M. 86 Stratus. An original historian, quoted by Asinius Quadratus, an original historian, quoted by Agraphis with Detude. 587, return. The Suevi engaged Caesar in this manner, and the maneuver deserved the approbation of the conqueror. In bello Gallico, in bello Gallico. This warlike people of Germans had been astonished by the immense preparations of Alexander Severus. They were dismayed by the arms of his successor, a barbarian equal in valor and fierceness to themselves. But still hovering on the frontiers of the empire, they increased the general disorder that ensued after the death of Decius. They inflicted severe wounds on the rich provinces of Gaul. They were the first to remove the veil that covered the feeble majesty of Italy. A numerous body of the Alemanni penetrated across the Danube and through the Rhaetian Alps into the plains of Lombardy, advanced as far as Ravenna, and displayed the victorious banners of barbarians almost in sight of Rome. Dexippus in the excerpts, Legationem, p. 8, Hieronym, Chron, Orosius Vai. 22. The insult and the danger rekindled in the Senate some sparks of their ancient virtue. Both the emperors were engaged in far distant wars, Valerian in the east and Gallienus on the Rhine. All the hopes and resources of the Romans were in themselves. In this emergency, the senators resumed the defense of the Republic, drew out the Praetorian Guards who had been left to garrison the capital, and filled up their numbers by enlisting into the public service the stoutest and most willing of the plebeians. The Alemanni, astonished with the sudden appearance of an army more numerous than their own, retired into Germany, laden with spoil, and their retreat was esteemed as a victory by the unwarlike Romans. 89. 34. When Gallienus received the intelligence that his capital was delivered from the barbarians, he was much less delighted than alarmed with the courage of the Senate, since it might one day prompt them to rescue the public from domestic tyranny as well as from foreign invasion. His timid ingratitude was published to his subjects in an edict which prohibited the senators from exercising any military employment and even from approaching the camps of the legions. But his fears were groundless. The rich and luxurious nobles, sinking into their natural character, accepted as a favor this disgraceful exemption from military service, and as long as they were indulged in the enjoyment of their baths, their theatres, and their villas, they cheerfully resigned the more dangerous cares of empire to the rough hands of peasants and soldiers. 1990. Gerprobo. His complaints breathe as uncommon spirit of freedom. Another invasion of the Alemanni, of a more formidable aspect but more glorious event, is mentioned by a writer of the Lower Empire. 300,000 are said to have been vanquished in a battle near Milan by Gallienus in person at the head of only 10,000 Romans. 91. We may, however, with great probability, ascribe this incredible victory either to the credulity of the historian or to some exaggerated exploits of one of the emperor's lieutenants. It was by arms of a very different nature that Gallienus endeavored to protect Italy from the fury of the Germans. He espoused Pippa, the daughter of a king of the Marcomanni, a Suevic tribe, which was often confounded with the Alemanni in their wars and conquests. 92. To the father, as the price of his alliance, he granted an ample settlement in Pannonia. The native charms of unpolished beauty seemed to have fixed the daughter in the affections of the inconstant emperor, and the bands of policy were more firmly connected by those of love. But the haughty prejudice of Rome still refused the name of marriage to the profane mixture of a citizen and a barbarian, and has stigmatized the German princess with the opprobrious title of concubine of Gallienus. 93-91, returned as Honoris, LJP 631-92, return. One of the victors calls him king of the Marcomanni, the other of the Germans. 93, return. See Tillemont, Hist. des Empereurs, Tom. I.e. p. 398 and CE 3. We have already traced the emigration of the Goths from Scandinavia, or at least from Prussia, to the mouth of the Borysthenes to the Danube. Under the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus, the frontier of the last-mentioned river was perpetually infested by the inroads of Germans and Sarmatians, but it was defended by the Romans with more than usual firmness and success. The provinces that were the seat of war recruited the armies of Rome with an inexhaustible supply of hardy soldiers, and more than one of these Illyrian peasants attained the station and displayed the abilities of a general. Though flying parties of the barbarians, who incessantly hovered on the banks of the Danube, penetrated sometimes to the confines of Italy and Macedonia, their progress was commonly checked or their return intercepted by the imperial lieutenants. 94. But the great stream of the Gothic hostilities was diverted into a very different channel. The Goths, in their new settlement of the Ukraine, soon became masters of the northern coast of the Euxine. To the south of that inland sea were situated the soft and wealthy provinces of Asia Minor, which possessed all that could attract, and nothing that could resist, a barbarian conqueror. 94. Return. See the lives of Claudius, Aurelian, and Probus in the Augustan history. The banks of the Borysthenes are only 60 miles distant from the narrow entrance, 95 of the peninsula of Crim Tartary, known to the ancients under the name of Chersonesus Taurica. 96. On that inhospitable shore, Euripides, embellishing with exquisite art the tales of antiquity, has placed the scene of one of his most affecting tragedies. The bloody sacrifices of Diana, the arrival of Orestes and Pylades, and the triumph of virtue and religion over savage fierceness, serve to represent an historical truth that the Tauri, the original inhabitants of the peninsula, were, in some degree, reclaimed from their brutal manners by a gradual intercourse with the Grecian colonies, which settled along the maritime coast. The little kingdom of Bosphorus, whose capital was situated on the straits through which the Meotis communicates itself to the Euxine, was composed of degenerate Greeks and half-civilized barbarians. It subsisted as an independent state from the time of the Peloponnesian War. 98 was at last swallowed up by the ambition of Mithridates, 99, and, with the rest of his dominions, sunk under the weight of the Roman arms. From the reign of Augustus were the humble but not useless allies of the empire. By presents, by arms, and by a slight fortification drawn across the isthmus, they effectually guarded against the roving plunderers of Sarmatia, the access of a country which, from its peculiar situation and convenient harbors, commanded the Euxine Sea and Asia Minor. 91. As long as the scepter was possessed by a lineal succession of kings, they acquitted themselves of their important charge with vigilance and success. Domestic factions and the fears or private interest of obscure usurpers, who seized on the vacant throne, admitted the Goths into the heart of Bosphorus. With the acquisition of a superfluous waste of fertile soil, the conquerors obtained the command of a naval force sufficient to transport their armies to the coast of Asia. 2002. These ships used in the navigation of the Euxine were of a very singular construction. They were slight, flat-bottomed barks framed of timber only, without the least mixture of iron, and occasionally covered with a shelving roof, on the appearance of a tempest. 23. In these floating houses, the Goths carelessly trusted themselves to the mercy of an unknown sea, under the conduct of sailors pressed into the service, and whose skill and fidelity were equally suspicious. But the hopes of plunder had banished every idea of danger, and a natural fearlessness of temper supplied in their minds the more rational confidence, which is the just result of knowledge and experience. Warriors of such a daring spirit must have often murmured against the cowardice of their guides, who required the strongest assurances of a settled calm before they would venture to embark, and would scarcely ever be tempted to lose sight of the land. Such, at least, is the practice of the modern Turks, 104, and they are probably not inferior, in the art of navigation, to the ancient inhabitants of Bosphorus. 95. Return. It is about half a league in breadth. Genealogical History of the Tartars, p. 598. 96. Return im de Peysonnel, who had been French consul at Caffa, in his Observations sur les peuples barbares, qui ont habité les bords du Danube. 97. Return. Euripides in Iphigenia in Taurid. 98. Return. Strabo, LVE, p. 39. The first kings of Bosphorus were the allies of Athens. 99. Return. It was reduced by the arms of Agrippa. Orosius, VU 21, U. Tropius, VU 9, Keishi 17, Tu Tutorus of Lucian, if we credit the sincerity and the virtues of the Scythian, who relates a great war of his nation against the kings of Bosphorus. Tu tutor returni d return. Tu true d 8t 21923 Detror return, IIP 28, 2282. Return, Chabo, L. Shai, Tacit, Hist, II, 4-7. They were called Camerus. See a very natural picture of the Eushine navigation in the X-5th letter of Tournefort. The fleet of the Goths leaving the coast of Circassia on the left hand first appeared before Pitius, 2-5, the utmost limits of the Roman provinces, a city provided with a convenient port and fortified with a strong wall. Here they met with a resistance more obstinate fortress. They were repulsed, and their disappointment seemed to diminish the terror of the Gothic name. As long as Successianus, an officer of superior rank and merit, defended that frontier, all their efforts were ineffectual, but as soon as he was removed by Valerian to a more honorable but less important station, they resumed the attack of Pitius, and by the destruction of that city, obliterated the memory of their former disgrace. 10-6, 10-5 return. Arion places the frontier garrison at Dioscurias or Sebastopolis, 44 miles to the east of Pitius. The garrison of Phasis consisted in his time of only 400 foot. See the Periplus of the Euxine. Note: Pitius is Picinda, according to D'Anville. EI Sicurias is Iscurias, ETT Sicurias is Rusimus, Ecuditin 6 returned. Socibisi, Partiu miles. 1-7. The course of the Goths carried them in sight of the country of Colchis, so famous by the expedition of the Argonauts, and they even attempted, though without success, to pillage a rich temple at the mouth of the river Phasis. Trebizond, celebrated in the retreat of the 10,000 as an ancient colony of Greeks, 108 derived its wealth and splendor from the magnificence of the Emperor Hadrian, who had constructed an artificial port on a coast left destitute by nature of secure harbors. The city was large and populous, walls seemed to defy the fury of the Goths, and the usual garrison had been strengthened by a reinforcement of 10,000 men. But there are not any advantages capable of supplying the absence of discipline and vigilance. The numerous garrison of Trebizond, dissolved in riot and luxury, disdained to guard their impregnable fortifications, and the 9,000. The Goths soon discovered the supine negligence of the besieged, erected a lofty pile of fascines, ascended the walls in the silence of the night, and entered the defenseless city sword in hand. A general massacre of the people ensued, whilst the affrighted soldiers escaped through the opposite gates of the town. The most holy temples and the most splendid edifices were involved in a common destruction. The booty that fell into the hands of the Goths was immense. The wealth of the adjacent countries had been deposited in Trebizond, as in a secure place of refuge. The number of captives was incredible, as the victorious barbarians ranged without opposition through the extensive province of Pontus. 110. The rich spoils of Trebizond filled a great fleet of ships that had been found in the port. The robust youth of the seacoast were chained to the oar, and the Goths, satisfied with the success of their first naval expedition, returned in triumph to their new establishment in the kingdom of Bosphorus. 11117 return. Arian in Periplo, Maris Euxine, p. 130 calls the distance 2620 stadia. 28 return. Xenophon Anabasis, LIV, p. 348 edit. Hutchinson. Note: Vollmerer, Geschichte Kaisertums von Trapezunt p. 6, assigns a very ancient date to the first pelagic foundation of Trapezon. M119 return aria. Arian, P11 return. Ari return, citizen and return. See an epistle of Gregory Thaumaturgus, Bishop of Neo-Coaria, quoted by Mascu or return to date, 32, 33. The second expedition of the Goths was undertaken with greater powers of men and ships, but they steered a different course and, disdaining the exhausted provinces of Pontus, followed the western coast of the Euxine, passed before the wide mouths of the Borysthenes, the Dniester, and the Danube, and increasing their fleet by the capture of a great number of fishing barks, they approached the narrow outlet through which the Euxine Sea pours its waters into the Mediterranean and divides the continents of Europe and Asia. The garrison of Chalcedon was encamped near the temple of Jupiter Urius on a promontory that commanded the entrance of the strait, and so inconsiderable were the dreaded invasions of the barbarians that this body of troops surpassed in number the Gothic army. They deserted with precipitation their advantageous post, and abandoned the town of Chalcedon, most plentifully stored with arms and money, to the discretion of the conquerors. Whilst they hesitated whether they should prefer the sea or land, Europe or Asia, for the scene of their hostilities, a perfidious fugitive pointed out Nicomedia, 1101, once the capital of the kings of Bithynia, as a rich and easy conquest. He guided the march, which was only 60 miles from the camp of Chalcedon, 1112 directed the resistless attack, and partook of the booty, for the Goths had learned sufficient policy to reward the traitor whom they detested. Nice, Prusa, Apamea, c. 1121 cities that had sometimes rivaled or imitated the splendor of Nicomedia were involved in the same calamity, which in a few weeks raged without control through the whole province of Bithynia. 300 years of peace, enjoyed by the soft inhabitants of Asia, had abolished the exercise of arms and removed the apprehension of danger. The ancient walls were suffered to moulder away, and all the revenue of the most opulent cities was reserved for the construction of baths, temples, and theatres. Ivan 13:1111, return. It has preserved its name, joined to the preposition of place in that of Nickmead. Diog Omphi, Geog. Anki I 28, Dag return itinar, Hierosolim. P 57-2, Wessling. Nyaznik Bursa, Mondania Gio, or Kemlik Danvi. Yaya 23, Shai 11-3, return Zosimus, II. Saya Chemis by Wis 32-33. When the city of Cyzicus withstood the utmost effort of Mithridates, and 3 arsenals of arms, of military engines, and of corn, Kiau, it was still the seat of wealth and luxury, but of its ancient strength nothing remained except the situation in a little island of the Propontis connected with the continent of Asia only by 2 bridges. From the recent sack of Prusa, the Goths advanced within 18 miles 1116 of the city, which they had devoted to destruction, but the ruin of Cyzicus was delayed by a fortunate accident. The season was rainy, and the Lake Apolloniates, the reservoir of all the springs of Mount Olympus, rose to an uncommon height. The little river of Rhindacus, which issues from the lake, swelled into a broad and rapid stream, and stopped the progress of the Goths. Their retreat to the maritime city of Heraclea, where the fleet had probably been stationed, was attended by a long train of wagons laden with the spoils of Bithynia, and was marked by the flames of Nicomedia. 11:7. Some obscure hints are mentioned of a doubtful combat that secured their retreat. 11:8. But even a complete victory would have been of little moment, as the approach of the autumnal equinox summoned them to hasten their return. To navigate the Euxine before the month of May, or after that of September, is esteemed by the modern Turks the most unquestionable instance of rashness and folly. 1119-11-4 to return, he besieged a place with 400 galleys, 150,000 foot, and a numerous cavalry. See Plutarch in Lucul. Appian in Mithridat Cicero pro lege Manilia, c. 8-15, de return. Strabo, L.A. P 57-3, 1 Henai c. 23-24, 1 Henai c. Simus, L.A. 33, Alan 18, return. Syncellus tells an unintelligible story of Prince Odenathus, who defeated the Goths and who was killed by Prince Odenathus. Alan 19, return. Footnote 11-9, Voyages de Chardin, Tom. IP 45. He sailed with the Turks from Constantinople to Kaffa. When we are informed that the Third Fleet, equipped by the Goths in the ports of Bosphorus, consisted of 500 sails of ships, 20 our ready imagination instantly computes and multiplies the formidable armament. But, as we are assured by the judicious Strabo, 21, that the piratical vessels used by the barbarians of Pontus and the Lesser Scythia were not capable of containing more than 25 or 30 men, we may safely affirm that 15,000 warriors at the most. Impatient of the limits of the Euxine, they steered their destructive course from the Cimmerian to the Thracian Bosphorus. When they had almost gained the middle of the straits, they were suddenly driven back to the entrance of them, till a favorable wind, springing up the next day, carried them in a few hours into the placid sea, or rather lake, of the Propontis. Their landing on the little island of Cyzicus was attended with the ruin of that ancient and noble city. From thence issuing again through the narrow passage of the Hellespont, they pursued their winding navigation amidst the numerous islands scattered over the archipelago or the Aegean Sea. The assistance of captives and deserters must have been very necessary to pilot their vessels and to direct their various incursions as well on the coast of Greece as on that of Asia. At length, the Gothic fleet anchored in the port of Piraeus, 5 miles distant from Athens, 122 which had attempted to make some preparations for a vigorous defense. Cleodamus, one of the engineers employed by the emperor's orders to fortify the maritime cities against the Goths, had already begun to repair the ancient walls, fallen to decay since the time of Sylla. The efforts of his skill were ineffectual, and the barbarians became masters of the native seat of the Muses and the arts. But while the conquerors abandoned themselves to the license of plunder and intemperance, their fleet that lay with a slender guard in the harbor of Piraeus was unexpectedly attacked by the brave Dexippus, who, flying with the engineer Cleodamus from the sack of Athens, collected a hasty band of volunteers, peasants as well as soldiers, and in some measure abandoned themselves the compers, in sensu compers, by sync with it the compers. 23. 20e. Syncellus p. 380 speaks of this expedition as undertaken by the Heruli. 21. Return 95. 20 sen. 22. Return 95. 23. Return 9080. Sen. 23. Return 23. Return Hist. August. p. 91. Victor c. 33. Orosius vi. 42. Zosimus l. I. Syncellus p. 38u. It is not without some attention that we can explain and conciliate their imperfect hints. We can still discover some traces of the partiality of Dexippus in the relation of his own and his countrymen's exploits. In note, according to a new fragment of Dexippus, published by Mai, the 2,000 men 20 Nor and Woods district, and kept up a harassing warfare, he expresses in Rove, by Zintinorum collect a nide, 26 8 m. But this exploit, whatever luster it might shed on the declining age of Athens, served rather to irritate than to subdue the undaunted spirit of the northern invaders. A general conflagration blazed out at the same time in every district of Greece. Thebes and Argos, Corinth and Sparta, which had formerly waged such memorable wars against each other, were now unable to bring an army into the field, or even to defend their ruined fortifications. The rage of war, both by land and by sea, spread from the eastern point of Sunium to the western coast of Epirus. The Goths had already advanced within sight of Italy, when the approach of such imminent danger wakened the indolent Gallienus from his dream of pleasure. The emperor appeared in arms, and his presence seems to have checked the ardor and to have divided the strength of the enemy. Naulobatus, a chief of the Heruli, accepted an honorable capitulation, entered with a large body of his countrymen into the service of Rome, and was invested with the ornaments of the consular dignity, which had never before been profaned by the hands of a barbarian. 24 great numbers of the Goths, disgusted with the perils and hardships of a tedious voyage, broke into Mysia with a design of forcing their way over the Danube to their settlements in the Ukraine. The wild attempt would have proved inevitable destruction if the discord of the Roman generals had not opened to the barbarians the means of an escape. 25. The small remainder of this destroying host returned on board their vessels, and measuring back their way through the Hellespont and the Bosphorus, ravaged in their passage the shores of Troy, whose fame, immortalized by Homer, will probably survive the memory of the Gothic conquests. As soon as they found themselves in safety within the basin of the Euxine, they landed at Anchialus in Thrace, near the foot of Mount Haemus, and, after all their toils, indulged themselves in the use of those pleasant and salutary hot baths. What remained of the voyage was a short and easy navigation. 126. Such was the various fate of this third and greatest of their naval enterprises. It may seem difficult to conceive how the original body of 15,000 warriors could sustain the losses and divisions of so bold an adventure. But as their numbers were gradually wasted by the sword, by shipwrecks, and by the influence of a warm climate, they were perpetually renewed by troops of banditti and deserters who flocked to the standard of plunder, and by a crowd of fugitive slaves, often of German or Sarmatian extraction, who eagerly seized the glorious opportunity of freedom and revenge. In these expeditions, the Gothic nation claimed a superior share of honor and danger, but the tribes that fought under the Gothic banners are sometimes distinguished and sometimes confounded in the imperfect histories of that age, and as the barbarian fleet seemed to issue from the mouth of the Tanais, the vague but familiar appellation of Scythians was frequently bestowed on the mixed multitude. 2724 Return. Syncellus, p. 38-2. This body of Heruli was for a long time faithful and famous. 25 Return. Claudius, who commanded on the Danube, thought with propriety and acted with spirit. His colleague was jealous of his fame. Hist. August. pt. 81. 26. Returner Jornandes. ctt. 20. 27. Return. D. Sosimus and the Greeks, as the author of the Philopatris, give the name of Scythians to those whom Jornandes and the Latin writers constantly represent as Goths. Chapter 10. Emperors Decius, Gallus, Aemilianus, Valerian, and Gallienus. Part 4. In the general calamities of mankind, the death of an individual, however exalted, the ruin of an edifice, however famous, are passed over with careless inattention. Yet we cannot forget that the temple of Diana at Ephesus, after having risen with increasing splendor from 7 repeated misfortunes, 28 was finally burnt by the Goths in their third naval invasion. The arts of Greece and the wealth of Asia had conspired to erect that sacred and magnificent structure. It was supported by 127 marble columns of the Ionic order. The altar was adorned with the masterly sculptures of Praxiteles, who had, perhaps, selected from the favorite legends of the place the birth of the divine children of Latona, the concealment of Apollo after the slaughter of the Cyclops, and the clemency of Bacchus to the vanquished Amazons. 29. Yet the length of the Temple of Ephesus was only 425 feet, about 2/3 of the measure of the Church of St. Peter's at Rome. 130 in the other dimensions, it was still more inferior to that sublime production of modern architecture. The spreading arms of a Christian cross require a much greater breadth than the oblong temples of the pagans, and the boldest artists of antiquity would have been startled at the proposal of raising in the air a domus of Biony, a destructive with of beanpile. Successive empires, the Persian to the Macedonian, enriched its splendor. 31. But the rude savages of the Baltic were destitute of a taste for the elegant arts, and they despised the ideal terrors of a foreign superstition. 32. 1 return, hist, verti 1000 avit return, hist 42, Manandes c 20, 19 return, 49 strabo l cifi, p 640, Vitruvius lici prefi tel vi tacit anau, ist successive 540, return. The length of St. Peter's is 840 Roman palms. Each palm is very little short of 9 English inches. See Greaves's Miscellanies vol. ip 233. The on the Roman foot. Note St. Paul's Cathedral is 530 440 40 in Sisti, has the cus the Tager around the 114 Tacit. Annal II 60 W2 return 232 return. They offered no sacrifices to the Grecian gods. See Epistle Gregor. C. Amarta. Another circumstances related of these invasions which might deserve our notice were it not justly to be suspected as the fanciful conceit of a recent sophist. We are told that in the sack of Athens the Goths had collected all the libraries and were on the point of setting fire to this funeral pile of Grecian learning, had not one of their chiefs of more refined policy than his brethren dissuaded them from the design by the profound observation that as long as the Greeks were addicted to the study of books, they would never apply themselves to the exercise of arms. 33. The sagacious counselor, should the truth of the fact be admitted, reasoned like an ignorant barbarian. In the most polite and powerful nations, genius of every kind has displayed itself about the same period, and the age of science has generally been the age of military virtue and success. 133 return, he makes use of it in his agreeable essay on pedantry, LIC 24. IV, the new sovereign of Persia, Artaxerxes, and his son Sapor, had won the Tyres war. He was at length, as we have already Sares, of Sapor, king of Persia with the Sakichian May. He was len pressure was both his life and his independence. He defended himself by the natural strength of his country, by the perpetual resort of fugitives and May Pompom, by the perpetual resort of Furlia. In defiable ice of the Romans, due 30 years' war, he was at length the Sakitam as Persia. The patriotic satraps of Armenia, who asserted the freedom and dignity of the crown, implored the protection of Rome in favor of Tiridates, the lawful heir. But the son of Chosroes was an infant, the allies were at a distance, and the Persian monarch advanced towards the frontier at the head of an irresistible force. Young Tiridates, the future hope of his country, was saved by the fidelity of a servant, and Armenia continued above 27 years a reluctant province of the great monarchy of Persia. 34. Elated with this easy conquest, and presuming on the distresses or the degeneracy of the Romans, Sapor obliged the strong garrisons of Carrhae and Nisibis, 34 T, and spread devastation and terror on either side of the Euphrates. The authentic relation of the Armenian historian serves to rectify the confused account of the Greek. The latter talks of the children of Tiridates, who at that time was himself an infant. Compare Saint-Martin Memoires sur l'Arménie, is p. 31. Pi Nice, 31. Return to Nisibis, according to Persian authors, was taken by a miracle. The wall fell in compliance with the prayers of the army. Malcolm's Persia, L. 76. The loss of an important frontier, the ruin of a faithful and natural ally, and the rapid success of Sapor's ambition affected Rome with a deep sense of the insult as well as of the danger. Valerian flattered himself that the vigilance of his lieutenants would sufficiently provide for the safety of the Rhine and of the Danube, but he resolved, notwithstanding his advance of the Euphrates. During his progress through Asia Minor, the naval enterprises of the Goths were suspended, and the afflicted province enjoyed a transient and fallacious calm. He passed the Euphrates, encountered the Persian monarch near the walls of Edessa, was vanquished, and taken prisoner by Sapor. The particulars of this great event are darkly and imperfectly represented, yet by the glimmering light which is afforded us, we may discover a long series of imprudence, of error, and of deserved misfortunes on the side of the Roman emperor. He reposed an implicit confidence in Macrianus, his praetorian prefect. 13.5. That worthless minister rendered his master formidable only to the oppressed subjects, and contemptible to the enemies of Rome. 13.6. By his weak or wicked counsels were equally unavailing. 13.7. The vigorous attempt of the Romans to cut their way through the Persian host was repulsed with great slaughter. 13.8, and Sapor, who encompassed the camp with superior numbers, patiently waited till the increasing rage of famine and pestilence had ensured his victory. The licentious murmurs of the legions soon accused Valerian as the cause of their calamities. Their seditious clamors demanded an instant capitulation. An immense sum of gold was offered to purchase the permission of a disgraceful retreat. But the Persian, conscious of his superiority, refused the money with disdain, and detaining the deputies, advanced in order of battle to the foot of the Roman rampart and insisted on a personal conference with the emperor. Valerian was reduced to the necessity of entrusting his life and dignity to the faith of an enemy. The interview ended as it was natural to expect. The emperor was made a prisoner, and his astonished troops laid down their arms. 39. In such a moment of triumph, the pride and policy of Sapor prompted him to fill the vacant throne with a successor entirely dependent on his pleasure. Syriades, an obscure fugitive of Antioch, stained with every vice, was chosen to dishonor the Roman purple, and the will of the Persian victor could not fail of being ratified by the acclamations, however reluctant, of the captive army. 1435 Return. Hist. Auge. p. 19:1. As Macrianus was an enemy to 13th return of Zoli p. 1333, Noge, 1913-30. Hist. Auge, 1714-13 Returne, Hist. Auge, 1739, Return Auge. Zogus the 13, 1733. In the Sectia, the reign of Syriades appears in that collection prior to the death of Valerian, but I have preferred a probable series of events to the doubtful chronology of a most inaccurate writer. The imperial slave was eager to secure the favor of his master by an act of treason to his native country. He conducted Sapor over the Euphrates and, by the way of Chalkis, to the metropolis of the east. So rapid were the motions of the Persian cavalry that, if we may credit a very judicious historian, 141, the city of Antioch was surprised when the idle multitude was fondly gazing on the amusements of the theatre. The splendid buildings of Antioch, private as well as public, were either pillaged or destroyed, and the numerous inhabitants were put to the sword or led away into captivity. Arrayed in his sacerdotal robes, he appeared at the head of a great body of fanatic peasants, armed only with slings, and defended his god and his property from the sacrilegious hands of the followers of Zoroaster. 43. But the ruin of Tarsus and of many other cities furnishes a melancholy proof that, except in this singular instance, the conquest of Syria and Cilicia scarcely interrupted the progress of the Persian arms. The advantages of the narrow passes of Mount Taurus were abandoned, in which an invader whose principal force consisted in his cavalry would have been engaged in a very unequal combat, and Sapor was permitted to form the siege of Caesarea, the capital of Cappadocia, a city, though of the second rank, which was supposed to contain 400,000 inhabitants. Demosthenes commanded in the place, not so much by the commission of the emperor as in the voluntary defense of his country. For a long time he deferred its fate, and when at last Caesarea was betrayed by the perfidy of a physician, he cut his way through the Persians, who had been ordered to exert their utmost diligence to take him alive. This heroic chief escaped the power of a foe who might either have honored or punished his obstinate valor, but many thousands of his fellow citizens were involved in a general massacre, and Sapor is accused of treating his prisoners with wanton and unrelenting cruelty. 14.4. Much should undoubtedly be allowed for national animosity, much for humbled pride and impotent revenge, yet upon the whole it is certain that the same prince who in Armenia had displayed the mild aspect of a legislator showed himself to the Romans under the stern features of a conqueror. He despaired of making any permanent establishment in the empire, and sought only to leave behind him a wasted desert, whilst he transported into Persia the people and the treasures of the provinces. 14.5, 14.1. Return. The sack of Antioch, anticipated by some historians, is assigned by the decisive testimony of Ammianus Marcellinus to the reign of Gallienus XXI. 5. Note, Haney, in his note on Zosimus, contests this opinion of Gibbon and observes the testimony of Ammianus is in faxige lee. 2.8 distinctly places this event before the capture of Valerian. M1122 return. Return 43, return 1T3, return. John Malala, Tom, IP 391. He corrupts this probable event by some fabulous circumstances. 14.4 I return W. Zanarus, L. She 4 I F 9 W. Zanarus, L. Shai. p. 630 Deep valleys were filled up with the slain. Crowds of prisoners were driven to water, like return doubly food. Tum ponis asorai p. 418 doubly sub horai. Had he not preferred spoil to conquest, might have remained master of Asia. At the time when the East trembled at the name of Sarpora, he received a present not unworthy of the greatest kings, a long train of camels, laden with the most rare and valuable merchandises. We put 25 from Odenathus, one of the noblest and most opulent senators of Vita, pounded 5 return. Who is this Odenathus? Said the haughty victor, and he commanded that the present should be cast into the Euphrates, that he thus insolently presumes to write to his lord. If he entertains a hope of mitigating his punishment, let him fall prostrate before the foot of our throne, with his hands bound behind his back. Should he hesitate, swift destruction shall be poured on his head, on his whole race, and on his country. 14.6. The desperate extremity to which the Palmyrenian was reduced called into action all the latent powers of his soul. He met Sapor, but he met him in arms, infusing his own spirit into a little army collected from the villages of Syria. 140 night he hovered round the Persian host, harassed their retreat, carried off part of the treasure, and, what was dearer than any treasure, several of the women of the great king, who was at last obliged to repass the Euphrates with some marks of haste and confusion. 49. By this exploit, Odenathus laid the foundations of his future fame and fortunes. The majesty of Rome, oppressed by a Persian, was protected by a Syrian or Arab of Palmyra. 14.6 Return. Peter Patricius in excerpt. Leg. p. 29. 14.7 On return or Syrirum agrestium manu. Sextus Rufus, c. 23. Rufus Victor the Augustan History, p. 29 thu, and several inscriptions agree in making Odenathus a citizen of Palmyra. The 49.5 Euro 27 on Retells. 5. And John Malala, Tom. I. P. 39.1 style him Prince of the Saracens. 49 Return to 5 the 25. The voice of history, which is often little more than the organ of hatred or flattery, reproaches Sapor with a proud abuse of the rights of conquest. We are told that Valerian, in chains but invested with the imperial purple, was exposed to the multitude, a constant spectacle of fallen greatness, and that whenever the Persian monarch mounted on horseback, he placed his foot on the neck of a Roman emperor. Notwithstanding all the remonstrances of his allies, who repeatedly advised him to remember the vicissitudes of fortune, to dread the returning power of Rome, and to make his illustrious captive the pledge of peace, not the object of insult, Sapor still remained inflexible. When Valerian sunk under the weight of shame and grief, his skin, stuffed with straw and formed into the likeness of a human figure, was preserved for ages in the most celebrated temple of Persia, a more real monument of triumph than the fancied trophies of brass and marble so often erected by Roman vanity. 50. The tale is moral and pathetic, but the truth 5001 of it may very fairly be called in question. The letters still extant from the princes of the East to Sapor are manifest forgeries. 50 Find and 1 nor, what is it natural to suppose that a jealous monarch should, even in the person of a rival, thus publicly degrade the majesty of kings? Whatever treatment the unfortunate Valerian might experience in Persia, it is at least certain that the only emperor of Rome who had ever fallen into the house quenchments. Number 50 Return. The pagan writers lament the Christian insult, the misfortunes of Valerian. Their various testimonies are accurately collected by Tillemont, Tom. I. p. 739, and c. So little has been preserved of Eastern history before Mahomet that the modern Persians are totally ignorant of the victory, Sapor, an event so glorious to their nation. See Bibliothèque Orientale. Note: Malcolm appears to write from Persian authorities, I. 76, Irma 5001. Return. Yet Gibbon himself records a speech of the Emperor Galerius which alludes to the cruelties exercised against the living, and the indignities to which they exposed the dead Valerian, Volui, Cachon of 13. Respect for the kingly character would by no means prevent an Eastern monarch from ratifying his pride and his vengeance on a fallen foe. One of these epistles is from Artavasdes, king of Armenia. Since Armenia was then a province of Persia, the king, the kingdom, and the epistle must be fictitious. The Emperor Gallienus, who had long supported with impatience the censorial severity of his father and colleague, received the intelligence of his misfortunes with secret pleasure and avowed indifference. "I knew that my father was a mortal," said he, "and since he has acted as it becomes a brave man, I am satisfied." Whilst Rome lamented the fate of her sovereign, the savage coldness of his son was extolled by the servile courtiers as the perfect firmness of a hero and a stoic. 52. It is difficult to paint the light, the various, the inconstant character of Gallienus, which he displayed without constraint as soon as he became sole possessor of the empire. In every art that he attempted, his lively genius enabled him to succeed, and as his genius was destitute of judgment, he attempted every art, except the important ones of war and government. He was a master of several curious but useless sciences, a ready orator, an elegant poet, 53, a skilful gardener, an excellent cook, and most contemptible prince. When the great emergencies of the state required his presence and attention, he was engaged in conversation with the philosopher Plotinus. 54, wasting his time in trifling or licentious pleasures, preparing his initiation to the Grecian mysteries, or soliciting a place in the Areopagus of Athens. His profuse magnificence insulted the general poverty. The solemn ridicule of his triumphs impressed a deeper sense of the public disgrace. 55. The repeated intelligence of invasions, defeats, and rebellions he received with a careless smile, and singling out with affected contempt some particular production of the lost province, he carelessly asked whether Rome must be ruined unless it was supplied with linen from Egypt and Aras cloth from Gaul. There were, however, a few short moments in the life of Gallienus when, exasperated by some recent injury, he suddenly appeared the intrepid soldier and the cruel tyrant, till, satiated with blood or fatigued by resistance, he insensibly sunk into the natural mildness and indolence of his character. 56-52 returned to see his life in the Augustan history. 53 returned to the Cis. 53 returned to very pretty epithalamium composed by Gallienus for the nuptials of his nephews. Ite ait o juvenes, perite sudate medullis omnibus, inter vos, non murmura vestra columbae, brachia non hedere, non vincent oscula conche. To 54 return. He was on the point of giving Plotinus a ruined city of Campania to try the experiment of realizing Plato's Republic. See the life of Plotinus by Porphyry in Fabricius's Biblioth, Grace. L. Iv. 55, a return. A medal which bears the head of Gallienus has perplexed the antiquarians by its legend and reverse, the former Gallieni Augustae, the latter Ubit Pax. M. Spanheim supposes that the coin was designed as a severe satire on that effeminate prince. But as the use of irony may seem unworthy of the gravity of the Roman mint, M. de Vallemont has deduced from a passage of Trebellius Polio Hist, Orca, P. Decham 1908, an ingenious and natural solution. Gallina was first cousin to the emperor. By delivering Africa from the usurper Celsus, she deserved the title of Augusta. On a medal in the French king's collection, we read a similar inscription of Faustina Augusta around the head of Marcus Aurelius. With regard to the Ubique Pax, it is easily explained by the vanity of Gallienus, who seized, perhaps, the occasion of some momentary calm. See Nouvelles de la République des Lettres, Janvier 1700, p. 56 returned to the singular character has, I believe, been fairly transmitted to us. The reign of his immediate successor was short and busy, and the historians who wrote before the elevation of the family of Constantine could not have the most remote interest to misrepresent the character of Gallienus. At the time when the reins of government were held with so loose a hand, it is not surprising that a crowd of usurpers should start up in every province of the empire against the son of Valerian. It was probably some ingenious fancy of comparing the 30 tyrants of Rome with the 30 tyrants of Athens that induced the writers of the Augustan history to select that celebrated number, which has been gradually received into a popular appellation. 15.7. But in every light the parallel is idle and defective. What resemblance can we discover between a council of 30 persons, the united oppressors of a single city, and an uncertain list of independent rivals who rose and fell in irregular succession through the extent of a vast empire? Nor can the number of 30 be completed unless we include in the account the women and children who are honored with the imperial title. The reign of Gallienus, distracted as it was, produced only 19 pretenders to the throne: Syriades, Macrianus, Ballista, Odenathus, and Zenobia in the east, in Gaul and the western provinces, Posthumus, Lollianus, Victorinus, and his mother Victoria, Marius and Tetricus in Illyricum and the confines of the Danube, Ingenuus, Regillianus, and Aureolus in Pontus, 58 Saturninus in Isupta, and Celsus in Africa. To illustrate the obscure monuments of the life and death of each individual would prove a laborious task, alike barren of instruction and of amusement. We may content ourselves with investigating some general characters that most strongly mark the condition of the times and the manners of the men, their pretensions, their motives, their fate, and the destructive consequences of their usurpation. 59 and 57 in return. Pollio expresses the most minute anxiety to complete the number. Note: compare a dissertation of Manso on the 30 tyrants at the end of his Lebon Constantius de Grosson. Breslau substitutes 2 new names to make up the number of 19 for those of Odenathus and Zenobia. He subjoins this list: 1, 2, thousands 1. Tabusfrus, coins, those whose coins, those of whom no are undoubtedly true, are suspected, coins are known. Posthumus, Syriades, Valens, Laelianus, G. Ingenuus, Ballista, Victorinus, Celsus, Saturninus, Marius, Piso Frugi, Trebellianus, Tetricus, M. 11815 Macrianus, Quietus, Regalianus, Regillianus, Alex, Alianus, Aureolus, Sulpicius, Antoninus, 59 return, Telemon, Tum, II, P. 1163 reckons them somewhat differently. It is sufficiently known that the odious appellation of one tyrant was often employed by the ancients to express the illegal seizure of supreme power, without any reference to the Alex. Several of the pretenders who raised the standard of rebellion against the Emperor Gallienus were shining models of virtue, and almost all possessed a considerable share of vigor and ability. Their merit had recommended them to the favor of Valerian, and gradually promoted them to the most important commands of the empire. The generals who assumed the title of Augustus were either respected by their troops for their able conduct and severe discipline, or admired for valor and success in war, or beloved for frankness and generosity. The field of victory was often the scene of their election, and even the armorer Marius, the most contemptible of all the candidates for the purple, was distinguished, however, by intrepid courage, matchless strength, and blunt honesty. 60. His mean and recent trade cast, indeed, an air of ridicule on his elevation. 1601. But his birth could not be more obscure than was that of the greater part of his rivals, who were born of peasants and enlisted in the army as private soldiers. In times of confusion, every active genius finds the place assigned him by nature. In a general state of war, military merit is the road to glory and to greatness. Of the 19 tyrants, Tetricus only was a senator. Piso alone was a noble. The blood of Numa, through 28 successive generations, ran in the veins of Calphurnius Piso, 61, who, by female alliances, claimed a right of exhibiting in his house the images of Crassus and of the great Pompey. Chapter 2. His ancestors had been repeatedly dignified with all the honors which the Commonwealth could bestow, and of all the ancient families of Rome, the Calphurnian alone had survived the tyranny of the Caesars. The personal qualities of Piso added new luster to his race. The usurper Valens, by whose order he was killed, confessed with deep remorse that even an enemy ought to have respected the sanctity of Piso, and although he died in arms against Gallienus, the Senate, with the emperor's generous permission, decreed the triumphal ornaments to the memory of so virtuous a rebel. Chapter 7. The accidental identity of names was the only circumstance that could tempt Pollio to imitate Sallust. 1601. Return. Marius was killed by a soldier who had formerly served as a workman in his shop, and who exclaimed, as he struck, "Behold the sword which thyself hast forged." Corb vita. G. 1601. Return throne. Vos, or Pompilius Sanguis, is Horace's address to the Pisos, see art. Poet. V292 with Dacia's and Sanadon's notes. 4 sequel sword return are, in now. XV48. Hist. I15. In the former of these passages we may venture to change paterna. In every generation from Augustus to Alexander Severus, one or more Pisos, istikose. Annal. I3rd was Adentida. The Senate, in a moment of enthusiasm, seems to have presumed on the approbation of Gallienus. The lieutenants of Valerian were grateful to the father, whom they esteemed. They disdained to serve the luxurious indolence of his unworthy son. The throne of the Roman world was unsupported by any principle of loyalty, and treason against such a prince might easily be considered as patriotism to the state. Yet if we examine with candor the conduct of these usurpers, it will appear that they were much oftener driven into rebellion by their fears than urged to it by their ambition. They dreaded the cruel suspicions of Gallienus. They equally dreaded the capricious violence of their troops. If the dangerous favor of the army had imprudently declared them deserving of the purple, they were marked for sure destruction, and even prudence would counsel them to secure a short enjoyment of empire, and rather to try the fortune of war than to expect the hand of an executioner. When the clamor of the soldiers invested the reluctant victims with the ensigns of sovereign authority, they sometimes mourned in secret their approaching fate. "You have lost," said Saturninus on the day of his elevation, "you have lost a useful commander, and you have made a very wretched emperor." 164. One's a return. Histi. August P. 96 to 64 Annanus were justified by the repeated experience of revolutions. Of the 19 tyrants who started up under the reign of Gallienus, there was not one who enjoyed a life of peace or a natural death. As soon as they were invested with the bloody purple, they inspired their adherents with the same fears and ambition which had occasioned their own revolt. Encompassed with domestic conspiracy, military sedition, and civil war, they trembled on the edge of precipices in which, after a longer or shorter term of anxiety, they were inevitably lost. These precarious monarchs received, however, such honors as the flattery of their respective armies and provinces could bestow, but their claim, founded on rebellion, could never obtain the sanction of law or history. Italy, Rome, and the Senate constantly adhered to the cause of Gallienus, and he alone was considered as the sovereign of the empire. That prince condescended, indeed, to acknowledge the victorious arms of Odenathus, who deserved the honorable distinction by the respectful conduct which he always maintained towards the son of Valerian. With the general applause of the Romans and the consent of Gallienus, the Senate conferred the title of Augustus on the brave Palmyrenian, and seemed to entrust him with the government of the East, which he already possessed in so independent a manner that, like a private succession, he bequeathed it to his illustrious widow, Zenobia. 165 Return. The association of the brave Palmyrenian was the most popular act of the whole reign of Gallienus. Hist. August, p. 82. The rapid and perpetual transitions from the cottage to the throne, and from the throne to the grave, might have amused an indifferent philosopher, were it possible for a philosopher to remain indifferent amidst the general calamities of humankind. The election of these precarious emperors, their power and their death, were equally destructive to their subjects and adherents. The price of their fatal elevation was instantly discharged to the troops by an immense donative, drawn from the bowels of the exhausted people. However virtuous was their character, however pure their intentions, they found themselves reduced to the hard necessity of supporting their usurpation by frequent acts of rapine and cruelty. When they fell, they involved armies and provinces in their fall. There is still extant a most savage mandate from Gallienus to one of his ministers, after the suppression of Ingenuus, who had assumed the purple in Illyricum. It is not enough, says that soft but inhuman prince, that you exterminate such as have appeared in arms. The chance of battle might have served me as effectually. The male sex of every age must be extirpated, provided that, in the execution of the children and old men, you can contrive means to save our reputation. Let everyone die who has dropped an expression, who has entertained a thought against me, the son of Valerian, the father and brother of so many princes. 66. Remember that Ingenuus was made emperor, tear, kill, hew in pieces. I write to you with my own hand, and would inspire you with my own feelings. 67. Whilst the public forces of the state were dissipated in private quarrels, the defenceless provinces lay exposed to every invader, the perplexity of their situation to conclude ignominious treaties with the common enemy, to purchase with oppressive tributes the neutrality or services of the barbarians, and to introduce hostile and independent nations into the heart of the Roman monarchy. 68-66 to return Gallienus had given the titles of Siemens, slain at Cologne by the usurper Postumen. A second son of Gallienus succeeded to the name and rank of his elder brother Valerian. The brother of Gallienus was also associated to the empire. Several other brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces of the emperor formed a very numerous royal family. See Tillemont, Tom E.E., and M. de Brecquigny in the Memoirs de l'Académie, Tom XXXEP. 267, Return his Diz, August, p. 188. 68, Return his 68, Return. Regillianus had some bands of Roxolani in his service, Posthumus, a body of Franks. It was, perhaps, in the character of auxiliaries that the latter introduced themselves into Spain. Such were the barbarians, and such the tyrants who, under the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus, dismembered the provinces and reduced the empire to the lowest pitch of disgrace and ruin from whence it seek carrion. As far as the barrenness of materials would permit, we have attempted to trace with order and perspicuity the general events of that calamitous period. There still remain some particular facts, i.e. the disorders of Sicily, 2. the tumults of Alexandria, and I3. The rebellion of the Isaurians, which may serve to reflect a strong light on the horrid picture. Whenever numerous troops of banditti, multiplied by success and impunity, publicly defy, instead of eluding, the justice of their country, we may safely infer that the excessive weakness of the country is felt and abused by the lowest ranks of the community. The situation of Sicily preserved it from the barbarians, nor could the disarmed province have supported a usurper. The sufferings of that once flourishing and still fertile island were inflicted by baser hands. A licentious crowd of slaves and peasants reigned for a while over the plundered country and renewed the memory of the servile wars of more ancient times. 169 devastations, of which the husbandman was either the victim or the accomplice, must have ruined the agriculture of Sicily, and as the principal estates were the property of the opulent senators of Rome, who often enclosed within a farm the territory of an old republic, it is not improbable that this private injury might affect the capital more deeply than all the conquests of the Goths or the Persians. 69 Return. The Augustan History, p. 177, C. Diodor, Sicul LXXXX2 ep2. The foundation of Alexandria was a noble design, at once conceived and executed by the son of Philip. The beautiful and regular form of that great city, second only to Rome itself, comprehended a circumference of 15 miles. 970, it was peopled by 300,000 free inhabitants, besides at least an equal number of slaves. 971. The lucrative trade of Arabia and India flowed through the port of Alexandria to the capital and provinces of the empire. 1711 idleness was unknown. Some were employed in blowing of glass, others in weaving of linen, others again manufacturing the papyrus. Either sex and every age was engaged in the pursuits of industry, nor did even the blind or the lame want occupations suited to their condition. 972. But the people of Alexandria, a various mixture of nations, united the vanity and inconstancy of the Greeks with the superstition and obstinacy of the Egyptians. The most trifling occasion, a transient scarcity of flesh or lentils, the neglect of an accustomed salutation, a mistake of precedency in the public baths, or even a religious dispute, 73 were at any time sufficient to kindle a sedition among that vast multitude, whose resentments were furious and implacable. 74. After the captivity of Valerian and the insolence of his son had relaxed the authority of the laws, the Alexandrians abandoned themselves to the ungoverned rage of their passions, and their unhappy country was the theatre of a civil war, which continued with a few short and suspicious truces above 12 years. 75 all intercourse was cut off between the several quarters of the afflicted city. Every street was polluted with blood, every building of strength converted into a citadel, nor did the tumult subside till a considerable reigned. The spacious and magnificent district of Bruchium, 75, one with its palaces and museum, the residence of the kings and philosophers of Egypt, is described above a century afterwards as already reduced to its present state of dreary solitude. 176-73, return, 275, return, 25, EKT, PC5, Nio, Sikul, L. Ekates VC 555, 390, edit, Wesseling. 1. The Nile to Eastern commodities. Farm the Nile and down the Nile to Alexandria. M2 73rd, return, see a very calm, 73rd, 25 and Divijavai, 73rds return, 73rds of a divine cat, 73rds Nile's Nile, IL. In no place were the religious disputes after the establishment of Christianity more frequent or more sanguinary. See Philo, Duligat, Hist of Jews, II 171, II 171 Ret 98, Gibbon EICXXLVI, M. Shi 174 return, Eist August, P. 195. This long and terrible sedition was first occasioned by a dispute between a soldier and a townsman about a pair of shoes. E75 return. Dionysius Apud uses Hist equals V. P21 High Om return. The Bruchion was a quarter of Alexandria which extended along the largest of the two ports and contained many palaces inhabited by the Ptolemies. Doyle Gros, Ansi is 76 return is 7 beyond. Morn. Edebine, the obscure rebellion of Trebellianus, who assumed the purple in Isauria, a petty province of Asia Minor, was attended with strange and memorable consequences. The pageant of royalty was soon destroyed by an officer of Gallienus, but his followers, despairing of mercy, resolved to shake off their allegiance, not only to the emperor but to the empire, and suddenly returned to the savage manners from which they had never perfectly been reclaimed. Their craggy rocks, a branch of the wide-extended Taurus, protected their inaccessible retreat. The tillage of some fertile valleys, 27 supplied them with necessaries, and a habit of rapine with the luxuries of life. In the heart of the Roman monarchy, the Isaurians long continued a nation of wild barbarians. Succeeding princes, unable to reduce them to obedience either by arms or policy, were compelled to acknowledge their weakness by surrounding the hostile and independent spot with a strong chain of fortifications, 178, which often proved insufficient to restrain the incursions of these domestic foes. The Isaurians, gradually extending their territory to the seacoast, subdued the western and mountainous part of Cilicia, formerly the nest of those daring pirates, against whom the Republic had once been obliged to exert its utmost force under the conduct of the great Pompey. 79 return to Strabo, LZE, C69 return 78, D69 return Stern, C. Cellarius, Geoga. Antique. 37. Upon the limits of Isuria. Our habits of thinking so fondly connect the order of the universe with the fate of man that this gloomy period of history has been decorated with inundations, earthquakes, uncommon meteors, preternatural darkness, and a crowd of prodigies fictitious or exaggerated. 80. But a long and general famine was a calamity of a more serious kind. It was the inevitable consequence of rapine and oppression, which extirpated the produce of the present and the hope of future harvests. Famine is almost always followed by epidemical diseases, the effect of scanty and unwholesome food. Other causes must, however, have contributed to the furious plague, which from the year 250 to the year 265 raged without interruption in every province, every city, and almost every family of the Roman Empire. During some time 5,000 persons died daily in Rome, and many towns that had escaped the hands of the barbarians were entirely depopulated. 181b, 180 return. Heist, August P. 1775 de return. Hist, August P. 1b return. Hist, August P. 1795. Sal SSRCI. P. 623. Euseb Chronicon. Victor in Epitom. Victor in Caesar. Eutropius, EISS off 5 Drocios circumstance, of some use perhaps in the melancholy calculation of human calamities. An exact register was kept at Alexandria of all the citizens entitled to receive the distribution of corn. It was found that the ancient number of those comprised between the ages of 40 and 70 has, after the return of 182, applying this authentic fact to the most correct tables of mortality, it evidently proves that above half the people of Alexandria had perished, and could we venture to extend the analogy to the other provinces, we might suspect that war, pestilence, and famine had consumed in a few years the moiety of the human species. 83-82 return. ACE, ECE, up 182. STS he see equals VU. Physiobais was Bishop of Alexandria, 23 return. In a great number of parishes, 11,000 persons were found between 14 and 80, 365 between 40 and 70. See Buffon, Ymer, Palmer.